They are clearly a gang that commits all sorts of evil deeds. Yet they are praised as a unit that punishes evil and promotes moral standards. Even the local police have to seek help from the gang. All because you crossed over into the body of a gang leader and awakened the system of sin. With each evil person you kill, you can absorb their essence for your own use. In a luxurious hotel room at this moment, you, who just crossed over, look at the trembling girl on the bed and casually ask if she is a virgin. Li Ziyun trembled and replied softly, yes. You hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly said, I don't like virgins. You can go. Li Ziyun, seeing you putting on your clothes again, turned pale with fear. She quickly got up from the bed and began to take off your clothes, begging, Brother Zhang, please spare me. I'll do anything you want. I'll serve you every day. Please, have mercy and spare him. You brushed off the wandering hands, put on your clothes, and said, I won't cause you any trouble. I'm going home. Hearing this, Li Ziyun subconsciously stopped her actions, unable to understand why this demon suddenly changed his attitude and was willing to let her go. But if she left, what would happen to her mother? Li Ziyun was about to beg for mercy. Suddenly, you took the phone from the bedside table, made a call, and said, I'm done here. Let the old guy go. Afterward, you hung up the phone, walked to the window, lit a cigarette. You don't consider yourself a righteous person. In your past life, you were prosperous and always had women around you, but it was all consensual. Being born under the red flag, forcing others into prostitution is your own doing, something you could never bring yourself to do. Amidst the swirling smoke, a line suddenly appeared in front of your retina, displaying a prompt for the value of sin. System binding successful, equipped with the eye of good and evil and devouring function. For each person with a sin value exceeding 50 that you kill, you can devour their entire physique. Upon reaching a certain standard, additional rewards can be activated. Upon seeing the system, you were stunned for a moment. Then, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of your mouth. Evil begets evil, this system is not bad. At this moment, a miscellaneous brand phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Li Ziyun eagerly picked up the phone, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the number. Mom, you've safely returned home. No one has bothered me. Let's have a meal together. I'll be back soon. You've safely returned home. No one has bullied me. Let's have a meal together. I'll be back soon. After she hung up the phone, the watery peach blossom eyes gradually lost their dimness, revealing a hint of liveliness. You used the eye of good and evil to glance at her. The sin value of 27 is a negative number. Considered a good person by the system, good people should have good rewards. You extinguished the cigarette butt and were about to open the door to leave. Suddenly, a lively female voice behind you said, Thank you, thank you. You smiled and then walked out of the suite, pressing the elevator button. At this moment, the streets were bustling with couples holding hands everywhere. You, who are idle, open the eye of good and evil, scanning the passers-by. Above their heads, red or green numbers immediately appear. Red signifies individuals identified as bad by the system, while green indicates those recognized as good. Good and bad are evenly split, with most people's values fluctuating around zero. The boundary between good and bad is not very clear. You have also figured out the rules of the system, its criteria for judging sin values, which differ somewhat from current laws and are more closely aligned with moral principles. At this moment, a few burly men who were just joking around are now walking back with smiles. A somewhat refined man with a center part walks up to you, hands you a cigarette, and jokingly says, Boss, there are 4 new girls in the factory. Should we go give them some guidance? These men are all from the same background. The one with the center part is called Zhu Laolu. He appears more refined and wise than the others, belonging to the gang's group of intellectual talents. Standing next to him is the burly man in a black vest named Zhang Meng, nicknamed Mingzi. He is loyal to you but a bit single-minded. You blow out a smoke ring, chuckle, and playfully scold him, Forget it, your brain is still not recovered. Driven by curiosity, you once again open the eye of good and evil, scanning the 6 younger brothers. Immediately, above the heads of the 6 men, numbers resembling light bulbs appear, with a line of blood-red numbers. Strangely, there is even a green light bulb among them. The values of the first 5 individuals are around 20, but the last one, nicknamed Sang Biao, is actually -24. Being in a gang like the Raging Fire Gang, known for bullying and oppressing, it's surprising that the sin value is so high. You glance at Sang Biao thoughtfully. In his early 20s, standing at 1.85 meters tall, with a shiny bald head, sporting a large gold chain around his neck that could float on water, and even a tattoo of a Xiaoshang dynasty, just missing the words Black Society tattooed on his forehead. However, he is recognized as a good person by the system. Is he an undercover agent? You have doubts in your heart but remain silent. Then, looking at the time, he suggested, let's have some late-night snacks. The leader spoke, and the younger brothers responded enthusiastically. Several of them walked into a nearby alley next to the hotel, where there were several temporary night market stalls along the street. They randomly chose a stall, ordered some skewers, a few bottles of beer, and began to enjoy their meal heartily. Suddenly, you slapped your forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot my handbag. Let's go after eating," sang Biao gnawed on grilled chicken feet, speaking unclearly. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Li Zhiyun dressed and arrived at the lobby. They saw a tall, handsome young man pacing anxiously in the lobby. Upon seeing Li Zhiyun, Han Sheng hurried over and said, "Zhiyun, you're really here. I just saw Fong Chen leave. Did that scoundrel bully you?" Li Zhiyun bit her lip and replied, "No, Lu Yuxuan." "Who told you that?" Lu Yuxuan choked up and said, "Forget who said it. Zhiyun, tell me, did he coerce you into doing things you didn't want to do?" Li Zhiyun is not good at lying and could only explain helplessly, "We just chatted for a while." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuxuan's face turned pale, muttering indeed. He looked up at the sky, gazing at a green dome above his head at a 45-degree angle. Li Zhiyun felt helpless. He didn't need to explain to Lu Yuxuan, but the truth was as such. Keeping things hidden only makes it easier for gossip to spread. Lu Yuxuan lowered his head, his face contorted with anger. "Do you know who Fong Chen is? He's scum, relying on his gangster identity to bully others." Thinking about his goddess being defiled by such scum, Lu Yuxuan's heart ached with anger. He took a step forward, reaching out to hold Li Zhiyun's arm. "Is this scumbag threatening you? Others may fear him, but not me. I'll take you to the police." Li Zhiyun stepped back, avoiding him. "It's not what you think. Fong Chen didn't threaten me, why would I go to the police?" One sentence completely broke through Lu Yuxuan's defenses. In disbelief, he pointed at the girl. "You're actually protecting that beast." What made him even angrier was that scum had already toyed with his body. He felt like a broken flower, unable to even hold hands as he wished. "I'm just telling the truth." Li Zhiyun thought back to the scene in the hotel, his expression somewhat complicated. A deep sense of defeat filled Lu Yuxuan's entire body. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Suddenly losing his rationality, he couldn't help but mock, "I know your family is short of money. How much did Fong Chen give you to sleep with him, yet you still defend him?" The humiliating words were like a needle piercing Li Zhiyun's heart. She endured the inner humiliation and retorted, "Who are you to me? Is my business any of your concern?" Lu Yuxuan opened his mouth but was speechless. What he said was true, he had always been unrequited in love, even relegated to a backup plan. Li Zhiyun's expression grew colder as she enunciated each word. "Indeed, my family is very poor. But what business is it of yours? Have I ever agreed to your pursuit? Have I taken advantage of you in any way? Your possessiveness is too strong. We were never possible before, and even less so in the future." Lu Yuxuan was left speechless by the retort. He knew Li Zhiyun was speaking the truth, but he couldn't accept it. His family conditions were much better than hers, he was more than capable. Why did he repeatedly reject her? Rejecting her was one thing, but getting involved with scum like Fong Chen was another. A surge of resentment shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head. Lu Yuxuan suddenly pulled out a wad of money from his pocket, taunting, "Do you want money? Accompany me upstairs for a room, all this money is yours." Li Zhiyun's face turned cold as frost. She passed by without a word, the greatest humiliation for a girl. Today, she truly saw the true colors of this person. "Don't go," Lu Yuxuan suddenly grabbed her arm. "Not enough money? I'll go home and get more." "You let go." Li Zhiyun's arm was painful from being grabbed. She struggled to shake it off but couldn't break free. Lu Yuxuan looked crazy, roaring at Fong Chen, "How much did that scumbag pay you? Is my family not good enough for you?" Li Zhiyun also has a tough and stubborn personality behind her gentle appearance, staying silent and desperately trying to break free. At this moment, a stern shout suddenly came from the hotel entrance. "Who are you cursing, you little brat? Try cursing again, you scum." Several burly men strode up aggressively, with the one in the lead, with a crew cut, wasting no time and immediately slapping Lu Yuxuan across the face. Lu Yuxuan was slapped by Shao Qi, causing his head to spin, and his right cheek visibly swelled up. Casting a glance at the onlookers, he was instantly frightened, as he witnessed that scumbag leaving the hotel with his own eyes. "Caught you off guard again." Approaching Li Zhiyun, he asked, "Do you have the room key? I left my bag upstairs." Li Zhiyun softly acknowledged and took out the room key from her pocket, handing it to him. At this moment, Zhu Laolu noticed Li Zhiyun, patting Lu Yuxuan's face and teasing, "In love with the sister-in-law, huh?" Shao Qi sneered from the side, "Which hand dared to bully the sister-in-law? Drag him out and break his hand." Lu Yuxuan was instantly terrified, looking desperately at the other guests in the hotel lobby for help. Unfortunately, everyone avoided getting involved, and no one stepped forward to speak up for him. Li Jiyun pursed her lips, feeling awkward about addressing her sister-in-law, but dared not argue. This matter was caused by him, and he dared not leave, so he could only stand awkwardly on the side. You waved to him, telling him to go back first. Hearing this, Li Jiyun stepped away as if relieved of a burden. He inexplicably felt that this villain was quite understanding, always knowing what he wanted. At this moment, the hotel lobby manager walked over, frowned, and said, "What's going on? Don't cause trouble here." Shao-Chi stepped forward, saying that the affairs of the Li-Fire gang would take some time. Hearing this, the lobby manager's expression softened. He helplessly said, "So you're brothers from the Li-Fire gang. This is Erwo's place. Can you give some face? I'll inform Erwo to arrange a table for you all. Alright, to not disturb Su Erwo's business, we'll leave. Do you agree?" With a command, two henchmen forcefully dragged and tried to pull Lu Yuxuan outside. Lu Yuxuan was scared pale. The Li-Fire gang had great power in the southern district, treating him, a commoner, like a child. "Brother Zhang, I was wrong." Lu Yuxuan suddenly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. You squinted at him, half smiling, and said, "You just claim to be twice as wealthy as me. Seems like your family is quite well off. Either you come from a well-off family or a regular family doing small business." Lu Yuxuan tearfully said, "Then you must be bragging. I dislike dishonest people the most. Mengzi, what do you think we should do? You're the boss. Do you think Mengzi's response is still so nonsensical? Slap him." Zhu Laolu was anxiously staring on the side. Mengzi ignored Laolu, his gaze turned to you. He only follows the boss's orders, no one else matters. When he saw the boss nod, he asked where to slap next. You were stunned for a moment, then remembered Mengzi is a bit single-minded. "Go away, Mengzi, I'm really fed up with you." Laolu pushed him away. A slap landed on Lu Yuxuan's face, a loud sound echoing in the hotel lobby. Lu Yuxuan was slapped all over, his head instantly buzzing. "Can I do it myself?" Lu Yuxuan begged pitifully after recovering. Knowing these people don't hold back, he immediately started slapping his own face. In no time, both cheeks were swollen. Alright, you feel bored." He patted his face, "Watch your mouth, stop stirring up trouble, you know the consequences." Seeing the group leave, Lu Yuxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least his hands were safe. As for thoughts of revenge, he hadn't considered it since kneeling down. Fang Chen walked out of the hotel leisurely, and Zhu Laolu hailed a taxi casually, opening the door and propping it open with his hand. "Boss, you go first." Fang Chen took the lead and sat in the front passenger seat, glancing intentionally or unintentionally at Zhang Biao through the rearview mirror. Zhang Biao also looked at Fang Chen across the seats, putting on a pleasing smile on his face while harboring uncontrollable hatred inside. Today, this scum had once again humiliated an innocent female college student, possibly causing her to develop Stockholm Syndrome, yet she didn't harbor much resentment towards him. It was truly despicable. As for beating up Lu Yuxuan, that was no big deal, the kid deserved it. The car stopped in front of the Emperor Club on Yinan Street. Lao Lu suddenly patted the driver's shoulder, tilting his head and said, "Brother, lend me some money to spend." The driver's heart sank, infuriated but dared not resist. He opened the money box, with a mournful face, saying, "Brother, I only have 200 yuan from driving today." Lao Lu glanced at the money box, cursing under his breath, "You only earn this much in a day, why bother driving? Just go home and eat shit." He complained while grabbing the money, then felt a heavy blow to his head. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw the boss standing outside the car window scolding him. "You worthless thing, pay up quickly." Lao Lu reluctantly paid the money, got off the car, and asked puzzledly, "Boss, why did you stop me?" "We need to transition. Successful people shouldn't always focus on small gains, attracting less attention with fewer profits." Fang Chen casually replied. Lao Lu was a bit dissatisfied. Every little bit counts, even a mosquito is meat, and besides, he wouldn't dare report us. "You're too thrifty." Fang Chen patted his shoulder. Zhang Biao and Lao Lu had different opinions. "Boss, I understand your point. To achieve great things, we need to have a broader perspective." Fang Chen also patted his shoulder, praising, "You're quite eloquent, you should take the postgraduate entrance exam, it's a waste to follow me." The group strolled into the Emperor Club. This was an industry managed by Fang Chen for the Blaze Gang, generating hundreds of thousands in profits for the gang each month, of which he could retain 20%. He took 1/10 for himself, then distributed 1/10 to the runners. In this world similar to the year 2007 in his past life, he was living quite comfortably. The Emperor Club was located in the center of Yinan Street, with 3 floors in total. The first floor was a KTV, and the 2 upper floors were bathhouses. The decoration was slightly outdated, not as luxurious as the high-end clubs in the city center, but the business was still good. This industry relied on the influx of fresh blood, whether through software or hardware engineering. Software was more crucial than hardware. 3 kilometers west of Inan Street was the university town, and the Emperor Club employed some college girls from the nearby area. There were all kinds of workers in this industry, some forced by circumstances, others lured by materialism and vanity. Regardless of the reasons, their processes and destinies would eventually converge. Years later, when they grew old and were abandoned, they would find an honest man to marry, have children, and open a small shop to spend the rest of their lives. In the end, it was the honest ones who bore all the burdens. Fong Chen walked into the backstage rest area and heard Mama Hong teaching the technicians in the shop. Safety is more important than anything else. Strengthen measures to ensure safety. We must diligently implement safety precautions, promptly eliminate safety hazards. I emphasize again, condoms must be used during service and cleaned afterward. What is our slogan? A group of technicians dressed in white skirts and black stockings echoed in unison, reject AIDS, reject syphilis, reject AIDS and syphilis. Mama Hong nodded. Customer satisfaction and retention rates are also crucial, as they affect your KPI assessment. Our theme is Happy Bam Bam Bam, to make customers feel happy, help them find the feeling of first love. This is called professionalism. Zhu Laolu raised his thumb in approval. Fong Chen also nodded in agreement. With Red Sister steering the ship, the Imperial Club will surely prosper. Fong Chen didn't particularly like noisy environments, so he walked out of the club and strolled along the street casually. The 4 major gangs in Qinghe City, Black Dragon Society, Blaze Gang, Big Knife Gate, and Brotherhood Alliance, each occupy the 4 directions of southeast, northwest. This is the southern suburb of the city, belonging to the Blaze Gang's territory. Fong Chen, being new, only got a corner of Inan Street. A decade ago, this place was still fields and paths. In recent years, with the accelerated urbanization process, the fields were requisitioned, and villages turned into chaotic urban villages. Garbage was littered at will, sewage flowed in ditches, electric wires crisscrossed haphazardly, and streetlight poles were covered with ads for old military doctor and high price for offspring. On both sides of the street were self-built storefronts, mostly hair salons and chess rooms. The clattering of mahjong accompanied by the creaking of bed frames, gamblers' curses mixed with the sounds of intimacy, playing the symphony of this filthy urban village. Fong Chen walked and observed. In the Fong Fong hair salon, under the orange lights, 2 young girls in revealing clothes, from a neighboring province, without any skills, unwilling to work in a factory, started doing business with the boss Fong Jia. These 2 girls were pitiful, earning a bit of hard-earned money each month and sending half back to their hometown. Compared to the regular forces of the Imperial Club, these 2 girls were unprofessional. Despite their decent looks, they lacked sophistication, hence the reason a full service cost only 20 yuan. What's most important in the 21st century? Of course, it's investment. Learn some psychology, read more books, get a fake university degree. If that fails, go to the hospital for hymen reconstruction, become a mistress. Why degrade yourself? Watching Fong Chen sigh outside, the 2 girls' smiles froze on their faces, awkwardly calling out, "Brother Zhang." Hearing the call, the women inside, wearing leather skirts and black stockings, watching My Fair Princess, quickly got up to greet, "Brother Zhang, what brings you here?" "Just passing by, just looking around," Fong Chen casually replied. "Come in and sit down." The women instructed the 2 girls, "Arya, get Brother Zhang a cigarette. Xiaomei, make tea for Brother Zhang." Fong Chen stepped into the hair salon, waved his hand, "No need for tea, I'll leave soon." "Smoke, smoke." Fong Jia handed him a Hontishan cigarette and lit it for him. Fong Chen caught a glimpse of the faint fear and disgust in the eyes of the 2 girls. Helplessly shaking his head, wherever he went, he was disliked. How much karma had he accumulated? "How's business?" Fong Chen took a drag of his cigarette and asked casually. "It's okay, of course, it can't compare to your Imperial Club." Fong Jia flattered. Fong Chen didn't argue. The Imperial Club was the only gold mine on this street, with no less than 300 to 400 transactions per visit. The same product in different settings had vastly different prices, and hair washing was no exception. Just then, a middle-aged man hummed a tune and shouted through the door, "Arya, give me a full service." Arya, in a black dress, scolded, "Ma go, how many times do I have to say it? My name is Lisa, not Arya." The man cursed through the door, "Arya sounds so good, why do you have to use a foreign name to raise the price?" Old Ma walked in wearing an old work jacket with Shada Cotton Spinning Factory printed on it, swaying as he entered. When he saw Fong Chen, he paused for a moment, greeted him with a smile, and said, "Zheng Gu, you're here too." "Just passing by," Fong Chen casually explained, then jokingly scolded, "It's peak hours now, old Ma, instead of driving, you have time to come for a hair wash?" "Balancing work and rest, without washing my hair, how can I have the energy to drive?" Old Ma took the cigarette handed to him by Fong Jia, gave one to Fong Chen, and happily said, "I'm not washing my head. It's Arya's tuition for next spring." "Arya, am I right?" "Old Ma, you're so understanding." Arya rolled her eyes, then dragged him into the inner room and greeted Fong Chen. "Zhang Gui, take your time chatting." The remaining three started discussing their experiences in the skin and flesh business. Fong Chen suggested that since their renovation couldn't keep up, they should improve service quality, broaden their thinking, and diversify development to achieve an organic unity of people and props. Xiaomei agreed, quickly jotting down notes. Soon, a little girl with two small buns on her head walked in from the neighboring Starlight Maternity Supplies store, reciting a poem as she walked. "Sunlight shines on the incense burner, afar I see the waterfall hanging over the front stream." Fong Chen hugged her, rubbed her head, and said, "Xiaohe is reciting her lesson, she's studying diligently." The little girl, dressed in a small floral jacket, blushed when held by Fong Chen, her chubby face turning red instantly. "Yes, this child studies well, she got third place in the midterm exam this time." Fong Jia said with admiration, "If I have a daughter, I hope she's as well behaved as Xiaohe. After working for a few more years, I also want to find an honest man and settle down." Xiaomei sighed beside them. Soon, the lady next door, Zhang Jia, called her daughter for dinner. Zhang Xiaohe broke free from Fong Chen's embrace, ran back home in a flash, then returned holding a porcelain bowl. Fong Chen glanced at the few vegetables and potato shreds in her bowl, discreetly went to the opposite braised dishes shop, bought some spicy rabbit heads, and returned to the entrance of Fong Fong's hair washing room. He picked up a rabbit head, nibbled on it with oil dripping from his mouth. While engrossed in eating, he suddenly heard a sound of someone swallowing saliva. Glancing sideways, he saw Zhang Xiaohe staring at the rabbit head in his hand. When she noticed Fong Chen looking, the little girl quickly looked away. It's delicious." Fong Chen savored the food, praising it with relish. "Uncle Fong Chen, what are you eating?" Zhang Xiaohe asked curiously. "Rabbit head." Zhang Xiaohe didn't understand and asked again, "What's a rabbit head?" "It's the head of a little white rabbit." Zhang Xiaohe was stunned, her eyes reddened, and she started speaking incoherently. "How can you eat bunnies? How can you?" She pouted, almost in tears, until Fong Chen placed a split rabbit head into her bowl. Zhang Xiaohe stopped eating, stared blankly at the food in her bowl, her face contorted into a bitter melon. "Xiaohe, Uncle Fong Chen is teasing you. This isn't a little white rabbit's head, it's the head of a small pig from the mountain, very delicious." Fong Jia smoothly deceived the child. "Really?" Zhang Xiaohe glanced at Fong Chen again, seeing him enjoying the food, she finally made a difficult decision. With a look of resignation, she picked up a piece of the rabbit head and took a bite, paused for a few seconds, then took another bite. Dang dang dang. Zhang Xiaohe ran into his own shop in a flash, then ran out again after a moment, with only one petal of the rabbit head left in his hand. Fong Chen asked, "Is it delicious?" "Delicious." Zhang Xiaohe nodded heavily. Fong Chen mocked, "No wonder you eat so fast, even faster than me." "No way, I shared some with my mom." "Oh, so young and already filial to your mom?" As they spoke, a woman limped out of the neighboring Starglow family planning supplies store. Zhang Xiaohe immediately ran over when she saw her, calling out, "Mom." The woman was Zhang Jia, the owner of the neighboring store, who raised her daughter alone after divorcing her husband. She used to work in a cotton mill before getting injured, and after being laid off, she opened a small family planning supplies store. After deducting the rent, her income was meager, barely enough to make ends meet. Zhang Jia smiled at Fong Chen, pulled her daughter and said, "Don't forget to thank Uncle Fong." "Thank you, Uncle Fong Chen." The little girl's lips were red from the spiciness, smiling with her eyes forming crescent moons. "Goodbye." Fong Chen smiled, greeted them, and left, hearing the mother and daughter chatting behind him. "Mom, what is this?" "It's so delicious. This is spicy rabbit head." Sensing an impending storm, Fong Chen quickened his pace. Watching him walk away, Xiaomei asked in confusion, "Zheng Gui used to make our noses point to the sky, why is he acting so strange today?" "It is quite strange." Fong Jie nodded, "He seems quite friendly today." Fong Chen bought 2 books at the nearby university town, then returned to the club leisurely. As soon as he entered, he bumped into Hong Jia. Seeing him, Hong Jia immediately greeted him gracefully, saying, "Zhang Ge, Mengzi and the others are waiting for you in the Queen's room." Fong Chen nodded, "Okay, I'll go over right away." In the Queen's room, a group of heavily tattooed men and several ladies were playing games. "I haven't been the big brother for many years, I don't like the cold windowsill." Fong Chen's howling voice echoed in the room, with a few younger brothers clapping and cheering beside him. Fong Chen had 8 henchmen under him, known as the 8 Diamond Kings. They were not part of the Blaze gang but temporary workers on the periphery, following only his orders. Although he was ruthless in the past, he had always treated his subordinates well, and several henchmen were quite loyal. Zhang Gu, stop singing, have a feel. Two new D-cup girls intentionally rubbed their chests against his arms, knowing that Fang Chen was in charge of the place. Okay, let me have a feel. Fang Chen grinned and touched their chests, then glanced at the younger brothers in the room. Everyone was having a great time. The most excited was Sang Biao, bare-armed and playing dice and drinking with a lady, cursing non-stop, exuding a thuggish aura. Good acting. Fang Chen silently praised, walked into the bathroom, and turned on the wall light. In the mirror stood a man about 1.8 meters tall, in his mid-20s. He had a moderate build, a rugged and heroic face, not exceptionally handsome but above average. Through his thin shirt, a faint glimpse of a blue dragon tattoo on his right back could be seen, extending from his waist to the back of his neck. Those in the underworld preferred dragon tattoos. The tattoo emphasized a descent. If the dragon extended past the shoulder, it was called an over-the-shoulder dragon, also known as a cross-river dragon. As the saying goes, a fierce dragon does not cross the river, so few people had an over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo, and the previous owner was no exception. Fang Chen didn't care much about tattoos and looks, but one thing really annoyed him. Just after peeing, he had a lingering feeling of incompleteness. What's more terrifying was that his urine split into two streams. Fang Chen was a bit annoyed. The previous owner had been in constant turmoil, even more intense than the Syrian battlefield. And now, the problem had arisen. At just over 20 years old, his prostate was already in a terrible state, worse off than his own body at 40 in his past life. He needed to kill to improve his physique as soon as possible. At the very least, it would make urinating more comfortable in the future. He had no interest in singing, feeling bored after a while, and quietly returned to the office. Closing the door, he opened the safe and found the information on Sang Biao. Sang Biao, real name Feng Jiabiao, 22 years old. Joining experience, a year ago, he was locked up in the same cell as Mangzi for assaulting a police officer, and they got to know each other. 3 months later, they were released together and Sang Biao joined the fire gang through Mangzi's introduction. Personal experience, he dropped out of school in the second year of junior high and has been mingling in society ever since, with several previous convictions for injuring others. Family background, both parents deceased, no wife, no children. Personal evaluation, very skilled, loyal. Fang Chen put down the information, shaking his head with a smile. The information is well compiled, probably by a rookie who just graduated from a police academy, not yet tainted by society, hence more straightforward. He returned the information to the safe and took out a management book he had just bought to read. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Mangzi and Sang Biao pushed the door open, looking serious. Boss, there's trouble at the Emperor's Hall. Lao Lu caught someone selling ice. Selling ice? Absent-mindedly tapping the table, memories of the underworld in this world flashed through Fang Chen's mind. In this era, talents in the martial world were abundant, with various paths in the underworld. 15 or 16-year-old youngsters formed gangs, willing to use knives for just a few virtual coins. Those in construction blocked vehicles at the entrance of construction sites, refusing to supply materials unless their goods were used. There were also those involved in pyramid schemes, fake certificates, and drug trafficking, each occupying their share of the underworld. However, most people were unwilling to touch guns and drugs, both being serious crimes. He never expected to encounter such a tricky situation right after taking over the business of the original owner. Fang Chen closed the book and said, "Go meet him." Sang Biao took the opportunity to glance at the books on the table. The all-English covers left him feeling confused. He recognized the word manage but couldn't make sense of the rest. Heh, putting on airs, Sang Biao sneered. If Fang Chen knew what he was thinking, he would knock some sense into him. In his past life, he had dual master's degrees in management and engineering from a prestigious university, yet here he was being underestimated as illiterate. Besides novels like Son-in-Law of the Dragon King, he had a wide range of knowledge in various fields. The Emperor's Hall was now empty, with a scar-faced man in his 20s tied to a chair. Zhu Laolu stood nearby, watching him with a knife in hand. The three entered the room, and Fang Chen glanced at Zhu Laolu, asking in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" Zhu Laolu pointed at several bags of white crystals packaged in small plastic bags on the table, cursing under his breath. This little brat sneaked into the shop to sell ice, and he happened to sell it to a regular customer, so I and Xiaoqi caught him red-handed. We've searched him, and everything is on the table. Fang Chen picked up one of the plastic bags from the table, feeling its weight, poured out some crystals into his hand, and his expression turned colder. The combined weight of these bags far exceeded 50 grams. Getting caught with this amount meant certain death, and even he would be implicated. He remembered that there had been drug use in the shop before, but it was mostly soft drugs like marijuana and ecstasy, not these hard substances. The currently popular hard drugs on the market fell into three categories: ketamine, heroin, and methamphetamine. Ice belonged to the methamphetamine category. Source text. 76:50. Translated text. The old gangsters with industries wouldn't touch this thing at all. Whoever gets involved will end up dead. Not even the biggest umbrella can protect them. Only some newcomers or desperados would dabble in it. However, Scarface clearly wasn't a newcomer, so his identity was highly suspicious. Fong Chen set down the plastic bag and asked, "Who are you?" Despite being at someone's mercy, Scarface remained remarkably calm and replied, "I'm from the Venom Gang, the Cobra." The crowd's expressions subtly changed. The Venom Gang was a recent underground organization in Shilin City, similar to the bandit villages in past movies and TV shows, making a living from drug trafficking. The gang consisted of desperados who took risks and did what others wouldn't dare. They had money and guns, far more powerful than the Blaze Gang. Seeing a few people looking shocked, Scarface became even more arrogant. He had been caught smuggling in other places before, but as long as he mentioned his affiliation, he always got away unscathed. That was the Venom Gang's confidence. No one dared to provoke desperados. Shao-Chi couldn't stand Scarface's arrogance and tapped his face with the back of a knife. "What's wrong with the Venom Gang? This is Qinghe. Even if you're a small snake, you better behave like a dragon." Fong Chen interrupted Shao-Chi, coldly saying, "The Venom Gang doesn't follow the rules? You dare to smuggle in my territory without even a word?" Scarface, knowing he was in the wrong, pondered for a moment and said, "It was my mistake before. I understand the rules. If you agree, we can cooperate in the future, and I'll share some of the profits with you." Bang! Without warning, Mangzi struck his eye with a sudden blow. "Rules my ass, you only know the rules when caught red-handed." Mangzi was unpredictable, sometimes strict, sometimes free-spirited. When faced with arrogance, he tended to be more unrestrained, just like now. Scarface's right eye turned dark from the hit, grimacing in pain. Despite looking tough on the surface, he glared resentfully at Mangzi, almost ready to attack. "You dare look at me like that, I'll gouge your eyes out." Mangzi was about to strike again when Fong Chen stopped him and instructed Zhu Laolu and the others, "You all leave, I need to talk to him alone." Zhu Laolu thought the boss had a plan and whispered to him, "Boss, this is a thorn in the side of the Public Security Bureau. Getting involved means death. Only the worst scoundrels would do this kind of business. We don't need this trouble." Ignoring Zhu Laolu, Fong Chen sternly ordered, "Get out." The group reluctantly left the room, and Zhu Laolu sighed, remaining silent. Sang Biao walked out of the club expressionless, seething with anger. He felt that Fong Chen had deliberately separated them, indicating a potential interest in cooperation. This scum was getting bolder, dabbling in everything. Inside the room, after the others left, Scarface spoke first, "Boss, I'm willing to take a loss and give up half the profits as compensation for what happened before. By having Fong Chen help with smuggling, his profits might decrease, but so would the risks, making it a fair deal." Fong Chen remained silent, activating the system to detect Scarface's level of wickedness. A black number, 76, appeared above Scarface's head. Exceeding 50 meant black, indicating his crimes far surpassed those of the Blaze Gang. This was the first time Fong Chen had seen a black number in real life. As for people on TV, he had tried, but his skills were useless. Fong Chen felt amused, pinching Scarface's bicep and complimenting, "You're quite strong. Do you work out often?" Scarface felt puzzled but replied with a smile, "I do work out regularly. In our line of work, we need to be fast, and since I only sell and don't use, my physique is definitely stronger than those addicts." "Good, principles are important." Fong Chen praised, took out his phone, and called Shao-Chi, instructing, "Bring a large suitcase over, sturdy and discreet." Scarface's heart sank, suspiciously asking, "What are you planning to do?" Fong Chen grinned, "It's for your next shipment. I purposely got a big one so we can fit more in." Scarface sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow. "I genuinely want to cooperate with you, what's the meaning of this?" Ignoring Scarface, Fong Chen crumpled a tissue from the table and stuffed it into his mouth. After a while, Shao-Chi arrived with a huge suitcase, pushing open the door to the private room, and asked bewildered, "Boss, what do you need this for?" "Knock him out," Fong Chen waved his hand. Scarface, terrified, spat out the tissue, mumbling, "What are you going to do?" Unfortunately, before he could finish, Shao-Chi swiftly knocked him unconscious with a chop of his hand. Fong Chen gestured, "Remove his handcuffs, put him in the box." Shao-Chi stuffed Scarface into the suitcase, questioning, "Boss, what's the plan?" "Dispose of him later," Fong Chen replied. Shao-Chi wheeled the suitcase out, with Fong Chen following, smoking. Passing through the lobby, they didn't encounter Sang Biao and the others. Exiting the club, they lifted the suitcase into Fong Chen's BMW 5 Series trunk. Xiaoqi got into the driver's seat, asking, "Boss, where to?" Chunjiang. Xiaoqi was surprised but remained silent, driving towards the riverbank of Qinghe City. No traffic police were seen along the way. After 20 minutes, the BMW stopped by the deserted Yangtze River. They unloaded the suitcase, and after a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqi asked, "Boss, did you really do it?" "Yes," Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, gazing at the vast river. Xiaoqi expressed concern. The venomous snakes gang is not to be trifled with. If they find out we're involved, they'll seek revenge. People on the streets know not to provoke two kinds of individuals. One being reckless teenagers who would stab you if provoked. The other, more dangerous, are fugitives. The Blaze Gang is a traditional gang involved in illicit activities and construction projects, usually resorting to intimidation with knives. They wouldn't dare provoke drug traffickers who are always at odds with law enforcement. "Maybe we should just scare them and demand ransom?" Xiaoqi suggested. Fang Chen waved it off. "No need. A strong dragon doesn't crush a local snake. These curs are a thorn in the side of law enforcement. Whether they dare come to Qinghe is another matter." Seeing Fang Chen's resolve, Xiaoqi held back his words. He didn't want Fang Chen involved, nor did he want to offend the venomous snakes gang. Feeling conflicted, Fang Chen's actions today puzzled him. Based on their boss's usual approach, he would weigh the risks and not risk angering the venomous snakes gang. Fang Chen's idea was simple: individuals with over 50 points of wickedness are not easy to find. The venomous snakes gang had talent, so instead of searching, it was better to lure them out. "Boss, I was wrong. Spare me. I have money. I'll give it to you." A plea suddenly came from the suitcase. Scarface had regained consciousness and overheard their conversation. Facing death, he struggled desperately inside the box. Fang Chen placed the suitcase on the cement embankment several meters above the river. As Scarface wriggled, the suitcase slowly shifted towards the water. When Fang Chen and Xiaoqi turned around, the suitcase was no longer visible on the embankment. With a loud thud, a suitcase containing a living person plummeted into the river, creating a splash that sank deeper and deeper. The air suddenly fell silent, and the two of them stood still, staring at each other. After a while, Xiaoqi murmured, "Does this count as suicide?" Facing this question, Fang Chen was also at a loss. He originally wanted Xiaoqi to take action to test whether the devouring function required his personal involvement to be effective, but damn it, he ended up being pushed into the river by that damn dog. However, he had no regrets. Killing was not urgent, testing the rules was more important. After a moment, a surge of heat spread throughout his body, and Fang Chen felt a sense of joy. It turned out that this method was effective as well. Based on this, it could be inferred that as long as the person killed was under his command, it should work, expanding the scope of his operations. Fang Chen relaxed his body, adjusting to the surging power that had increased within him, feeling a surge of pride in his chest. He could feel that besides strength, his defense, speed, endurance, even his vision, hearing, and self-healing abilities had undergone significant changes. The enhancement of his physique was comprehensive. Although he hadn't tested it, the intuition deep within him was definitely not wrong. At the same time, on a secluded rooftop 5 kilometers away from the Emperor Club, Sang Biao was reporting to a man in a gray jacket. Today, a member of the Poison Snake Gang came to the club to sell meth. The target individual had a private conversation with him, and I suspect they are planning to cooperate. "Where is the member of the Poison Snake Gang?" The target individual dismissed me midway, and by the time I returned, the member of the Poison Snake Gang had disappeared, along with the target individual. The man in the jacket, with excitement on his face, said, "They probably went to inspect the goods together. This is valuable information. We need to follow this lead and dig deeper." The Poison Snake Gang was a cancer in Shilin City, and the local law enforcement had been trying to eradicate them, but they were too cunning. Single-line contacts, disguises, Morse code, secret signals, they played these tricks skillfully, not inferior to spies from decades ago. Apart from some small fry, the local law enforcement had not even caught any mid-level members, let alone the masterminds behind the scenes. If they could catch them in the act, it would be a great achievement, possibly earning them a second-class merit, or even a first-class one. "Yes, I will do my best. We must bring these scum to justice." The young police officer saluted, speaking firmly and with conviction. His posture was upright, exuding confidence, with a glint of justice in his eyes. However, the gold chain around his neck and his large bald head always seemed a bit out of place. The man in the jacket continued, "We also need to keep a close eye on the Fire Gang. Follow this lead to get acquainted with their higher-ups through the target individual and strive to penetrate their core as soon as possible." Zhang Biao said, "I can't get close to the gang's higher-ups for now, but I will continue to follow this lead." He sighed and added, "Tonight, the target individual humiliated a female college student named Li Jiyun again. Zhang Biao had been undercover next to Fang Chen for over half a year, witnessing too many heinous crimes committed by this criminal organization. However, bound by his mission, he had not been able to bring them to justice, leaving him feeling frustrated and helpless. After a moment of silence, the man lit a cigarette and said, "They will pay for their actions sooner or later. Remember, bringing this gang of criminals to justice is the greatest comfort we can offer to the victims." He patted Zhang Biao on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Keep it up. Once you complete this mission, you can become a full-fledged officer." Fang Chen left the riverbank and returned to the club, parked his car in the parking lot, and chose to walk home to rest. He had bought a 120 square meter 3-bedroom apartment near the Emperor Club, which was a good deal for Fang Chen. The night passed without incident, and the next day, when Zhang Biao pushed open Fang Chen's office door, he found him engrossed in a book. Seeing how absorbed he was, a ridiculous idea suddenly popped into Zhang Biao's mind. Once, and then twice, is this guy really studying? He glanced at the cover of Fang Chen's book and found it was still a management book. Thinking back to what Fang Chen had said yesterday in the taxi, "We need to transform, we need to do big things," Zhang Biao felt a headache coming on. Not afraid of thugs fighting, but afraid of thugs with culture. A thug not wielding a knife but holding a book? This might not be a good thing, the harm to society could even double. However, this guy didn't even finish high school, his foundation is too weak, he definitely won't understand. Thinking this, Zhang Biao breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah Biao, you're here." Fang Chen pulled out a piece of white paper from the drawer and said, "Print 10 copies according to this standard, give one to each brother, and make sure to strictly enforce it." Zhang Biao took the paper, scanned it, and was amazed, unable to close his mouth. He hadn't read the content yet, but this penmanship, bold and powerful, showing extraordinary skill, clearly practiced calligraphy for a long time. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, did you write this?" Fang Chen gave him a look. "If it's not me, could it be you?" Zhang Biao didn't ask further and started browsing the content on the paper. Beyond the font, the content inside left him speechless. There were 10 rules written. Rule 1, no bullying the weak. Rule 2, no forcing good women into prostitution. Rule 3, no drug trafficking. Rule 4, no rape or abduction. After reading all the content, Zhang Biao asked in astonishment, "Boss, what does this mean?" Fang Chen said seriously, "These are the rules I've set, they must be strictly followed." "Boss, we're in the underworld, is this appropriate?" Zhang Biao looked puzzled. He was sent by his superiors to investigate criminal activities in the underworld. Now that the underworld was no longer playing dirty, but instead planning to transform into a spiritual civilization unit, what the hell was there left to investigate? Fang Chen scolded, "Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Why are you so bad, feeling uncomfortable unless you oppress the people every day?" Zhang Biao almost burst out laughing. "I'm a soldier, you're a bandit, who's really oppressing the people?" Fang Chen solemnly said, "As the Buddha said, evil deeds will not go unpunished. The time has not yet come, the causes planted in this life will bear fruit in the next, so we must not only abide by the law but also do good deeds." Hearing his earnest words, Zhang Biao was left dumbfounded on the spot. How did this damn guy suddenly turn to Buddhism again? If he hadn't known him for so long, he might have almost believed it himself. Fang Chen warned, "Since you followed me, you must abide by my rules." "Understood, I will definitely comply," Zhang Biao quickly expressed, but he was pondering what Fang's move meant. First, he had to rule out the possibility of reform. After careful consideration, he suddenly remembered a real case he had seen before. There was a powerful underworld organization called the Reborn Society, advocating righteousness and morality on the surface but engaging in bloody evil deeds in secret. This kind of gang used righteousness to disguise cunning and packaged evil with morality, posing a higher threat than ordinary gangs. Combining Fang Chen's suspicious behavior of reading management books every day, Zhang Biao finally confirmed one fact. His move undoubtedly meant he was really planning to transform, using modern management methods to create a modern underworld organization that excelled in learning, had stronger concealment, and more diversified criminal methods. Seeing him standing still, Fang Chen asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Biao remembered his purpose and said, "Lalu said 3 female college students from the microfinance company couldn't repay their loans. Please go and check it out." Fang Chen then remembered that he had privately opened a Hongtai microfinance company, targeting female college students in the university town. The original plan was to force them to work in clubs through predatory lending, creating a complete industry chain. Currently only in business for a few months and still in the loan phase, it was unexpected that business would come so quickly. Fang Chen closed the book. Let's go take a look together." Hongtai Small Loan Company rented a small office in Xingda Building, just 2 streets away from the Emperor Club. The area was not large, but the business was thriving. They could lend out tens of thousands of loans every month, covering several female college students. So far, they had done business with 13 female students. The loan amount had only one standard: the prettier they were, the higher the amount. When Fang Chen and Sang Biao arrived at the small loan company, Mangzi, Zhulalu, Xiaoqi, and others were already on the scene. 3 young girls stood in a row, looking frightened, being lectured by Zhulalu. Seeing Fang Chen, Zhulalu greeted, "Boss, this batch is good. See if there's anyone you like." Fang Chen nodded, his gaze scanning the 3 girls. Since the 3 of them met the company's loan standards, they were indeed quite good-looking. They all had slender figures and outstanding looks, especially the one in the white sweatshirt in the middle. With a delicate melon seed face, eyes sparkling beneath thick eyelashes, and a well-proportioned figure, she was very attractive. Fang Chen withdrew his gaze, casually sitting on the boss's chair, and asked, "What's the situation?" Zhu Laolu handed over 3 contracts and whispered, "The one on the left is called He Yuan, borrowed 10,000, already repaid 13,000, with a remaining balance of 280,000. The one in the middle is called Su Yao, borrowed 20,000, already repaid 16,000, with a remaining balance of 510,000. The one on the right is called Lin Xiuxue, borrowed 16,000, already repaid 15,000, with a remaining balance of 320,000. Listening to Zhu Lalio's report, Fang Chen felt as if he had heard a cryptic message. How the hell is this interest calculated? Even Huang Shiren would have to bow down and call you ancestors. He took the contracts and flipped through them casually, while Mangzi began the intimidation as usual. "This is a lot of money, how do you plan to repay it?" "He Yuan, you go first." He Yuan looked up at the big man opposite her, trembling. I will repay slowly. Be more specific." I can repay 1,000 a month, is that okay?" He Yuan said pitifully. She estimated that the other party would not agree, but 1,000 a month was already the maximum within her capabilities. She had to work hard and be frugal to barely manage. Mangzi sneered, "Oh, 280,000, and you tell me you can repay 1,000 a month?" He Yuan's body trembled, wanting to retort, but facing this fierce group of people, she had no courage to argue. 280,000 was an astronomical figure for her family, even selling their only house would not solve it. Feeling helpless, she stared blankly out the window. This is the 18th floor, maybe jumping out could end it all? Sang Biao saw her distracted and suddenly slammed the table, shouting, 1,000 a month, what a joke, not even enough for the interest. He felt he had not yet gained Fang Chen's full trust, and now was his chance to show off. His loud shout almost made He Yuan cry. She pouted, tears hanging in her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Fang Chen glanced at Sang Biao and asked, "So, how much do you think is appropriate to repay each month?" After considering for a moment, Sang Biao said, "The little girl is also not easy, let her add a bit. How about 1,200 a month? Boss, what do you think of this proposal?" Fang Chen shook his head with a smile. "I don't think so, Biao, you seem quite kind." Sang Biao's heart skipped a beat, awkwardly smiling, and saying nothing more. Zhu Laolu glared at Sang Biao and interjected, "This repayment plan won't work, it's too slow." He knocked on the table and asked coldly, "Work as a hostess for 3 years, and your debts will be cleared. You will receive a monthly allowance of 1,000. Can you accept that?" Upon hearing this, He Yuan trembled in fear, looking at Zhu Laolu with a terrified expression. Being 18 or 19 years old, they naturally understood what working as a hostess meant. She hesitated, wanting to refuse but dared not. Tears welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face as she started crying uncontrollably. Mengzi slammed the table and scolded, "Stop crying, it's so damn unlucky." Zhu Laolu then turned to the most beautiful girl in the middle, "You owe the most, how do you plan to repay?" Suya whispered, "The interest is too high, I can't afford to repay." "Then go work as a hostess," Zhu Laolu snorted, then turned to the last girl. "Lin Xiuxue, what about you?" "Woo woo, The girl on the far right, the youngest of them all, was so frightened that she couldn't even lift her head. She just clutched her clothes, sobbing softly. Sang Biao saw the expressions of the 3 girls and felt conflicted. Every day as an undercover agent was torment for him. If he didn't stop this behavior, his conscience would not forgive him. But if he did, he might expose himself, undoing all his previous efforts. After much hesitation, he decided to gather evidence and report through someone else, even if it meant exposing himself. The matter of the clues could be dealt with later. The immediate priority was to stop this coercion into prostitution. Seeing the 3 girls all succumb, Zhu Laolu was satisfied and winked at Fang Chen, saying, "Boss, these 3 are not bad. Should we pick one to take back to serve us?" Fang Chen didn't answer. He finally understood where the trick in the contract lay. He picked up the contract and said, "Calculate for them." According to the original annual interest rate of 20%, how much do they still owe, principal and interest included? As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. The men present thought they had misheard. The three girls also looked puzzled, staring blankly at their boss. They had agreed to an annual interest rate of 20% when they borrowed the money. This interest rate was only slightly higher than that of a bank, and they thought this was a loan company similar to a bank. It was only later that they realized the contract had loopholes, and they had fallen into a trap set by a predatory lending company. But why was their boss now reverting the interest rate back to its original state? Hurry up and calculate, Fong Chen tapped the table. Zhu Laolu immediately picked up a calculator and after calculating, said, at this interest rate, Su Yao still owes 5,600, Lin Xiuxua still owes 1,800, He Yuan. What about He Yuan? We actually owe her 1,400. Draw up a new contract and have them repay the remaining amount within a week. Fong Chen tore up the three contracts, then took out 1,400 yuan from the safe and handed it to He Yuan. Looking at the money handed to her, the girl's mind turned to mush. She stood there, not daring to take the money for what seemed like an eternity. This person had pushed her into the abyss, so why was he now pulling her out of it? Was this a trap? What, not satisfied with the interest? Fong Chen frowned. Satisfied. He Yuan nodded quickly, timidly asking, can I go home now? Fong Chen pushed the money into her hand and waved her off. Go, and don't come back next time. He Yuan took the money, trembling, and walked towards the door. 1 step, 2 steps. She wanted to run but didn't dare. Wait. Suddenly, the voice of the boss came from behind. He Yuan's face turned pale with fear, frozen in place, not daring to move, her heart in a panic. Is he going back on his word again? In the future, borrow money from a bank, don't go to small loan companies, Fong Chen advised. I understand, thank you. He Yuan stepped out of the door with light steps, then turned back to bow to Fong Chen. Taking this step, she seemed to step into a new world. The sky was high and the clouds were light, with a gentle breeze brushing past. The cool wind blew on her body, also blowing away the gloom in her heart. Lin Xiuxua quickly left as well, leaving only Su Yao who had not made a statement. Her expression was complex, and she swallowed her words back. Fong Chen furrowed his brows and asked, are you not satisfied with the interest? Su Yao shook her head, wearing a bitter expression. It's not that, I am very satisfied. But my father is hospitalized. I thought it would only cost 20,000 yuan to get him discharged, but who knew that we would need money every day afterwards? I really can't pay it off for now. Fong Chen knocked on the table and solemnly said, you should know what we do. Su Yao felt bitter in her heart. She knew the other party had done their best, and if she had to blame someone, it could only be her family's poverty. No matter how the other party treated her, she had nothing to say. After a moment of contemplation, Fong Chen said, I'll give you 3 choices. First, work as a waitress in my shop, no need to sell your looks. With tips you can earn around 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Second, accompany as a hostess, where customers may get handsy, but the income will be much higher. Third, be a hostess. Whichever you choose, you will be my employee from now on, and the debt can be deducted from your salary slowly. I choose the first option. Su Yao made her choice without hesitation. Her father's hospital fees were over 2,000 yuan a month, and with this income, she could barely make ends meet after paying the fees. She would rather live a bit harder. It was much better than selling herself. From Fong Chen's perspective, it was not a loss either. The shop was already short of waitresses, and Su Yao looked good enough to be more than capable in that role. Thank you. Su Yao also bowed to the group before leaving the office. After Su Yao left, Fong Chen instructed the others. Change the contracts for other clients to match this interest rate. Regarding the nightlife activities, we won't stop voluntary actions, but we will never allow coercion into prostitution. The group of men looked at each other, with Sang Biao looking particularly puzzled. They never expected this villain to actually give up the lucrative deal and even waive the interests of others. Could it be that he was serious about those 10 rules he set? Fong Chen gently probed, asking the men, what are your thoughts on what just happened? Mangzi spoke up first. It felt pretty good, just a waste of money. Sang Biao said, there is an old saying about fearing power without gratitude, but nothing is absolute. In the past, they only feared us but resented us in their hearts. But this time, I can see that they genuinely thanked Brother Zhang and respected him. Fong Chen glanced at him and joked, Ah Biao, I finally discovered that you have the most knowledge among us, speaking eloquently with a set of phrases. Brother, you flatter me, I can't compare to you. Sang Biao flattered on the surface, but secretly sounded an alarm in his heart. This person was becoming more cunning. It would be wise to keep a low profile in the future. However, once knowledge entered his mind, it would inevitably come out unintentionally, as if his mouth had a mind of its own. Some idioms and allusions were just casual remarks to him, but to these rough people, it presented a different scene. He found it hard to grasp this boundary. Zhu Laolu chuckled beside them. Respect won't put food on the table. If we cut off this source of income, our earnings will definitely plummet. Brother, you can't introduce new people to the gang, it won't go down well within the group. Fang Chen sneered, it's just a small amount of money. Rest assured, I have other plans. After a while, our income won't decrease, it might even double. Besides, this money won't last long. Other gangs will follow suit, playing the same tricks. The bigger the tree, the more wind it catches, and continuing like this will easily lead to trouble. Mengzi curiously asked, Brother, what plan are you talking about? You'll find out when the time comes. Fang Chen didn't explain much, revealing a profound and inscrutable expression. In fact, he didn't have much of a plan, as in the underworld, it was all about seizing opportunities. It wasn't exactly robbery, seizing by skill would be a more appropriate term. Sang Biao pondered Fang Chen's words in his heart, and in an instant, he understood his actions today. This bastard must have made a deal with the Snake Gang, preparing to traffic drugs. He didn't want to attract attention, so he let go of that small amount of money. He felt he had overthought it earlier, thinking that this scum would really follow those 10 rules. Not forcing the good to be prostitutes, ridiculous, it was just a strategic retreat. How could the underworld change its ways, and how could a dog stop eating shit? Seeing Sang Biao's changing expressions, Fang Chen couldn't help but tap his head. What are you absent-mindedly thinking about all day? Sang Biao hurriedly explained, nothing, I was just thinking about doubling my income in the future, and got too excited for a moment. Fang Chen didn't expose him either, having an undercover agent like him around wasn't a bad thing. Besides, the two of them were actually quite similar in nature, with fairly aligned goals. Fang Chen was about to leave when the phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, Fang Chen gestured for everyone to leave, then answered the call respectfully, Master Qin. On the other end of the phone was the voice of Qin Lai, the leader of the fire gang. Xiao Zhang, today, the white snake of the snake gang came to me looking for someone, saying they had a brother named Cobra missing in your place? These bastards are quite fast. Fang Chen carefully worded his response, explaining, indeed, a member of the snake gang came to the place last night to sell drugs, and I caught him in the act. But as soon as I knew he was from the snake gang, I let him go immediately. Qin Lai was puzzled, how come the white snake says you killed Cobra? It's a misunderstanding, Master Qin. You know me, I'm not someone who has lost his mind. Why would I provoke the snake gang? Qin Lai also felt puzzled and muttered, I also don't think you would do such a thing, but the white snake's story sounds quite convincing. I gave your number to the white snake, he might call you later. In any case, don't cooperate with them and don't provoke them. Understood. Just as Fang Chen hung up, the phone rang again. The call was from an out-of-town number, and a hoarse voice of a man came through when answered. Is this Fang Chen of the fire gang? Fang Chen asked knowingly, who is this? I am White Snake of the Snake Gang. I don't know you, get lost. Fang Chen hung up with a snap, then added the number to the blacklist. On the other end of the phone, in his secluded villa in Xinghe City, a young man in a black suit with all his hair dyed white angrily smashed his Nokia phone, cursing, damn, the local gang is so rude. Beside him, a man in a black t-shirt picked up the phone and asked, Big brother, what's next? A cold light flashed in Whitehair's eyes, gather all the brothers from Xinghe and go after him tonight. The man asked, should we bring the sprayers? Whitehair looked at his younger brother as if he were an idiot and scolded, joke, do we need weapons when dozens of us are going after one person? Besides, if a gun is involved, the nature of the case changes. The man muttered softly, I'm just afraid the fire gang might have backup. After all, this is Xinghe. You have a point. After some consideration, Whitehair took out a Type 54 pistol from the drawer, commonly known as a Big Black Star. The paint on the gun was severely worn, revealing its gleaming white metal, making it look old, but that didn't affect its lethality. These were the trump cards of the Snake Gang. The local gangs in Xinghe City still used cold weapons like knives and axes. Even if they had firearms, they were just some homemade guns, bird guns, and BB pellets. Unlike their Snake Gang, not to mention handguns, they have plenty of M16s and AK-47s. Thinking of this, Aimal felt endless pride in his heart. Tonight, the Snake Gang is going to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. He wants the local gangs in Xinghe to see what happens when you offend the Snake Gang, starting with that impolite little punk. Fang Chen finished his business at the small loan company and returned to the clubhouse. He had a few relatives in his former home, but he didn't want to contact them for the time being. Late at night, Fang Chen finished reading a book and walked back home. Tap, tap, tap. Just as he reached a crossroads, he suddenly heard a series of orderly footsteps behind him. Intuitively, a strong sense of killing intent hit him. With a quick thought, he swiftly turned into a nearby alley without surveillance. Moments later, Fong Chen. Someone called his name from behind. In the narrow alley without cameras in the early hours of the morning, ordinary people hearing their name being called would instinctively turn around. Those who walked the underworld path would not. However, Fong Chen still abruptly turned around. He saw a group of black-clothed people coming towards him from the east intersection, each holding a machete wrapped in newspapers. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, the sound of a long knife being unsheathed came from the west intersection. Both east and west sides were blocked, with over 20 people on each side. Over 40 people surrounded him from front and back, making escape impossible. In this situation, there was only one way to save himself. He activated the sin value scanning system. The heads of the crowd on both sides were shrouded in darkness, interspersed with sporadic red dots. Most of them had a sin value exceeding 50. Fong Chen stood still and asked, "What do you want from me?" A man in his 30s, wearing a black shirt, stepped out from the west side and stared at Fong Chen, saying, "Daring to call my White Viper gang's phone, your courage is commendable." Fong Chen sneered, "I never answer harassing calls." White Mouse slowly drew a machete from the newspaper and chuckled, "Fong Chen of the Blaze Gang. You talk tough. Let's see if you can keep it up after I knock your head off." Prepared in advance, Fong Chen put on a pair of gloves from his pocket and then pulled out a gleaming dagger. He walked towards the group on the east side and calmly said, "Excuse me, I want to go home." "Get him." With White Mouse's command, the frontmost black-clothed man on the east side widened his eyes and raised his machete to strike. Fong Chen grabbed his wrist, raised his left hand, and swiftly stabbed the dagger into his carotid sinus, then twisted it. Blood sprayed under pressure, and as Fong Chen dodged to the side, he felt a rush of heat in his body. After devouring this black-clothed man, his physical strength increased significantly, feeling much stronger in both power and reflexes. 2 machetes came at him from both sides. In Fong Chen's eyes, it was like a slow-motion movie. He slightly swayed his shoulder, narrowly avoiding the 2 blades. Then, with his left hand holding the dagger, he swiftly sliced the carotid artery of the black-clothed man on the left, then switched the dagger to his right hand and plunged it into the right eye of the black-clothed man on the right in a flash. By now, more people had surrounded him from behind, raising their machetes, creating a pincer attack on Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen had already killed 3 people, in addition to the scar-faced man from before. His strength had increased to at least 700 to 800 pounds, and his hearing and vision had been enhanced to a terrifying level. He suddenly moved his ears, discerning the wind to dodge a blade coming from behind. With an unbelievable speed, his body twisted in place, the dagger piercing the right eye of the black-clothed man behind him, and with a powerful push from his palm, the dagger plunged deep into the eye socket of the black-clothed man. The man behind him was already beyond dead. Fong Chen decisively let go of the dagger and, before the other black-clothed man could get close, knocked the back of the knife away and punched the man in the face. With a powerful and forceful punch as fast as lightning, the man in black had no time to dodge. His face caved in, leaving a gaping hole oozing with blood. The sight was terrifying, prompting the white-haired leader to shout in horror, "Stay sharp, keep your distance." With those words, the 2 groups of people surrounding them immediately began to tactically retreat. But Fong Chen rarely encountered such despicable individuals and couldn't let them go. He stomped the ground and lunged forward, his fist smashing into the nearest black-clothed man's chest. With a loud thud, the man's chest caved in, ribs piercing his heart, instantly ending his life. Like a tiger among wolves, Fong Chen swiftly moved on to the next person, delivering another punch to the chest, creating a gaping hole in their body. He had already taken the lives of nearly 10 people, his strength surpassing a ton when combined. Under such immense power, ordinary weapons were useless against him, even legendary divine weapons couldn't withstand his might. Those who moved slowly were instantly killed by him. The last person couldn't escape and was struck by Fong Chen's hand, causing their head to spin on their neck before collapsing lifeless. Blood sprayed from the neck, reaching half a meter into the sky. Over 20 bodies now lay on the ground. Seeing the others fleeing, Fong Chen picked up a machete from the ground and broke it into several pieces. Using them as hidden weapons, he threw them swiftly. Put! Just as a few of them breathed a sigh of relief for narrowly escaping, the blades pierced their chests, causing immediate death. Bang, bang, bang. Watching from afar, the white-haired man's face turned pale as he suddenly raised his gun and fired 3 shots at Fong Chen. In the city, he had been reluctant to use a gun, fearing he might harm his own brothers, hence the hesitation. But in the blink of an eye, his brothers were all dead or injured. This man's strength had reached an unimaginable level. The white-haired man even doubted if he was human, unsure of what to expect. The bullets came swiftly, but Fong Chen dodged them with a sidestep. An ordinary person's reaction time was about 0. 3 seconds, but Fang Chen's was about 30 to 40 times faster, roughly 0.01 seconds. The bullets from a small caliber handgun traveled at around 400 meters per second. In other words, as long as the distance exceeded 4 meters, he could react in time. He even felt he could catch the bullets with his hands, perhaps even withstand more shots while taking more lives. The tensile strength of human skin was around 1 MPa, while the pressure from a typical handgun bullet was usually around 100 MPa, and a rifle around 300 MPa. In other words, after killing a few hundred more people, not even rifle bullets could penetrate his skin. Stop him! Seeing Fang Chen evade the bullets, the white-haired man was horrified, running and shouting. He had given up on assassinating Fang Chen and only wanted to leave the place in Qinghe as soon as possible. With a thought, Fang Chen covered a distance of 20 meters in a single step, delivering 3 punches in a second, instantly killing 3 people. Satisfying. He revealed a bloodthirsty smile, preferring the feeling of his fists hitting flesh over weapons. Run! The remaining dozen or so black-clothed individuals were petrified, and following the leader's command, they scattered and fled in different directions. The alley was over 500 meters long, with no surveillance, but once they reached the main road, they would be caught on camera. Fang Chen estimated that the people at the front could probably exit the alley within 20 seconds. Time's up. With a powerful charge, Fang Chen, relying on his robust physique, turned the last 5 people on the east side into a pile of flesh within less than 3 seconds. Then, swiftly turning around, he caught up with the black-clothed individuals on the west side in just 3 strides. 5 seconds later, the ground was littered with limbs and arms, leaving only the white-haired man alive. Fang Chen wiped the bloodstains from his gloves on the body of a cloaked figure, sneering, "Didn't you say you were going to take my head off?" Bai Mao swallowed hard, wanting to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Fang Chen didn't give him the chance. "Since you don't have the ability, I'll do it instead." With those words, he punched towards Bai Mao's face. Before the fist even reached him, the force tore through his skin. Put! Fang Chen used skill in this blow, sending Bai Mao flying dozens of meters away. While outwardly he seemed unharmed, inside was chaos. Flesh and blood scattered on the ground, yet he felt no discomfort, clicking his tongue and self-mockingly saying, "Seems a bit twisted, doesn't it?" With his strength surging, his mindset shifted. Perhaps since the day he acquired the system, subconsciously he had already seen himself as the only god in the world. The gloves were now shattered and bloodstained. Fang Chen tucked them back into his pocket, ready to burn them along with his clothes. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. Fang Chen didn't linger, leaping to the nearby 6th-floor rooftop and disappearing in an instant. On the other side, the public security officers who arrived at the sound of gunfire were almost petrified by the scene before them. Even the officers with over a decade of experience had never witnessed such a sight. Countless limbs and body parts were scattered in the narrow alley, resembling a grotesque feast of flesh and blood. Several young officers felt their stomachs churn and couldn't help but vomit against the wall. Captain Jin Xiang of the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau walked up to a cloaked figure with an intact head, examined it, and solemnly said, "There's a snake tattoo on the back, likely a member of the snake gang from Shilin City. Check the other bodies." The other officers checked and confirmed, "Captain Jin, they all have the same tattoo." Jin Xiang stood up and said, "Same attire, same tattoo. The dead should all be from the snake gang." While the case was severe, if all the dead were from the snake gang, the situation wasn't entirely disastrous. Shilin City had already launched several crackdowns on the snake gang, but these individuals usually operated independently, making it hard to eradicate them completely. So, in a way, this incident might even be a good thing. Of course, he wouldn't voice that opinion. Jin Xiang made a call and shortly after, an elderly forensic doctor in a white coat hurried over. Seeing the broken bodies all around, even Wang, a forensic doctor with decades of experience, was stunned for a long moment, unable to help but wonder, "Goodness, is this a terrorist attack? Gang warfare?" Jin Xiang gestured for Wang to quickly survey the scene. The old forensic doctor put on gloves, took out his tools, turned on a flashlight, and began examining the nearest body. After a while, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my! What's wrong?" Jin Xiang asked, puzzled. Wang, the forensic doctor, said in amazement, "The cause of death is too strange. Look at the wound in the chest of this body. There are bridging tissues in the wound cavity, like a blunt force injury, but there are no metal edges, so it doesn't seem like a wound caused by metal. If it's not metal, then what caused this injury? It doesn't look like wood either, there's not a single wood chip." Scratching his head, he was puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he clenched his fist, comparing it to the wound. "It feels like a wound caused by a fist. My hand is a bit small, little Jin, you try." Jin Xiang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this old Wang crazy, saying such nonsensical things? He tried to explain the absurdity of this idea. Do you know how much force and speed it takes to punch through a human body? Even those martial arts experts on TV might not be able to do it. If there really is such a person, they wouldn't be human, they'd be superhuman. Forensic Dr. Wang pursed his lips and said, Jean, as a forensic doctor, do you think I am not aware of these principles? But these wounds do indeed seem to be caused by fists. Moreover, perhaps there really are such people in the world. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they don't exist. I have heard of martial arts experts who can punch through several inches of thick wooden boards. Perhaps they are capable of such feats. Jin Xiang found some truth in his words, pulled him aside, and asked solemnly, how certain are you? More than 90%. We can confirm it once we examine them in the lab. Seeing his confident tone, Jin Xiang's expression became even more grim. Old Wang's professionalism was unquestionable. If such a person did appear in Qinghe, compared to that, the case itself would be insignificant. Jin Xiang glanced at the severed limbs on the ground, his thoughts racing. Is this person righteous or evil? Is he filled with hatred, or simply addicted to killing? After forensic Dr. Wang finished speaking, he went to examine another body. After fiddling for a while, he used tweezers to extract a small piece of fabric fiber from the chest of the corpse. He was immediately excited. Jean, come and see. There are cotton fibers inside the deceased's body. It should be from the killer's gloves. Preserve the evidence. After examining all the bodies, forensic Dr. Wang finally reached a conclusion. It should be the work of one person, using a dagger first, then fists and feet, delivering a fatal blow. The physical fitness must be at least tens of times that of an average person. Jin Xiang frowned and asked, are you suggesting that over 40 people attacked one person, even using firearms, but were ultimately killed by one person? Exactly, forensic Dr. Wang said firmly. What about the footprints and fingerprints on the dagger? There were too many people around, making it impossible to distinguish footprints, and we couldn't find any fingerprints. The killer definitely wore gloves. The killer was clearly prepared, and Jin Xiang didn't hold much hope for the surrounding surveillance. We must determine the cause of death and what exactly led to it, Jin Xiang instructed before reluctantly leaving the alley. By now, outside the cordon, there were already dozens of onlookers, as the common people of Daxia particularly enjoyed spectacles. They would spread news of any fresh incident, gather to watch, and gossip as if they didn't have to work. Even when two old ladies quarreled, they could watch with relish, let alone such a heinous case. And this was late at night. If it were daytime, there would be even more spectators. Watching the crowd chatting and munching on melon seeds, Jin Xiang felt a headache coming on. This is a crime scene, don't you understand? He flashed his badge and asked, did anyone witness the scene just now? The crowd chattered, who would dare to look? There were so many people in black with machetes, there was no time to hide. Jin Xiang's heart skipped a beat and he asked, oh, did you see the people in black? With so many people gathered, someone must have seen something. Did anyone see who was attacked? Jin Xiang asked expectantly. No, they all replied in unison. Jin Xiang sighed. Without eyewitnesses, he would have to check nearby surveillance footage for any suspicious individuals. If the surveillance yielded no results, he would have to investigate their social connections, but it was not easy to probe the social ties of the venomous snake gang members. Fang Chen returned home and calculated his gains for the night. He had killed a total of 47 people, with 4 having a sin value below 50, considered invalid kills. The other 43, disregarding differences in physical fitness, roughly provided him with the strength of 43 times that of an adult male, along with his scarred face and his own abilities. Currently, his physical fitness was approximately 45 times that of an average adult male, with no significant change in weight, likely due to the system's effects. Fang Chen's heart surged with excitement as he punched the air, creating a resounding boom. As the saying goes, a priceless sound cannot be bought with 1,000 pieces of gold. If classified according to the categorization of martial arts novels, he would at least be considered a skilled practitioner, possibly even innate, but he didn't know when the special reward would be activated. Perhaps during the slaying of 100 men, or maybe 1,000? Fang Chen pondered silently. The Public Security Bureau of Qinghe City borrowed several senior forensic experts from the provincial capital to jointly examine the bodies overnight. After several hours of testing, a conclusion was finally reached, confirming forensic Dr. Wang's deduction to be entirely correct. Furthermore, the residual fibers on the gloves were analyzed, but unfortunately, the gloves were just the most common cotton and linen type, making it akin to finding a needle in a haystack from this angle. The next day, in the office of the Public Security Bureau Director, Li, this is the forensic report. It has been confirmed that the wounds on the body were indeed inflicted by human hands, Jin Xiang reported, causing Liang Qingyuan of the Qinghe Public Security Bureau to furrow his brows into a frown. So, are you suggesting that there are superhumans in this world, and that this person is in our Qinghe city? Exactly, just because we haven't seen such a person doesn't mean they don't exist, Jin Xiang repeated forensic Dr. Wang's words. Liang Qingyuan felt that the worldview he had built from childhood had collapsed. He had seen some martial arts experts, and indeed, they were very formidable. But they couldn't possibly take on 40 adult men, especially when some of them were armed, let alone punching through a human body. Could it be that his level was too low, so he didn't know such people? After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What about the progress of the investigation?" Jin Xiang sighed. "It's very difficult. We can't find any witnesses, and it's also challenging to get results from the surrounding surveillance." "Why?" Liang Qingyuan asked angrily. Jin Xiang explained, "The incident took place in Muqiu Lane, where there is no surveillance. The surveillance cameras at the east exit of Muqiu Lane are on Mingwang Avenue, 500 meters away from Muqiu Lane, and the cameras at the west exit are on Huaxi Road, 400 meters away from Muqiu Lane." Jin Xiang was somewhat helpless. Currently, the surveillance in Daxia country only covered some main roads, leaving many blind spots, which made solving the case very difficult for them. Then review the footage from these two surveillance points to investigate suspicious individuals one by one. There are too many. At least a few thousand pedestrians pass by on these two main roads during the time of the incident. Liang Qingyuan slammed the table. "Even if it's difficult, we must investigate. Unless this person can fly, we will definitely find out the truth. I will assign other people to handle the cases you have on hand. Your current task is to spare no effort in finding out who this person really is." "Yes." As Jin Xiang left, Liang Qingyuan furrowed his brows in deep thought. Jin Xiang's political sensitivity was still too low. The appearance of a superhuman in Daxia country was no less significant than an alien landing on a deserted planet. If he could find this person, he might be able to uncover his extraordinary secrets. Even if it was just reporting upwards, it could greatly advance his career. As long as he confirmed it, this person wouldn't be able to escape. Could he be so powerful that he could withstand firearms? Even if he could withstand firearms, could he withstand missiles? At the same time, in Qinghe City's underworld, those with a bit of influence had heard about a serious bloody incident that occurred in Muqiu Lane last night. The well-informed even knew that one of the parties involved in the incident was the Venom Snake Gang. The Venom Snake Gang seemed to be besieging some force, but in the end, not a single person from the other side died, and the Venom Snake Gang suffered heavy losses, with over 40 people completely wiped out. As for who exactly was being besieged, how many people were involved, and if they were armed, not even Jin Xiang knew, let alone them. But one thing was certain, this force was very powerful. To wipe out the entire Venom Snake Gang in Qinghe City without any losses, if that wasn't powerful, then what was? For a moment, the major forces in Qinghe, the Northern Brothers Alliance, the Western Big Knife Gang, and the Eastern Black Dragon Society, were all on edge. Among all the factions, only the Southern City Fire Gang had some vague suspicions. However, these speculations were too far-fetched, and Qin Lai didn't dwell on them. The next day, under a clear sky with a gentle breeze, just as dawn broke, Fang Chen was summoned back home by his mother with a phone call. Their home was located on Siping Street, the urban-rural fringe 20 years ago, now part of the old city area. Taking advantage of the urbanization boom, Fang's mother had built a 6-story self-built house on the rural homestead 20 years ago. It was rented out to some low-income urban and rural residents. Walking into No. 38 Siping Street, Fang saw 3 middle-aged women chatting under the shade in the courtyard. Upon spotting Fang, the leader among them, a woman with permed hair, immediately scowled and snapped, "Come inside with me." The woman was none other than Fang's mother in her previous life, Wang Chuntao, also the landlady of this rental property. Fearless in most situations, Fang had a slight fear of his mother. It was a pretense, for his filial piety was genuine. Even the worst of people had a good side. Following her inside, Fang found a young man in public security attire and a girl of 18 or 19 in the room. They were his previous life's brother, Fang Ping, and sister, Fang Wen. After Wang Chuntao sat down with a stern face, she said, "Tell me, why did you kidnap Xiaoli the other night?" "Which Xiaoli?" Fang asked in confusion, but then remembered that Li Jiyun rented a room in his house, and both families knew each other. The audacity of his previous self to target even acquaintances left Fang exasperated. "Who said I kidnapped her?" Fang wouldn't admit to it, especially since it was his previous self's wrongdoing, not his. People saw it with their own eyes, how can it be false? "You not only kidnapped her but her mother too. What were you planning, to forcefully take women? Do you think we're still in the old society, that you're a landlord? Xiaoli is such a pitiful and sensible child, and you, this beast, dared to lay a hand on her. Wang Chuantao's eyes welled up as she spoke. Fang explained, I just asked her to come out and chat, I didn't bully her. Fang Ping, who had been silent, suddenly said, you should turn yourself in, you need to undergo re-education to repent for your actions. Fang Wen, frowning, added, Jian is my best friend, and you dared to harm her. Second brother, you're truly despicable. Fang was amused by their anger, not showing the same courtesy to his siblings. He retorted, what's this, a family trial? If you don't believe me, bring Li Zhiyun here to confront me. Let's confront then, Fang Wen said, storming out. After Fang Wen left, the old lady resumed her lecture. You only have one choice now, listen to your elder brother and turn yourself in, seek leniency. Fang was furious and about to retort when suddenly footsteps were heard outside. It was Fang Wen bringing Li Zhiyun over. Seeing Li Zhiyun, Wang Chuntao immediately bowed deeply with tears in her eyes. Child, Auntie apologizes to you on behalf of this beast. It's up to you whether to report this to the authorities or not. Li Zhiyun, confused, glanced at Fang inside the house and realized the situation. She quickly helped Wang Chuntao up, saying, Auntie, no, Fang didn't bully me. I know you're afraid of his underworld identity, but I assure you I won't favor him. Look, I even brought his elder brother here. Just say the word, and we'll send him for re-education. Li Zhiyun shook her head, it's true, Big Brother just chatted with me. Both sides claimed it was just a chat, aligning perfectly. Despite Li Zhiyun's earnest words, Wang Chuntao remained somewhat skeptical. Since the victim denied any wrongdoing, there was no point in persisting. Auntie, I have to go now. After bidding farewell to Wang Chuntao, Li Zhiyun turned and left. After she left, Wang Chuntao looked at Fang Chen with suspicion and asked, really nothing happened? Indeed, nothing happened. It's really strange. Nothing strange about it, it's called Stockholm Syndrome, Fang Wen interjected. I minored in psychology in college. Some victims develop emotional attachment to their abusers, even speak up for them. Zhiyun's situation must be due to this reason. Wang Chuntao remarked, emotional attachment, that's good. If you've tarnished a girl's innocence, you owe her an explanation. As long as you leave that Laoshi Laihua gang and turn over a new leaf, I'll discuss your matter with her mother. Zhiyun is not easy. When the time comes, our family will offer a larger betrothal gift. The old lady had strong feudal thoughts, believing that once a woman's chastity was taken, she had to follow the man. He struts around in the underworld, bullying and showing off, quite stylish. You expect him to leave Laoshi Laihua gang, how is that possible? Fang Ping sneered beside them. He had a straightforward personality, abhorring evil. He had long been fed up with this second brother, and if he hadn't caught him committing a crime, he would have sent him to labor camp long ago. I'm leaving, do whatever you want. Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them and went out to have breakfast. On Zhengyang Street, the breakfast stalls had been set up for a long time, with steam rising from the baskets, emitting a rich aroma. Retired elderly people were leisurely enjoying themselves, early risers hurried to work, and sanitation workers in uniforms were diligently cleaning the streets. Sanitation workers were among the hardest working people in society, earning meager wages and doing the most strenuous jobs. Most of them were elderly with no other job options and lacked pension security. However, today there was a strange figure among them, standing out from the rest. An 18 or 19-year-old girl was sweeping the street with a large broom used by sanitation workers. She tied her hair up in a bun for convenience, wore an old blue jacket and faded jeans, and had on a pair of heavily worn white shoes. The girl had a slender figure with graceful curves. Some strands of her long hair were damp with sweat, sticking to her forehead, partially covering her delicate eyebrows. Beneath her watery peach blossom eyes were clear, deep brown pupils, her petite nose glistening with sweat, and her cherry-colored lips shining brightly in the sunlight. Such a beautiful girl working as a sanitation worker on the street inevitably attracted the attention of passers-by, making them turn back to look. Some men who had initially thought of casually littering even took a few extra steps to throw their trash into the bin. Not far from the girl sat a woman in her 40s wearing sanitation worker uniform, bearing some resemblance to the girl. The woman's gaze remained fixed on the girl, exuding a sense of tranquility and contentment. Fang Chen paused, found a breakfast stall selling buns, ordered a bowl of porridge and a few buns, and leisurely watched the girl sweeping the floor. It seemed like the girl had done this before, as she was very skillful, quickly cleaning one side of the road. She then took out a glass bottle wrapped in yarn, tilted her head back, and started drinking water. Not bad, Fang Chen nodded, raising his evaluation of Li Jijun by several notches. Girls of her age, regardless of whether they come from rich or poor families, are at the peak of their vanity. The wealthy compare, the poor conceal. Children from poor families, if they happen to run into their poor parents while out with friends, won't even acknowledge them. How many college students would be willing to put aside their pride and help their mothers sweep the streets in their spare time? Filial piety comes first. Perhaps it was because of this that Lee Ji-jun was judged by the system to have a moral value of -27. Lee Ji-jun didn't see Fong Chen, and Fong Chen didn't disturb her. After finishing the buns, Fong Chen strolled around the city, experiencing the customs and culture of this parallel world. Similar to his past life, after a quick stroll, he didn't find anything new and decided to head back to the club for some rest. Just as he reached the entrance of Starry Birth Supplies, he heard a little girl crying. "No, I didn't." A 6 or 7-year-old girl dashed out of the store, wailing loudly as she ran. Following her was a limping woman scolding the girl. Upon seeing Fong Chen, she forced a smile. "Ah, Zhang, you're here." Fong Chen stopped Jiang Shoa. "What's wrong with the child?" Jiang sighed. "She's disobedient and always causing trouble at school." "I didn't steal, I swear I didn't." Xiaoha leaned forward, her arms raised defensively, assuming a posture ready to argue with her mother at any moment. "You dare talk back." Jiang raised her hand to hit the child, but it hesitated in midair. Fong Chen intervened. "Let the child finish speaking first." Arya and Xiaomei, two early risers, also rushed out from the neighboring store to mediate. Encouraged by the support of the three, Jiang Xiaoha grew bolder and said with a puffed-up face, "Teacher Wang wrongly accused me of stealing money, but I didn't." The child's logic was not very clear, and after rambling for a while, Fong Chen finally understood the situation. This child was 6 years old and attended first grade at the nearby Red Star Elementary School. Yesterday afternoon, she went to her homeroom teacher Wang-Hyphen's office to get some materials, and Wang-Hyphen claimed that 1,500 yuan was missing from her drawer, insisting that Xiaoha had stolen it. Jiang scolded, "How many times have I told you, even if we are poor, we must have integrity and keep our hands clean." Having received little education, she naturally had blind trust and respect for teachers, believing that what they said must be true. "I didn't do it, I swear I didn't." Xiaoha continued to defend herself vigorously. Fong Chen glanced at her with the guilt value system. -7. With a rough idea in mind, he said to Xiaoha, "Uncle can read palmistry. Once I read your palm, I'll know if you stole the money. Are you willing to let me see?" "I am." Xiaoha eagerly extended her hand. Fong Chen pretended to examine it for a while, then patted her head. "I've read your palm, and it turns out you didn't steal." The little girl nodded vigorously, looking pitifully at Fong Chen. The atmosphere gradually calmed down. Just then, someone outside shouted, "Is this Jiang Xiaoha's home?" A plump middle-aged woman stood on the curb, squinting and peering inside. Jiang hurriedly limped out to greet her. "Teacher Wang, why are you here? Please come in." Wang-Hyphen glanced at the sign of the birth supply store, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. This woman really had no sense of propriety. As an educated intellectual, how could she enter such a dirty place? If seen by acquaintances, wouldn't it become a joke? Jiang also realized her mistake and stood by, looking embarrassed. Fong Chen had been keeping an eye on Xiaoha. Since Wang-Hyphen arrived, she had been extremely nervous, subconsciously holding onto her pants. It seemed she was terrified of this teacher. Fong Chen held her hand and said, "Don't be afraid, go explain the situation clearly." "Okay." Xiaoha, with a bit more courage, walked up to Wang-Hyphen, raised her head, and said, "Teacher Wang, I didn't steal the money." Wang-Hyphen remained expressionless, not saying a word. Jiang sensed something amiss and scolded her daughter, "How dare you talk back? The teacher came here just for you." Quickly apologized to the teacher. Wang-Hyphen stepped aside. "This is not about apologizing. You must quickly make up the class fee." Jiang took out a few red bills from her pocket and handed them to Wang-Hyphen, pleading, "I only have 300 yuan on me, and I'll pay the remaining 1,200 tomorrow, is that okay?" Wang-Hyphen took the money with a dark expression. "You must make up for it before 3 p.m. tomorrow, or I will report it to the police if it's overdue." Jiang Jia quickly agreed, calculating in her heart. She had no money left on her, but there was a gold necklace she bought when she got married at home. Selling it could probably fetch around 2,000 yuan. After repaying 1,200, the remaining amount would be given as a gift to teacher Wang, so she wouldn't trouble Xiaohe. Arya raised a doubt. "Did you see Xiaohe stealing the money with your own eyes?" Wang-Hyphen said, "She went to my office yesterday afternoon, and the money went missing afterwards." Arya continued, "Were Xiaohe the only one who went to your office yesterday afternoon?" Jiang Xiaohe counted on her fingers. There was also Li Barui and He Shintong. They would never steal money, Wang-Hyphen said firmly. "Why do you think it was Xiaohe who stole the money when there were 3 people in total?" Xiaomei looked unconvinced. Wang-Hyphen was even more disdainful. Li Barui's family owns a company, and He Shintong's parents are both civil servants. They both have enough money and wouldn't steal. Jiang Jia was shocked. It turned out that Wang Hyphen had only suspected Xiao He based on this point. It seemed she might have wrongly accused the child. Wang Hyphen's meaning was clear: whoever has money is right. Jiang Jia was unwilling but dared not argue, and she used her eyes to stop Xiao Mei. She just wanted to spend money to settle the matter, and quickly said, "I will definitely deliver the money before 3 p.m. tomorrow." Wang Hyphen added, "There is one more thing I need to tell you. Our Red Star Elementary School is the best school in the south of the city, and we will never allow bad elements like thieves to harm the group." This sentence left Jiang Jia at a loss. "Teacher, the child is still young. Can you forgive her this time?" Wang Hyphen ignored her plea and spoke more firmly. "Given Jiang Xiaoyi's situation, it is not suitable for her to continue studying at our school to avoid affecting other students. I will report to the school to expel Jiang Xiaoyi." Hearing that Wang Hyphen wanted to expel Xiaoyi, Jiang Jia was suddenly at a loss. She had sold her ancestral home and, along with the compensation for her injured leg, had managed to buy a house in a good school district, all to provide her daughter with a better education. But now, with just one sentence from Wang Hyphen, her daughter's right to education was being taken away. She glanced at her daughter, Xiaoyi, who was already in tears. Although young, she understood everything. She knew her mother had put in a lot of effort to get her into Red Star Elementary School. If she were expelled, her mother would be very sad. Her father had left, her mother's leg was injured, and she was already in tears every day. She didn't want to make her mother sad again. "Please," begged the teacher. Jiang Jia hurriedly pulled her daughter to kneel down together. "Teacher Wang, please don't expel me." Xiaoyi no longer resisted, bent her legs, and was about to kneel down. "Don't try to play this trick with me. Even if you kowtow 100 times, it's useless. Our school cannot tolerate thieves," Wang Hyphen said before turning and leaving. Suddenly, a mocking voice sounded nearby. "Can a class teacher casually expel a student? Aren't you afraid of being reprimanded? Ask Su Yaoming if he has that authority." Fang Chen originally didn't want to get involved in such matters. This wasn't something that could be easily resolved through violence. After all, Xiaoyi was studying in this woman's class, and offending her would inevitably lead to trouble. But the woman had already made her decision, and the situation was already bad. "Do you know Principal Su?" Wang Hyphen looked surprised, turning back to carefully examine the man who had just spoken. She had thought he was just a client from the neighboring hair salon and hadn't paid much attention. But now, looking at his attire, Armani jacket, Hermes belt, and a Rolex Submariner on his wrist, it was clear he was someone of status, someone she could have an equal conversation with. For Fang Chen, Wang Hyphen didn't dare to be as excessive as she was with the two troublemakers, and her momentum diminished instantly. "Do you want me to let Su Yaoming talk to you?" Fang Chen took out his phone, pretending to dial. Wang Hyphen's expression wasn't very good, waving her hand, "No need." She could tell that this man wasn't just putting on airs, he must have a close relationship with Principal Su. Principal Su was her immediate superior, whom she didn't want to offend but also didn't care much about. Just because her husband was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Principal Su sometimes had to flatter her in return. But they were all just for show. Since the other party knew Principal Su now, there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Wang Hyphen didn't mention expelling Xiaoyi again and left without a word. She won't expel Xiaoyi, but studying in her class will still bring troubles in the future, Fang Chen warned after Wang Hyphen left. Jiang Jia sighed, changing classes is very difficult. Besides, even if she changes to another class, who knows what kind of teacher she will encounter. "I'll make up the money tomorrow, give her a gift." Nowadays, if you don't give gifts to teachers, they will make things difficult for your child everywhere, Fang Chen thought to herself. After deducting 1,200 for selling the necklace, she had 800 yuan left to give Wang Hyphen a 500 yuan gift, leaving 300 yuan for meals, hoping Wang Hyphen wouldn't make things difficult for the child. "Do you know Principal Su?" Xiao Mei asked from the side. Fang Chen explained with a smile, "This old man is a frequent visitor to our club, playing in ways you can't imagine." Xiao Mei sighed, "Why can't we meet such high-end clients?" Arya sneered, "I used to work in the south and served these kinds of people a lot. These refined scoundrels are the hardest to serve, so many tricks and so stingy, not as straightforward as Lao Ma." The group chatted for a while and then talked about Xiaoyi's matter. "I've watched Xiaoyi grow up, she would never steal money," Arya said firmly. Jiang Jia sighed, "How come I don't know my own child? Even if she didn't steal, what can we do? Wang Hyphen is her homeroom teacher. Xiaoyi has to follow her if she wants to go to school. We can't go against her. Even if we win face, we lose substance." Fang Chen remained silent. This was the tragedy of small people, knowing they were wronged, clearly suffering grievances but having to endure. "Auntie Arya, Auntie Xiao Mei, Uncle Fang Chen, I didn't steal the money." Xiaoyi started sulking again. She knew 1,500 yuan was not a small amount for her family. They saved money by eating vegetables and potatoes every day, and they couldn't save up that much in a year. And giving the money would mean admitting to the theft. Jiang Jie squatted down, rubbed her daughter's head. Mom knows you didn't steal, Auntie knows you didn't steal, Uncle knows you didn't steal. Then why did you give Teacher Wang money? Xiao He asked with a sad face. Jiang Jie sighed. Xiao He, from today on, you have to learn a word, compromise. Compromise means making concessions. Sometimes we have to endure even if we suffer losses. Only when we become strong can we forget this word. So you have to be strong and study hard. Why not explain it clearly to Wang hyphen? Arya couldn't help but say. Jiang Jie helplessly said, haven't you seen it just now? This person has a very strong class consciousness, fundamentally looking down on poor people like us. It's impossible to explain things to such people. Fang Chen understood her predicament, said no more, and patted Xiaoyi's head. I'll help you vent your anger later, okay? Okay, pinky promise? Xiaoyi looked at him expectantly, extending her pinky finger. Sure, pinky promise. Fang Chen also extended his pinky finger. I'm leaving. Seeing the matter resolved, Fang Chen prepared to leave. He was very clear about his situation. Currently, he had strength but no power, not even as influential as in his past life. Without transforming strength into power, everything would be difficult. Don't go. Jiang Jie hurriedly stopped him. Ajin, I haven't thanked you for today's help yet. Let me treat you to a meal later. Next time, Fang Chen waved his hand in refusal. How about Xiao Mei and I give you a special treat? Arya suddenly teased. I understand, but I can't handle it physically. Fang Chen coughed and quickly left. Ha ha. Seeing him flee, the two girls burst into laughter. Jiang Jie pretended to be annoyed. You have some nerve, joking with Ajin like that. Don't you know who Ajin is? Arya took over. He's the manager of the Liuwa Gang's Emperor Club. Everyone used to fear him on this street, but Ajin seems to have changed recently. Yeah, I think so too. Ajin must have been possessed by someone, Xiao Mei said astonishingly. She usually liked to read fantasy novels. Her way of thinking was different from others. Nonsense, what are you thinking about all day? Arya also liked to read novels, but she preferred sweet romance stories about powerful CEOs and their cute wives, completely different from Xiao Mei. The two girls played around and soon ended up in a tangle. That night, at the Emperor Club, Fang Chen had just entered the main entrance when he saw Su Yao. She was wearing the red uniform of a waitress, preparing a fruit platter on the coffee table. Fang Chen walked up to her and asked, how's work going? Su Yao looked up, smiled shyly, and suddenly picked up a piece of watermelon with a plastic fork and offered it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a bite of the watermelon and instructed, entertainment venues can be a bit chaotic, but you don't have to pay attention to them. If someone gets handsy, just let me know. I understand, thank you, Ajin. Fang Chen knew that someone like Su Yao would attract unwanted attention in a place like this. She wouldn't know how to handle it, so he decided to take precautions in advance. Fang Chen's rule was that each person had their own role. If guests wanted entertainment, there were professional ladies for that. Waitresses earned money through their work. They were not entertainers. Not to mention Su Yao was brought in by him. Even if it were another waitress, he would never allow such a situation to occur. However, some guests always thought that paying meant they could do whatever they wanted, completely disregarding the rules. Fang Chen walked to the office door and saw Xiao Qi pacing outside, looking like he had been waiting for a while. Seeing Fang Chen, he immediately expressed his concern. Yunga is here, waiting for you in the Emperor's suite. Did he say anything? No, but he looks a bit angry. Probably some snitch causing trouble. I'll go see him later. Fang Chen was indifferent. Xian Xian and Hong Jie were called in by Yunga, Xiao Qi hesitantly said. Xian Xian was Xiao Qi's lover, and being called in by that lecher Han Jun made him very worried. Let's go in together. Fang Chen pushed open the door to the private room and saw a man in his 40s, wearing a white coat, sitting arrogantly on the leather sofa. Hong Jie and a pretty waitress in uniform were serving him on either side. He was eating cherries handed to him by Hong Jie while repeatedly touching Xian Xian's black stockings. Xian Xian felt disgusted but dared not speak up or move her legs away. This man was Han Jun, the leader of the Leopard Hall and the Liuwa gang and Fang Chen's immediate superior. Despite his name containing Jun, he had nothing to do with being handsome. With a round face, prominent brow bones, small eyes, and an ugly appearance, he fancied himself charming and liked to wear light-colored clothes. The power structure of the Liuwa gang was led by the boss Qin Lai, followed by the Dragon, Tiger, Leopard, and Eagle Halls, each with a hall leader, and each hall leader had 3 managers. Fang Chen was one of those managers. As for the subordinates of the managers, they were considered external personnel, and the number was determined by the managers themselves. The wealthy and righteous leaders naturally attract followers. The greatest aspiration of these underlings is to join the fierce fire gang, becoming official members with a fervor that rivals even those studying for civil service exams. Fang Chen entered the private room and greeted, Jun-go, what brings you here? Just passing by, thought I'd drop in for a casual visit. Why, can't I come? Han Jun spoke while caressing Xian Xian's thigh, a look of enjoyment on his face. Xiao Qi and Xian Xian exchanged a glance, a hint of anger in their eyes, but they held it in, daring not to speak out. Fang Chen smiled, of course, you're most welcome. Han Jun glanced at him with a playful expression, heard you've recently started doing good deeds? Fang Chen understood in his heart, indeed, he was here to question him. Someone must have informed Han Jun about him waiving the interest for 3 female university students, most likely his informant, Lu the accountant, placed here by Han Jun. Although Hongtai Microfinance Company was his privately owned business and unrelated to the gang, those female students could generate profits for the gang once they entered the industry, allowing Han Jun to benefit as well. By cutting off his source of income, it was only natural for Han Jun to come seeking answers. Fang Chen pretended ignorance, Jun-go, I don't understand what you mean. How do you explain the situation with Hongtai Loan Company? Han Jun snorted coldly, scaring Red Sister into silence. She held a grape in her hand, too afraid to offer it. Fang Chen shook his head, it's not about doing good deeds, but the Public Security Bureau is cracking down on this area, and I don't want to attract trouble. Han Jun coldly smiled, I promoted you in the first place because of your resourcefulness and ability to handle things. Now you're telling me you don't want trouble, then what use are you to me? Fang Chen squinted, lit a cigarette, and said, the microfinance company is my personal business, how it operates is my personal affair, unrelated to the gang or you. A few days apart, and you dare challenge me? Han Jun glared at Fang Chen, his face darkening. It's not a challenge, Fang Chen flicked the ash off his cigarette, but now please remove your hand from Xian Xian's leg. How daring. Han Jun furiously stood up from the sofa, walked over to Fang Chen in a few steps, and said condescendingly, rebellious brat, do you want to rebel? I'm just reminding you of the rules. Xian Xian is a waitress here, not a hostess. Red Sister needs to train technicians and doesn't have time for you to peel grapes. If you want to break the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Jun was almost amused, raised his hand to strike, and sternly said, you, a disobedient dog, today I'll show you how many eyes the Horse King has. However, in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen used 3 fingers to grip his wrist. Instantly, Han Jun felt as if his arm was being crushed by a tiger's jaws, a bone-crushing sensation, a piercing pain. Let go. Han Jun shouted hoarsely, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. When asking for a favor, ask politely. Fang Chen blew a smoke ring in his face, causing him to tear up. Please, let go. Fang Chen shook his arm, causing him to fall to the ground, and disdainfully said, if you won't speak nicely, you're forcing me to act tough. The people in the room didn't understand what acting tough meant, but the gang leader and others saw it. Red Sister and Xian Xian looked fearful. The fierce fire gang had strict rules, and going against superiors was a major taboo. The gang leader would surely face punishment. Where did he find the courage? Xiao Qi felt grateful but extremely worried. The falling out between the gang leader and the boss was partly due to Xian Xian, which meant it was also for his own sake. If something happened, even if he couldn't win, he couldn't just stand by. Han Jun got up from the ground, glanced at his bruised wrist. Knowing that a hero doesn't suffer immediate losses, he suppressed his anger, keeping it hidden, and refrained from further action. This is Fang Chen's territory, where his subordinates obey him without question. Fang Chen glanced at his evil value system. With 47 points of evil value, killing wouldn't be of much use now, and the timing and circumstances weren't right. According to his research in recent days, evil values could change at any time, and Momo and others had slightly decreased their evil values these days. It wouldn't be too late to act when his value rose above 50. Fang Chen lost interest and waved his hand, get lost, take the accountant surnamed Lu with you. I will report this to Master Qin, we will settle this slowly. After Han Jun finished his tough talk, he left the club without saying another word. When Han Jun left, Momo and the others heard the news and entered the private room, looking worried after learning what had happened. Zhu Laolu was worried, boss, if Master Qin decides to punish you, you might end up with 3 cuts and 6 holes. Xiao Qi stood firm, this started because of me, I will take the punishment for Boss Zhang when the time comes. You are not an official member, why would you take the punishment? Fang Chen shrugged, let it be, we are in the right. If they come at us hard, I'll just leave the fire gang and start a new gang. The next day, at the headquarters of the fire gang. This was a small estate located in the southern outskirts of Qinghe City, covering about 10 acres. It was named Liatuan, fearing that the Public Security Bureau might not know it was the fire gang's stronghold. The estate had pavilions and terraces arranged in a picturesque manner, with willows reflecting in the pond, and 3 villas nestled among the greenery. The largest villa, occupying over 1,000 square meters, was the fire gang's meeting hall and the place for new members to join the gang. As a relatively traditional gang, the fire gang imitated many rituals of the Hong gang, the largest gang in the Great Xia country, with some simplifications. Among the underworld gangs, the Hong gang was the model for others to follow. Qin Lai, the leader of the fire gang, sat majestically in the main seat. He was around 50 years old, wearing a blue retro robe, broad-shouldered, square-faced, with sharp eyes. Han Jun and another young man stood on his left and right. Master Qin, this is the situation. Fang Qin shows no respect, and according to the gang rules, he should receive 3 cuts and 6 holes for his insubordination. Qin Lai did not reply immediately but seemed interested in his injuries, saying, "Raise your hand." Han Jun rolled up his sleeve and lifted his injured right hand with his left, grimacing in pain with just that movement. Qin Lai focused on it and saw that 3 finger marks on his wrist had turned black and purple, indicating a serious injury. "You're saying Fang Qin squeezed you like this with just 3 fingers? "Exactly," Han Jun said bitterly, "this kid is surprisingly strong. Go to the hospital to have your injury checked. I will handle the matter." "Thank you, Master Qin." Han Jun got up and left, but he heard Qin Lai's voice behind him. "Take an X-ray to see if there is any bone damage." Han Jun's heart sank, realizing that Qin Lai might not necessarily care about his injury but was more likely to use it to assess Fang Qin's strength. But this kid wasn't good at fighting before. Han Jun was puzzled. After Han Jun left, Qin Lai asked the young man beside him, "Pujuan, can you do it?" The man was dressed in a short martial arts outfit, looking tough and robust. He was a professional bodyguard hired at a high price, having fought in underground boxing abroad and worked as a mercenary, proficient in Xingyi Quan, Baguazhang, and various firearms, with formidable strength. Pujuan considered for a moment and confidently said, "I can, but ordinary people definitely can't." Qin Lai chuckled and said, "I never expected that my fire gang would hide such a hidden dragon." "Congratulations, Master Qin," Pujuan bowed. "But it remains to be seen if this hidden dragon can be of use to me." Qin Lai continued, "About the incident with the Venom gang the other night, is there any possibility?" "It's impossible. The actions of the Venom Snake gang are said to be the work of a legendary Superman. If Fang Qin had such strength, how could he willingly serve as a mere steward in the Blaze gang?" Pei Jun's tone was decisive. "In a few days, when you join the gang and open the incense hall, test his depth." Yes. Fang Qin knew that Han Jun wanted to retaliate against him, but he didn't care at all. For Qin Lai, whoever was more valuable, he would favor. By deliberately revealing his skills, he aimed to prove that his value was greater than Han Jun's, and Qin Lai would make the choice. That night, as Fang Qin arrived at the club, he overheard a group of technicians gossiping in the corridor. What a well-behaved child. How could someone so young be so desperate as to jump off a building? Who jumped off? Fang Qin curiously asked. A technician named Xiao Man replied, "Xiao He from the Starlight Family Planning Supply Store jumped off." "Is he dead?" Fang Qin asked hastily. "Not dead, jumped from the 3rd floor, now at the municipal hospital." Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief, turned and headed towards the door, followed by several technicians and others. "Are you all going too?" Fang Qin asked. "Neighbors next door, we're going to see if they need any help," Red Sister replied. "All right, Mangzi and Red Sister, you ride in my car, the rest in Laolu's car. Wait for me, I'll go to the office to get something first." Fang Qin went to the computer to record some data before leaving with the others. In the orthopedic department of Qinghe Municipal Hospital, Xiao He had already woken up, wearing a non-invasive ventilator, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the adults, his mouth moving incessantly. Arya couldn't help but sigh, "You silly child, why are you so foolish? Classmates said I was a thief. Teacher Wang asked me to make a public apology in front of the whole school, and threatened to call the police on me. She even said I was a fatherless wild girl. Didn't you say you'd give her the money? Why is this woman still relentless, taking it out on a child?" Xiao Mei said indignantly. "The money hasn't been handed over yet, she's deliberately putting pressure on him." Fang Jia, unable to bear children, saw Xiao He as her goddaughter. After learning about the situation, she was also furious. A deep sense of self-blame lingered in Zhang Jia's heart. This child had always been exceptionally well-behaved but also stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull him back. Last night, she should have borrowed money and sent it to Wang Haifen's house. Maybe then she wouldn't have harassed the child early in the morning, and the child wouldn't have jumped off the building. She couldn't understand why Wang Haifen still made things difficult for the child when they had agreed to deliver the money before 3 p.m. today. At this moment, the attending Dr. Wu walked in with a CT scan and said gravely, "The situation is not optimistic. The patient's right leg has suffered severe damage to the local bones and soft tissues, requiring immediate surgery for repair. If the femoral head necrosis sets in, it will be troublesome. With immediate surgery, there's a 60% chance of recovery. Jiang Jie trembled and asked, "What if he can't recover?" Dr. Wu glanced at her leg and sighed, "Similar to you." Jiang Jie asked in a trembling voice, "Doctor, how much will it cost approximately?" "The surgery and postoperative recovery costs will be around 60,000 yuan. Jiang Jie was almost paralyzed with fear. Last year, in order for her child to attend school, she used her work injury compensation and the money from selling the ancestral home to buy a house in a good school district. The shop didn't make any money, and even the 1,200 yuan she had prepared to compensate Wang Hyphen was raised by selling her wedding gold necklace. For a moment, she couldn't come up with 60,000 yuan. Even if she sold the house, it wouldn't be that quick. Xiaomei hurriedly asked, "What does the school say? Aren't they responsible?" Jiang Jie shook her head. "The school says Xiaodi didn't jump off at school, so it's not their responsibility." "How can it not be their responsibility? If it weren't for that old hag Wang Hyphen falsely accusing Xiaodi, how could he have jumped off?" Xiaomei was furious. "We must find a way to treat the child, no matter how much it costs." Fang Jie handed over a folded note. "I still have 5,000 yuan here, you can use it first." Xiaomei and Area also handed over 2 bank cards each, both with 2,000 yuan. Lao Shanghao from Area, and Lama, the taxi driver, also arrived. It was Lama who drove and brought Xiaowei when she was injured. He hesitated beside them, looking somewhat embarrassed. "I usually give all my taxi money to my wife. I only have about 500 yuan here, which I saved up to buy cigarettes. Take it all." Then he took out a wad of money from his pocket, some loose bills, some in stacks, without counting, and handed it all to Jiang Jie. Jiang Jie didn't take the money, limping as she walked out, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, I'll go home and sell the house." "Jiang Jie, even if you sell the house now, it won't be in time," Area shouted from behind. "Sell it cheap, as long as it covers the surgery costs," Jiang Jie said firmly. She was unwilling to sell the house, but the money was hard-earned. Area earned 20 yuan per client, Lama earned 5 yuan per ride. How could she take that money? Besides, even if they wanted to help, the money was far from enough. Where could they find the missing 50,000 yuan? "Mom, I don't want treatment anymore. Please don't sell the house," Xiaoyi's weak voice came from the sickbed. Witnessing this scene, Dr. Wu couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there was only one disease, and that was poverty. The wealthy could afford expensive treatments daily, while the poor couldn't even afford a leg for a few thousand yuan. Despite his willingness to help, he was powerless. Each hospital had its own rules. Moreover, tragedies were everywhere in this world, and he alone couldn't help much. He could see that these people were not engaged in legitimate professions, and their financial situations were not good, but their mutual assistance from the lower strata of society touched him deeply. Dr. Wu sighed and reminded, "The sooner the surgery, the better. The longer it's delayed, the lower the success rate." Jiang Jie nodded, "I understand, thank you, doctor. Area, please look after Xiaowei for me. I'll go home and sell the house now." She stumbled out the door and coincidentally ran into Fangchen and his group. "Brother Zhang, Sister Hong, you're here." Jiang Jie forced a smile and greeted them. Sister Hong didn't say a word, took out 10,000 yuan she had just withdrawn from her pocket, and placed it in Jiang Jie's hand. "I usually spend money recklessly, this is all I have." The others also took out the money they had just withdrawn from their pockets and handed it over, some giving 3 to 5,000, others 7 to 800. Jiang Jie looked at the hands reaching out to her, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had endured hardships since childhood, her inner strength far greater than most. Even when she learned about Xiaoyi's suicide attempt, she didn't cry. However, at this moment, she couldn't stop her tears. Sister Hong seemed to see through her heart and joked, "This money is for emergencies, not to make you rich. Besides, you have a house in a good school district, you can't run away from that. But selling the house can't be rushed, or you won't get a good price," Fangchen said. "Jiang Jie, how much more do you need?" Jiang Jie took the money from everyone, including the 2,000 yuan she had just sold her necklace for, and counted it all up. "In total, there's 38,000, still a little over 20,000 owed. I'll cover the rest, here's 30,000, Fangchen took out 3 stacks of money from his wallet and placed them on the table. "You won't need that much," Jiang Jie shook her head repeatedly. "Any excess can be returned, let's go pay now." Fangchen waved his hand. Jiang Jie didn't rush to pay, she borrowed a piece of paper and a pen from a nurse, and meticulously recorded the borrowed money from everyone. "Once Xiaoyi's surgery is over, I'll sell the house and repay you all immediately." After finishing the accounts, Jiang Jie suddenly bent her legs, as if about to kneel down. Fang Chen stopped her, saying, "You don't need to sell the house, someone will step in with the money when the time comes." Zhang Biao had just taken out his savings of 1,500 yuan, feeling a mix of emotions beside him. No matter how bad these gangsters usually were, how wild these delinquents were, at this moment, they had nothing to say. Fang Chen walked to the bedside, looking at the little girl covered in bandages, and asked, "Shouty, does it hurt?" "Yes. When you get better, Uncle will take you to the amusement park, okay?" "Okay, thank you, Uncle." Fang Chen walked out of the ward, took out his phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and said, "Principal Su." "Mr. Fang, what's the matter with my call?" A cheerful male voice came from the phone. "A teacher named Wang at your school wrongly accused my niece of stealing money. Now my niece has jumped off a building. Don't you need to explain?" Fang Chen got straight to the point, speaking bluntly. Hearing this, Su Yaoming was furious. Calling Fang Mr. Fang was to give face to the Liuwa gang. When did a principal of a primary school have to bow down to a little punk like him? But he thought again, Fang Chen was well connected in the underworld, so he couldn't openly offend him. Su Yaoming suppressed his anger and said, "Wang-Hyphen's husband is the deputy director of the Education Bureau. I don't have the power to deal with him." Fang Chen sneered, "If you, as a principal, can't control your staff, you are useless. You better go home now." Su Yaoming was furious and no longer polite. "Your niece is Jiang Xiaohua from class 3 of grade 2, right? I know about her jumping off the building this morning. I can tell you clearly that because the incident did not occur at our Hongxing primary school, according to relevant laws, the school is not liable for negligence. Technically, we don't need to take any responsibility. However, out of humanitarianism, we can offer Jiang Xiaohua 2,000 yuan as economic compensation, which is already more than enough. Fang Chen, you need to understand one thing. The root of this incident is your school's Wang falsely accusing my niece of stealing money. Whether she stole the money or not, no one can be sure. If Mr. Fang believes that your niece has been wronged, I suggest you report it to the police." "Very well." Fang Chen hung up the phone, searched through his phone for a while, and sent a multimedia message to his phone. The video was copied from the computer before he left, showing an exciting moment of Su Yaoming spending time at the shop. It wasn't too serious, but enough to get him fired and detained for a few days. Principals of his level were already under the surveillance of the Liuwa gang, but only at the periphery. After half a minute, Su Yaoming called back, sounding a bit flustered, "Mr. Fang, this is not fair of you." Unconsciously, he switched from you to Mr. Fang in his speech. Fang Chen coldly said, "You have 1 hour to bring that woman named Wang to the municipal hospital. Whether you come or not, it's up to you." Fang Chen had anticipated Su Yaoming's reaction, so he deliberately copied the evidence before leaving. This would damage the reputation of the Liuwa gang, but Fang Chen didn't care about their reputation. Moreover, as long as Su Yaoming wasn't a fool, he wouldn't spread it around and would just accept his misfortune. Having been in the business world for many years in his past life, Fang Chen had some understanding of human nature. Between a gangster and the wife of the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Su Yaoming choosing the latter was not a problem at all. His former self and his subordinates only bullied ordinary people like Li Jijun, but when it came to Su Yaoming, a slightly influential principal, they couldn't easily handle it. With Su Yaoming's position, he could already exchange resources with some powerful figures. Just attending Hongxing Primary School would give him some respect from the parents of the students. As the saying goes, when you go out, you have to consider your background and power. Being tough is useless without any real power. Fang Chen didn't know who said this, but it was an undeniable truth. But ultimately, it was because his power level was not high enough. Furthermore, using force for killing is just the most basic means. Its essence is also a kind of resource, and a scarce one at that. Fang Chen entered the ward and pulled Lao Lu aside, saying, "Red Star Elementary School, grade 2 class 3 homeroom teacher Wang find out where her family lives and what the situation is." Lao Lu immediately revealed a cruel, bloodthirsty smile, "I guarantee the mission will be completed." In the ward, Sister Jiang had already paid the fees, and the surgery was scheduled for tomorrow morning. Hong Jia and the others were furious after hearing the reasons, with Mangzi even saying she would break Wang-Hyphen's legs, but Fang Chen and Sang Biao stopped her. Fang Chen had made arrangements, while Sang Biao felt they should report it to the police station for handling. The others sneered at Sang Biao's suggestion, believing that reporting such matters would be useless. 20 minutes later, Fang Chen didn't wait for Su Yaoming but instead encountered the furious Wang-Hyphen. Wang-Hyphen pushed open the ward door arrogantly, ignoring the group of gangsters inside. She immediately asked Sister Jiang, "It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, have you gathered the remaining 1,200 yuan?" "You're asking for trouble," Mangzi said, glaring at her. Wang Hyphen glanced at the fierce-looking Mangzi without fear. What, are gangsters so great? If you dare touch me, I'll have you eating prison food with all the surveillance cameras around here. Mangzi, impulsive as ever, raised her hand to slap Wang Hyphen, but Zhu Laolu stopped her halfway. Zhu Laolu pulled her aside and whispered, "Don't do anything here, it's meaningless if it doesn't hurt." "Want to play big?" Mangzi grinned. "Of course," Zhu Laolu replied. At this point, Sister Jiang had already paid the money, with a few thousand yuan left in her hand. She looked coldly at Wang Hyphen, showing no intention of giving her any money. Her daughter was injured like this, and she would never compromise again. Wang Hyphen glared at Sister Jiang and sneered, "Are you planning to skip out on the bill?" Dr. Wu on the scene also knew the situation and couldn't help but interject, "This teacher, I think this child is quite well behaved and wouldn't steal money." Wang Hyphen glanced at his name tag on his chest, Dr. Wu Guomin, Chief Physician of the Orthopedics Department at Qinghe City Hospital. She changed her tone immediately and said, "Dr. Wu, you don't understand these people's ways, they are capable of anything. They steal needles when young and gold when older. If not educated early, they'll end up in jail." Dr. Wu pondered for a moment and said, "As a teacher, you should set a good example and not judge people with colored glasses." Wang Hyphen immediately became unhappy and spoke more bluntly, "Who's judging with colored glasses? I'm just stating the facts. If you don't know the situation, then keep quiet." After speaking, she looked at Sister Jiang and threatened, "If you don't pay up, I'll call the police." "No need for you to call, I'll do it myself," Sister Jiang said, pressing the dial button. After making the call, Sister Jiang said coldly, "The security officer will be here soon, just wait." Wang Hyphen, unwilling to show weakness, snorted, "Humph, we'll see." 2 minutes later, instead of the security officer, they were met by the principal of Red Star Elementary School, Su Yaoming, and Su Hongqi, the math teacher of Jiang Xiaohe. Su Hongqi and Wang Hyphen shared an office and were also involved in this incident. The two entered the ward, with Su Hongqi looking ashamed as he bowed to Sister Jiang as soon as he came in. "I'm sorry, due to my and Wang Hyphen's negligence, the money fell into the desk drawer and was just found. Not a single cent is missing." Wang Hyphen's heart sank, her face instantly filled with unbearable embarrassment, though inside, she was seething with hatred. "Is this Su Hongqi an idiot? He found the money and didn't even bother to inform me." After speaking, Su Hongqi walked over to Jiang Xiaohe's bed and also bowed. "Xiao He, because of the teacher's carelessness, you have suffered injustice. The teacher apologizes to you. You are not a thief, you are a good child." "Woo woo, I didn't steal the money." Jiang Xiaohe finally waited for this moment, and instantly burst into tears. These past few days, her classmates have been pointing fingers at her, calling her a thief. She couldn't bear the accusations and didn't know how to prove her innocence. Later, she thought of jumping off the building to prove her innocence through death. But even if she showed her determination through death, Teacher Wang still didn't believe her and insisted on asking her mother for money. Her mother had no money left. She saw her mother take out the gold necklace hidden in the cabinet last night. Her mother said to sell the gold necklace and give the money to the teacher. But she didn't steal the money, why should she sell her mother's necklace? She couldn't understand. Jiang Xiaohe cried loudly, tears flowing incessantly, as if trying to release all the grievances she had suffered these days through tears. "Go apologize quickly." Su Yaoming pulled the reluctant Wang Hyphen to the bedside. Before they could speak, they were interrupted by Dr. Wu. "Get out, don't disturb the patient's rest." Dr. Wu's voice was cold, his expression full of disgust. "Those who are teachers should prioritize moral integrity. Those without integrity are not worthy of being teachers." Dr. Wu seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to have a hidden meaning. Wang Hyphen was furious, silently cursing in her heart, "Old man, so fond of meddling, aren't you afraid your son will be useless?" After estimating Dr. Wu's age, she changed it in her mind to, "Your grandson will be useless." Everyone was chased out to the corridor by Dr. Wu. Arya asked the people from Hongqing Elementary School, "So, how are we going to handle this?" Su Yaoming carefully said, "The responsibility for this matter lies with our teacher, so Hongqing Elementary School is willing to bear all expenses for Jiang Xiaohe's hospitalization." At the same time, based on Wang Hyphen's subjective error, after discussion by the Hongqing Elementary School Party Committee, it has been decided to suspend Wang Hyphen from her position. "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Su Yaoming looked at Zhang Jie. "Not satisfied. A light suspension won't solve the problem. How naive." Before Zhang Jie could speak, Arya immediately started shouting. Wang Hyphen was instantly furious, hands on hips, scolding, "I'm discussing with Jiang Xiaohe's parents, what's it to do with you?" She felt extremely aggrieved. Jiang Xiaohe was just injured, not dead. She had already apologized and been suspended from her job, yet these people were still relentless, which was truly despicable. She is Xiaoyi's aunt, her opinion is my opinion. Jiang Jia explained. She had made up her mind. She had been weak and compromising all her life, but today she would not back down. So what do you want? Do you want to force me to resign? Wang sneered. Xiaomei interjected. People like you can only clear your guilt by going to jail. Wang scoffed. Ridiculous, I didn't push her down the stairs, I didn't break the law, why should I go to jail? Xiaomei was about to retort when several security officers approached, with the lead officer asking, are you the ones who reported the case? I reported it. Jiang Jia nodded, recounting the incident in full, without any embellishments. After hearing the account, the security officers' faces turned grim. A female security officer, her face livid with anger, coldly said to Wang, people like you infiltrating the teaching profession are a disgrace to the education sector. Who are you scolding? What's your badge number? I'll report you. Wang, as the wife of the deputy director, was not someone to be trifled with, immediately standing her ground. Xiaohu, watch your words. Another security officer reminded in a low voice. The female security officer fell silent and asked Jiang Jia, what are your demands? In this situation, do you think she should go to jail? Arya spoke in place of Jiang Jia. The female law enforcement officer and her colleagues exchanged glances, shaking their heads helplessly. Several law enforcement officers left in frustration. They couldn't punish Wang and could only condemn her morally. Wang emerged victorious, strutting around like a triumphant rooster. Just as she was about to boast, Fang Chen's words extinguished her enthusiasm in an instant. Refusing to repay 300 yuan? Who cares about your money? Wang slapped 300 yuan into Jiang Jie's hand and turned to leave. At that moment, Xiaomei couldn't help but curse, you shameless old hag. Who are you cursing, you little slut? Wang retorted without backing down. Arya whispered to Xiaomei, your insults lack impact, watch me. She approached Wang and uttered a shocking insult. Fat head. After saying this, she quickly retreated. Suddenly, the air in the hospital became heavy, all sounds seemed to vanish, leaving only the heavy breathing of Wang. When you call a 40-year-old woman a slut, she might not get angry. Call her a fox spirit, and she might laugh, praising your discernment. But if you call a naturally overweight woman fathead, most women would throw rationality aside and confront you. In the corridor, Wang face turned terrifyingly dark, her obese face contorted like a patched-up giant. She rushed towards Arya, raising her hand as if to strike her. Halfway there, she suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud, landing face first. Zhu Laolu retracted his foot, calmly dusting off the dirt. Wang bruised and swollen, gritted her teeth, surprisingly calm. Outnumbered, she couldn't act. A hero doesn't suffer losses. This spectacle left Su Yaoming extremely helpless. He pulled Feng Chen aside and said, Feng, this is the best outcome I could achieve. I really have no other way. Although Wang is a troublemaker, her husband is the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Nye Daiguan. She has the authority to choose teachers in all the city's primary and secondary schools. Even if I dismiss her, it won't make a difference. Feng Chen understood his predicament and whispered, first settle the child's hospital expenses, we'll deal with the rest later. Su Yaoming immediately pledged, I'll take care of it. Besides medical expenses, I'll also contribute an additional 20,000 yuan for mental anguish. Also, I brought Su Hongqi here. Otherwise, if he informs Wang that the money has been found, she will surely make him keep this matter secret, and little He's injustice will never be cleared. You handled this well, I'll give you the video later. Thank you, Feng. Su Yaoming, initially arrogant but now humble, had done a good deed, albeit due to the indecent video. Without this crucial step, little He's injustice would persist, and even the success rate of the surgery might have been affected by her mood. As Wang got up from the ground, her gaze swept over everyone, threatening, whoever tripped me intentionally earlier, I will find them through surveillance and send them to jail. The surveillance is broken, a nearby beautiful nurse said. You're lying, how could the hospital's surveillance be broken? Wang glared at her with fury in her eyes. You're not a law enforcement officer, you can't just order surveillance. Is the hospital your family's property? The nurse dismissed her with a wave of her hand, indifferent. Her father was the deputy director, she had nothing to fear. Wang clenched her fists, feeling both aggrieved and angry at being ganged up on. She memorized the faces of these people one by one. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Once this matter settles down, I must retaliate one by one. At that moment, Zhu Laolu walked up to Wang with his chest puffed out, looking down at her. Fatty, it was me. So what? Glancing at the tattoo on Zhu Laolu's chest, Wang remained silent. She was a smart person who never suffered losses. Once she left this place, she would report the incident and wait for the payback. Oof. She snorted coldly and was about to leave when suddenly a group of journalists carrying cameras and microphones rushed towards them. Seeing this, Wang knew they were here for Jiang Xiuha's incident, most likely to interview her. She felt a bit annoyed but remained composed. The lead female journalist from the provincial newspaper thrust the microphone towards her face. "Are you Wang?" Wang replied coldly, "Yes, what's the matter?" The journalist asked, "Why did you accuse a 6-year-old child of stealing money without any evidence?" No comment. Wang refused the interview, her face cold as she tried to leave. She wasn't afraid of interviews, just not in the mood. After falling earlier, her face was not camera-ready. Zhu Laolu and Xiao Qi immediately blocked her way. "Don't leave, it's an interview. Why are you leaving?" "There's nothing to say." Wang avoided the camera, speaking firmly. "We will blur your face," the journalist reassured her. Wang nodded. "Fine, let's clarify some things." The journalist signaled the assistant to start filming and bluntly asked, "We know the situation. You accuse 3 children of stealing money, specifically Jiang Xiuha. As a teacher, why did you judge students based on their family background?" Wang explained, "I may have been hasty, but I believe I was not wrong. As for judging based on family background, it's logical deduction. In this society, don't you consider people's economic status and education level when interacting with them? Banks even have VIP lanes for wealthy clients. Why don't you question the bank's differential treatment?" The journalist was speechless and changed the subject. "As a teacher, have you ever thought about treating students fairly?" Wang scoffed, "Don't lead me on. As a teacher and a person, it's normal to have preferences. Do you not prefer to befriend higher-class individuals rather than lower-quality people?" The journalist continued, "But you were proven wrong. The truth came out, and the money was not stolen. Have you considered resigning due to this incident?" "I have never thought about it. I haven't broken the law or made a mistake. Why should I resign? If I'm wrong, let the law judge me. You have no right to interfere." Wang confident response left the journalist speechless and shocked the onlookers. Fang Chen glanced at her through the system, her guilt level at 38. Truly impressive. After speaking, Wang left proudly. The journalist was sent by Jiang Jie through a friend, as she had planned ahead since her daughter's suicide. However, Wang was unapologetic and had her own twisted logic, unafraid of public opinion. Su Yaming quickly arranged for the funds, and Jiang Jie returned the money to everyone, but Fang Chen was not entirely satisfied. School funds were public resources, taxpayers' money. Why should the wrongdoer foot the bill? This was unreasonable. Wang made such a big mistake, yet only faced such a light punishment, which is unreasonable. Unreasonable things must be corrected by the system. Perhaps this is the meaning of the system's existence, Fang Chen thought to himself. The next day, there was news on the Tianya forum about the 6-year-old girl jumping off a building. The complete details of the incident were exposed, including Wang-Hyphen's interviews, which were converted into text and posted online. Surprisingly, the internet was not entirely condemning Wang-Hyphen. There was actually a small group of netizens who thought she was straightforward in her speech, and that was the truth. Society is inherently divided into different classes, and Wang-Hyphen simply expressed her thoughts and put them into action, which is not a problem. Of course, this viewpoint only represents a small group of selfish individuals. Most netizens were furious about the incident, with some spontaneously launching relentless attacks on Wang-Hyphen. Education and children's issues have always been the focus of public opinion, and this incident involved millions of families. In just half a day, the internet was already in an uproar. Nie Daiguang also saw the related reports. When he returned home, he sat silently on the sofa, his face as dark as an unbroken storm cloud. Wang-Hyphen was arrogant outside, but at home, she was a typical good wife and mother, filial to her in-laws, and kept the house in order. She was well aware that everything she had was brought by her husband. This was one of the reasons why Nie Daiguang endured this plump woman and did not divorce her. The main reason, of course, was for his career. Although marital problems were not a big deal, they could inevitably give leaders an impression of instability. Normally insignificant, but at critical moments when superiors decide who to burden, it could be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Nie Daiguang looked at the full table of food but had no appetite. His wife's arrogant behavior outside had already affected his career. This was his sore spot, and he would not allow it. "Daiguang, I was wrong." Wang-Hyphen realized her husband's bad mood and quickly apologized. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Nie Daiguang snorted, half smiling, and asked. "I shouldn't have been so hasty, mistakenly thinking that Jiang Xiuha stole the money, which led to her jumping off the building and giving others a handle." Nie Daiguang shook his head. "That's just the reason, not the point."
Wang thought for a moment and said, I shouldn't have accepted the interview, which further fueled public opinion. That's not the point either. Whether you accept the interview or not, this matter would have escalated. You can't contain a fire with paper. Nia Daiguang couldn't help but chuckle. You still don't know where the point lies. You really are beyond help. Then teach me, Wang pouted, waiting for her husband to enlighten her. Nia Daiguang felt a bit disgusted, didn't reply, and turned to teach his son, Nia Zifeng. Zifeng, you teach your mom. Nia Zifeng was his only son, 16 years old this year, just starting his second year of high school, intelligent, obedient, and sensible. Although Nia Daiguang didn't like the yellow-faced woman at home, he valued this son very much. This was another important reason why he had not divorced the yellow-faced woman at home. Everything was for the sake of the child. Seeing his father intending to teach him, Nia Zifeng confidently said, the key is to thoroughly establish the evidence of Jiang Xiuhe's theft. There were only you and Teacher Su in the office. If Teacher Su hadn't revealed the truth at the hospital, who would have known that you eventually found the money? As long as this truth is not exposed, this matter will always be a mess, and Jiang Xiuhe will always carry the label of theft. If it were me, upon learning that Jiang Xiuhe had jumped off the building, I could have predicted that this matter would definitely escalate. I would have informed Teacher Su immediately, by pressuring him through his father's identity, making him maintain a consistent stance. Even if he finds the money, he will keep this matter hidden. Also, find another obedient student, whether by coercion or temptation, to make him accuse Jiang Xiuhe of other thefts. I have a good idea, Mom, do you want to hear it? Son, go ahead. Wang looked enlightened, her face full of anticipation. Nia Zifeng rubbed his fingers, and Wang understood, taking out 50 yuan from her pocket and handing it over. Nia Daiguang didn't stop him either, his son earning money with intelligence and legality. Nia Zifeng continued, take a 100 yuan note, write someone's name on it, and secretly put it in Jiang Xiuhe's school uniform pocket. It's the kind of pocket on the waist of your Red Star Elementary School uniform, a very shallow one. Then during class, have the student with the named money point out Jiang Xiuhe for stealing. The money will be in her pocket. Jiang Xiuhe will definitely defend herself by taking out the money from her pocket. With so many eyes watching, her pocket is shallow, so as soon as she takes out the money, people will see it. And the money already has the accuser's name written on it in advance, thus confirming Jiang Xiuhe's theft. Although this method is somewhat childish, it's completely sufficient to deal with elementary school students and is very effective. Son, brilliant. Wang clapped in admiration, then felt a bit disheartened. It's a pity I didn't think of it earlier. Now that the truth is out, it's too late. Nia Daiguang frowned. It's a critical time now. You should resign first, and I'll arrange a new job for you later. Wang nodded without arguing. Compared to her husband's career, her job was insignificant. The head of the Education Bureau is retiring next year, and her husband, as a strong contender for the director position, cannot give his political enemies any chance to attack him at this crucial moment. Nia Zifeng shook his head and said, this strategy is for you to use now. There's still time. As long as her subsequent theft is confirmed, and this matter is exposed online, letting netizens know that Jiang Xiuhe is not clean, public opinion will stop criticizing you. Those fools online can't distinguish the truth. They will only think Jiang Xiuhe is indeed a thief. Your suspicion of her this time is completely reasonable, just bad luck. They might even think your previous interviews were sincere and candid. Wang eyes lit up. Brilliant, son, as soon as that little wretch recovers, I'll arrange for someone to handle it. The child can be taught. Nia Daiguang looked pleased, praising beside him. The son had grown up, become sensible, and was full of clever strategies. His years of guidance and teachings had not been in vain. Nowadays, in this survival of the fittest jungle society, a character like his son would be the ultimate winner. Father and son exchanged a smile, harmonious and warm, enjoying each other's company. Wang looked at the father and son's affectionate scene, feeling content that she could rely on her husband now and on her son in her old age. Her son inherited his father's qualities and might even surpass him in the future. Thinking of this, the grievances she suffered during the day seemed much lighter. Excellence truly runs in the family. A strange voice suddenly came from outside the window. It sounded like a synthesized mechanical voice, impossible to tell if it was male or female. Who's there? Wang was shocked. They were on the 6th floor. How did this person climb up here? Nia Zifeng reacted quickly, picking up a fruit knife from the dining table and preparing for defense. Nia Daiguang immediately took out his phone to call the police, but saw a man wearing a Sun Wukong mask jump into the living room through the window. Swish! A sound of cocking a gun suddenly came from the living room. Nia Daiguang looked at the man's dark gun barrel and hesitated to press the numbers on his phone screen. Who are you?
Nye Daiguan pretended to be calm, but his heart was filled with immense horror. The way this person appeared was extremely strange, carrying a gun with him. He didn't seem like an ordinary petty thief at all. I heard Chief Nye is wealthy. I came to borrow some money to spend, Fong Chen said with a light smile. This black star was snatched by him from by Mao of the Poison Snake Gang, along with 5 bullets, and besides that, there was a Colt M1911. Nye Daiguan pretended to be calm, with a bitter smile. Friend, if you want to borrow money, you might have the wrong person. If I had money, I wouldn't be living in this kind of environment. My wife and I only have a monthly salary of 3 to 4,000. After deducting household expenses, we have less than 10,000 in savings. If you are in need, I can give it all to you. Fong Chen looked around. A small 3-bedroom apartment of 90 square meters, old-fashioned decoration, simple furniture, indeed looked quite tight on money, like an honest official. If he hadn't been so experienced in his past life, he might have almost believed it. Fong Chen coldly smirked, raising his gun, handcuffing the 3 individuals. Carrying a gun was mainly for intimidation, fists were more useful to him. Moreover, this gun had been used in Mucho Lane before, it was not suitable for use again. Fong Chen stuffed a towel into Nye Zifeng's mouth, took a fruit knife from the table, and casually said, Chief Nye, you wouldn't want the young master to lose his hands and feet, would you? Fong Chen gestured with the dagger on Nye Zifeng's fingers, staring him wide-eyed, struggling desperately, making muffled sounds in his mouth. Wang Haifeng felt sorry for her son, glanced at her husband, crying and pleading, Daiguan, you just shut up. Nye Daiguan interrupted his wife, speaking with righteousness. I, Nye Daiguan, have always been upright and honest, never knew how to write the words corruption and bribery. I really don't have money, even if you threaten me with Zifeng, it's useless. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, I will never bow down to evil forces. Click. Without another word, Fong Chen swiftly cut off Nye Zifeng's little finger. Nye Zifeng was in so much pain that he fainted directly. Wang Haifeng's heart ached for her son, tears streaming down her face. Nye Daiguan glanced at the severed finger on the ground, feeling a mix of surprise and a tinge of pain. This person acted too quickly, not giving him any time for negotiation. Fong Chen opened Nye Zifeng's eyelids, holding the dagger against his eyeball, saying, Next is here, you have 3 seconds. I know where the money is, please spare Zifeng, Wang Haifeng cried out hastily. Nye Daiguan felt dejected, knowing that the small treasury he had accumulated over the years was probably lost. Losing money didn't bother him much, but he was afraid of this matter being exposed. Money could be earned again, more could be earned by abandoning conscience, but if he lost his position, then he would truly have nothing left. That was the most important thing to him, compared to which, his son's life could be pushed back. Now he could only hope that this villain was simply seeking money, and he would bear the loss. Fong Chen unlocked Wang Haifeng's handcuffs. She led him behind a wall painting, pressed a switch to reveal a hidden compartment. The wall had been hollowed out, inside was a safe. Wang Haifeng opened it to reveal its contents. Bundles of cash tied into 10,000 each, totaling 23 bundles, amounting to 2.3 million. In addition, there were 2 bank books and 10 gold bars. The gold bars were standard bank bars, 1,000 G each, totaling 10 kilograms, at the current gold price of 200/G, roughly 2 million. The bank books didn't have much money, the 2 combined only had over 8,000. Nye Daiguan probably didn't dare to keep money in the bank books. Fong Chen was not surprised by this amount. After all, Nye Daiguan had not been promoted for long, and Qinghao was only a 3rd-tier city. Watching Fong Chen pack the gold bars and cash into his bag, Nye Daiguan felt a deep pang of heartache and nervously said, You can take this money directly, I will never report this. Fong Chen nodded, tacitly agreeing to his words. Nye Daiguan breathed a sigh of relief to himself, realizing that this person was just a greedy bandit. Seeing him wearing a mask, it seemed like he had no intention of killing anyone. Unless absolutely necessary, few bandits were willing to commit murder, as homicide cases were bound to be solved. Fortunately, it seemed like their lives and positions were safe. This is just my appearance fee, Fong Chen said as he zipped up his bag. Hero, what do you mean? Wang Haifeng asked, trembling with fear. Hero? Fong Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the title, finding it quite amusing that Wang Haifeng had a clear understanding of his role. Glancing out the window, he casually remarked, I wonder if jumping from the 6th floor can kill someone? Nye Daiguan was petrified, knowing that the 6th floor was about 20 meters high, making it highly likely for someone to die from such a fall, with a death rate of at least 90%. Fong Chen then grabbed Nye Daiguan and his wife, bringing them to the window and gestured outside, Jump! Hero, I've given you all my money, Zhang Xiaohai is fine, please spare us, Nye Daiguan pleaded, dropping to his knees. Nye Daiguan, being the deputy director, had a sharp mind and quickly understood Fong Chen's intentions of making them jump off the building. Oh, quite clever, Fong Chen praised outwardly, but inwardly felt disdain. If you were truly clever, you would have pretended to be a robber and not mentioned Jiang Xiuha.
Now that the truth is out, I won't spare your lives.
Fang Chen teased, Jiang Xiuha is just a 6-year-old child, she dares to jump from the 3rd floor, you adults should be able to handle a higher jump. Nie Daguang and his wife continued to beg for mercy, lacking the courage to jump voluntarily. Wang Haifan deeply regretted the situation, wishing she had paid the money herself rather than provoke Jiang Xiuha. Unexpectedly, a ruthless bandit came to her rescue. Fang Chen checked their profiles in the system, the woman's guilt value was 38, and the man's was 51. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. With a smirk, Fang Chen grabbed them by the neck and threw them out the window with added force, ensuring their certain death.
3 seconds later, Fang Chen also threw the unconscious Nie Zifeng down.
This child was truly wicked, with a guilt value of 35 at such a young age, surpassing his parents. Nevertheless, being just a child, Fang Chen let him free fall, leaving his fate to chance. The consecutive sounds of bodies hitting the ground alarmed the nearby residents. Panic ensued, and inevitably, some residents began to report the incident. Fang Chen quickly wiped away his footprints, leaving a fruit knife at the scene. As for fingerprints, there were none to be found. He always wore gloves when conducting business, making it impossible to trace his movements. Sensing the warmth spreading through his body, Fang Chen knew that Nie Daiguang had met his demise. However, being an office worker, Nie Daiguang's physical constitution was clearly inferior to that of the members of the Poison Snake Gang, so his death was somewhat of a relief. Fang Chen cleaned up the scene in less than half a minute, then opened the living room's security door and walked onto the rooftop through a secure passage. Taking advantage of the absence of witnesses, he made a leap and landed on the rooftop of another building 20 meters away. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen was back in room 1608 of the hotel where he had intentionally stayed. He had entered and exited through the hotel window, leaving no trace of his movements in the hotel corridor surveillance footage.
If someone were to link Nie Daguang's death with Jiang Xiuha's situation and investigate those around her, this would serve as his alibi. This was also why Fang Chen didn't involve Zhu Laolu and Mingzi in the operation. They wouldn't be of help and could potentially cause mistakes. Nie Daguang and the Poison Snake Gang are not the same concept, his identity and status are there. The investigation by the Public Security Bureau will be very intense in this case. However, he avoided surveillance when he acted, changed his voice, wore a mask, and with an alibi, he left no room for error. Caution sails a ship for 10,000 years, Fang Chen thought to himself, killing a few more people and there won't be a need for such caution. As for the Poison Snake Gang's matter, due to the sudden incident outdoors, he knew there might be some loopholes. However, the Public Security Bureau couldn't suspect him so quickly. Jin Xiang, the captain of the serious crime team of the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau, has been overwhelmed by the recent bloody incident in Muqiu Lane. It was impossible to start investigating the Poison Snake Gang's social connections from scratch. These people were very mysterious, making it difficult to even identify them, let alone their social relationships. Interviews with witnesses yielded no results.
Therefore, Jin Xiang had to focus all his hopes on surveillance. After checking the surveillance footage, there were as many as 1783 people and vehicles passing through the scene during the time of the incident. After eliminating some impossible suspects based on their backgrounds, there were still 126 people left. These people included gang members, ex-convicts, drug users, and martial arts practitioners. But who could guarantee that the remaining 1657 people were innocent? The real culprit might not even be captured on the surveillance footage. Jin Xiang felt overwhelmed, but just then, the dispatch center reported a case of a family of 3 falling from a building in Suiwei Garden. Jin Xiang was currently focused on the Muqiu Lane case, so he had to delegate this new case to his deputy. 2 hours later, the deputy reported that the victims were Nie Daguang, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, and his family. The 2 adults were dead, and the child was in a vegetative state, unable to provide any testimony. Based on the trajectory of the bodies and the evidence at the scene, suicide was ruled out. An open hidden safe was found at the scene, emptied of its contents. The deputy speculated that it was likely a case of robbery turned murder, or possibly a revenge killing disguised as a robbery. There was no physical evidence or eyewitnesses at the scene, the door lock showed no signs of tampering, and there were no traces of climbing at the rear window. Similar to the Muqiu Lane case, it seemed to be another unsolved mystery. However, the absence of evidence could sometimes be a form of evidence itself. The deputy suspected that the perpetrator was likely an acquaintance of the victims, tricking them into opening the door, hence the lack of any signs of forced entry. If it was indeed someone familiar, this case would be much easier than Muqiu Lane. Nie Daguang's social circle was simple, making it a good starting point for investigation. The deputy speculated that Nia Dagwang's home safe was likely his personal stash of embezzled funds. If this was true, such safes usually stored gold bars, making it a good lead to follow for tracking down the stolen goods. Upon learning of the case, Director Liang was furious, slamming the table in the meeting room, saying, "This case is extremely heinous. The perpetrator's methods are extremely cruel, not even sparing a 16-year-old child. We must spare no effort and solve the case within a week, restoring peace to Qinghe City." Fang Chen slept in the hotel for a while, and the next day, the Fierce Fire Gang informed the gang that a new member was joining and a ceremony was to be held, with the 4 hall masters attending. Upon hearing this news, Mangzi couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Who is this new member to warrant such a grand ceremony? Fang Chen smiled and said, "It must be someone high-ranking, a new worshipper." Worshipper? The others were even more astonished. There had never been a worshipper in the power structure of the Fierce Fire Gang. Below the gang leader, Qin Lai, were the 4 hall masters of the Dragon Hall, Tiger Hall, Leopard Hall, and Eagle Hall. There were no deputy hall masters, and below them were individuals like Fang Chen, in charge of various tasks. Suddenly, a worshipper was introduced, whose status surpassed even that of the hall masters, making them a figure above all within the gang. Fang Chen asked, "Who would like to come with me to see what's going on?" Sang Biao's heart stirred, and he quickly said, "Boss, I'll go with you. I haven't seen Master Qin yet." Fang Chen glanced at him, smiled, and nodded. Zhu Laolu said, suddenly, a new offering arrived. The other hall masters must be feeling resentful. Fang Chen explained, "What's there to be resentful about? I heard the offering is a master. Master Qin paid a great price to bring him here. In the underworld, the capable ones take precedence, and seniority can take a back seat." When Fang Chen and Sang Biao arrived at the Liatuan Hall's meeting hall, the others had already arrived. Each leader brought several followers, and the hall was filled with 70 to 80 people. These were the backbone of the Lai Fire Gang, not counting the peripheral followers who hadn't arrived yet. Fang Chen greeted the 3 hall masters of Long, Tiger, and Eagle, but conspicuously ignored Han Jun, the hall master of the Leopard Hall, whose right hand was wrapped in bandages. The old man's dark expression revealed that he knew Fang Chen had completely torn their relationship. Master Qin had warned him not to engage in internal conflicts, but he couldn't swallow his pride. While he dared not retaliate using his own power, it didn't mean he couldn't use others as proxies. Interesting. Some younger members noticed the tension between the two and watched with amusement. Internal strife between the manager and hall masters was quite a novelty. The other 3 hall masters looked displeased. Although Han Jun lacked power, he was still the hall master of the Leopard Hall, on par with them. If his subordinates dared to rebel and challenge authority, how could he maintain his dignity as a hall master? Fang Chen noticed that some of them were indifferent towards him but paid it no mind. He sat down directly with Sang Biao. After just 2 minutes of sitting, a Chu, one of Master Qin's trusted aides, came to invite Fang Chen. "Zhang, Master Qin is calling you to the back hall." "Okay," Fang Chen replied and walked towards the back hall, with Sang Biao following closely. Fang Chen didn't stop him and entered the lounge of the back hall. Qin Lai had started from humble beginnings as a porter and had now built a successful career, starting to adopt a refined lifestyle. The couplet in the lounge exuded a domineering aura. It read, "Adding splendor to a great cause for 1,000 autumns, unfolding a grand vision over 10,000 miles. It seemed he aimed to make the gang business a great cause for generations to come, with ambitious plans." The interior decor also had a nostalgic touch. A painting of pine and crane for longevity hung on the wall, the bookshelf was filled with ancient texts, and the antique shelf displayed a variety of exquisite items. By now, 2 people were already seated on the wooden chairs in the back hall. One was the square-faced Qin Lai, and the other was a bald young man around 30, exuding a faintly menacing aura. Sang Biao didn't sense this aura strongly yet, but Fang Chen clearly felt the thick scent of death. As expected, this man was of the same ilk as him, having seen bloodshed, and not just once. "Xiao Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Pu Juan, a new formidable enforcer in the gang. And this is Fang Chen from the Leopard Hall, a key figure in the gang and a candidate for future development." Qin Lai introduced the two and then turned to Fang Chen, saying, "Xiao Zhang, yesterday Han Jun and I had some complaints about you." Fang Chen had a ready response. Hall Master Han doesn't follow the rules. He harassed a waitress in the establishment, who happens to be my girlfriend. If I don't stand up for my subordinates, how can I manage them in the future? How can I lead the group? How can the business continue to run smoothly? Qin Lai waved his hand and said, "I am aware of this matter. Both sides have their rights and wrongs. Let's set this matter aside for now. I called you here for another reason. The entire Mucho Lane was wiped out by the Venom Snake Gang a few days ago. Have you heard about this?" "I have," Fong Chen admitted without hesitation. Everyone in the underworld knows about this matter, it's abnormal if they claim otherwise. Sang Biao was also pondering the situation in Mucho Lane. The last time the cobra left, it never returned to the scene. Later, he heard that many people died because of the Venom Snake Gang, and there were no longer any ice sellers in the area. He estimated that the cobra must have died in Mucho Lane, which led to the end of their cooperation. Just hearsay? Xin Lai squinted and asked. Fong Chen looked puzzled. Xin Yi, what do you mean by that? Xin Lai didn't press further and turned to Sang Biao, asking, who is this? This is Sang Biao, I've been with him for half a year. Back to Qin Yi, my name is Feng Jiabiao, nicknamed Sang Biao. Sang Biao's attitude was respectful with a hint of excitement, portraying the mentality of a gang's lower-level member meeting the leader. Good lad, and the nickname is quite domineering. Qin Yi praised, then looked at Fong Chen with a strange tone. Xiao Zhang, what does it mean to bring a cop's undercover agent to see me? The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the air gradually cooled down. Qin Yi, what are you talking about? Sang Biao pretended to look confused, but cold sweat broke out on his body. He was shocked to the core. He had been disguising himself well, and Fong Chen hadn't seen through him in half a year. How did Xin Lai expose him so quickly? Where did he make a mistake? Images from the police and gangster movies he had seen flashed through his mind. Some undercover agents were encased in concrete and dumped into the river. Some were thrown into incinerators, some were buried alive. None of them had a good ending. The first rule of survival for an undercover agent is to stay alive to continue undercover work. Sang Biao decided to save himself, sounding both aggrieved and stubborn. Xin Yi, I just want to follow Zhang Ge, make big money with the Blaze Gang. What do you mean by accusing me like this? Ignoring his explanation, Xin Lai waved his hand and said, cut off his limbs, gouge out his eyes, turn him into a human pig, and throw him into the river. Xin Yi, I'm not an undercover agent, why are you saying this? Sang Biao looked anxiously at Fong Chen for help, but Fong Chen just looked out the window, ignoring him completely. Pejun, you execute it. Upon Xin Ye's command, Pejun drew a gleaming dagger from his high boots. Expressionless, he walked to Sang Biao's side and placed the dagger near his eye. The sharp and cold blade pressed against Sang Biao's eye, sending chills to his core. His hair stood on end, and his skin broke out in goosebumps instantly. Xin Lai said, I'll give you one chance. Admit you're an undercover agent, and I'll let you go immediately. I'm not. How do you want me to admit it? After a brief hesitation, Sang Biao stared at Xin Lai and said firmly, go ahead. Xin Lai waved his hand, do it. Pejun revealed a cruel smile, flicked his wrist, and thrust the dagger towards Sang Biao's eye. Wait, Fong Chen spoke up. Xin Yi, Sang Biao has been with me for half a year. I don't think he's an undercover agent. Can you give me some time to investigate this matter? Xin Lai closed his eyes, seemingly weighing the situation, then said after a moment, fine, you handle your people. Thank you, Xin Yi. Fong Chen supported Sang Biao and left the back hall. Zhang Ge, you have to believe me, I'm really not an undercover agent, Sang Biao defended himself as they walked. Fong Chen led him into the main hall and casually said, find a seat, the incense hall will start soon. Sang Biao sat on a chair, utterly confused. Wasn't there supposed to be an investigation? This doesn't seem right. Every newcomer, Xin Yi always tests them like this, Fong Chen explained with a smile. Better to test the waters first. If there are any undercover agents with poor mental qualities, they might reveal themselves. Another reason is that if I handle your case, I will naturally plead for you, and you will be grateful to me. This is also a simple way of controlling others. Damn, this old cunning fox. Sang Biaoqi was furious, but thanks to his special training, he almost confessed just now. What are you afraid of? Fong Chen patted his shoulder and teased, you're sweating, are you really an undercover agent? Brother Zhang, don't joke around. Sang Biaoqi looked indignant, as if being mistaken for an undercover agent was a great humiliation. The Liuwa gang's initiation ceremony closely imitated the largest gang in the Great Xia country, a Hong gang. However, the ceremony was not as elaborate. The rituals of bowing to the master and pasting things were omitted, only requiring bathing, washing hands, offering incense, and blood rituals. The ceremony quickly ended, and Xin Lai sat on the Grandmaster's chair, scanning the crowd below and said, Pejuan is joining my Liuwa gang today. From now on, we are all brothers who eat from the same pot, we must cooperate and support each other. We will follow the teachings of the gang leader, the crowd below responded in unison. Pejuan, as you are joining us today, say a few words to everyone and get to know each other. Pejuan walked up to the main stage, looked at the people below, and said, I know many of you must be dissatisfied, thinking why should a newcomer like me be able to serve? Those who have no skills won't gain the trust of others. So, I give you all a chance. Anyone who wants to challenge me can step forward, and we'll see who's the real deal." The whole place fell silent. All eyes turned to the Dragon Hall master, Li Hongbing. In terms of skills, he was second in the gang, and no one dared to claim the first spot. Li Hongbing, 38 years old, was an old member of the gang who had followed Qinlai since the establishment of the Liuwa gang over a decade ago. According to the Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas, he was not only the Dragon Hall master but also the top-notch fighter in the gang. Why was he called the top-notch fighter? Because even the Liuwa gang's rival, the Brotherhood Alliance, acknowledged his combat prowess. Back in the day, he single-handedly wielded a machete and fought the Brotherhood Alliance for territory, from Zhangyang Street to Chonglan Street. He faced over a dozen opponents without losing, and wherever his blade flashed, there was no one who could match him. In recent years, Li Hongbing rarely fought personally, but his skills had not diminished in the slightest. Seeing himself become the center of attention, he stood up and said without hesitation, "Let me learn the skills of Pujuan." "Alright, let's meet on the stage," Pujuan said and took the lead to the arena. Li Hongbing followed closely behind. The two stood apart on the stage. As Pujuan entered the fighting state, his whole demeanor changed. His body slightly lowered, goosebumps rose all over, his hair stood on end, and his sharp eyes stared at Li Hongbing like a fierce tiger eyeing its prey, ready to strike. Indeed, a master. Li Hongbing's heart sank, and he no longer boasted, launching the first attack. Stepping forward, his arm muscles twisted like vines, a shoulder charge like a car heading towards Pujuan. "Iron Mountain Lean," Pujuan lightly exclaimed, immediately recognizing the 8 extremities fist technique used by the opponent. He became interested and sidestepped with footwork. Infused with energy, his fist arched downward like a cannonball, aiming at Li Hongbing's head. Mind over power. Li Hongbing, having practiced martial arts for many years, also saw through Pujuan's technique. Although mind over power was just one move, it could evolve into 12 variations, making it extremely difficult to master. But once mastered, it could achieve the subtlety of influencing 1,000 pounds and displaying external power. The two exchanged several moves using punches, rarely using their legs. Legs were the part of the body that borrowed force, and once they left the ground, there was no force to borrow, making it very dangerous. National martial arts emphasize a single decisive move with legs rarely used, so Taekwondo's leg techniques are more for show than practical combat. After a few exchanges, Pujuan figured out Li Hongbing's footwork, and his interest waned. Seizing the moment when the opponent's fist was retracted, he took a step forward, leaned his body, exerted force with his shoulder, and executed a move similar to Iron Mountain Leaning called Black Bear Crashing into Tree. Li Hongbing was hit by a tremendous force. With a loud bang, he was sent flying several meters, landing on his back on the platform, feeling a tingling sensation all over his shoulder. He stood up, pulled open his collar, revealing a large bruise. "Thank you for showing mercy, I acknowledge your skill," Li Hongbing clasped his hands. "You're welcome," Pujuan replied with a fist salute. "Your strength is impressive, your mastery of 8 extremities fist is profound." Li Hongbing felt a twinge of anger. He had been practicing 8 extremities fist since he was 15, for over 20 years now, yet Pujuan's comment only amounted to profound. But being inferior in skill, he had nothing to say and could only smile bitterly as he stepped down from the boxing platform. "Is there anyone else who wishes to spar with me?" Pujuan called out from the stage. The whole arena fell silent. Long Hall was the foremost of the 4 halls, and Li Hongbing was the top combatant of the fierce fire gang, often playing by shouldering trees when idle, and wielding a machete with unparalleled skill. If even he was defeated, there was no need to mention the others. All eyes turned to the Tiger Hall master, Zhang Hailu. His martial prowess ranked second in the gang, just slightly below Li Hongbing. As for the Leopard Hall's Han Jun and the Eagle Hall's He Mubai, both were strategists with little combat ability. Zhang Hailu waved his hand, saying, "Pujuan is formidable, even old Li is no match. I, an old man, won't embarrass myself by going up. Well then, since no one else, I'll pick a brother to come up and play." Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted into noise. Many felt a bit disgruntled. "We know you want to show your strength, you've already done so just now. Everyone is convinced, what's the point of this?" All eyes turned to Zhang Hailu. If Pujuan wanted to challenge, the choice of opponent should be none other than him. "Fang Chen, come up and lend a hand." Pujuan beckoned to the stage. As Pujuan's words fell, the gazes in the arena shifted from Zhang Hailu to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was a talent of the white paper fan type in the gang, relying on deceiving and manipulating female college students to make a living, along with his adept flattery that made the big shots above very comfortable, earning him a position as a manager. He had nothing to do with the red stick type fighters. His body had long been drained by the allure of women, and his skills were not even on par with the underlings below. He probably couldn't even withstand a single punch from Pujuan. Why did Pujuan want to challenge him? It was truly puzzling.
The manager of the Tiger Hall beside him joked, "Did you offend Bospa? He's taking this opportunity to settle a personal score? How would I know?" Fang Chen replied irritably, knowing full well that Pajun was acting on Qin Lai's orders to test him. "Try to protect your face as much as possible when you get hit later. It won't be good for picking up female students if your face is all messed up," the manager of the Eagle Hall kindly reminded. Sang Biao tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve, worriedly saying, "Fists and kicks have no eyes, why not just admit defeat?" He genuinely cared about Fang Chen. Fang Chen was quite good to him, and through 2 recent incidents, his attitude towards Fang Chen had slightly improved. "It's okay." Fang Chen stood up, faced the gaze of the entire arena as he stepped onto the boxing platform, clasping his hands. "Please enlighten me." Pajun clasped his hands and said, "I trained in Xingyi, Bagua, mixed martial arts, and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu." "What style of martial arts have you learned, brother?" Fang Chen replied calmly, "I have no school or sect, I only know street brawler fist." "Please," Pajun extended his hand. "All right." Fang Chen didn't hold back, taking a step forward and attacking Pajun's chest from several meters away. Indeed, street brawler fist, Pajun could tell at a glance that the opponent had not formally studied any martial arts. He had 1,000 ways to counter this ordinary punch. However, it wasn't until the sandbag-sized fist suddenly accelerated, rapidly enlarging in his pupils, and then there was no more and then. The 2 figures separated upon contact, with one figure spitting out a blood arrow while suspended in mid-air. Pomo was flung back by the ring's protective rope, lying motionless on the ring's surface, his fate uncertain. With a sin value of 13, Fang Chen was not inclined to kill him, but since he had provoked him, he had to pay a price. He was quite interested in Pomo, a master who could have a physique 3 to 4 times that of an adult just by practicing martial arts. This was not the same as fighting against 3 or 4 adults in a PK match. With this physique, if he fought barehanded, he could handle dozens of adult strong men at least, not to mention the enhancement of his boxing skills. Under Qin Lai's instructions, the gang's doctor went up to examine Pomo's injuries. After checking his pupils, he said, "It's nothing serious, just shock." The Li-Fire gang was well equipped with doctors, lawyers, fighters, strategists, and hackers. This doctor was hired part-time from a top-tier hospital, holding 2 bowls of rice, one from the government and one from the organization. The gang members stared in disbelief as Fang Chen descended from the boxing ring, the whole arena silent. Fang Chen's skills were unexpectedly exceptional. This was beyond their wildest imaginations. Onlookers couldn't make out the fast movements during the fight just now. They only knew that Pomo was no match for Fang Chen, with a huge gap in their strengths. This meant that Fang Chen had been hiding his true abilities all along. Pomo must have challenged him knowing some inside information, but he had still underestimated him. This was quite intriguing. Only Li Hongbing and Jiang Hailu in the audience had a rough idea of what was happening. Li Hongbing remained silent, but he was already feeling uneasy. He was known as the top fighter of the Li-Fire gang, yet he was being surpassed by 2 juniors in a row. Where was his dignity? Jiang Hailu, on the other hand, wore an interested expression, praising, "The younger generation is formidable. I never expected the Li-Fire gang to have such a hidden dragon. When the dragon emerges from the abyss, it soars to the sky." The most frustrated person in the arena was Han Jun. Fang Chen's extraordinary combat power would surely attract Qin Lai's attention. It wouldn't be easy to openly suppress and retaliate against him now. As for Fang Chen's personal combat strength, he wasn't too concerned. What's the use of being powerful if you can't even plan properly? Fang Chen stepped down from the ring and was invited by Qin Yi to the back hall for a chat. Qin Lai instructed his trusted aide, Achu, to make him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, "I have a friend who was a big shot in the provincial capital. His family has run into some trouble recently and he wants to send a skilled person from the gang to help. I was planning to send Pomo, but since he's injured like this, he won't be able to go. When do we leave?" Fang Chen understood the hint and readily agreed. The old fox's plan was in full swing. He deliberately staged this, but he didn't mind. Making connections with the upper echelons and exchanging resources through force had its benefits. 3 days from now. Don't worry too much. Li Xiao has already hired a specialized security team, and the Axe Gang will also intervene. You will just assist the Axe Gang from the sidelines in case of any emergencies. I will do my best. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. After everything was settled, Fang Chen returned to the Emperor Club. That night, Zhu Laolu knocked on his office door and said, that venomous woman, is dead." "Oh, I see." The two understood each other without speaking. Zhu Laolu left with a look of reverence, closing the door behind him thoughtfully. The boss is amazing. He doesn't act, but once he does, he wipes out everyone. Shortly after, Zhu Laolu returned with a dozen young people and said, "This is Boss Zhang." "Hello, Boss Zhang."
The group shouted in unison, their momentum quite strong. Fang Chen glanced at the crowd, noticing that, apart from 3 slightly older individuals, the rest were all young kids.
"Lao Lu, what's going on here?"
"We all want to follow you," the group said in unison.
Fang Chen set down his book, smiling, and asked, "Why do you want to follow me? Give me a reason."
A leading young kid spoke up, "We are all from the nearby Qinghe Technical School.
We heard about Jiang Xiu's situation, and we know you are a righteous person. We want to join you in conquering the world." Fang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, "Those under 18 cannot join.
Come back to me when you're adults, and I will surely welcome you.
For now, go back and focus on your studies." After some selection, the reluctant young kids left, leaving only 3 young people in their 20s in the room.
Zhu Laolu handed over 3 papers. "Boss, here are their profiles, all clean records." Fang Chen took the profiles and scanned the 3 young people's guilt values. Su Hao, guilt value 2.
Hong Zabin, guilt value 1. Meng Chang, guilt value 73.
Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the man named Meng Chang. At 25 or 26, he looked clean and refined. Without the system, one could never tell he was a heinous criminal. "Lao Lu, arrange for them to have a private room for entertainment first, then have them come to me," Fang Chen instructed, carefully examining the profiles in his hand. Meng Chang, 25 years old. Personal history, graduated from Qinghe Vocational College's Electronic Information Department, no criminal record. Introduced to the gang by Zhu Laolu as they were neighbors. Family background, only child, both parents deceased. Very simple information, nothing suspicious from the profiles, but a guilt value of 73 definitely raised red flags. Just then, Zhu Laolu pushed open the door and said, "Boss, they are all set."
Fang Chen asked, "Lao Lu, do you know this Meng Chang?" Zhu Laolu nodded, "I've known Meng Chang since we were kids.
He used to be my neighbor, but he sold his house and moved earlier this year, so we don't meet often now. But rest assured, he is clean and would never be a spy."
Fang Chen continued, "I see it says in his family background that both parents are deceased?"
Zhu Laolu looked sympathetic. Chang is a pitiful soul. He lost his father when he was young, and his mother passed away in the first half of this year, apparently due to gas poisoning.
Fang Chen's mind raced, asking, "Gas poisoning?" "Yes, it happened in May.
The insurance company even came to investigate the scene, and they paid over 300,000.
Fang Chen vaguely understood why an ordinary person like Meng Chang had a guilt value of 73. Matricide for insurance money.
In the Great Xia country, unless it was a serial murder case or an extremely brutal dismemberment case, death penalty was rarely applied. Based on this, his guilt value of 73 was highly unusual. Only in cases of extreme moral depravity would the guilt value be so high.
Fang Chen felt a surge of anger. If this was true, he believed Meng Chang was more despicable than the members of the poisonous snake gang. After a while in the private room, Meng Chang wanted to go home.
Compared to Huang, he was more interested in gambling. If he didn't spend a few hours at the casino playing red and blue every day, he felt restless.
He got into gambling 3 years ago.
Initially, he didn't gamble, but one time, urged by a friend, he tried his luck. He won over 10,000 yuan, bought many things for his mother that she wouldn't usually buy. He lied to his mother, saying it was a bonus from work. His mother was overjoyed, proud that her hard-working son was finally doing well, earning as much as others at work. He was ecstatic, thinking that he could make his mother's life better even without working. He thought that life would get better for him and his mother, but little did he know that they were descending into an abyss, falling into a hellish nightmare. Soon, his luck turned, and he went from winning repeatedly to losing time and time again. Their savings depleted, he resorted to borrowing, first from the bank, then from loan sharks. When he couldn't borrow anymore, he resorted to deceit, lying to relatives and friends. Eventually, they had to sell their house, squeezing into a tiny room of less than 20 square meters. When he couldn't get any more money, neither through borrowing nor deceit, everyone he met seemed to see him as a plague. His mother, once well regarded, was dragged down by him. Losing over 700,000, he couldn't accept it. He just wanted to win back the money he lost, even if it was just half. Unable to gamble due to lack of funds, he felt an itch all over his body. He had never done drugs, but this sensation was worse than any drug. Finally, one day, he had the idea to use his mother's life. But the 350,000 insurance money he gained in exchange was lost in a single night. When the money ran out, he finally regretted it. He realized that to him, his mother's life, which he had raised with so much effort, was just a night of indulgence. He remembered that before gambling, he was known as a filial son. He didn't understand how he had become like this, but creditors were still after him, and working couldn't pay off his debts. Suddenly, he remembered that his childhood friend Zhulalu seemed to have joined the notorious fire gang. He could join a gang too, so that others would hesitate to ask him for money. Meng Chang snapped out of his thoughts, greeted the others, and left the private room. He had to catch the last bus. The bus fare was only 1 yuan, but a taxi cost 17. Saving those 16 yuan, he could slowly develop his luck at the casino and maybe win thousands. Despite losing over 1 million, he still cared about those 16 yuan. Sometimes, he found himself ridiculous, scrimping and saving only to give it all to the house. Gambling away, borrowing away, deceiving away, and finally ending it all. Gambling until hated by all, until families were ruined, trading his mother's life but still not knowing when to stop. Fang Chen found Meng Chang's home following the address in the information. Meng Chang currently didn't own a house, renting a one-bedroom apartment in the urban village. The environment was very poor, with a market price of only 300 to 400. As they parted ways, Fang Chen waited upstairs for half an hour before seeing Meng Chang walking alone on the street. He looked like an elderly man on the verge of collapse, walking unsteadily. His figure stretched long under the streetlights, exuding a sense of inexplicable loneliness and desolation. As Meng Chang climbed the stairs, he met Fang Chen coming down. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Boss, what brings you here?" Fang Chen, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Just met a friend." "Ah Chang, you live here?" "Yes, boss, come in and have a seat. It's a bit shabby, please don't mind," Meng Chang said excitedly, leading Fang Chen inside. He knew Fang Chen could make money and was righteous. As long as he stuck by him, there might be a chance for him in the future. But even if he made money, what was the use? Unless he died, it would all end up in the house's hands. Thinking this, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. As Fang Chen entered the room, Meng Chang poured him a cup of tea, hesitating beside him. He actually wanted to ask Fang Chen for some money. These days, not being able to gamble due to lack of funds made him extremely uncomfortable, feeling an itch all over. But he had just met Fang Chen, so it didn't seem appropriate to ask. Seeing Meng Chang's hesitant expression, Fang Chen smiled and asked, "We're all friends here, just say it. Are you facing some difficulties?" Fan Chen's words undoubtedly gave Meng Chang confidence. He hesitated and said, "Boss, can you lend me some money? I know it's not good to ask on the first day we met, but I really have no other way." Fan Chen took a sip of tea and asked, "How much?" I want to borrow 1,000 yuan. Meng Chang originally wanted to borrow 10,000, but he felt it was not appropriate since they had just met. "No problem," Fan Chen readily agreed. Meng Chang felt relieved, but then Fan Chen continued, "However, you have to tell me what you need the money for. I owe some money from gambling in the past, but I have stopped gambling now. I just have some debts to repay." Fan Chen understood and put down his teacup, saying, "So, because of gambling debts, you killed your mother to claim insurance?" Meng Chang's face turned pale at the shocking accusation. He panicked and argued, "Who told you that? I didn't do it. The police have investigated, it was an accident." Fan Chen shook his head and sighed. "You know, those of us in the underworld never reveal our family situations to others, fearing for our loved ones. Even people like us cannot fathom how someone could be so ruthless as to kill their own mother." These words stirred up Meng Chang's most painful memories. He met Fan Chen's gaze, his expression changing from confusion to remorse. After a moment, he suddenly burst into tears, crying uncontrollably with a heart-wrenching sorrow. "You're right, I killed my mother. I am the only son in the family. My father passed away when I was 9. My mother raised me through hardships. She never went to school, couldn't earn easy money, so she had to carry cement and sandbags. She was very short, only 1.5 meters tall, with less strength than half of a man's, so she had to endure more hardships than others. Perhaps after suppressing it for too long, finally, someone listened to his confession." Meng Chang cried bitterly, choking on his words, "My mother worked over 10 hours a day, earning only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month, not even enough for me to win or lose in a minute. All the money she earned over the years was lost by me in gambling, not a penny saved. She refused to eat or dress well, even when sick, she endured it." He suddenly grabbed his hair, murmuring, "My sins are too heavy, someone like me shouldn't live in this world." Fan Chen sighed and quietly took out his phone. Compared to Scarface, he believed this situation should be left to legal judgment. "Bro Zhang, are you going to report to the police?" Seeing Fan Chen's phone, Meng Chang asked. "Yes." Meng Chang wiped his tears, his gaze firm. "Bro Zhang, you don't need to call the police. I have made up my mind. My mother must be lonely down there. I want to go down and accompany her. I have already written a farewell letter." Meng Chang took out a letter from the drawer and handed it to Fan Chen. "Bro Zhang, before I die, can I ask you for 2 things? Go ahead. After I die, can you bury me next to my mother?"
There is another letter in the drawer, a confession letter to my mother. Can you burn it for her? I want to tell her that I truly know I was wrong. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely honor her properly." Fan Chen nodded, "I promise you."
Meng Chang closed his eyes. "I am afraid of pain, so I have never had the courage to commit suicide.
Can you help me?
Fan Chen didn't rush to kill him. He scanned the system again and saw that his sin value had dropped from 73 to 55. At this moment, he was truly repentant, seeking death with all his heart.
Fan Chen asked, "Where did you lose the money?" "Chonlan Street, the underground casino below the Moonlit Sea Pavilion." "Oh, who took you there?" "An old friend I knew before, also in the underworld, seems to be from the North City Brothers Alliance." Fang Chen tied him to the chair, walked into the room, and took out the letters from the drawer.
There were 2 letters in total. One was a confession letter he wrote to his mother after Meng Chang's mother died. The other was a letter his mother wrote to him. A farewell letter. The handwriting was crooked and messy, with many blurry spots, probably wet with tears many times. "Chang, Mom saw the accidental insurance policy you bought for Mom. Mom understands what you want to do. Your dad passed away early, Mom was busy working, didn't educate you well, and led you onto the path of gambling. Mom has always wanted to save you, but Mom is old now, unable to do anything. Mom can't help you anymore in the future, only drag you down. Mom is not afraid of death, just wants to ask you for one thing. Mom is begging you, please use the money to pay off your debts, live a good life in the future. Mom begs you not to gamble anymore. If you keep gambling, you will really ruin your life in the end. Chang, you are the flesh of Mom's body. Mom doesn't want to see you die, just hopes you can repay your debts, get married, have children, and live a good life in the future.
Promise Mom, okay?
Wake up, Chang. If Mom's death can't make you wake up, then Mom is truly powerless." Fang Chen folded the letter neatly, exhaled a sigh of relief slowly, feeling a sense of unease in his heart.
So, his mother actually committed suicide? Meng Chang did consider it, but gave up when it came to action.
Meng Chang didn't do it, but his mother hoped to clear her son's debts with her own life, to awaken her wayward son.
Unfortunately, Meng Chang did not repay the debt, and lost all the money from her life insurance.
Legally speaking, Meng Chang's actions were considered attempted crime, not very severe. However, the system still assigned him a guilt value of 73, even surpassing that of a typical murderer. If Meng Chang had actually killed his mother himself, Fang Chen estimated that his guilt value might have unprecedentedly exceeded 200. The system's guilt value judgment was more aligned with moral standards, deeming such a violation of filial piety as extremely sinful, even if it was just a thought. Similarly, both being sentenced to death for murder, in the system's judgment, the difference in guilt values between killing for revenge and killing innocent people indiscriminately was like night and day. Poison and gambling were indeed the most harmful things in this world. Fang Chen had never been so furious in his past and present lives. He really wanted to go out and kill that scum.
But Meng Chang's mother's farewell letter made him hesitate.
With the price of her life, his mother hoped her son would live a good life in the next life, so what right did he have to end his life? Fang Chen put the letter back in the drawer, walked to the living room, unlocked the handcuffs on Meng Chang's hands, and said, "I won't kill you. You should have read your mother's farewell letter. It's very clear on it. She hopes you live well. Whether to live or die is your decision. I'll tell you the truth. Chonlan Street is the territory of the Brotherhood Alliance. The underground casino there is also owned by the Brotherhood Alliance. The one who took you to the casino is also from the Brotherhood Alliance. So you understand what that means. This is a slaughterhouse, and you are the pig. I won't take in fools like you." Fang Chen left these words and walked straight out of the dim and narrow room.
"Is everything done?" Zhu Laolu asked from the passenger seat.
"Yes, it's done. Let's go have a drink."
Fang Chen's tone was not very good.
"What's wrong? Did this kid make you angry?"
Zhu Laolu looked curious.
"No, let's go eat some barbecue."
Fang Chen didn't want to say more.
The two of them found a barbecue restaurant, and as Fang Chen parked the car, they suddenly heard the high-speed roar of sports cars on the road behind them.
Damn, it's those rich second-generation street racing punks again.
Zhu Laolu sat in the passenger seat, cursing. Fang Chen glanced back. Dozens of meters away was an intersection. It was green light time, and some pedestrians were crossing the zebra crossing in an orderly manner. A blue Ferrari sports car, showing no signs of slowing down, raced through the red light at over 100 miles per hour, roaring towards the pedestrians on the zebra crossing. Fortunately, the pedestrians were alert to the sound and managed to evade in time, avoiding any injuries. The sports car didn't stop at all, speeding straight across the road, with sounds of revelry and the strong smell of alcohol and tobacco coming from the half-open windows.
Chase. Fang Chen's eyes turned cold. He fastened his seatbelt again and stepped on the gas.
At the same time, a black A8 next to him also started up and chased after the blue sports car that was trying to escape.
Fang Chen's BMW 5 Series was equipped with an inline-6 turbocharged engine, paired with an 8-speed automatic transmission, with a maximum power of 177 horsepower.
In terms of acceleration, he couldn't match the Ferrari in front, but his precise handling skills could make up for this gap. This was a stretch of road approaching the outskirts, and as it was late at night, there were few vehicles on the 6-lane road. The blue Ferrari was like a wild horse running amok on the road. A black A8 and a silver 520 were speeding behind. There was also a traffic police motorcycle with its sirens on, following the 3 cars. With his skillful driving, Fang Chen quickly caught up to the A8, with the Ferrari just a few meters ahead. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard a loud noise up ahead. Looking ahead, he saw a woman crossing the road with a child being hit by the blue sports car and thrown into the air. The Ferrari only paused for a moment, preparing to accelerate again. Fang Chen's heart sank. He pressed the gas pedal harder, increasing his speed from 150 to 180 miles per hour, with the wind and tire noise intensifying. Fang Chen overtook the Ferrari. Without braking, he turned the steering wheel sharply, the tires and the asphalt road surface making a sharp friction sound, drifting in front of the Ferrari.
A loud bang. The Ferrari crashed into the 520's crossbeam.
Since the Ferrari had just started, the speed hadn't picked up yet, and neither car overturned. After a violent shake, Fang Chen and Zhu Laolu opened the driver's side door, their faces frosty as they got out of the car. By this time, a crowd had gathered around the Ferrari, a black A8 parked nearby, and a young man in a TAD sharkskin assault jacket and dinosaur sunglasses got out of the driver's seat.
Fang Chen walked towards the accident scene with a heavy expression, and the man in sunglasses followed. Several people had gathered at the accident scene. There were 2 high heels scattered on the ground, and a flattened birthday cake. On the cold asphalt, a woman lay in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, making incoherent sounds, her dilated pupils reflecting a 2-year-old child. She reached out desperately to touch her child one last time, but her hand fell back in vain. Fang Chen knew the woman had passed away. The outstretched hand of a man in a navy assault jacket next to her confirmed this.
He shook his head, his tone heavy. There's no saving her. A middle-aged woman watching sighed, such a young child losing her mother, how will they go on in the future? This damn killer is truly heartless.
Fang Chen remained silent, walking straight towards the Ferrari, with the man in the assault jacket following.
The front of the Ferrari had caved in, the windows and doors tightly shut, the occupants showing no intention of getting out.
2 traffic officers were knocking on the driver's side window, signaling for the driver to step out. Dozens of onlookers surrounded the scene, some holding bricks, eager to take action.
Inside the Ferrari sat a young man and woman, refusing to get out, leisurely smoking and shaking their heads. As Fang Chen approached, he heard the crowd gossiping.
That bastard almost hit someone at the Mingguang Avenue intersection just now. Definitely drunk driving by that little jerk.
Drunk driving? I suspect that bastard was on drugs. Next to him, someone sighed. It's not easy to mess with someone driving a Ferrari. Who knows how it will be handled later. Inside the venue, an older traffic officer whispered to his colleague, it's Zhang Xiaojie from Seching Real Estate again. We must gather evidence quickly, or it will be too late like last time when they cleared things up through connections. Their voices were low, but Fang Chen's hearing was several times sharper than normal, and he heard everything clearly. He nodded to himself. There are many bad people in this world, but there are also many good ones. The young traffic officer knocked on the car window again and said sternly, please step out of the car for inspection. Zhang Xiaojie glanced at him, took out a phone from his pocket, said a few words, and then hung up. Then, he blew a smoke ring towards the young traffic officer through the car window, raised his middle finger, showing an extremely arrogant attitude. Zhang Xiaojie's call was to his mother, Chen Shunning.
Chen Shunning was sleeping at home.
After receiving her son's call, she was shocked and immediately called her husband, Seching Real Estate Chairman Zhang Seching. At that moment, Zhang Seching was lying in the apartment he bought for his mistress, embracing a female college student from Tsinghua Art College. After listening to the situation over the phone, he was furious. This useless brat causes trouble all the time. Let him suffer outside. If this unfilial son had half the sense of self-reliance, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Zhang Xiaojie's elder brother, Zhang Zili, was the only son of Zhang Seching's ex-wife and had no relation to Chen Shunning, his current wife. The ex-wife had passed away, and Chen Shunning didn't care, but Zhang Zili was the biggest obstacle in her son's fight for the family fortune. However, she had indeed raised a prodigal son, so she could only plead, Seching, I beg you. Xiaojie is also your flesh and blood. If you don't help him this time, he will definitely go to jail. Then let him go to jail. It will teach him a lesson so he won't cause trouble in the future. Although Zhang Seching grumbled, he still made a decision in his heart.
After hanging up on his wife, he called Liang Qingyuan, the director of the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau. Director Liang, hello, I apologize for disturbing you so late. It's nothing major. I have a painting and calligraphy piece that I would like you to appreciate. Let's meet tomorrow evening, and I will be waiting to welcome you.
Zhang Seqing breathed a sigh of relief.
Liang Qingyuan was a high-ranking official in the Public Security Bureau, and their relationship was close.
Since he was willing to come, most of the matter was settled. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Seqing called his assistant. Xiao Jie is in a bit of trouble. Go to the scene immediately, find someone from the company to take the blame. You decide on the price, no need to report to me for amounts under 300,000. Also, contact Director Chen Yongxin from the Qingshan Mental Hospital in my name and have him prepare a medical record for Xiao Jie. Quickly investigate the family background of the deceased.
By any means necessary, we must obtain the family's forgiveness.
Zhang Seqing had risen from a construction worker to a real estate tycoon with assets of nearly $1 billion, all thanks to his cautious approach, always having multiple plans in place. With his current status and position, even if his son was a prodigal, he could not let him suffer the consequences of imprisonment for the life of an ordinary person. At the scene of the accident, the young traffic officer had knocked on the car window several times without success and asked the older traffic officer, "Master, he won't get out of the car.
I suggest breaking the window by force."
The older traffic officer thought to himself, this apprentice is really naive.
Can Zhang Xiaojie's Ferrari be broken so easily? Who will bear the Zhang family's anger later?
Shaking his head, the older traffic officer said, "Go, and try to persuade him again." Then he glanced at the onlookers and said with a meaningful tone, "Make it clear to him, let him cooperate as much as possible, otherwise, if the crowd smashes the car later, drags the person out for a beating, the situation will escalate.
When the law doesn't blame the masses, it will be hard to handle."
The phrase "the law doesn't blame the masses" fell on the ears of the onlookers, and some people immediately raised the bricks in their hands, eager to try. But at the thought of Zhang Seqing's formidable reputation, they all quieted down, none daring to be the first to act. Suddenly, the man in the assault jacket took a brick from someone nearby and slammed it onto the Ferrari's window.
With a loud bang, the toughened glass was of excellent quality. The brick cracked but the glass remained intact.
The man in the assault jacket couldn't help but awkwardly smile, then picked up another brick.
"I'll do it."
Fang Chen snatched the brick from the man in the assault jacket, walked to the driver's side, and swung the brick at the window.
Although it was toughened glass, Fang Chen's strength was extraordinary now. With just one hit, the glass cracked in numerous places and fell into the car. Fang Chen reached through the car door and pulled Zhang Xiaojie directly out of the window.
The window was narrow, but this drugged-up kid was skinny, so he was pulled out with some effort. Zhang Xiaojie, around 20 years old, was dressed in a pink Armani suit jacket, a Hermes gold belt, looking like someone from a wealthy family. Dragged out forcibly, he was already covered in bruises. He cursed, "Damn it, you're looking for trouble." As he raised his hand to slap Fang Chen grabbed Zhang Xiaojie's collar, lifted him half a meter off the ground, and slammed him down. With a loud thud, Zhang Xiaojie was left in a sorry state, bones broken, cursing incessantly. The man in the assault jacket's eyes narrowed, effortlessly holding an adult man horizontally, a feat few could achieve. Let alone holding someone horizontally, even lifting such weight was rare.
This was a master.
Just then, someone shouted, "The law doesn't blame the masses, let's not let this guy bear it alone." Several young men rushed forward, punching and kicking Zhang Xiaojie with gusto.
2 traffic officers tried to intervene, but they were outnumbered and couldn't stop the furious crowd.
After trying to reason with them to no avail, the senior traffic officer reluctantly said, "Don't beat him to death, we still need to interrogate him later." This reminder calmed the crowd a bit.
2 men held Zhang Xiaojie while the young traffic officer took out a breathalyzer.
Zhang Xiaojie resisted at first, but after a beating from the crowd, he relented and blew into the breathalyzer.
It showed 372 milligrams of alcohol. Drunk driving.
The senior traffic officer opened the car door, and everyone was shocked. In the passenger seat, a girl in a short skirt was oblivious, swinging her hair, not noticing what was happening outside. In addition to the driver's seat, there were packets of ecstasy and ketamine, 2 scattered bottles of foreign liquor, and condoms.
Drunk driving plus drug use, the evidence was clear. The onlookers were even more outraged. This scum was different from other villains. He threatened public safety, which concerned everyone's lives. Finally, some people couldn't hold back and started hitting Zhang Xiaojie with bricks and slippers. The situation spiraled out of control. The senior traffic officer couldn't contain the crowd and shouted, "Stop, you'll kill him if you keep going." Unfortunately, the crowd was too large to control.
Hundreds of people surrounded them, and more kept arriving, rolling up their sleeves in anger. At this moment, 3 police cars and an ambulance with flashing lights approached from a distance.
The onlookers immediately dispersed and dropped the bricks in their hands.
Several medical staff pushed through the crowd, examined Zhang Xiaojie, and quickly lifted him onto the ambulance.
After the leading security officials left, they sternly asked the onlookers who started the violence.
The whole scene fell silent, and no one paid any attention to him.
Those who come forward now and confess will be treated leniently. Once I uncover the truth, strict measures will be taken.
Still, no one spoke. Seeing the reluctance of the crowd, he turned to 2 traffic officers and asked, who initiated the violence?
Chen Jianjun, did you see anything? There were too many people, I didn't see anything, replied the older traffic officer named Chen Jianjun. He then asked the younger traffic officer, Hu Kai, what do you have to say? I must remind you, this is a serious case of intentional harm. Before you speak, think about your badge and the oath you took when joining the team. Don't lie with your eyes wide open. Hu Kai furrowed his brows, trying to recall, and after a moment, he helplessly said, Captain Chen, I didn't see anything either. They swarmed in, dozens of people pushed me and my master to the outside. Who could see clearly? The body camera is here, do you want to check it?
He didn't lie either, there were too many people involved in the assault, making it impossible to see everything. The body camera only captured images of the outer layers of the crowd and the items inside the car, revealing nothing conclusive.
Furthermore, this suburban road section had no surveillance, rendering audiovisual evidence useless.
Unable to extract any information, Captain Chen turned to the girl in the car, but she was too intoxicated to respond, lost in her own world.
She probably wouldn't react even if she were forced.
Just then, a Porsche Cayenne pulled up nearby, and a middle-aged lady pushed through the crowd to Captain Chen, anxiously asking, Where is my son?
Captain Chen sighed, Mrs. Zhang, your son is seriously injured. He was just taken to the municipal hospital by ambulance.
Chen Shunning staggered at the news, almost collapsing. She turned to head to the hospital to see her son. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glare at the onlookers with a fierce look. You thugs, murderers, none of you can escape.
Captain Chen, these people must have participated in beating my son.
Arrest them all, Captain Chen helplessly smiled. At this point, there were about 500 to 600 spectators, and it was impossible for all of them to be culprits. Moreover, with so many people, a few security officials wouldn't be able to stop them. Unless the riot police were called in, but that was impossible.
The mention of thugs made many in the crowd uneasy.
Seeing the situation escalating, a riot officer stepped forward, disdainfully saying, driving under the influence, hit and run, if you don't discipline your son, the prison will do it for you.
Chen Shunning, enraged by the accusation, tried to grab his sleeve, it must have been you who did it.
The riot officer shook his sleeve and ordered, let go.
Don't think you can disregard the law and human life just because you have some money. So what if I have money?
You're just jealous, can't stand to see others doing well.
Captain Chen, this person has a twisted mind, resentful of society. Quickly arrest him.
Captain Chen was a bit helpless. This woman didn't know her place in public, acting as if she were someone else. He approached Chen Shunning and whispered, Mrs.
Zhang, you should go to the hospital to check on your son first. We will handle things here.
It's not realistic to arrest all these people, but I assure you, we will bring the ringleaders to justice. Chen Shunning's gaze swept over the crowd, deliberately pausing on the riot gear, saying, this person is definitely the ringleader, provoking trouble first. Xian Gang replied, we can't confirm that yet, but we will investigate thoroughly. Chen Shunning suggested in a low voice, arrest a few onlookers, interrogate them separately, and once their testimonies match, we'll know who the leader is.
Madam Zhang, please watch your words.
Xian Gang felt annoyed, such words were not to be spoken lightly.
When did it become a merchant's wife's place to meddle in his investigation? If it weren't for the favor from the Liang Bureau, he wouldn't even bother with someone like Chen Shunning, no matter how wealthy she was. Chen Shunning, realizing her mistake, silently slipped into the Cayenne.
2 traffic officers stared at the Cayenne speeding away, not hiding their disgust. Just last month, they had dealt with a traffic accident involving Zhang Xiaojie, and this woman had also come to the scene to handle the aftermath. The young ones were still arrogant, and the old ones still carried themselves with pride. After Chen Shunning left, Xian Gang took a megaphone and shouted, to those involved in the violence, I advise you to surrender voluntarily and come with me for questioning.
No one paid him any attention, the crowd dispersed, gradually leaving the scene.
Xian Gang hesitated for a moment, wanting to intervene but feeling powerless.
The riot gear walked over to Fong Chen and extended a hand. Brother, what's your name? Fong Chen shook his hand and replied, Fong Chen. Yang Bao.
The two exchanged a smile, and Yang Bao suddenly said, how about going for a drink?
Where to? Ertzi barbecue?
Sure.
Fong Chen and Zhu Laolu walked to the BMW.
Fong Chen inspected the car, noticing only a part of the crossbeam had collapsed, while the rest was fine and drivable.
Qian Gang squinted as he watched Fong Chen get into the BMW.
From the angle the car was parked and the collapsed part of the body, it was evident that this person had intercepted Zhang Xiaoji's Ferrari. The license plate was local, 520, showing some strength but not too powerful. He glanced at the A8 belonging to the riot gear. This car must have been involved in the chase too, with a provincial license plate. The number was just an ordinary blue plate, but some people were low-key, making it hard to discern anything from the plate. Whoever could afford an A8 was likely not simple. He didn't want to provoke them without knowing their identity. Seeing the two car owners chatting and leaving together, he decided to hold off on questioning Fong Chen's intentions until he knew the identities of the two car owners. Fong Chen and his companions drove to Wurtzi Barbecue, found a table, ordered a variety of meats, including lamb, kidneys, and oysters.
Soon, Sang Biao, Shao Qi, and Mengzi arrived. Yang Bao took out a bottle of Wolianye from the trunk and said, "1 bottle each, we'll order some beer later, sound good?" Fong Chen gestured, "Okay." Everyone followed suit, filling their glasses with the liquor in front of them. Cheers! As they drank and ate heartily, Yang Bao spoke up, "I detest these nouveau riches the most, benefiting from the times, making money through illegal means, and thinking they've entered high society. Then they turn around and bully the common folks, forgetting they also came from the bottom." Sang Biao added, "These people should be sent for re-education through labor." Fong Chen shook his head, smiling bitterly, "Money talks. As long as you have money, getting a psychiatric evaluation to avoid punishment is easy. Add some compensation to gain the victim's forgiveness, pull some strings, and turn a big deal into nothing, and a small matter into nothing at all." Shao Qi asked in confusion, "Is it really that easy to get a psychiatric evaluation?" Zhu Laolu chuckled, "That's nothing, there's even changing your age, from 20 to 15, to avoid criminal punishment. You think 15 isn't too old? Whether you believe it or not, I do. Trading a life for some money? If I were her husband, I would never accept that." Sang Biao spoke up. Fong Chen replied, "Ah Biao, you're still too young. What can we do by not accepting? The child needs to go to school, parents need to be taken care of, there are elders and youngsters to support. Even if the wife is gone, life has to go on. Today we talk about compensation with you, tomorrow we can block your door, gamble with the lock, splash paint, release snakes. How can ordinary folks compete?" Yang Bao nodded in agreement, "Well said. Criminals take advantage of the unequal resources of both sides to be so rampant." Fong Chen glanced at him, thinking that this person had an interesting way of speaking. Yang Bao continued, "Brother Fong, I see you're quite skilled, have you trained before?" "No, I just have some strength." Fong Chen chuckled, "We are all part of society, just helping out here and there." Yang Bao raised his glass, "Heroes rise from the masses, let's drink, let's drink." The three continued drinking, and in a few minutes, they heard a commotion from the tables next to them, escalating into a fight. Fong Chen glanced over to see some young adults wielding chairs and beer bottles in the scuffle. Shortly after, a group of security officers arrived to break up the fight. The leading officer didn't rush to question the young adults but instead cast a cold gaze towards Fong Chen's table. He instructed his colleagues to handle the brawl and approached Fong Chen, saying, "Come with me." Fong Chen nodded, bid farewell to the others, and followed him to a secluded spot. The officer sternly asked, "There was a group incident on Siping Road just now, and someone saw your car at the scene. Were you involved?" Fong Chen didn't deny it, nodding, "Yes, I was involved." Letting scum like that continue driving, who knows how many more people will suffer in the future. You should have taken him out earlier, such people endanger public safety. How can there be so many consequences later on? The officer's face turned cold as he reprimanded, "Criminals have their own legal judgment, what right do you have to take the law into your own hands?" Fong Chen shrugged, "Fong Ping, I understand this better than you. The law is meant to restrain ordinary people, I only believe in justice." Fong Ping retorted coldly, "You, a scum from the underworld, talking to me about justice?" Fong Chen raised his hands nonchalantly, "Then arrest me, at least 100 people were involved in the fight, why don't you arrest them all?" Fong Ping's face darkened, "Zhang Shiqing's industry is not to be trifled with, no one can protect you in this matter. You don't need to worry about that, my good brother," Fong Chen said before returning to the table. As Fong Chen returned to the table, he noticed his elder brother had left, feeling much more relaxed. With a lighter mood and the alcohol flowing, they ordered more beers. Amidst the toasts, Yang Bao asked, "What did that security officer want with you earlier?" Fong Chen casually explained, "He's my brother." "What?" Before Yang Bao could speak, Zhu Laolu jumped up in surprise, asking, "Elder brother, does Qini know about this?" Fong Chen smiled indifferently, "He knows, he is him, I am me." Yang Bao chuckled, you two brothers are quite interesting. He he. Yang Bao downed a full glass, slightly intoxicated, and began, is drug abuse prevalent in nightclubs? Shao Qi took over, it's rare in bathhouses, but it's quite serious in KTVs and bars. A group gathers to inhale from an ice pot, then everyone undresses and gets high together, more intense than those love action movies. But elder brother manages it strictly, never allowing the dismantling of families to enter. We don't earn money that way. Yang Bao showed approval, brother Fong, you have principles. Fong Chen laughed, I studied the Opium Wars. Yang Bao raised his glass and chuckled, for this statement, let's all have a drink. Fong Chen finished his drink in one go and sighed, I can prevent the destruction of homes, but I can't stop guests from bringing their own. This situation is inevitable in every nightlife venue, and we can't keep an eye on them 24 hours a day. Yang Bao then asked, what's the current situation in the market around Qinghe? Fong Chen, seeing his deliberate inquiry, did not hide anything. In Qinghe, there were more heroin users in the past few years, commonly known as white powder. Heroin is usually injected intravenously. Long-term users have emaciated bodies and brittle nails, which are easily noticeable. Due to the high number of needle-sharing individuals, HIV/AIDS is rampant in this industry. However, nowadays, people have moved on to crystal meth, which is not natural but a new type of drug derived from the chemical structure of ephedrine. It is highly addictive, even more so than heroin. Zhu Laolu chimed in, saying, getting involved with these substances leads to ruin, with families destroyed and lives lost. When men run out of money, they turn to theft and robbery, while women resort to prostitution. Addicts become so desperate that they are willing to kill even their own parents. These people have completely lost their morality and are nothing but despicable creatures. Seeing that the others were willing to share, Yang Bao continued to inquire, what's the situation with the underworld in Qinghe now? I'm quite curious. Zhu Laolu, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol but still clear-headed, looked at him with suspicion. Brother Yang, are you planning to join the underworld in Qinghe? Are you planning to deal drugs here? Mangzi had been silent all along and now realized something was amiss. He immediately advised, brother, it's fine to mingle in Qinghe, but stay away from drugs. Once you get involved, you'll lose your head. Even our Live Fire gang dares not touch that stuff. Yang Bao was surprised. You guys are from the Live Fire gang? Yes, Fong Chen nodded, then reprimanded the two. Yang is a man of integrity, not someone involved in the underworld. Can't you see that? Finally, Fong Chen explained the situation of the underworld for him. Qinghe has a population of 4 million, with dozens of small and large factions, but the smaller ones without protection have long been eliminated. Currently, there are 4 prominent gangs, the Black Dragon Society in the east, the Live Fire Gang in the south, the Great Sword Gate in the west, and the Brotherhood Alliance in the north. I won't talk much about the Live Fire Gang. The other factions are involved in various illegal activities like prostitution and gambling, each with their own protection. Additionally, there are some big business figures who have unclear relationships with them. Yang Bao nodded, as he was already aware of this situation before coming to Qinghe. What he really wanted to know was who was backing them. Unfortunately, these men were surely unaware of this information. Zhu Laolu suddenly looked regretful and said, alas, even in our Qinghe, the underworld is divided into different tiers. Some like to cause trouble for no reason, threatening people with small knives and extorting protection fees, belong to the lowest tier. The second tier includes establishments like our bathhouses and bars, at least having some legitimate businesses of their own. The third tier consists of the 4 gang leaders and some big bosses who have transitioned from the underworld. Zhu Laolu fell silent after speaking. Yang Bao chuckled and asked, anything else? Fong Chen laughed, some things are better left unsaid. The group continued to chat and drink, with Fong Chen curious about Yang Bao's identity, asking, Yang, what brings you to Qinghe? Yang Bao didn't hide anything. I will be taking up a new position in a few days, so I came early to experience the local customs of Qinghe. My apologies. Fong Chen chuckled and refrained from further questioning. He had suspected from the beginning that Yang Bao's identity was not ordinary, thinking he might be a figure from the military, but never expected him to be coming to take up a new official position. The term taking up a new position originally had a simple meaning of assuming a new role, but now it has become a specialized term for government officials. Ordinary people, including low-level government officials, would only say they are coming to work or taking office, rarely using this term. So Yang Bao's identity was self-evident. Coupled with the questions he asked, it was almost certain that he was from the public security, procuratorate, or judicial system, most likely the newly appointed leader of the Public Security Bureau. Zhu Laolu was the second to react. In his role as a white paper fan, he often likened himself to a lesser Zhuge Liang. Although not as wise as Song Xianxia and Niu Jingxing,
he was indeed a cut above the likes of Mengzi. As for Sang Biao, his alcohol tolerance was poor, having had too much to drink, his tongue almost unable to straighten, he was completely unresponsive. The group continued to toast and exchange cups, with Fang Chen providing as much information as he could in response to Yang Bao's questions. During the banquet, Yang Bao took out his phone and made a call. Shortly after, a sturdy young man with a crew cut arrived, likely his driver. Glancing at the time, Yang Bao bid farewell to the others, leaving only a few people at the Emperor Club. After he left, Fang Chen asked the others, "Have there been any recent personnel changes in the Public Security Bureau?" They shook their heads, indicating they were not very clear. Fang Chen sighed, thinking to himself, "These people of mine are still too low in level." With a thought, he woke up Sang Biao, who was resting his head on the table, and asked, "Did any leaders retire from the Public Security Bureau recently?" Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Sang Biao, looking bewildered, said, "Last month, Deputy Director Huang Anmin retired due to illness. What's the matter?" "Oh." Fang Chen and Zhu Laolu exchanged a glance, showing a sudden realization. It was almost certain that Yang Bao was here to take over as the deputy director. Considering his age of around 30, this person was not simple. Zhu Laolu glanced in surprise at Sang Biao, saying, Biao, you're quite well informed." Yang Bao had a deeper understanding of the dark and illicit activities compared to Fang Chen, but that was limited to a macro level. When it came to Qinghe, it was all a mystery to him. Initially, Fang Chen, a small-time hoodlum, was not on his radar. However, being new to the area, he urgently needed someone from within the circle to quickly understand the situation in Qinghe. Fang Chen, as the manager of the Li-Fire gang, was undoubtedly a suitable candidate. He was daring, had a sense of justice, and if used properly, would be a valuable informant. The position of deputy director of the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau was a crucial step in his personal career. If he took this step in the right direction, he was very likely to reach the bureau level before the age of 35. Some officials liked to find a young PC at such a critical moment, symbolizing a good start. However, Yang Bao did not have this quirk and was very averse to such behavior. Climbing up the ranks required both achievements and background, but never through such crooked means. At the Qinghe City Municipal Hospital, Chen Shunning looked at the critically injured Zhang Xiaojie on the hospital bed, heartbroken and full of hatred, saying to her husband, Shichang, "I want those thugs to accompany Xiaojie in death." "What are you shouting for? Xiaojie isn't dead yet." Zhang Shichang, seeing his son's plight, was also burning with anger and immediately called Qian Gang, the captain of the serious crime team of the Public Security Bureau's South City branch, to handle the case. This case had been handed over to him for processing. Qian Gang, upon receiving Zhang Shichang's call, was also greatly troubled. On his first day at work, he had already identified the owners of the BMW 520 and Audi A8. The owner of the 520 was Fang Chen, a manager of the Li-Fire gang. This person was either easy or difficult to deal with. He had a brother who was a deputy section-level public security officer, but that wasn't the focus. If it was just this background, it was not a cause for concern. However, if the leader of the Li-Fire gang, Qin Lai, were to intervene, it would not be easy to handle. As for the owner of the A8, it was even more surprising. The owner was a woman named Shin Bing, a well-known wealthy businessman's daughter in the province, but that was not the key point. Qian Gang followed the clues and discovered that this Shin Bing was a woman from the Yang family in the provincial capital, the wife of Yang Bao. The Yang family was prosperous, with a certain influence in both the political and business circles of Hanong province. Yang Bao himself was about to take up the position of Deputy Secretary General in Qinghe, directly under his immediate superior. He ranked third in the Public Security Bureau and wielded power second only to Liang Qingyuan. Coupled with the strength of his family, even Liang Qingyuan had to treat him with respect. As for the relationship between Fang Chen and Yang Bao, they had no prior interaction and only connected due to yesterday's incident of stopping the car together. This relationship was not much different from that of strangers. After hanging up on Zhang Shichang, Chen Gang quickly made a decision. Zhang Shichang had a complex network of relationships, and his reputation had to be upheld. As for Yang Bao, that was a different matter. Fang Chen was immediately arrested to test Qin Lai's reaction. If Qin Lai remained passive, Fang Chen would be used to make amends for Zhang Shichang. That evening, Fang Chen was playing landlord at the club with Xiao Qi and others. Suddenly, Hong Jia, accompanied by several public security officers, knocked on his office door with a worried expression. The leader of the public security officers was Qian Gang. Upon seeing Fang Chen, he got straight to the point. "Mr. Fang, please come with us." Xiao Qi and Lao Lu's faces changed abruptly as they stood up and asked, "Do you have an arrest warrant?" Qian Gang squinted and said, "No, we just need Mr. Fang to assist with the investigation." Fang Chen threw the playing cards on the table, took a bite of the watermelon on the table, and said, "It's okay, I'll go and be back soon." A young public security officer took out handcuffs from his waist and was about to put them on Fang Chen. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, his eyes cold as he asked, "You said it was to assist with the investigation, what does this mean?" Xian Gang waved his hand, "It's not necessary, Xiao Ding." Seeing Fang Chen getting into the police car, everyone guessed it was related to Zhang Xiaojie's incident from yesterday. Sang Biao felt sorry in his heart, the scum was caught, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Just based on yesterday's incident, Fang Chen was not wrong. Even if they wanted to arrest him, it couldn't be for this reason. Mangzi and the others were anxious. It sounded good to say they were assisting with the investigation, but if they didn't assist well, the person wouldn't come back. They immediately wanted to call Qin Lai for help, but after searching for a while, they couldn't find Qin Lai's number. They, a bunch of small fries, had no connection with someone like Qin Yi, a big shot. In the end, Sang Biao slapped his forehead and said, "I visited Lai Garden a few days ago, I'll take you to find Mr. Qin, South City branch of the Public Security Bureau." Fang Chen looked at the sign on the door and chuckled, "Isn't assisting with the investigation supposed to be questioning? Why did you bring me to the interrogation room?" "Oh, you're quite knowledgeable?" Xiao Ding, who was about to handcuff him, teased. "We social outcasts must learn some legal knowledge, otherwise, we'll be taken advantage of, right?" Fang Chen sat casually in the chair, allowing Xiao Ding to handcuff his hands. He could break free with just a tenth of his strength, so whether he was cuffed or not made no difference. The two sat at the interrogation table, and Xiao Ding asked, "Last night at 11:43, did you force the blue Ferrari with license plate ending in 886 on Siping Road to stop?" Fang Chen smirked, "Yes, he was endangering public safety, so of course, I had to stop him. Did I commit a crime by being a good Samaritan?" Xiao Ding slammed the table and shouted, "Being a good Samaritan is not a crime, but smashing the Ferrari's window and severely injuring Zhang Xiaojie is a crime." Fang Chen clicked his tongue and said, "Your Captain Chen beside you isn't saying anything. How much did Zhang Shicheng pay you? Why are you so excited?" Xiao Ding was furious and about to step down to discipline Fang Chen but was stopped by Qian Gang. "So, you admit to smashing the car window and assaulting Zhang Xiaojie, causing him severe injuries?" Fang Chen smiled and said, "Yes, I smashed the car window. It's called emergency evasion to prevent criminals from continuing to drive and commit crimes. However, I don't admit to causing serious injuries to Zhang Xiaojie by beating him up. There were so many people involved in the fight, who knows who actually caused his serious injuries? Don't pin the blame on me." Xiao Ding was furious. This little rascal seemed quite knowledgeable about legal matters, using all sorts of arguments. Unfortunately, they all made some sense, and he couldn't find the right words to refute them for a moment. Qian Gang remained silent, looking at Fang Chen below with a smirk. Knowing the terms by heart was useless, no one was willing to help, and everything was in vain. Just then, the phone placed on the table by Qian Gang rang. Sharp-tongued, "Reflect on yourself first." After glancing at the number, he left a remark and walked out of the interrogation room with Xiao Ding. The call was from Zhang Shicheng's wife, Chen Shuning. It was nothing major, just that she found the services at Mrs. Xian's beauty salon excellent and had just become a diamond member by paying 100,000 yuan. She subtly hinted at taking care of the thug who harmed her son. Shen Gang neither agreed nor refused, just saying he was out and would discuss it when he returned. After hanging up the phone and returning, Xiao Ding instigated beside him, "Captain Qian, this guy is too arrogant. We must teach him a lesson." Qian Gang checked the time and said, "Fang Chen has a complicated background. Let's wait another 2 hours. If no one shows up by then, it won't be too late to take action." Half an hour passed, and Qian Gang's phone rang again. Looking at the number, he smiled at Xiao Ding. "The one seeking mercy has arrived." The call was from Jiang Su, the deputy director of the Yinan Street Public Security Bureau, mainly inquiring but without explicitly mentioning seeking mercy. However, the purpose was evident. There was no need to make such a call if not for seeking mercy. After Jiang Su hung up, he shook his head at Zhu Laolu, saying, "It's no use. Zhang Shicheng has a good relationship with Director Liang. Ordinary people seeking mercy won't work." The Emperor Club was under his jurisdiction, and he had a decent relationship with Fang Chen. Zhu Laolu knew Jiang Su's limitations, so he considered it a generous act for him to make the call. "Thank you, Jiang." Zhu Laolu sighed and walked out, now only able to rely on Sang Biao to find Master Qin. On the other side, Fang Ping received a call informing him that Fang Chen had just been arrested by the South City Sub-Bureau, specifically for Zhang Xiaojie's case. After some hesitation, he drove to the South City Sub-Bureau. He was well aware of what happened yesterday, although his younger brother's actions were not right, they were just, and he had to save him.
2 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Xian Gang and Xiao Ding returned to the interrogation room. As soon as Xiao Ding entered, he handed over a transcript and said, "Sign this." Fang Chen retorted with a laugh, "I'll sign your mom." "Very well." Xiao Ding rolled up his sleeves, "You talk tough. Let me loosen you up and see if you're still tough." This time, Xian Gang's attitude was noticeably different. He didn't intervene verbally. After waiting for 2 hours, only a deputy section-level official came to intercede. This Fang Chen was not to be feared. "Come on, hit me in the face," Fang Chen taunted, shaking his neck. "Bring it on." Xiao Ding smiled, put on a thin pair of gloves, and without a word, delivered a fierce punch to Fang Chen's cheek. "Ah!" A cry of pain suddenly echoed in the room. "It's broken, it's broken." Xiao Ding held his right wrist, grimacing in pain, sweat beads the size of peas forming on his forehead. "What the hell?" Xian Gang thought he misheard, subconsciously looking at Xiao Ding. He saw his wrist hanging limply at an unbelievable angle, clearly broken. On the other hand, Fang Chen remained calm, without a mark on his face. Damn, Xian Gang couldn't help but curse in his mind. The assailant's wrist is broken, but the one being hit is unscathed. Is this guy's head made of steel? Are you daring to assault a police officer? Xiao Ding accused Fang Chen as soon as he spoke. Then, enduring the pain, he reached out with his left hand to grab a rubber stick from the corner of the table and swung it towards Fang Chen's head. Bang! As the stick came down, the rubber rod bounced high, making Xiao Ding's hand numb. He felt that if it weren't for the elasticity of the rubber stick dissipating some of the force, his hand might have been disabled. "Haven't eaten?" Fang Chen licked his lips and said, "I won't give up." Xiao Ding raised his hand again to strike with a second blow. "Stop." Just then, a loud shout came from outside the door. Fang Ping pushed the door open, his face cold, and said in a harsh tone, "Xian, are you resorting to torture?" Xian remained silent, while Xiao Ding hopped on one foot, saying, "The suspect assaulted the police. He broke my hand." "Fang Sua, didn't you see that? Even if he's your own brother, you can't turn a blind eye and lie," Fang Ping sighed. Xiao Ding was indeed a fool. No matter how loyal he was, he couldn't be trusted. Fang Ping pointed at Fang Chen's hand shackled to the table and said, "Ding Chang, who is lying here? His hand is locked up. How did he attack you? Why are you wearing gloves and holding a stick?" Ding Chang was momentarily speechless, realizing he had been too agitated and forgotten about this detail. Xian waved his hand, "Let's not dwell on this matter. Fang Deputy Director, what brings you to our South City Sub-Bureau?" He emphasized the word deputy heavily, indicating the distinction between their ranks. Fang Ping evaded the issue and coldly snorted, "Why shouldn't we discuss this matter? If I hadn't come, how would I know you were beating up a suspect? I will report this to the inspectorate." Ding Chang took off his gloves, kicked the rubber stick aside, and said, "Deputy Director Fang, speak with evidence. Which eye of yours saw me hitting him?" Although he was just a clerk, his immediate superior was Qian, so Fang Ping had no authority over him. Fang Ping was also helpless, he was just trying to scare him. With the surveillance turned off, there was no way to gather evidence. Moreover, Ding Chang was the one injured, and Fang Chen was unharmed. Who would believe otherwise? Suddenly, Fang Chen spoke up, "I have evidence. I am always cautious. When I sense someone is targeting me, I usually prepare a pinhole camera in advance. Big brother, come and take the evidence." Ding Chang was stunned, he had only checked his phone and didn't expect this move. Fang Ping was about to step forward when Qian coldly interjected, "Fang Sua, we are conducting an investigation. Please leave and do not obstruct our work." Fang Ping didn't back down. Conducting an investigation? Ridiculous. If you were conducting a proper investigation, I would have no objections. But you are interrogating unlawfully, and I have the right to intervene. Fang Chen might have many faults, but he was right in this matter. Stopping vehicles and breaking windows were not issues. The only problem was assaulting Zhang Xiaojie. However, there were at least 100 people involved. Why blame Fang Chen for causing serious injuries? Even if it meant risking his future, he would protect his younger brother. Tensions rose between the two sides, and the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside the door. Quite a commotion here. A rugged man in his 30s, wearing a sharkskin softshell assault jacket, strode into the room, accompanied by Han, the director of the South City Sub-Bureau. Seeing the two men, Qian immediately approached them and greeted, "Director Han, what brings you here?" He pretended not to recognize Yang Bao. Everyone knew that a new deputy director was about to take office at the municipal bureau, but no one had seen him. If he revealed that he knew him now, Yang Bao would undoubtedly suspect that he had investigated him. Captain Han immediately introduced a few people, saying, "This is our new official in the city office, Yang, who will soon take over Captain Huang's position."
Fang Ping looked puzzled, but as soon as Yang Bao entered, he felt a sense of familiarity.
Wasn't this the person who had dinner with his younger brother last night?
He never expected him to be the new deputy in charge.
How could his younger brother, a small-time hoodlum, know someone like this? Yang Bao waved his hand and said, I haven't taken office yet, so it's premature to call me captain. Captain Han laughed, isn't it just a matter of tomorrow?
Fang Chen glanced at Yang Bao and found him quite interesting. He was very different from last night. While he was casual when drinking last night, today he exuded a sense of authority. Moreover, his attire was also intriguing. Unlike the typical leaders in white shirts and black trousers, he looked more like a military enthusiast. Yang Bao continued, you all carry on with your work, I'm just here to get acquainted with everyone in advance. Captain Han chuckled, even during Yang's vacation, he still cares about work. This spirit is worth learning from.
Yang Bao laughed and suddenly noticed Fang Chen, surprised, Mr. Fang, what are you doing here? Last night you called me brother, today it's Mr. Fang. Fang Chen understood that this form of address was most appropriate in this situation, showing respect while maintaining a certain distance.
As for the exact nature of their relationship, it was up to others to figure out.
Oh, Yang, why are you here? Fang Chen looked up, showing a surprised expression. What's wrong, Mr. Fang? Yang Bao pointed to the handcuffs on Fang Chen's hands and asked Shengang. Shengang thought to himself, you were there last night too, isn't this a rhetorical question?
Seeing Captain Han looking puzzled, Shengang reluctantly recounted what happened last night.
This is just nonsense.
Yang Bao said with his hands behind his back, last night, Zhang Xiaojie endangered public safety by driving dangerously, and Mr.
Fang acted bravely. I also participated in the interception, should you arrest me too?
Captain Han frowned and scolded, release him.
Shengang hesitated for a moment and didn't move. This matter was instructed by Liang Qingyuan, his command was no different from an imperial decree to Qiangang. Compared to that, Yang Bao had to step back.
But he didn't dare openly defy Yang Bao, so he stood there looking embarrassed, saying hesitantly, this person is suspected of causing serious harm, it may not be appropriate to release him just like that.
Captain Qian enforces the law impartially, adheres to principles, it seems I have overstepped. Yang Bao praised expressionlessly.
The term overstepped was very interesting given Yang Bao's status. Qiangang sighed inwardly, realizing he had thoroughly offended this new deputy director.
However, in the officialdom, one must first establish a clear position. Since he was Liang Qingyuan's man, he couldn't vacillate. Do you qualify to be a pioneer?
A mocking voice suddenly came from inside the room. Qiangang followed the source of the voice and saw that the prisoner named Fang Chen was sneering at him. He was furious. How dare a small-time crook in society mock him, a serious crime squad leader? He was audacious and too presumptuous.
Did he think Yang Bao would always have his back?
He would deal with him slowly once he left.
Just then, Qiangang's phone rang again. Sorry, I need to take this call. Qiangang went to a deserted corridor to answer the call.
It was Liang Qingyuan's voice on the other end. Xinlai just called me, release the person. Qiangang hung up the phone, shaking his head with a bitter smile.
Why didn't this call come 2 minutes earlier? If it had, he wouldn't have offended Yang Bao. He returned to the interrogation room, unlocked Fang Chen's handcuffs, and said reluctantly, you can go home now. Fang Chenshu relaxed his wrist and pulled out a pinhole camera from his chest, handing it to Yang Bao. This is the evidence of Ding Chang interrogating me.
He was quite ruthless, my head still hurts terribly, probably got a concussion by now.
Reckless.
Yang Bao snorted coldly, took the camera and left without caring about the others' attempts to stop him. After he left, Han Shu stared at Ding Chang, his gaze icy. How many times have I told you, we must enforce the law in a civilized manner, we must know and abide by the law. Look at what you do every day, you are now suspended and under investigation by the organization. Ding Chang looked to Qiangang for help, hoping he could plead for him. Shengang pretended not to see, but Yang Bao caught him by the hair. This man was already a pawn, no longer of any use.
Fang Chen nodded at Han Shu, completely ignoring the others, and walked out of the interrogation room with Fang Ping. Wait for me.
Fang Chen walked out of the Public Security Bureau, glanced at Yang Bao about to get in the car, and said to Fang Ping. Then he walked to Yang Bao's A8, and said, Yang Shu, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yang Bao raised the camera in his hand, your method is good, but Ding Chang is just a small fry, stripping him of his clothes won't do much.
Fang Chen smiled, if it were Qiangang, this alone wouldn't bring him down, we need other evidence, like economic issues. That's true. Are you interested in this? I am.
Yang Bao looked at him with interest, nodding and smiling.
Fang Chen gestured towards Fang Ping, my brother is upright, took a bullet before becoming a deputy, full of ambitions but nowhere to show them, it's really a pity.
Indeed, we need people like him in the Public Security Bureau, firm in law enforcement, hating evil, daring to fight, that's what's lacking. Then I thank Yang Shu in advance. Yang Bao then asked, is your head okay? Fang Chen laughed, it's fine, I've practiced Iron Head Kung Fu. Yang Bao rolled up the car window, started the car, and chuckled to himself. This little rascal is quite interesting. Fang Chen waved to him and returned to Fang Ping's side, earnestly saying, brother, thank you for today. Fang Ping said seriously, this is not your fault, that's why I came, but, if you break the law, I will personally arrest you. Fang Chen handed him a cigarette, lit one for himself, and said lightly, there are some things I want to talk to you about, let's find a place to eat and chat. Fang Ping hesitated for a moment but agreed. They didn't drive, instead walked to a nearby night market alley, and sat down at a random skewer stall. Boss, give us 10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of kidney, and 2 portions of stinky tofu, Fang Chen waved to the stall owner. Coming right up. The stall owner handed over the tray of food, glanced at Fang Chen, and suddenly exclaimed, boss, it's you. Fang Chen looked up at him, smiled, changed your stall again? Yeah, the urban management over there is too strict. The stall owner was quite polite, I owe you a barbecue from last time, today's on me. Fang Chen didn't make a fuss, just nodded in appreciation. Fang Ping was slightly surprised. The younger brother indeed had a wide network, from high officials to commoners, he knew people everywhere he went. He glanced at the stall owner. The man looked shabby but stood tall, with sharp eyes. Clearly, he and Fang Chen were of the same kind, both having served in the military. Fang Chen poured a glass of beer and said meaningfully, at 28 years old, you became a deputy after taking a bullet. If you can't make it to a full department head by 30, there's basically no hope for your career. Fang Ping asked in confusion, what are you trying to say? I'll help you become a full department head, Fang Chen said confidently. I didn't wear this uniform to climb the ranks and get rich. Fang Ping's lips curled in a mocking smile. And what makes you think you have the ability? Just because you know Yang Bao? How naive. Fang Chen nodded, you're right. Yang Bao and I are just acquaintances. In his eyes, I'm just a nobody. Fang Ping's expression turned serious. As long as you understand that. Fang Chen continued, the Public Security Bureau in Qinghe City is now under Liang Qingyuan's control like an iron bucket. If Yang Bao wants to make a move, he must have his own trusted followers. Naturally, there will be conflicts of interest between him and Liang Qingyuan. If Yang Bao wants to advance further, he must bring down Liang Qingyuan and take his place. So, his main purpose in coming today is to find some leverage against Liang Qingyuan. Saving me is just a side benefit. So what? Fang Ping's interest was piqued, and he asked curiously. Fang Chen, confident in his plan, said, so, I've just settled the deal with Qian Gang. You will take Qian Gang's place and become Yang Bao's right-hand man. Qian Gang, as Liang Qingyuan's former driver, surely knows some of his secrets. Bringing down Liang Qingyuan with that alone is impossible, but exchanging for a legitimate position is more than enough. Fang Ping frowned, I warn you, don't do anything illegal. Fang Chen chuckled, I know you want to fulfill your ambitions, fight crime, but you need a platform for that. In the future, I will unify the underworld, becoming the emperor of the underworld in Qinghe and even in Daxia. I will help you maintain social order, deal with criminals, and reduce the crime rate in Qinghe City to the lowest in Daxia. Your political achievements will skyrocket. Fang Ping left looking bewildered. He never imagined his younger brother, a small-time thug, had such ambitions. But while it sounded simple, it was extremely difficult to achieve. Could someone like his younger brother aspire to such heights? Boss, come have a drink. Drinking alone was boring, so Fang Chen gestured to the stall owner. Sure. Seeing no other customers, the stall owner wiped his hands on a towel and sat down where Fang Ping had been earlier. What should I call you, brother? Fang Chen. Lei Ming. Were you in the military before? Fang Chen asked. Yeah, in the motorized infantry. How's business? Just getting by, making 70 to 80 bucks a day. It's alright, just afraid of the urban management. The two chatted aimlessly. Lei Ming said he was 27 this year and had been out of the army for 3 years. He had come back, went on blind dates, found a girlfriend who spent all his army severance pay and ran off with a wealthy old man. Fang Chen mentioned he was looking after a place and needed someone to help. Lei Ming shook his head, saying he didn't want to get involved with the underworld. Fang Chen pointed out, didn't you see that security officer just now? I'm on good terms with him. How could we be part of the underworld? We help those in need, we're a righteous and charitable organization, often helping old ladies cross the street. If you join, you'll earn a minimum of 4,000 a month, with no upper limit. Lei Ming said, I'll consider it. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the end of the alley. Lei Ming's face changed drastically as he turned off the gas tank and swiftly moved his belongings onto the electric tricycle, his movements so skilled they were almost heartbreaking. This time, Fang Chen didn't help him. Instead, he handed Lei Ming a business card. "If you decide to join, call this number. I'm in." Fang Chen took a few steps, and Lei Ming's voice came from behind. Fang Chen turned around. "Alright, I'll help you return the tricycle first." "No need." Lei Ming was irritated at the sight of the tricycle. "Are you crazy? It's worth several thousand yuan." "You're right." Lei Ming mounted the electric tricycle, started the engine, and Fang Chen sat in the passenger seat, holding a skewer of grilled lamb in one hand and a beer in the other. The two men, facing the cold night wind, evaded the pursuit from the big-brimmed hat figures ahead, dodging left and right, speeding away. Lei Ming drove to the old city outskirts in the east of the city, parked the vehicle in a simple courtyard, and invited, "Come in and have a seat." "Just you?" "Well, my parents are in the countryside, and I rent this house myself." Fang Chen casually glanced around the room, which was very simple with just a few tables and chairs. The two sat down, and Lei Ming got straight to the point. "I can team up with you, but I have to respect you." Fang Chen asked, "What do you mean?" Lei Ming said, "We soldiers don't beat around the bush. Let's have a little contest. If you can last a minute, I'll join you." Fang Chen looked at him seriously and said, "I'm afraid I might accidentally kill you." Lei Ming got angry, stood up glaring at Fang Chen. Back in the day, he was the second in military skills competition. Now being looked down upon by civilians, he could take on 10 like Fang Chen. No need for all that trouble. Fang Chen placed his right hand on the solid wood table, exerted a little pressure, then lifted it. Lei Ming, puzzled, looked down to see a clear handprint on the table, 3 inches deep. "Still want to compare?" Fang Chen said calmly. "Damn." Lei Ming couldn't help but curse, asking, "Are you a magician?" Fang Chen stood up speechless. "Magic my foot, I'm out." "Where are you going? Wait for me." This guy was quick to change his tune. "I'm going to find a lady, care to join?" "Sure, wherever you go, I go." Fang Chen stared at him, asking seriously, "Are you really going to follow me?" "Yes." Lei Ming nodded vigorously. Fang Chen had never seen such strength in a person before, almost superhuman. Only a fool would pass up this opportunity. "You've tested me, now I'll test you. Answer correctly to follow me." "Go ahead. We guess odd or even. If you want to guide me to choose even, what would you do?" Lei Ming replied without hesitation, frequently using words like frost, too, both to mislead psychologically. Fang Chen asked, "Are you willing to kill?" "Yes." Lei Ming nodded quickly, then added after a pause, "But only bad people." "Alright, I'll give you a task, like a challenge." Fenghuang Villa Block 11 was Chang's residence. Compared to Niadaiguang, his place was much more ostentatious, reflecting their personalities. One was reserved, the other flamboyant. Even their wives' professions showed this contrast, one a conventional teacher, the other running a bold beauty salon. The two sneaked cautiously into the villa area, hiding in the darkness outside Block 11. Fang Chen handed Lei Ming a Colt pistol, 3 pairs of handcuffs, and other tools, whispering, "There are 3 people inside, they should all be asleep now. Besides his wife, Chang has a 9-year-old son. Threaten their lives, record Chang's bribery confessions, make him sign a repentance letter, then find the hidden cash to complete the task. We'll take the gold bars, cash as evidence." "Understood." Lei Ming gestured tactically. "Go, I'll cover you from behind." Lei Ming carried a tactical backpack, leaped over the wall in silence, then skillfully picked the lock with a thin steel wire, opening the door noiselessly. 2 moves, this guy is really wasted selling kebabs. Fang Chen praised silently. Soon after, a muffled voice came from the bedroom upstairs. It was Chang's voice, asking the cliché who's there? Fang Chen's vision and hearing were far superior, even from a distance he could hear clearly. Lei Ming hit him with the gun but, "I'm your grandma. Quick, where's the money? If you don't tell me, I'll rape and kill your wife, then chop up your son for the dogs." The voice suddenly disappeared, followed by Lei Ming's laughter and Chang's cries. 1 hour later, Lei Ming swaggered out of the villa's gate. As soon as Fang Chen saw him, he gestured, "Done. He's knocked out, everything's settled." Initially, he didn't want to confess. "I cut him a few times on his face, and he spilled everything. Let's go, we'll talk more back at the rental house." The two returned to Lei Ming's rental house and emptied the contents of the bag. Inside the bag were 500,000 meters of gold, equivalent to about 3.5 million Dixia coins, along with 5 1-kilogram gold bars. Fang Chen took out 2 gold bars and handed them to Lei Ming, saying, "This is your reward." Lei Ming didn't refuse, sighing, "These 2 small yellow croakers add up to nearly 400,000. Robbing is indeed a quick way to make money." Fang Chen, with a righteous look, said, "Robbing isn't the goal. Money just knows how to break the law."
Our goal is to send him in to face the music.
Lei Ming nodded, finally understanding the meaning behind Fong Chen's previous words. It seemed they were indeed a chivalrous organization fighting crime.
Fong Chen continued, does the confession match the amount and items?
Lei Ming replied, I made him sign and fingerprint according to the amount of gold. I told him admitting to bribery means a few years in jail, denying it means annihilation.
Of course, he knew how to choose.
However, Lei Ming changed the subject. No matter the threats, he refused to confess about Liang Qingyuan.
He knows it's a dead end if he talks about it. Of course, he won't. Fong Chen understood that Qian Gang used to be Liang Qingyuan's driver for 7 or 8 years. How could he not know about Liang Qingyuan's affairs?
Regardless of financial issues, he must be aware of his conduct.
It's best if he talks, but it's not crucial if he doesn't. As long as Liang Qingyuan suspects that Yang Bao holds evidence of his crimes, he will compromise.
Besides, they didn't expect to settle things with Liang Qingyuan solely based on this matter.
Lei Ming was puzzled and asked, why don't you directly find evidence of Liang Qingyuan's crimes? Fong Chen shook his head, explaining, it's useless to go after him.
A deputy who just took office and managed to put the bureau chief behind bars, who would dare to use such a short-sighted person? When a new bureau chief is parachuted in later, Yang Bao will leave with resentment, and Fong Chen won't gain anything from this idiotic move. If they were to deal with him, it would be a matter for later. I'm leaving, Fong Chen instructed, don't touch this gold bar for now.
Wait for some time before making a move.
He hadn't sold the gold bar he snatched from Nye Dagwon last time. He knew the Public Security Bureau would investigate along the stolen goods trail. Seeing Lei Ming somewhat helpless, Fong Chen added, this money is nothing. Tomorrow night, I'll take you to an underground casino to win some money.
Fong Chen planned to go to the place where Meng Cheng lost money, the territory of the Brotherhood Alliance.
They had long held a grudge against the Brotherhood Alliance for snatching their technicians and saw this as an opportunity to gain some advantage. With vision and hearing abilities several times greater than an average person, winning shouldn't be a problem.
By the time Fong Chen returned to the club, it was already 1 a.m., and Mengzi and the others were waiting in the private room. Qinlai made a call to Liang Qingyuan in front of Mengzi, which didn't surprise Fong Chen.
In the past, Qinlai wouldn't have stood up for himself, but now the situation was different. He had shown greater value. Moreover, he was about to go on a mission to the provincial capital, so at this critical moment, Qinlai had to protect himself at all costs. 2 hours later, Xian Gang woke up from his stupor. Looking at the empty safe, he broke out in a cold sweat instantly. If it were just ordinary robbers, he wouldn't be afraid, but it was clear that someone wanted him out of the picture. He could vaguely guess who was targeting him, but all of that was no longer important. When he started work tomorrow, evidence of his bribery would land on the desks of the top officials in Qinghe City, and not even Liang Qingyuan could save him. If he couldn't hold on, he would end up killing himself.
Xian Gang had no doubt about Liang Qingyuan's ruthlessness. We have to run, we must run overnight.
With this thought, Xian Gang immediately woke up his wife and son. He had hidden 100,000 yuan for escape expenses for this day, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. Fong Chen guessed that Xian Gang was likely to escape overnight, which played right into his hands, so he waited until 8 a.m. to call Yang Bao's phone. Quite efficient, Yang Bao praised over the phone. I'll arrange for someone to deliver the goods to you later. How should we deal with Ding Chang, who hit me with a stick? People who break the law like this are no longer suitable to stay in the Public Security Bureau. Yang Bao adopted an official tone.
At 9 a.m.,
Yang Bao, the newly appointed deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Qinghe City, took office with the accompaniment of Deputy Minister Chang from the Organization Department. Just before the vehicle entered the gate of the Public Security Bureau, it suddenly crossed paths with a fake Changha van. At that moment, the fake van dropped a large package from the window, blocking the vehicle Yang Bao was in. Deputy Minister Chang and Director Yang were shocked and immediately instructed the driver to reverse to avoid it. The gatekeeper was also alarmed. Many people thought of one word in their minds: bomb. However, Director Yang remained unconcerned and insisted on waiting for the arrival of the bomb disposal experts. After the experts inspected it, they found that it was not a bomb at all, just 500,000 yuan in cash, a USB drive, and a confession letter. The confession letter was written by Qian Gang, the captain of the serious crime team in the southern part of the city, detailing his years of corruption and the exact amount involved. Amounts exceeding 3 million would result in a sentence of over 10 years, and this amount was just enough to meet the criteria. By the time Yang Bao completed the inauguration procedures, the evidence was already on Liang Qingyuan's desk. He was immediately furious, slamming the table loudly, the sound echoing throughout the entire Public Security Bureau building. This is audacious.
I want to ask Qian Gang what he needs so much money for.
Our power is bestowed by the people, not a means for Qian Gang to enrich himself. Such individuals have abandoned their beliefs, become corrupt, and must be brought to justice.
After venting for over half an hour, Liang Qingyuan finally remembered the task at hand and asked Director Chiu in the office, "Where is Qian Gang?"
Director Chiu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "He's gone missing. I believe it's necessary to immediately arrest Qian Gang," Yang Bao, who had just taken office, suggested. He was wearing a brand new white shirt today, and the olive branch on his shoulder badge shimmered in the sunlight. Liang Qingyuan nodded wearily, picked up the internal phone, and called Deputy Captain Kujin of the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Serious Crime Team.
"Captain Ko, I entrust you with the task of arresting Qian Gang." Captain Ko saluted and said, "I will ensure the task is completed." After briefing the task, Liang Qingyuan instructed Director Chiu, "We must hold a special meeting for party and government officials on clean governance soon, with Qian Gang as the example. You start preparing for it."
"Yes."
After everyone left, Liang Qingyuan, with some regret, said to Yang Bao, "Blame my lack of leadership. You witnessed a joke on your first day in office." Yang Bao expressed understanding. "There are troublemakers everywhere, Director Liang, you can't shoulder all the responsibility yourself." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Yang Bao got up to leave. Liang Qingyuan watched his departing figure, his gaze gradually turning from sullen to fierce. He closed his eyes, and another name surfaced in his mind. A broken wrist from hitting someone, while the one being hit is unscathed, truly remarkable. After a moment, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Li Fire Gang, I want to know all of his historical records." Fong Chen found Meng Cheng again.
To enter the underground gambling den of the Brotherhood Alliance, one needed a familiar introduction.
"I'm going to gamble for money, are you coming?" Fong Chen said.
"I'm not going, I've quit," Meng Cheng replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. This guy has been looking sloppy these days, but his eyes seem much brighter.
"Found a job, how much do you make in a month?" Fong Chen glanced at the Chenghui supermarket logo on his work vest.
I work at the supermarket, making 1,000 a month.
"How much do you owe in loan sharks?"
30,000 principal, total of 50,000 with interest.
Fong Chen exclaimed, "Loan sharks in your area are so lenient, they haven't broken your limbs for not paying back." Meng Cheng said with a bitter face, "I've been avoiding them. Take me to their place, I'll help you out."
The underground gambling den of the Brotherhood Alliance is located on the negative first floor of the Moonlight Entertainment Club on Chonglan Street. This area is the border between the south and north of the city, a key area contested by the Fire Gang and the Brotherhood Alliance. South of the Moonlight Entertainment Club belongs to the Fire Gang's territory, while north of it belongs to the Brotherhood Alliance. The Brotherhood Alliance got its name because the gang was founded by the three Xiao brothers, Xiao Zhendong, Xiao Zhenan, and Xiao Zhenqi. Despite lacking a Xenorth, the Brotherhood Alliance is situated in the north, which compensates for this deficiency. The three of them used to be small-time vendors. Xiao Zhendong sold fish, Xiao Zhenan sold melons, and Xiao Zhenqi made pancakes. Although they came from humble backgrounds, they were all brave and cunning individuals. During the gambling machine boom a decade ago, the Xiao brothers operated a batch of slot machines and fruit machines, gradually accumulating some capital. Later, they switched to the sand and gravel business, reaping even more profits. Over the years, their business grew, they gained more followers, and soon became one of the four major gangs in Qinghe City. Fong Chen swaggered into the underground gambling den with Meng Cheng and Lei Ming. Two lookouts stood at the entrance. Seeing Meng Cheng, a regular, they immediately let them in through the earpiece communication. The heavy anti-theft iron door swung open, revealing a spacious interior. The entire gambling hall covered an area of 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, lavishly decorated with a variety of gambling equipment like slot machines, pai gao, fantan, and sic bo. The hall was filled with smoke, the clattering of gambling tools, and the constant chatter of gamblers. Fong Chen exchanged 500,000 chips at the counter and then walked with Lei Ming to a sic bo table. In the control room, several monitors spotted Fong Chen's face. "Boss Lu, it's Fong Chen from the Fire Gang," a bald, burly man pointed at Fong Chen on the monitor and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "All guests are welcome, we should greet him," Lu Jiang said expressionlessly. At that moment, several guests were betting on the sic bo table, with varying chip amounts from 100 to 1,000. The female dealer was very attractive, dressed provocatively. With a low-cut dress, her ample cleavage was on display. Under the influence of hormones, male gamblers tended to bet more, and the casino understood this well. Fong Chen took out half of the chips from the tray and stacked them on his betting table. Glancing at the dealer's chest, he asked, "What's the maximum bet limit?" The dealer was pleased. It seemed this gentleman was a high roller. Each dealer received a percentage of the earnings from their table, so when a big spender came along, she welcomed it.
Leaning forward, the female dealer made it easier for Fong Chen to aim at her cleavage. A deep cleavage shimmered under the light, and a butterfly tattoo beside it seemed to flutter with her breath, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Fong Chen heard the sound of someone beside him swallowing hard. The maximum bet for big/small, odd/even is 1 million, for total of the dice is 50,000, and for a single bet on a specific number is 20,000, the female dealer said with a seductive smile. Alright, I bet $10 on big. Fong Chen opened the stack of chips, searching for the $10 chips. After a while, he sighed softly, why are there no $10 chips? The female dealer rolled her eyes secretly, thinking a big spender had arrived, only to find this? She straightened up, glanced at Fong Chen, and explained with a slightly disdainful tone, the minimum bet is 100. Damn, even in business, they look down on poor people. Fong Chen grumbled, but still placed a $100 chip on the big square. 134, small 8. The $100 chip was collected by the dealer. Fong Chen lost this round, but he remembered the sound of the dice faces 134. During the production of the dice, due to craftsmanship issues, each face had extremely small differences in weight and sound. Ordinary people couldn't tell, but a true master might be able to discern the dice numbers. Of course, counting cards in poker is definitely a joke. Next is the 7th round. The female dealer glanced at the mountain of chips on Fong Chen's table and began shaking the dice again. After she rolled and let go, Fong Chen suddenly placed the two highest value 100,000 chips on the triple ones. Seeing this betting method, the female dealer widened her eyes in surprise and asked, Sir, are you sure you want to bet on triple ones? What's the problem? Isn't the maximum bet for a triple one 200,000? No problem. The female dealer trembled and looked for help at the casino manager Lu Jiang, who was coming down the steps. She didn't believe that triple ones would come out this round because she rolled big. Although she couldn't precisely control the numbers, she had about a 70 to 80% certainty in controlling the size. However, Fong Chen's betting method made her worry. The probability of triple ones coming out is 1/216, with the casino offering 200 times the odds. If Fong Chen won, 200,000 could turn into 40 million. She had been a dealer for 4 years and had never seen this kind of betting method. Unless this person was a fool, they wouldn't gamble on such a minuscule probability. However, he clearly wasn't a fool, so he must have some reliance. What's going on? Lu Jiang walked up to the gambling table and asked. The female dealer pointed at the chips on the square. The meaning was self-evident. Brother, you've got guts. How about I join you in this round? Lu Jiang said with a smile. Sure, but it will have to be in the next round. The game has already started, she has already rolled the dice. What does it mean to change players temporarily? Fong Chen lit a cigarette, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Yeah, there's no such thing as changing players in the middle of a bet. Some gamblers who had lost money were alarmed by this betting method and started clamoring nearby. Public anger is hard to bear, and the casino survives on reputation. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Jiang raised his hand and said, let's go. He didn't believe that this person could really hear the dice for the triple ones because not even he had that skill. The female dealer nervously uncovered the dice cup, and the 3 dice were arranged in a pyramid shape, all showing a bright red one on top. The onlookers were stunned, and after a brief silence, they began to chatter. Wow, it's really 3 ones. Incredible, this luck is simply heaven-defying. How can there be so much luck? I think this guy must be a master. Some sharp-minded individuals immediately saw a way to make money and said to their companions, why don't we bet with him later? The companions shook their heads and whispered, be careful, making money is not worth risking your life. Lu Jiang stared fixedly at the 3 dice in the cup, his face as dark as water. He was invited as a skilled player by Xiao Sanyi, with $1 million annual salary, but now he had let someone win so much money right under his nose. How was he going to explain this to Xiao Sanyi? Boss, you're truly amazing. Lei Ming was dumbfounded, thinking that making this much money was too easy. 40 million. How many strings of firecrackers would he need to set off to make 40 million? Do you know what gambling is? Fong Chen patted the stunned Meng Chang. I do, Meng Chang murmured. 9 out of 10 gambling tricks, the ancients did not deceive me. He didn't believe Fong Chen guessed the numbers by luck. If Fong Chen had this ability, the casino must have it too. It serves him right for losing everything in this scam. Fong Chen glanced at Lu Jiang and the female dealer standing still and said lightly, what are you staring at? Pay up. Lu Jiang's expression changed as he glanced at over 100 spectators nearby, quickly weighing the pros and cons. This casino brings in tens of millions of income for the Brotherhood Alliance every month. After expenses, they still make over 10 million in net profit, losing the net profit of 4 months in just 1 round. But if they don't pay, the casino's reputation will be tarnished, and the losses will be even greater. As for leaving Fong Chen, he hadn't considered it. Keeping him would mean going to war with the Blaze Gang, and it wasn't the right time. After hesitating for half a minute, Lu Jiang gritted his teeth and said, "Do you want cash or chips?" Cash. Hearing that he wanted cash, Lu Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Blaze Gang knew when to stop, or he wouldn't know how to explain to the Xiao brothers. Soon, several waiters brought over 4 large suitcases. Fong Chen opened one to find bundles of cash worth 10,000 each. He picked up a bundle, weighed it in his hand, and instructed Lei Ming, "Count them and check if they're real. Don't worry, the Brotherhood Alliance doesn't cheat." Lu Jiang said through clenched teeth. "Good brothers settle their debts." After speaking, Fong Chen took out the other half of the chips from his pocket and placed them on the table, saying to Lu Jiang, "Continue, this time I agree to let you roll the dice." Rolling the dice wasn't important to him. The previous triple ones weren't rolled by the female dealer either. Fong Chen heard her roll 456, a total of 15 points. Just before she released the dice, Fong Chen exerted force through the table, altering the dice's outcome, resulting in 3 ones. "Damn, there are still chips?" Lu Jiang couldn't hold back anymore, staring sharply at Fong Chen, his tone icy. "Forgive and forget, there's no need for the Brotherhood Alliance and the Blaze Gang to escalate things like this." Clearly, he thought Fong Chen was sent by the Blaze Gang to cause trouble. Fong Chen shook his head. "I am me, the Blaze Gang is the Blaze Gang. Will you accept or not? Can we talk in private?" Lu Jiang squinted. Fong Chen shook his head. "Whatever it is, say it here." Seeing that Fong Chen was unyielding, Lu Jiang knew today wouldn't end well. He gestured to the surrounding gamblers. "Sorry, we're closing early today. Please leave first." He then instructed the dealers and staff to leave early. The gamblers in the room immediately protested, demanding to recoup their losses. Those who lost more were cursing furiously. "Each person will receive 3,000 chips." Lu Jiang's next words immediately calmed most of the gamblers. Now, everyone fell silent, leaving with smiles, feeling they had gained a great advantage. Meng Chang watched coldly, realizing he had once thought the same way. However, there's a reason why taking small advantages leads to significant losses. They would return the 3,000 yuan to the casino overnight, along with their savings and their parents' house. As the gamblers dispersed, and the heavy iron gate closed behind them, Lu Jiang clapped his hands. Step, step, step. Dozens of casino thugs descended from the stairs above, armed with sticks and knives, surrounding Fong Chen and his companions. Lu Jiang lit a cigar, staring at Fong Chen with interest. "Do you still want to bet with me now?" Fong Chen smacked his lips. "Let's bet. Only cash, I don't accept chips." "Cut the crap, chop him for me," Lu Jiang ordered. A tattooed thug sneered coldly, wielding a machete and striking towards Fong Chen's head. Swish! A cold gleaming dagger appeared out of nowhere, its sharp edge exposed, a black figure intertwined with the thug, a spray of blood mist gushing from the thug's neck. As the dagger retracted, Lei Ming's eyes were sharp, holding the dagger in front of Fong Chen, blood dripping onto the floor. "If you want to touch my boss, you have to ask my knife for permission first," Lei Ming mimicked the tone from TV. Holding the dagger, his eyes sharp, the remaining thugs were intimidated by his momentum and hesitated to approach. "Stand by his side," Lu Jiang commanded, and the remaining thugs gathered their courage, swarming towards Fong Chen and his companions. Fong Chen did not strike back, only evading the knives coming at him, wanting to test Lei Ming's combat power. Occasionally, he helped Meng Cheng fend off the sticks aimed at him. He had brought Meng Cheng here, so he shouldn't involve him further. At this moment, there were over a dozen people attacking Lei Ming in the arena. After a while, his breath became erratic, showing signs of fatigue as he took several hard hits. Fong Chen knew this was Lei Ming's limit. He began to act. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 10 seconds, all the thugs were lying on the ground wailing, leaving only a panicked Lu Jiang in the arena. Fong Chen took out 50,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Meng Chang. "This is to repay your debt. You go first." "Thank you, Boss Zhang." Meng Chang did not refuse, knowing this money would help him start anew. "Boss Zhang, impressive." Lei Ming kicked a thug nearby who remained motionless, showing no reaction. Fong Chen glanced at the trembling Lu Jiang and said, "Call Boss Xiao, you can't handle this on your own." Half an hour later, Xiao Zhendong did not show up, but Xiao Laosen did. He arrived casually, accompanied by 2 trusted men, both muscular and with sharp, skilled eyes. Their waist pouches bulged, likely carrying firearms. Xiao Zhenshur listened to Lu Jiang's account of the situation on the way, not underestimating but not overly concerned either. He was skilled, as were the 2 men beside him. He had built a fortune with a watermelon knife, making him a formidable opponent. 3 men, 2 guns, should be enough. Xiao Zhenshur opened the security gate and saw a group of injured people on the ground,
with two unfamiliar young men calmly sitting on the sofa. Xiao Zhenshi gestured for his men to close the door and said to the two men, "The audacity of the Li-Fire Gang's brothers, daring to come and challenge my territory with just two people."
Fong Chen shook his head. "Mr. Xiao, that's not right. If you open a business, shouldn't people be allowed to come and play?" Xiao Zhenshi was momentarily speechless and asked, "So what do you want?" "Very simple, you open the business, I come to gamble. Win or lose, it's all about skill, no problem even if we go to the ends of the earth." Xiao Zhenshi glanced at the luggage on the ground and coldly said, "You can take 10% of this money, but don't come to my place causing trouble again." After a pause, he continued, "It's a shame for someone like you to be just a small manager in the Li-Fire Gang. If you're interested, you can come work for me as a technical director, starting at 1,000,000 yuan per year." "Dismiss the beggar," Fong Chen sneered. "Then there's nothing more to discuss." Xiao Zhenshi waved his hand, and the two gunmen decisively pulled out their pistols. Whoosh! At that moment, two round disc-shaped objects shot out from Fong Chen's hand, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, swiftly cutting into the wrists of the two gunmen. The two black pistols fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Zhenshi was greatly surprised and focused on the injuries of the two men. He then discovered that they were two plastic chips worth 100 yuan each. The flesh on the wrists of the two men was cut, and the chips were embedded halfway, with the edges of the shells showing a black color burnt by intense heat, faintly smelling of burnt. Xiao Zhenshi didn't understand physics, but he could guess that it was due to the rapid acceleration of the plastic in the air causing friction and generating high temperatures. Suddenly, a phrase came to his mind. Even plucking flowers and leaves could harm people. Replacing it with plastic chips, it seemed not much different from plucking flowers and leaves. This person was clearly a master who only existed in novels. Xiao Zhenshi quickly made a decision, bowed quickly, and said in a polite manner, "I didn't know that a master had come to this humble place. I have been remiss in welcoming you, and I hope you can forgive me." "Is that all you've got?" Fong Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. This ability to adapt to the situation was indeed impressive, worthy of being a hero who had successfully crossed social classes from grassroots. "How do you plan to handle this matter?" Fong Chen asked with a dignified air. Xiao Zhenshi was very generous. "I am willing to give this casino to you." He understood clearly that if a master wanted to gamble, he couldn't stop him, so it was better to give it to him as a gesture of goodwill. The goodwill of such a person was much more important than a casino. He believed that the two brothers would also agree. Fong Chen shook his head. "I don't want this. I never touched the industry of gambling and drugs." Xiao Zhenshi pondered Fong Chen's words carefully. No gambling, no drugs. He missed out on yellow in gambling, drugs, and prostitution. Xiao Zhenshi felt he had discovered a blind spot and blurted out, "To show my sincerity, I will give you the Sea Moon Club upstairs. Our property includes the ownership of the building, which was renovated just last year." Xiao Zhenshi was too straightforward, making Fong Chen feel a bit embarrassed. He knew about the Sea Moon Club, with a total floor area of over 17,000 square meters. The first floor was a large supermarket, the second floor was a clothing city, and the third floor was the Sea Moon KTV. The entire property belonged to Xiao Zhenshi, rented out for operation on the first and second floors, bringing in millions in rent each year. The entire property was worth around 1 billion. "I won't let you lose out too much. Take this money." Fong Chen kicked a bag at his feet. "Mr. Fong is indeed considerate," Xiao Zhenshi praised repeatedly, then quickly waved his hand. "This is the money you won, you should take it all. If I tell you to take it, then take it." Lei Ming watched in astonishment as the two men, who had just been at each other's throats, were now politely insisting the other take the money. This was 40 million yuan we're talking about. To them, it was no different from 4 yuan. In their eyes, the world of Jianghu was not about fighting, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom, which indeed made sense. Seeing Fong Chen's insistence, Xiao Zhenshi no longer refused, and his respect for Fong Chen increased. After some discussion, they finally settled on a plan. Since Fong Chen didn't want to run a casino, Xiao Zhenshi decided to move the casino elsewhere. Fong Chen planned to transform the place into a bar, with Xiao Zhenshi responsible for the renovation costs and the transfer of property rights. Fong Chen also offered to help if any gambling experts caused trouble at Xiao Zhenshi's place. Both parties were delighted. Xiao Zhenshi had met a master, and Fong Chen had acquired his first business. Power was finally being transformed into resources. The next morning, in the manager's office of the Emperor Entertainment Club, Fong Chen, along with his 8 bodyguards and Lei Ming, a total of 10 people, held a meeting to appoint personnel. After introducing Lei Ming and the others, Fong Chen spoke up. "From today, the Sea Moon Club is my business." "Damn!" Zhu Laolu was the first to jump up, surprised and suspicious. "Isn't that Brother Alliance's property owned by Xiao San? It doesn't matter whose property it was. Now it belongs to me.
The transfer of ownership can be completed in the next 2 days.
Next, I will make some personnel arrangements.
I appoint Xiaoqi as the manager of the Emperor Club, and Mengzi as the assistant manager. I appoint Lao Lu as the manager of the Bright Moon over the Sea, and Laming as the assistant manager.
Fang Chen arranged it this way primarily considering loyalty.
Lao Lu, Xiaoqi, and Mengzi are the most loyal to him, so they must be considered first. Although Laming is more capable than the other three, he is still new, and his loyalty needs to be observed for a while, and his experience may not be accepted by everyone. As for the others, they have always followed Lao Lu, so they shouldn't have too many objections. Even if they do, it will likely be directed at Laming. As for Sang Biao, he is an undercover agent and cannot be arranged unless he switches sides. Fang Chen didn't ask for their opinions because here, he is the final decision maker, and anyone who disagrees can leave. However, the necessary motivation must still be provided. In the future, as we control more venues, when arranging managers, we will definitely consider you, the elders, first.
As long as you work hard, you all have opportunities. Mengzi and the others finally understood what Fang Chen meant when he said he would double their income at the loan company. They just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Sang Biao also suddenly realized that he wasn't meant to deal drugs but to continue with the adult entertainment business. Next, we need to recruit more people. You can handle that.
But I want to make one thing clear in advance. When recruiting, do not use the banner of the Livefire gang. Xiaoqi's eyes lit up as he asked, "Boss, are you planning to distance yourself from them?"
Fang Chen chuckled, "It's too early to say.
Identity is not important now. Building the industry is what matters.
Also, there's something else I want to tell you. Starting today, we will do good deeds and give back to society."
Fang Chen paused, giving them time to accept this.
Sang Biao asked in confusion, "Boss, how do you plan to do that?" Fang Chen explained, "The Emperor Club is not mine to control, but the Bright Moon over the Sea is.
We will donate 10% of its net profit to society every month." After calculating, he continued, "The properties below bring in 800,000 in rent each month, and the Bright Moon over the Sea makes around 700 to 800,000 in net profit.
Let's donate 150,000 each month." Lao Lu understood, but he was even more puzzled and asked, "Are the properties below yours too?"
"Yes,
Lao San transferred them to me." "That's not the point. I plan to start by helping sanitation workers. What do you think?"
"We agree." Everyone approved, believing that directly helping sanitation workers was more reliable than donating to a project. They were the ones who needed help the most, along with the disabled in the city. Giving a beggar on the street a meal might be scoffed at, but helping those truly in need would be sincerely appreciated. Soon, the plan to give back to society was officially launched. The 150,000 monthly fund would cover 500 sanitation workers, providing each with 300 per month, starting with those on Zhengyang Street. The suggestion to start there came from Lao Lu, and Fang Chen agreed because Li Jiyun was there.
Even when doing good deeds, it's important to prioritize acquaintances.
Instead of giving money directly, they would provide food supplies that could cover the expenses of a family of 3. With the plan set, they immediately got to work. Fang Chen took 150,000 in cash from the small treasury they had seized at Nia Daiguang's house and instructed Lao Lu to purchase food supplies. Initially, they had to buy from supermarkets, but once it became routine, they would purchase from food companies. This can also be considered taking from the people and using it for the people, Fang Chen thought to himself.
While Lao Lu went to buy supplies, Fang Chen decided to visit Jiang Xiaoha in the hospital.
He still didn't know how her surgery had gone.
Fang Chen walked to the orthopedic ward of the municipal hospital and heard Fang Jia and Zhang Jia chatting and laughing, which immediately relieved his heart.
It seemed that the surgery was successful. Pushing open the ward door, only Fang Jia and Zhang Jia were inside. Arya and Xiao Mei were not there, probably at work.
"Ah Zhang, you're here." Zhang Jia saw Fang Chen and quickly offered him the chair she was sitting on.
"You sit, I'll leave in a while." Zhang Jia had trouble with her legs, so Fang Chen couldn't possibly take her seat. He sat down in front of the hospital bed. Uncle Fang Chen, Zhang Xiaohua saw Fang Chen and was very happy, calling out to him.
However, just after the surgery, the little girl was still a bit weak. Fang Chen placed the fruit basket on the table, patted her head, and asked, "Does it still hurt?"
"No, it doesn't hurt," Zhang Xiaohua grinned.
Fang Chen smiled and said to Zhang Jia, "Rest well for 100 days after the surgery. If you encounter any difficulties, let me know."
"No difficulties," Zhang Jia said gratefully. Red Star Elementary School covered all the medical expenses, and Principal Su also gave an additional 20,000 yuan as compensation, saying it was because of you.
Fang Chen shook his head and chuckled, "Old Su knows how to handle things."
The three chatted for a while, and Fang Jia, looking outside, suddenly said mysteriously, "I heard that Wang Haifen's family was wiped out. Both the husband and wife died, and their son became a vegetable."
Fang Chen smirked. "I heard about it too. It's good that such scum is gone, no one will bully Shohei anymore."
Jiang Jie said, "Indeed, that couple was not good people, but I heard that the child is only 16 years old, the child is innocent after all." Fang Chen pondered silently. "You don't know how despicable Nia Zifeng is, if you did, you wouldn't think that way." Just then, Zhu Laolu called to say that the supplies had been purchased, and the supermarket even arranged for a delivery truck. He asked where the truck should go.
"To the front square of Zongyang Street, there's a large open space there to unload the goods."
Fang Chen chatted with Xiuhua for a while, then bid farewell to the three and drove to Zongyang Street. At the front square of Zongyang Street, all the supplies had been unloaded from the truck.
The 8 men, including Laming, were all present, excited about this opportunity to shine. Fang Chen parked the car, handed a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to the delivery driver.
"Brother, thank you for your hard work."
The driver took the cigarette and curiously asked, "What are you guys up to?" "We're showing kindness to the sanitation workers."
"Wow, that's generous," the driver exclaimed.
He knew the value of the goods.
In an era where the average monthly income was only 1 to 2,000 yuan, 150,000 was a huge sum, enough to buy a house. Some bosses had shown kindness to the sanitation workers before, but they usually bought goods worth only a few thousand yuan and took many photos, more for show.
But these people were clearly not just showing off. "Wait, something's not right."
The driver carefully observed Fang Chen and the others, feeling that something was off.
These people looked like they were from the underworld. Since Fang Chen established the 10 rules, Sang Diao had been watching from the sidelines. He didn't believe Fang Chen could really do it. However, the facts proved him wrong. From what Fang Chen had done in these days, he was indeed earnestly following the rules he had set. Laming arranged the cooking oil in a row, a hint of a smile on his lips. Fang Chen heard the words he had said to himself echoing in his ears. A charity organization helping the needy. Quite interesting.
Zhu Laolu purchased 50,000 caddies of rice and 1,000 barrels of cooking oil. The rice was fragrant rice costing 2 yuan per caddy, with each sanitation worker receiving 100 caddies, totaling 100,000 yuan. Each person received 2 barrels of cooking oil, costing a total of 50,000 yuan. 500 bags of rice and 1,000 barrels of cooking oil took up quite a bit of space, filling up the 20 square meters in front of the main square. 10 strong men, skilled in drawing dragons and painting tigers, stood in front of the supplies, laughing and smoking. The peculiar sight attracted the attention of passers-by, and soon a few curious elderly people gathered around.
A sanitation worker carrying a big broom curiously asked, "What kind of activity are you doing here?" "We are distributing supplies for free. You can come back later to get a bag of rice and 2 barrels of oil." The sanitation worker doubted his ears, looked surprised at Fang Chen, and confirmed again, "Did you say it's free?" "Yes, not a single penny." Zhu Laolu interjected. "Then give me one too. I'll have my son drive over to pick it up."
A middle-aged woman walking her dog said beside them. Fang Chen glanced at her. She was dressed elegantly, obviously well off. "Sorry, this is only for sanitation workers, others are not eligible." The woman felt a sting and became displeased, muttering, "Are you just putting on a show, stacking things up, taking a few photos with sanitation workers, and then moving everything back?
I've seen this trick too many times.
Whether it's a show or not has nothing to do with you." Fang Chen had encountered too many of these elderly people in his past life, many of them from decades ago, with the same attitude as the descendants of the Manchu 8 banners, walking around with their dogs and birdcages. In the summer, they would hang out in malls to enjoy the air conditioning, ride free air-conditioned buses with their senior cards, and complain about young people not giving up their seats. But when it came to receiving free eggs, they ran faster than Usain Bolt.
Fang Chen didn't want to engage with her, but the old woman wouldn't let it go. "Did you get permission from the urban management to place these supplies here?" Fang Chen remained silent, and Zhu Laolu directly placed a portion of the supplies at the sanitation workers' feet. "Excuse me, I'm going to start distributing now."
The old lady, seeing Fang Chen ignoring her, wanted to make a scene. "My son is with the urban management, I'll have him come."
"So what if your son is with the urban management?" "My son is a deputy mayor."
"This young man is doing a good deed, and you're just getting in the way." An elderly man with a dignified air couldn't stand it and reprimanded her. Several passers-by also joined in. "Hurry up and leave, let your son earn some virtue." The old lady, realizing she had angered everyone, didn't dare to continue being rude and left the scene sullenly. After walking a few steps, she suddenly tripped and fell to the ground with a thud, as she had accidentally stepped on a banana peel. Lying on the ground, she began to act stubbornly, pounding her chest and feet, muttering and then suddenly singing, people nowadays have no sense of public morality. When an old person falls, no one helps.
Pity me at this age being bullied.
She sang while glancing at the people around her, hoping someone would help her up. Unfortunately, everyone knew her character and ignored her completely. Fortunately, not long after, a smart and confident little boy with a red scarf around his neck came over, helped her up with effort, and then proudly looked as if waiting for praise.
The old lady grabbed the boy's sleeve. "Boy, don't go, what's your name?" "I'm a young pioneer," the boy said confidently.
"Young my foot, pay up, you can't leave without 500.
The boy was stunned for a moment and said sadly, "I didn't knock you over. If it wasn't you, why did you help me?"
The old lady said confidently.
"Wah!"
The boy had hoped to be praised for doing a good deed, but unexpectedly, he was accused by the old lady and started crying loudly.
Fang Chen signaled to his companions, and they had to step forward to separate the two.
After looking at the fierce-looking group, the old lady thought for a moment and decided to admit her bad luck, then quickly left with her barking mangy dog. It was the end of the workday, and word spread quickly. More and more sanitation workers from the surrounding streets came to collect supplies.
Before long, Fang Chen saw two women, one older and one younger, approaching. He quickly signaled to Mangzi, "Hurry, go."
Just a few days ago, Mangzi and two others had kidnapped Li Jijun's mother, so it wouldn't be good to be seen together in this situation. Li's mother rented a room at Fang Chen's mother's place, so she must know him. However, she didn't know that Fang Chen was behind her kidnapping. Seeing him, she was surprised.
"Ah, Zhang, you're here too?"
"Auntie, hello," Fang Chen greeted her with a smile.
"These supplies were prepared by Zhang Ge, of course he's here," Zhu Laolu proudly interjected.
"Then I think I'll pass."
Li's mother hesitated.
She didn't understand Fang Chen's intentions, but she knew his character well, and considering he was just a bystander and couldn't afford it economically, she found the situation important but tricky.
Fang Chen said, "Take it, everyone gets one." Zhu Laolu astutely placed the items at Li Jijun's feet.
He added, "These items are specifically for sanitation workers.
Each person gets one. Since there are two of you, you can take two.
I'll have them delivered to you."
Without further ado, Zhu Laolu ushered the two women into the car and stuffed the items into the trunk.
Li Jijun glanced at Fang Chen through the car window. She saw him bustling about with the goods, his expression complex. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Soon, all the items were distributed, and Fang Chen informed them that the same time next month, they could expect more. Most of the sanitation workers in the southern part of the city were covered.
He couldn't manage other areas for now. When one is poor, one should focus on self-improvement. When one is successful, one should help others. If a system couldn't fulfill one's ideals and aspirations, what use was it? The sanitation workers, initially incredulous, left expressing their gratitude, calling Fang Chen a living bodhisattva. The sanitation workers in Qinghe only earned 700 yuan a month, so these items, though not much, were crucial to them. After the distribution, a few henchmen watched the departing crowd with pride on their faces. Human mentality is complex. Even a person who has done wrong will detest other villains and feel anger when seeing the underprivileged being mistreated. This sense of accomplishment from doing good deeds falls under Maslow's hierarchy of needs, encompassing respect and self-actualization. This gratification differs from physiological needs and, in a way, surpasses them. While Fang Chen's side was peaceful, Zhang Shiqing's side was filled with worry. His son had 7 broken ribs, a ruptured spleen, and severe lung damage. Once he recovered, he would face arrest and prosecution. If things went south, he could face over 10 years in prison. Fortunately, the psychiatric evaluation was sorted out, so he might avoid prison. The only concern was Yang Baofei's relentless pursuit.
Zhang Shiqing suddenly felt much older.
Money ultimately couldn't compete with power and fists.
One of the two culprits who harmed his son was the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, someone he couldn't afford to offend. The other was released after being caught, and Zhang had no way to deal with him. Since Qin Lai of Liehua Gang had intervened, Zhang had to give him face.
As a legitimate businessman, he couldn't outmatch the underworld. Only power could. He relied on the Black Dragon Society, and they wouldn't go to war with Qin Lai over such a trivial matter as Zhang Xiaojie. But could he swallow his pride? With everything gone, there was nothing left to tidy up. Everyone was tired, so Fang Chen decided to treat them well that evening with a few girls. Especially Lei Ming, who was still a fledgling at this point, is truly embarrassing. As Fang Chen returned to the Emperor Club, he saw a man in a gray jacket lingering at the entrance. Recognizing the person, Fang Chen's face darkened as he walked past him. "Zheng Gu, you're back." Ding Chang showed a humble smile, no longer the arrogant interrogator from the interrogation room. Fang Chen remained silent, entering the club and heading to the private room arranged by Sister Hong. Ding Chang followed, pushing open the door and standing meekly beside it. "Who let you in, you son of a b***tch, Lao Lu glared at him, his eyes icy. Thud.
Ding Chang suddenly bent his legs and knelt down straight.
"Zhang Ge, there were many people outside just now, so I'm kneeling for you now." Fang Chen asked, "Ding, what's the matter?"
Ding Chang sighed, "I'm no longer a security officer." Chief Yang said, "Unless you forgive me, I can't return to my post. Otherwise, I'll be dismissed and charged with torture to extract a confession."
Fang Chen waved his hand. "He's no longer a security officer, take him away."
"Oh, I remember now, he hit me on the head twice yesterday." Ding Chang was just a small fry. Fang Chen had no energy to deal with him, so he ordered Lao Lu to break one of his hands and a leg, the kind that can't be fixed. Then he was thrown out. He had taken off his clothes, just an ordinary villain, and Lao Lu was also a villain, so they acted without hesitation. The next day, Fang Chen arrived in Shilin City, the provincial capital, to carry out the task arranged by the gang. Shilin City was the capital of Hanong Province, a major city in Daxia country with a population of over 10 million. It held a strategic location at the throat of the Yangtze River, a place of military importance since ancient times. The task assigned to Fang Chen by the Li-Fire gang was a security mission to protect Li Chen, the leader of the Axe Gang in Shilin City.
The identity of the Axe Gang was not worth Chen Li's great efforts, but Li Chen had another identity, the legitimate heir of the Li family in Shilin City for 3 generations. Although not the eldest son, his status was extraordinary.
The Li family was a first-class family in Shilin City, with talents in both politics and business.
Their power even surpassed the Yang family where Yang Bao was.
Li Chen sought protection because he learned that someone had paid 50 million meters of gold on the dark web to assassinate him. The family had already assigned a professional security team of 10 people to him. However, perhaps due to distrust in the team's abilities or the people sent, he invited several familiar gang leaders to send a group of skilled individuals to assist, and he also hired a master to oversee the situation. As the top gang in Shilin City, the Axe Gang's influence was greater than that of the Li-Fire gang. Their headquarters was located in the eastern suburbs of Shilin City, a small manor twice the size of the Li-Fire gang's. At the entrance stood 2 rows of guards, 8 in total, all wearing black suits, over 6 feet tall, muscular, with earpieces hanging uniformly on their ears. These were Li Chen's personal bodyguards. Their abilities should be superior to professional security, otherwise Li Chen wouldn't have needed to hire them.
This seemed to be the first line of defense. Fang Chen took out his phone and dialed the agreed number. Shortly after, a big man in a black suit walked out of the manor, smiling. "You're from the Li-Fire gang, right?" Fang Chen showed his token. "Fang Chen from the Li-Fire gang."
The man in black took the token, verified it, waved to the guards to let them pass, and said, "I'm a kun." As they walked and talked, the manor was picturesque with flowing water and lush greenery, and patrol personnel with earpieces could be seen everywhere. At least 30 people were visible along the way. Nestled among lush greenery, a grand antique building stood proudly, the headquarters of the Axe Gang. Fang Chen and a kun approached the entrance, or a kun gestured. "Shengu has been waiting for a while, and the reinforcements from other gangs have arrived as well."
Fang Chen knew the waiting was just a formality. Not minding it, he curiously asked, "I heard you've invited a master to join us this time? You mean Senior Eagle Claw King Luing? He's already here." "Oh, Eagle Claw King?" The title sounded somewhat peculiar, sparking Fang Chen's curiosity about this so-called master as they entered the hall. Inside, there were already about 13 or 14 people. 8 of them were dressed in matching black suits, white shirts, and black ties, each with a small axe pinned to their waist, clearly the elite members of the Axe Gang. Additionally, there were 3 others dressed differently, likely reinforcements invited by Li Chen from other gangs. The leader of the Axe Gang, Li Chen, around 30 years old, with a somewhat pale complexion, wore a black suit with a bow tie, smoking a cigar as he sat on a leather sofa, watching a middle-aged strong man perform. Bang, bang, bang. Firecracker-like sounds erupted as the man in a black tank top, with hands shaped like claws, swiftly moved around, leaving deep claw marks on the wooden dummy made of sephora and elm wood. Turning around, the burly man revealed a terrifying scarred square face, with a high temple and eyes sharp as lightning, asking, "Kung Fu is a killing technique. With my 20 years of skill, can any of you withstand it?" Li Chen stood up, bowing respectfully. "We cannot, of course not. Eagle Claw King's martial arts are unparalleled." Li and all members of the Axe Gang pay respects to Eagle Claw King. All the Axe Gang members in the hall bowed deeply. Others, including Fang Chen, did not pay their respects, as it was meant for the Axe Gang members, not them. "Is this Eagle Claw King really that impressive?" Fang Chen glanced at the claw marks on the wooden dummy, feeling slightly surprised. The original owner spent his days indulging in vices, oppressing the people,
with little knowledge of the world, only knowing Li Hongbing is a formidable figure. However, witnessing the destructive power of Eagle Claw King, a strike from him would probably send Li Hongbing to seek medical treatment. Both had trained for 20 years, but the gap between them was like a chasm. Fang Chen calculated in his own way Li Hongbing was probably 5 times stronger than an average person, the destroyer about 5 times, and this Eagle Claw King at least 6 times. Fang Chen licked his lips, feeling a bit intrigued. Using his eye of good and evil, he glanced at Lu Ying, and a row of red numbers appeared above his head. 13. Fang Chen felt a bit disappointed, killing him would be useless. Li Chen and Lu Ying sat facing each other, with Li Chen expressing his anticipation, asking, Senior Eagle Claw King, these 8 are our Axe Gang's 8 Diamond Kings. Could you see if any of them have potential? Lu Ying scanned the men in black suits one by one, a hint of disdain on his lips. They are all a bunch of talentless wastrels, drained by wine, women, and wealth, unworthy of cultivation. Li Chen looked embarrassed but quickly composed himself, boldly stating, I have set up a tight net inside and outside the manor, with you, Eagle Claw King, protecting me. Those SK bastards won't stand a chance. SK was a renowned overseas assassin organization, with many skilled individuals, also the main contractors for the assassination of Li Chen this time. Li Chen received information that SK had sent a team of elite assassins into the country. He decided to bide his time at the manor, confident that once he found the mastermind behind it all, the mission would be accomplished. At that moment, Akun approached Li Chen and whispered something in his ear. Li Chen looked at Fang Chen, got up and walked over, extending a hand and slightly bowing, saying, Thank you to the brothers of the Li-Fire Gang for coming all this way to help. You're welcome. Li Chen showed great humility, and Fang Chen reciprocated with courtesy. While shaking hands with Li Chen, Fang Chen's gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifted towards a blue and white porcelain jar in the southeast corner of the hall. Faintly, a barely audible breathing sound emanated from the jar, extremely weak and almost imperceptible. Fang Chen's family in his past life also had such blue and white figurine jars from the Ming Xuan period. If he remembered correctly, this type of jar was only 0.6 meters deep, with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters at its narrowest point. How can such a small jar hold a person? What kind of world is this exactly? Since the assassins were a group, there must be more than one person, so Fang Chen didn't probe further to avoid alerting them. Li Chen had prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone, and after eating, Fang Chen followed the others to the second-floor resting area. Li Chen assigned Fang Chen to Group B, the gang group, which included 3 skilled members from other factions and several hallmasters from the Axe Gang, totaling 10 people. He didn't test Fang Chen's strength because it wasn't necessary. Xin Lai wouldn't have sent him if he wasn't a master, and the other 3 were the same. Group A was composed of security personnel from a defense company. Professionally, Group A was undoubtedly more skilled, but in terms of trust, Group B was more trustworthy to Li Chen. The security team Li's family had sent him this time was made up of professionals from a defense company called Golden Shield from the country of Daxia. The Axe Gang members patrolling outside might be good at wielding knives to scare people or using airsoft guns, but they couldn't compare to these professionals in close protection tasks. The contract certainly wouldn't mention firearms, but the real deal was what happened behind the scenes. Fang Chen's assigned room was a large suite upstairs, separated by one room from Li Chen's room. Before entering, Fang Chen heard a few teasing voices coming from inside. Sending some street thugs to work with us professionals, is this a joke? I bet these riffraff have only scared civilians with knives and shot a few BB pellets. They probably haven't even seen a real gun. Well, some of these underworld guys have seen real guns before. Their employer is from the underworld, it's their specialty, what can you do about it? Fang Chen knocked on the door, and the voices inside abruptly stopped. No one answered, and no one opened the door. Fang Chen pushed the door open and saw 3 rugged men in tactical jackets smoking and chatting together. Upon hearing the door open, the 3 men turned around, and one with a shaved chin coldly said, "Find a place to sit on your own." Fang Chen didn't mind and glanced at the 3 men. As professional security guards, their physical fitness was impressive, with muscular bodies and heights over 1.85 meters, taller than Fang Chen's 1.82 meters. Their open tactical jackets revealed ASP batons, stun guns, handcuffs, and holsters for real firearms on their waists. Seeing the 3 men's unfriendly attitude, Fang Chen remained unfazed, pulled out a chair, and sat down nearby, listening to their banter. The one speaking was called Chao Zhang, a former champion in Sanda, who mentioned his decline in physical fitness due to smoking and drinking. He said somewhat dejectedly, "I can only do 5,000 push-ups in a row now, run 100 meters in 9.8 seconds, and it takes me 12 minutes to run 5 kilometers. The other man, with short and thick eyebrows, was named Guo Wei. He claimed to have been a mercenary abroad and seemed somewhat proud when discussing his historical achievements.
The last time I went to northern Myanmar for a rescue mission, I got a little cut on my butt with a small knife. Nowadays, drug traffickers are so arrogant, not much different from the military. AK-47 and single-soldier rocket launchers are nothing special. They can even get tanks and armored vehicles. Last time, I was surrounded by 50 drug dealers. These guys had fierce firepower. If it weren't for my sharpshooting skills, taking them down one by one, I might not have made it back, said the man with a grim expression named Chubo, who seemed to be the leader of the three. He looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his tone filled with nostalgia. I still miss the days when I flew the Jin 10 fighter jet on missions. You guys can't imagine what it feels like to launch Thunder 2 laser-guided missiles from 10,000 meters high into the ground. Bayou, bayou, bayou.
A few missiles down, and a military base would be wiped out.
Coo coo coo. The two men in front, Fong Chen, didn't smile, but this Chubo guy did manage to make him chuckle.
One must venture out.
If it weren't for coming to Shilin, where could one meet so many talents hanging around Qingha all day? What are you laughing at? The champion of Sanda, seeing the boss's boasting interrupted, immediately became a little annoyed.
Nothing, Fong Chen explained with a smile and a shake of his head.
I'm not one to laugh much, unless something is really funny and I can't help it. Enough of that, Chubo, interrupted and annoyed, asked, what do you do? Smiling, Fong Chen replied, I'm with the Fire Gang, managing an entertainment club.
Chubo sneered, I see, you're just overseeing things.
Fong Chen nodded in agreement, yes, I do oversee things. The mercenary was curious about the entertainment club. Do you have a lot of beautiful women in your club? How much do you make in a month overseeing things?
Of course, we have many beautiful women, from mature ladies to lolitas, from white-collar workers to college students, you name it.
The income is probably around tens of thousands a month.
Damn, I only make 15,000 a month, the Sanda champion said, stubbing out his cigarette, sounding dissatisfied.
Do you think overseeing things is easy?
There are troublemakers every day, and without some skills, you can't handle it at all, Fong Chen said.
The Sanda champion glanced at him provocatively, are you saying you're tough? How about we have a little contest?
Fong Chen glanced at him and said seriously, you're not my match, but you can join me. As long as you pass the strength assessment, your income will definitely be higher than what you're making now. I can't hold back my temper anymore. The Sanda champion stood up, ready to spar with him, but was stopped by the pilot. Chubo handed a gun and 2 magazines to Fong Chen, saying impatiently, Beretta 92F, don't tell me you don't know how to use it.
Fong Chen took the gun and nodded.
He wasn't very familiar with firearms in his past life, but he had played with handguns many times at the shooting club. Coupled with his current reaction speed and vision, he was definitely no less skilled than an average sharpshooter. The gun was loaded with 9mm bullets, with an initial velocity of 333 meters per second and an effective range of 50 meters, making it a classic semi-automatic pistol. The term semi-automatic meant that each time the trigger was pulled, only one bullet would be fired. Even if the trigger was held down for a long time, it wouldn't fire continuously.
Fong Chen placed the empty gun next to his ear, repeatedly pulling the slide.
He shook his head in dissatisfaction, then pulled back the hammer and placed it next to his ear, continuously pulling the trigger, repeatedly listening to the firing pin's impact, and finally, he held the slide with one hand, repeatedly checking the slide's reset force. The whole set of actions left the Sanda champion dumbfounded, asking stupidly, what are you doing? Fong Chen calmly replied, I'm testing the slide's reset speed. This gun's reset speed is too slow, the spring needs to be increased by 2 pounds.
Chubo nodded,
this kind of semi-automatic pistol can't fire continuously, so to increase the firing speed, the faster the slide resets, the faster the bullet chambers. This brother seems to know his stuff. After saying that, he reached out a hand towards Fong Chen. I'm sorry, I underestimated you earlier, let's get to know each other again. I'm Chubo.
Fong Chen.
The principle is simple, most people who have played with guns know it. But it's not easy to hear the difference inside, you must have rich experience.
Fong Chen lacks experience, but his hearing and intuition surpass ordinary people. Both being young security guards, everything is about strength.
Soon, they all became familiar with each other. Pilot Chubo introduced himself and the mercenary Guowei as veterans, with Guowei being a champion in martial arts, albeit only at the provincial level. The 2 veterans, one in charge of reconnaissance, the other of long-range attacks, and the martial arts champion in charge of close combat. The martial arts champion was impressed by Fong Chen's gun skills, but still had doubts about his close combat abilities, so he suggested they arm wrestle. After failing to beat Fong Chen with both hands against his one, he completely acknowledged Fong Chen's skills. Shortly after, the target Li Chen was about to leave, but he didn't bring many people with him, only Lu Ying and 2 followers.
Fang Chen curiously asked, "Isn't he afraid of being assassinated outside?"
Chu Bo explained, "No, Mr. Li's car is completely bulletproof, equipped with armored steel plates.
Not to mention rifles, even RPG attacks wouldn't leave a scratch. The tires are bulletproof too, even gas attacks are considered. There are even oxygen tanks inside the car.
With this level of protection, assassins have no chance to strike. Besides, our security in Daxia has always been good. Assassins can't carry large-scale weapons into the country. So the most likely scenario would be a sneak attack inside the estate. Not even a sniper rifle is possible because there are no vantage points around." By lunchtime, Li Chen returned in a hurry. As soon as he came back, he gathered everyone downstairs and said, "According to intelligence, the assassins entering the country this time only have 2 days, so the assassination will either be today or tomorrow." Before he could finish speaking, a loud thunder echoed outside. Raindrops followed swiftly, forming a dense curtain of rain hanging under the eaves. The atmosphere inside the house suddenly fell silent. A dark night with rain, a perfect night for murder. If the assassins were to strike, it would likely be tonight. Li Chen also prepared a lavish dinner. Exquisite dishes were brought to the table, and as a guest, Fang Chen sat at the main table with the other 3 foreign aides. Most people refrained from drinking due to the mission, except for Lu Ying, who didn't care. Li Chen also arranged 2 beautiful women to serve him on either side, constantly refilling his wine and serving him food, a treatment the others did not receive. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lu Ying spoke up, "I predict the attack will be tonight." The others felt the same and remained silent. Tonight, someone might lose their life. Although those who came here to help were risking their lives for wealth and glory, some couldn't help but feel a bit scared when faced with the imminent danger. Perhaps due to the alcohol or the presence of the beautiful women, Lu Ying started speaking more. Glancing at the people at the table, he turned to Li Chen and said, "Actually, arranging so many people and guns is meaningless."
"Oh, Master Lu, what do you mean by that?" Li Chen asked, puzzled. "The key is skill, not numbers. True masters are not afraid of guns because their reaction speed is faster than yours. With too many guns, you might not hit the enemy and risk injuring your own people." Lu Ying continued to eat while pointing with chopsticks at Fang Chen and the other foreign aides from various factions. Using guns is one thing, it can still be somewhat effective, but what's the use of these gangsters? Li Chen looked a bit embarrassed and explained, "These brothers are all top-notch fighters from their respective factions, although not as skilled as Master Lu, they are all experts." Lu Ying sneered, "What gold medal red stick, silver medal red stick, they might be able to handle a couple of ordinary people, but when they encounter skilled martial artists like us, they will meet their end." Hundreds of years ago, the Heaven and Earth Society indeed had many experts, but now, forget about the gangs, they probably can't even stand properly, let alone fight. The expressions of the foreign players turned grim, but they didn't argue back. Although Lu Ying's words were harsh, he had the strength to back them up. Fang Chen pondered over the meaning of the phrase skilled martial artists. It seemed that the martial arts world had divided skills into different realms. Lu Ying scrutinized the 4 individuals, paused, and pointed at the 3 besides Fang Chen, saying, "These 3 have practiced boxing, but their skills are not up to par." "Oh, how did you figure that out?" one of the named foreign players asked. Lu Ying smirked, "Of course, I can tell. Your hands are callus-free, no indentations, and there's a layer of tough skin, indicating regular boxing practice. Your deltoids are well developed, and you also have cauliflower ears, a characteristic of someone who's been thrown around a lot, proving you've practiced wrestling, but you've been on the receiving end of beatings and throws, so your skills are lacking." The questioned foreign player nodded in agreement. "Elder Eagleclaw, your observations are spot on, I am convinced." After Lu Ying finished, he pointed at Fang Chen with his chopsticks. "This one is peculiar, no calluses on his hands, uneven knuckles, clearly never practiced boxing. I wonder why your faction sent you here, to meet your doom." As the words fell, everyone's gaze shifted to Fang Chen. Li Chen also found it strange. Elder Eagleclaw's judgment was usually accurate, so why did Xinlai send someone with no martial skills? Suddenly, he realized and explained, "Although this brother may not know martial arts, he must be skilled in marksmanship." Chu Bo and the others at the adjacent table chimed in, "Brother Fang is indeed very proficient with firearms." No wonder, everyone showed expressions of sudden realization. Lu Ying fell silent. Since the newcomer had other skills, it was acceptable. He was a traditional martial artist and looked down on those who relied on firearms, but times were changing, and firearms were becoming mainstream. However, Fang Chen was not pleased. He slowly set down his chopsticks, stared at Elder Eagleclaw, and sneered, "Master Lu, if your skills are so high, why didn't you notice an extra person in the hall?" "An extra person?" Everyone looked puzzled, scanning the empty hall. How could someone hide in such an empty space?
Then, they looked at each other. Everyone at the table was familiar, no infiltrators were present.
Fang Chen stood up, fixedly staring at a porcelain jar in the southeast corner.
He could sense the breathing inside the jar becoming more rapid. Following his gaze, everyone was even more puzzled.
Wasn't it just a half-meter tall jar? Could someone really be hiding inside? Impossible. Fang Chen loudly declared, "You can't hold your breath any longer, come out, your backup has arrived outside." Crack, crack, crack.
As his words faded, a harsh, bone-grinding sound suddenly echoed in the quiet hall. Everyone followed the sound and saw the previously motionless jar starting to sway slightly. In an instant, a fierce and imposing head emerged from the jar's opening, with cold, bloodthirsty eyes scanning the room, indifferent and chilling, like a demon overlooking the world. Lu Ying's neck shrank, his body tensed, and he broke out in a cold sweat, sobering up instantly.
When did someone enter the hall without his knowledge?
Suddenly, a short, slender figure, less than half a meter tall, emerged from the jar.
Upon landing, the body twisted rapidly, muscles trembling like a snake, bones stretching like an inflatable puppet.
Accompanied by the crackling sound of bones and flesh rubbing together, in a blink of an eye, the figure transformed into a towering giant of nearly 2 meters, muscles bulging.
Fang Chen's pupils constricted, slightly astonished. Is this the legendary shrinking bone technique? Shrinking bone technique, Lu Ying exclaimed, immediately confirming his guess.
The Iron Tower giant scanned the people on the scene one by one, his voice tinged with some doubt. "I thought I hid myself well, but it seems you have discovered me.
Which master is it? Would you please step forward for a chat?" This question puzzled others as well. Some in the crowd couldn't contain their curiosity, their eyes instinctively turning towards Fang Chen. The giant followed the gaze to Fang Chen, his eyes filled with even more doubt, asking in surprise, "How did you find me?"
"Of course, I saw you," Fang Chen casually replied. He had never witnessed a contest between martial arts experts before and was greatly interested. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't act recklessly.
"I see."
The giant lost interest in Fang Chen and shifted his gaze to the target person, Li Chen. Li Chen, with a sharp gaze, slightly changed color, especially considering the mysterious way the other party appeared. He said with a hint of panic, "Master Lu, I entrust the next steps to you." Lu Ying suddenly felt a bit of regret. If he had known his opponent was such a master, he would never have taken on this deal. But the contract was already set, the other party's killing intent was palpable, locking onto him.
As a martial artist, how could he show fear before the battle even began?
He took a step forward, his joints vibrating, muscles relaxing and contracting, silently gathering strength in his claws, ready to fight at any moment.
The giant also exerted force, stepping towards them one by one. "Let's begin."
Just then, taking advantage of the giant's relaxation, Li Chen gave the order, and 2 elite members of the Axe Gang beside him suddenly pulled out pistols and aimed at the giant. Li Chen's face twisted into a grimace. "I don't believe you're really not afraid of guns." Suddenly, he was like a rooster with its throat gripped, his cry abruptly cut off. The giant lightly tapped his feet, moving left and right, his body seemingly heavy yet agile like a willow in the wind, the bullets completely missing him. "Useless," Lu Ying said sternly, "his reaction speed is too fast for ordinary people to keep up with shooting."
Moments later, click click, the magazines of the 2 gunmen were emptied.
"Follow up," Li Chen ordered.
2 other security guards held M16 automatic rifles and started firing at the giant.
This time, the giant stopped dodging and leaped behind the pillars on both sides. "I thought you really weren't afraid of guns," Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand. The 2 security guards made a tactical gesture, moving to flank the pillars from left and right. Just as they took a couple of steps, figures flashed behind the pillars, and suddenly 2 streaks of light shot towards the hands of the 2 gunmen.
Bang bang!
2 rifles fell to the ground, the 2 men clutching their wrists in pain. 2 iron caltrops were embedded in the wrists of the gunmen.
Bang bang bang!
Suddenly, there was a crackling sound outside the villa, like firecrackers going off.
Occasionally, cries of agony before death could be heard.
Li Chen's heart skipped a beat, quickly signaling his men to check outside. At that moment, the giant took a few steps forward, leaped like a tiger pouncing on a sheep towards Li Chen. The 2 front gunmen of the Axe Gang immediately raised their pistols to shoot. Crack! Crack! 2 bone-cracking sounds rang out as the giant's hand chops crushed the gunmen's windpipes, instantly killing them. Lu Ying stepped forward to block in front of Li Chen, channeling his strength into his hands, his claw shadows filling the air, quickly engaging with the giant, saying, "Leave this to me, you go support outside." Li Chen made a quick decision, "You guys go support outside." 2 members of Security Team A were already injured, leaving only 8 able to fight. In Team B of the Underworld, 2 members were dead, also leaving only 8. The leader of Team A immediately communicated with the security personnel stationed outside through the earpiece.
What's the situation outside?
There are 5 enemies. The configuration should be 1 scout, 2 firepower groups, 1 sharpshooter, and 1 commander. After hearing this, the leader immediately issued orders. Group A, pay attention. Zhang Chao and Wu Jun are responsible for the frontal assault.
He Bin and Lu Don are in charge of providing cover from the side.
Shu Bo and Guo Wei, find a vantage point nearby for long-range fire support.
That's all.
The leader of Group B in the underworld felt the need to boost their morale and began giving orders.
Brothers, hit them hard.
Lao Li said, a reward of 1 million for each one killed. 2 members of the underworld, fueled with excitement, armed with large black stars, stepped out of the door, followed closely by others. The rain outside was still falling, but it had lessened. Shooting in the rain could obscure the sights and make the guns slippery, increasing the difficulty, but it was not a major issue for skilled individuals. Despite the fierce calls from the underworld group, once they stepped outside, they turned into cowards, quietly following behind the security team. Inside the hall, in the blink of an eye, Eagle Claw Wine had already exchanged several moves with the giant. The giant's body was like a monster, fists flying, making Lu Ying struggle, showing signs of fatigue.
Suddenly, the giant's tongue thundered, and his tower-like body took a step forward, a powerful blow aimed at Lu Ying's shoulder.
Lu Ying, undaunted, aimed his iron claw at the giant's heart. It was a fight of exchanging injuries.
Bang! Puff!
The 2 figures separated upon impact. Lu Ying's right shoulder blade was shattered, blood gushing out, as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Child's play, bone shrinking technique."
Correct.
Although the giant clashed head-on with Lu Ying, only his chest clothes were torn, revealing a scratch on his chest, indicating the effectiveness of the child's play technique. In the hall, only Li Chen and 2 elite members of the Axe Gang protecting him, along with the bystander Fang Chen, remained. Li Chen and his companions glanced at Eagle Claw Wang, who was now completely incapacitated on the ground. With a sense of inexplicable horror in their eyes, they remembered Lu Ying's powerful attacks on the wooden stake, wondering how his 20 years of skill had vanished so quickly.
Just like that? Just like that?
Li Chen made a quick decision and immediately ran towards the door.
Although the gunmen outside were dangerous, the giant was terrifying, leaving him no room for resistance.
Ignoring Lu Ying, the giant focused on his target, swiftly approaching Li Chen with 2 steps and striking a palm towards the back of his head. Li Chen sensed the forceful wind behind him, feeling terrified, trying to speed up but finding his feet trembling, unable to move faster.
Just then, bang!
A loud noise came from behind, like a heavy object being struck, accompanied by a muffled human groan. Li Chen instinctively turned around, stopped in his tracks, and turned to see in disbelief. In front of him, the previously fierce giant now lay inexplicably weak on the ground. Blood trickled from his mouth, a large portion of his chest caved in, exposing broken ribs and internal organs. Fang Chen, a member of the fiery gang, stood with his hands behind his back, towering over him from a distance of 5 meters. The scene was tense, with an air of superiority. The giant looked up at Fang Chen and muttered, "I didn't expect such a skilled fighter in this small gang. No wonder you found me."
Fang Chen remained silent, observing him with interest, remarking, "Indeed, the child's play technique lives up to its reputation. Your defense is indeed strong." In Fang Chen's estimation, the giant had about 9 to 10 times the physique of an ordinary person, and using only about 30% of his strength did not result in a fatal blow. The giant was a must-kill target. His criminal value was 143, higher than anyone Fang Chen had encountered, likely due to his long history of assassination missions and hands stained with blood. The giant struggled to get up from the ground, and Fang Chen did not stop him. The reason he didn't kill the giant right away but waited until Lu Ying was defeated and Li Chen was close to death before making his move was to maximize his benefits. Only in the most critical moments would this help be most valuable. He didn't run hundreds of kilometers just to be a pawn. Seeing the giant stand up again, even though he knew he was seriously injured, Li Chen was still panicked and shouted loudly, "Brother Fang, please help me kill him. I can agree to any request you have."
The giant also spoke up, "Brother, the reward for our group's mission this time is $50 million.
As long as you don't interfere, all this money can be yours.
I'll offer $60 million right away." Li Chen immediately raised the price.
The giant fell silent instantly.
He was no match for Li Chen in terms of financial power, and besides, the money wouldn't arrive that quickly.
Fang Chen had his own calculations.
Li Chen wasn't exactly a good person either, with a guilt value of 12 but not enough for a death sentence.
Killing him would be useless, while the giant's value was evidently very high. The giant knew that there was no room for negotiation. He made a quick decision and tried to run away. Swish!
A strong wind passed by, and a finger pointed at the giant's throat like a poisonous dragon. Ugh! A jet of blood shot into the air, the giant clutching his throat, making incomprehensible sounds, eyes wide open, collapsing heavily to the ground. A surge of heat flowed from the giant's body into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen closed his eyes, sensing the increase in his physical condition, feeling very satisfied, thinking to himself, this trip was not in vain. What pleased him even more was that although he couldn't absorb the giant's memories, there seemed to be some memories of childlike skills and bone-shrinking techniques in his muscle memory. His control at a microscopic level seemed to have strengthened as well. Fang Chen opened his eyes, turned around, and saw that Lu Ying was already standing up, looking at him with shock along with Li Chen. Lu Ying reacted a bit faster, staggering and bowing. Senior Fang's power is unmatched. I apologize for any previous offenses. Li Chen also prepared to show respect, but Fang Chen stopped him with a wave of his hand. Fair trade, no need for excessive courtesy. Alright, I'll follow Mr. Fang's lead. At this point, Li Chen had already regarded Fang Chen as the backbone, and whatever he said was final. Outside, the gun battle was extremely intense. The third gold medal team of the SK assassination mission included retired US Navy SEALs, former international mercenaries, and gold medal assassins trained by the SK Killer Organization. Originally, assassinating a major figure in the Great Xia underworld did not require the full force of the third team, but the reward offered by the client was simply too tempting. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. SK's combat philosophy focused more on modern special forces operational standards, covert secret operations, precise strikes, and ensuring a one-shot kill. Their original plan was not for direct combat but to have the bone-shrinking spy infiltrate early for a decapitation operation, with the remaining 5 providing concealed support outside. However, to their surprise, the spy was discovered ahead of time, forcing them to resort to a frontal assault. The target's security team turned out to be formidable, engaging them in a fierce back-and-forth battle. Both sides suffered casualties, with 4 of the target's security team members killed and 2 of their own, plus 1 injured. If it weren't for a group of interfering strongmen, they might all have been stuck there. The longer it dragged on, the more anxious the remaining 3 became. If they delayed any longer, the local law enforcement might arrive. George spoke over the communication channel. Hanson, you go snipe the target, I'll keep them busy here. Roger. 2 muffled sounds. George hid behind the car, raised his hand and shot down 2 men in black suits. He was grazed on the arm by a bullet fired by a security guard in a tactical jacket. Damn, they react so fast. George looked at the wound, just a graze, not too serious. Team leader looked at the bullet holes on the foreheads of 2 Axe gang members, his heart sank, cursing, damn, such accurate marksmanship, this is the enemy's sharpshooter. Shubo, Guowei, I've already injured him, you flank from behind, Xiao Guang and I will suppress with crossfire. At this moment, a message came over the security team's communication channel, the killer inside has been eliminated by Mr. Fang. The team leader didn't know who Mr. Fang was, but the employer Li Chen should be out of danger. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, there were only 3 people left on the other side, one of whom was injured and no longer a threat. Heavy checkpoints had been set up at the exit. As long as they took down this sharpshooter behind the car, the remaining 2 would have no way to escape, and the security mission would be completed. If only we had grenades, the team leader thought to himself. Inside the room, Li Chen and Lu Ying carefully attended to Fang Chen. Fang Chen glanced at Li Chen and said, let's go out and take a look. He also wanted to recruit some security guards as his men to help him watch the scene, naturally not wanting them to suffer too much loss. In the 21st century, what's most important is talent. It's not easy to find a Sanda champion and a retired veteran who has flown fighter jets. After saying that, Fang Chen took the lead to walk outside, with Li Chen following closely behind. The 2 Axe gang bodyguards brought up the rear. Lu Ying was no longer able to fight at this point and had to stay indoors. Li Chen originally didn't want to go out, but since Fang Chen wanted to, he hesitated for a moment and felt safer following behind. By now, the rain outside had stopped, and the sound of gunfire had diminished significantly. Just as Fang Chen stepped out, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Faint breathing could be heard from the bushes about 60 meters to the side. As the group stepped out, the breathing suddenly became more rapid. Then, bang, bang. 2 gunshots suddenly rang out from the bushes. Li Chen's alarm bells went off instantly. The enemy was lurking here, and the target was obvious. Fang Chen focused his mind and saw 2 bullets coming towards them at a steady pace, one after the other. The bullets were fast, but in his dynamic vision, they seemed slow. The target was not himself, but Li Chen, 1 shot to the forehead, 1 shot to the heart. Before killing the giant, Fang Chen wasn't sure if he could withstand these 2 rifle bullets. However, at this moment, he felt he could. Fang Chen acted, reaching out his right hand into the air, seemingly slow but actually fast, his 5 fingers catching the bullets like they had a target, and then quickly retracting. My God! Through the infrared night vision goggles, Hansen witnessed the most incredible scene of his life, as the 2.56mm bullets fired from his M16 seemed to have been caught by this Eastern man. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Hansen exclaimed repeatedly, preparing to continue shooting, but then he saw the Eastern man smile mysteriously towards the hidden bushes where he was. Then, with a wave of his hand, a bullet rapidly enlarged in Hansen's dilated pupils behind the night vision goggles. A muffled groan came from the bushes, followed by silence. Fang Chen opened his palm, and now there was only one bullet left. Li Chen stared blankly at the bullet in Fang Chen's hand. The post-crisis surprise had been thrown out of his mind, replaced by disbelief. Could there really be someone in the world who could catch bullets barehanded? Was this still the familiar world to him? Just now, Fang Chen defeated the giant man. Li Chen's understanding of his strength was not very clear, but he knew it was definitely far superior to Liu Ying's. After all, not being a martial artist, he had no concept of experts in the national arts like Ming Jin and In Jin, but catching bullets barehanded was different. This was not just a master of the national arts, this was clearly a superhuman. He had felt a bit of pain at the cost of 60 million meters of gold before, as it wiped out a tenth of his assets in an instant, but now he felt that the money was well spent. The 2 little brothers from the Axe Gang were even more horrified, and even Lu Ling, who was resting inside the house, was alarmed. Coming out, he asked, "What happened?" "Mr. Fang just caught a bullet," one of the little brothers pointed at Fang Chen's hand, trembling as he spoke. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li Chen immediately reprimanded, "Go and see what's going on." He was very clear in his mind that this matter would be a sensational event if it got out. Fang Chen might be willing to claim it as his own, but it absolutely could not be revealed by the Axe Gang. The runner went over, then came back running, whispering softly to Li Chen's ear. The bullet hit him right in the forehead. Li Chen's pupils slightly contracted, but he remained composed on the surface. He was a person with a strong sense of the martial world. His siblings were in business or politics, but he chose to play in the dark. He had a keen eye and was very aware of the current situation, otherwise, he would not have been able to establish such a large gang at a young age. Li Chen instructed the servants to tidy up the hall and invited Fang Chen to sit down, showing a very humble attitude, even more respectful than he had been to Lu Ling before. Lu Ling felt a bit uneasy in his heart. This little brat was bowing to the King of Eagles with the Axe Gang just a few hours ago, and now that he has a bigger backer, he doesn't even want to tell me the truth. However, he had seen people catch blades with their bare hands, but catching bullets was truly a new thing, something even he, in the circle of national arts, had never seen before. This was indeed a powerful backer. Thinking of this, Lu Ling, like Li Chen, looked slightly flattering towards Fang Chen, his square black face blossoming like a chrysanthemum, complimenting, "Senior Fang's power is awe-inspiring, I truly admire it. King of Eagles is too kind, just call me Mr. Fang." Fang Chen smiled and asked, "Where is the King of Eagles currently stationed?" "I am currently serving as the chief instructor at a boxing gym." Lu Ling felt pleased. Could it be that he had intentions of recruiting him? This was a great opportunity. Working for such a great master, money was not important, but if he could learn a move or two, perhaps his skills could advance further. To his surprise, Fang Chen just smiled faintly and said nothing more. After a while, the security team outside returned, with 4 members dead, Chubo and Guo Wei with arm injuries, but they had also killed 4 of the opponents. The gang members had 5 casualties, achieving nothing, cursing in frustration. In no time, both groups spread the news that Fang Chen was the one who defeated the giant man, causing a stir in the room. Seeing himself becoming the center of attention and having completed his task, Fang Chen decided to take his leave. Seeing his determination to leave, Li Chen did not insist and first paid him 30 million meters of gold as a reward. The remaining half would be raised within 3 days and transferred to Fang Chen's account. Fang Chen agreed with a nod, bid farewell to everyone, and then specifically called Chu Bo aside, smiling and asking, "Have you ever flown a JH-10? Chu Bo smiled. "Both Guo Wei and I are reconnaissance soldiers," joking about being in the Air Force. Chu Bo respected him a lot. He and Lei Ming belonged to the same category of people, only admiring those stronger than themselves. Oh, Fang Chen was slightly surprised. This type of soldier was not simple, not inferior to special forces. He needed such talents. "That's impressive too. A talent like you is truly wasted in a security company. Are you interested in working with me? To watch the scene?" Chu Bo asked in confusion. "Managing industries to achieve a win-win situation for economic and social values," Fang Chen said grandly, then handed over a phone number. "If you're interested, call this number and bring your colleagues along." Fang Chen left after speaking, leaving Chu Bo looking puzzled holding the number. 3 hours later,
Fang Chen returned to the Emperor Club.
Just as he entered the club's gate, Yang Bao suddenly called, his tone somewhat heavy. Zhang Shichang has submitted a psychiatric evaluation proving that he is currently a mentally ill person with no criminal responsibility. The evaluation states that he was in a completely uncontrollable state while driving at the time.
Where was the evaluation conducted?
It was done by Chen Yangxin, the director of the Qingshan Mental Hospital, and has been recognized by the Judicial Appraisal Center.
Alright, I got it. Fang Chen hung up and gathered all his subordinates together.
Once everyone was present, Fang Chen spoke up. I made some money in the provincial capital. Money is meant to be used to make more money, so I'm thinking of venturing into other industries recently.
Do you have any good ideas to share? Boss, how much did you make? Zhu Laolu curiously asked. 1 billion, Fang Chen casually mentioned a quarter.
The others were shocked at his words, taking a while to recover before Mangzi suggested, how about opening a casino?
It's a quick way to make money. Fang Chen shook his head, I won't get involved in that. Zhu Laolu proposed, then let's do money lending.
Since we have so much money, we can lend it to the business owners in the development zone to help them bridge the gap when repaying bank loans or even mortgage loans. If they can't repay, we can force them to sell their industries to us at a low price. Others also agreed, this is a good idea.
When you have physical industries, boss, you might even become an entrepreneur and maybe even be elected as a representative or committee member.
This is not impossible, but we can't be so rough.
Let's think of something else first. Fang Chen shook his head inwardly, knowing that despite these guys doing some good deeds, they couldn't change their nature of seizing opportunities by force.
The group fell into contemplation again, and Xiao Qi suddenly slapped his thigh, let's do earthwork business.
Besides gambling and drugs, what we do in our circle is earthwork, which brings in money fast.
I have a friend who wants to transfer his sand factory and mud truck fleet.
Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, that can work. Give him a call, and if it's settled, the earthwork business will be yours.
Half an hour later, a man with a gold necklace, carrying a crocodile handbag, a bandage on his head, and a swollen face, pushed open the door of the meeting room. It was Xiao Qi's friend, Hong Sanpao. Sanpao was polite, lit a cigarette upon entering, and after a round of greetings, he lit one for Fang Chen and asked politely, Boss Zhang, do you want to buy my sand and gravel plant?
Fang Chen nodded and asked, what's the situation over there?
Sanpao explained, I have a river sand plant on the Qinghai River, a medium to large-scale plant with a reserve of over 18 million cubic meters, and it's still increasing every year. You know the quality of the river sand in the Qinghai River, it's very good and popular in the market.
Then why do you want to sell it? Fang Chen asked curiously. My connections aren't strong enough, I can't find enough business, Sanpao said helplessly. I'm not like your Li-Fire gang, with great wealth and power, a strong network. I'm familiar with the bosses of those real estate companies.
In this line of work, you have to run the business yourself, there's not that much business available.
Fang Chen asked, so how do you conduct your business? Sanpao explained, block the entrance. I have 7 or 8 little brothers under me.
Whenever we see a new construction site starting, I'll take my little brothers in mud trucks to block the entrance and force them to buy.
And then? Fang Chen glanced at his face and asked.
Sanpao sighed, his face full of tears, if we encounter tough guys, we let them beat us up.
If we meet cowards, even if we're lucky.
The local development company I don't want to mess with now, usually it's those out-of-town development companies causing trouble, but in this world, there are troublemakers everywhere.
Ah, my few brothers under me are all scared after getting beaten up, now they don't dare to go out and make a living.
Once people's hearts scatter, it's hard to lead the team, so I have no choice but to transfer ownership.
Sanpao's words amused Fang Chen, nowadays it's not easy to get by even in the underworld.
The real estate market in Daxia country is about to enter its peak period, with a high demand for sand and gravel. 18 million cubic meters of sand and gravel, the market price for each cubic meter in Qinghe City is around 70 yuan, not to mention the annual increase in quantity. The total value of this area is approximately around 1.2 billion. However, the accounts are not that simple, as equipment costs, transportation costs, labor costs, and miscellaneous costs need to be deducted. In addition, the daily output is also related to the equipment. Sanpao only has 3 sand dredgers, each with 25 buckets, producing 200 cubic meters of sand per hour, generating 14,000 yuan in value. This output is definitely not enough, so Fang Chen decided that once he invests, he must increase new equipment. Initially, he wasn't very interested in this industry, but since he made up his mind not to get involved in gambling and drugs, if he doesn't even touch earthwork projects, how can he call himself a member of the underworld?
Which little brother would be willing to follow you without any gray industry? Should he start a software company like in his past life? How can a software company raise henchmen? After making up his mind, Fang Chen decided to visit the sand and gravel plant the next morning for inspection. If everything is fine, he will sign a contract with Sanpao, then hand over the plant to Xiao Qi for management and step back behind the scenes. The next morning, Fang Chen and his entourage arrived at the Yakan sand and gravel plant in Dawang Township, Qinghe City, where Hong Sanpao had been eagerly waiting with a few of his brothers. Seeing Fang Chen's BMW 520, Hong Sanpao's eyes revealed a hint of worry, as it seemed that this man's car was not as luxurious as Xiao Qi had described. With his keen eyes, Fang Chen immediately noticed the other party's concern. He silently thought that he indeed needed to change his car. With a fortune of several billion, driving this car would definitely not match his status. If he were to buy a new one, it must be the most stylish one. In his past life, he drove an S-Class Mercedes-Benz and had always wanted to buy a Night 15, but felt that using such a car for business was too ostentatious. In this life, he didn't have to worry so much. Hong Sanpao still concealed his concerns and led Fang Chen on a tour of the sand and gravel plant. The quality of river sand in Dawang Township was indeed good, with clear water, no pollution, low mud content, and hard texture, making it excellent building material. After a professional survey, Fang Chen nodded and said that as long as there was a market, it was completely worth investing in. Sanpao only had the mining rights for the sand and gravel plant, signing an 8-year mining contract with Dawang Township, with a year and a half remaining, and an annual contract fee of 1 million. He also bought 3 sand dredgers and some sand washing and drying machines. As for the mud truck fleet, they were all leased from a professional company, as the wear and tear on these vehicles was too high for self-purchase to be cost-effective. The total price for the complete set of equipment and transfer was 6 million, which was a fair price. Fang Chen agreed to the price but had one requirement: they must renegotiate an 8-year contract with Dawang Township. Since Hong Sanpao was originally from Dawang Township, and the village chief was his uncle, this was not a problem at all. Both parties were efficient in their dealings, and all procedures were completed in just 3 hours. Hong Sanpao finally got rid of a hot potato, feeling relieved, while Fang Chen acquired a new industry, leaving both parties delighted. The sand and gravel plant already had sand diggers, all local villagers, and Fang Chen didn't replace them, keeping the original team. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Laosen called, saying that the transfer of ownership for the Seas of the Moon had been completed, and asked when he could come to take over the territory. After finishing all the work at the sand and gravel plant, it was already 7 p.m. Fang Chen declined Hong Sanpao's invitation and left Xiao Qi behind to learn management. He then returned to the Emperor Club with Mangzi and the others. As soon as they entered the club, Hong Jie informed them that 3 young men had been waiting in the Queen's suite for a while. Fang Chen was puzzled and walked straight to the private room with Mangzi and the others. As they approached, they could hear the booming sound of the DJ music inside. Upon pushing the door open, they saw 3 sturdy and tall men dancing with 3 young ladies. "Let's sway together, let's sway together. Zhang Gu, you're back." Guo Wei was the first to notice Fang Chen and greeted him after letting go of the lady in his arms. Fang Chen chuckled, "Why didn't you guys inform me beforehand that you were coming?" He then handed each of them a cigarette and ordered a few boxes of beer from the waiter. The champion of Sanda, Chao Zhang, helped him light up and said with a smile, "In the security company, we risk our lives but don't earn much. Take this mission, for example, risking our lives only gets us a bonus of 100,000. So we decided to join you. Zhang Gu, is this the place you manage?" Fang Chen replied, "This is an industry entrusted to me by the Liuwa gang. The ownership is not mine. But I have a venue in the city center. I'll take you guys to see it tomorrow." "Is it also a KTV nightclub?" Chu Bo curiously asked. Xu Laolu helped explain from the side, "The nightclub is just one unit. It also includes a clothing mall, a jewelry and gold mall, a supermarket, and a bar, covering 17,000 square meters above ground and 5,800 square meters underground, all of which belong to Zhang Gu." He could tell that these few men were experts, and experts usually had a bit of unruliness. Zhang Gu was low-key, and it was appropriate for him to speak if necessary. Damn! Chu Bo and the others were astonished. Although Qinghe City was only a third-tier city and property prices couldn't compare to the provincial capital Shilin, the value of such a large industry was worth at least 1 billion. Are the underworld really this wealthy? If they had known earlier, it would have been better for them to be enforcers rather than security guards. However, upon second thought, they could understand the skills of the other party. With such skills, one could earn money anywhere. After having a round of drinks, Fang Chen said, "Let me clarify the terms with you first." The 3 immediately perked up. Even Zhu Laolu and the others focused their attention. "Currently, I only own a property and a sand and gravel plant." Leaving aside the Emperor Club,
which belongs to the Lihua gang. In my own club, I will allocate 20% of the net profit to the manager and assistant manager. Taking Haishang Mingyu as an example, it has a net profit of over 800,000 per month, so the profit share would be around 170 to 180,000. Of course, this money is not just for the manager and assistant manager, it also includes the brothers who oversee the venue. The number of people is up to you, but they must ensure the safety of the venue. Fang Chen's distribution ratio was consistent with that of the Lihua gang. His plan was to delegate all entertainment-related industries to subordinates according to this ratio, so he could focus on other matters. Chu Bo and the others immediately calculated the figures. In this way, each of them could earn at least 30 to 50,000 per month, or even more, which was much more profitable than working at the Golden Shield Security Company. Everyone present expressed no objections. Fang Chen continued, however, there is an assessment that must be completed to join. Boss, please go on. Chu Bo quickly adjusted his address. Fang Chen explained, I have just taken over a sand and gravel company with poor sales, so I have decided to resort to aggressive buying and selling. This matter will be led by you three, and I will support from behind. Aggressive buying and selling? The three men looked puzzled. Has the underworld really become so lawless? Fang Chen then asked Chu Laolu, I heard that Seching Real Estate has a project that is under construction? It's Juanchi Garden on the bustling avenue east of the city. Currently, the price of sand and gravel in Qinghe City is probably around 70 per square, right? That's correct. Fang Chen muttered to himself, then if I mark it up tenfold and sell it for 700, it shouldn't be unreasonable. Villa 9 in Star River Bay. At this moment, a unique roulette game was taking place in the first floor hall. 6 masked girls were kneeling in a circle on a large rotating disc, facing inward. 3 young men in suits stood outside the roulette, leisurely chatting. Zhang Zili, the deputy general manager of Shicheng Real Estate, cut open 2 cigars and handed them to the 2 beside him, smiling. Lu Xiao, Master He, how do you find this game? The man named Lu Xiao took the cigar, lighting it with a lighter, and praised, not bad, very good. In his early 20s, he already had puffy eyes and a lack of vitality, seemingly indulging in a life of debauchery. Zhang Zili explained, I learned this game a few days ago in a coastal city in the south. I must say, they really know how to have fun down south. The game is indeed good. Lu Xiao scanned the girls on the scene and asked, what about their quality? Zhang Zili looked proud. This group was carefully selected from Tsinghua Art College, all skilled and beautiful. They excel in gymnastics, toe-touching, and, most importantly, they are all young, just the type Master He likes. The man named Master He, around 25 or 26, dressed slightly more maturely than the others, and carried himself with more restraint. He chuckled, you guys know how to have fun, I can't keep up. The old man at home is too strict, and I don't have the financial means for this. Zhang Zili quickly flattered, Master He, you're being too modest. If you don't have the means, who does? In this small corner of Tsinghua, don't we all rely on you to make a living? Master He didn't argue, arrogantly lighting his cigar, his eyes sweeping over the 6 girls. All right, enough chit-chat. Tonight is a night of indulgence, so let's all have a great time and be happy. After saying this, Zhang Zili threw a stack of cash on the ground. 50,000 each. The show officially begins. Lu Xiao was the first to take off his clothes, placing his phone on the table, and teasing Master He, old He, since you're here, why hesitate? After a moment of hesitation, Master He also took off his clothes, joining in openly. Zhang Zili stood behind them, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. His own half-brother, a foolish man who spent his days indulging in drugs, alcohol, and keeping young models, causing trouble everywhere. This time, after his brother caused a car accident, Zhang Shicheng had to pay 3 million to settle the matter. Meanwhile, he only spent 300,000, manipulating and threatening some financially struggling female college students to win over the son of the leader of the Black Dragon Society, Lu Chang, and the son of the 6th-ranked official in Tsinghua, Minister He. This deal was indeed very profitable. The night's activities were incredibly wild, and the 2 guests were exhausted and left shortly after. Zhang Zili dismissed everyone, then called a female college student who could entertain Thomas, embracing her as they drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, the old man Zhang Shicheng suddenly passed away, leaving Zhang Zili to take full control of Shicheng Real Estate without hesitation. In just a few years, he transformed the company from a medium-sized real estate company covering 4 cities around Tsinghua into the leading real estate giant in the country. Just as he was reaching the peak of his success, a sudden urgent phone call interrupted him. Zhang Zili casually answered the phone, hearing the voice of Xin Jianye, the project manager at Juanchi Garden construction site. General Zhang, they've blocked the entrance to the construction site. Hong Sanpao collaborated with a truck transport company called Xinhuang. Business was already bleak, but upon hearing about a new demand, a dump truck was arranged early in the morning to transport a load of sand from Shasha to the entrance of the Juanchi Garden construction site. The Juanchi Garden project covered over 200 acres, making it a medium-sized development, currently in the foundation construction phase. The site was bustling with activity, with workers in hard hats and machinery roaring everywhere. At this moment, the site manager, Shinjanya, frowned as he looked at the dump truck blocking the entrance. Having worked at Seching Development Company for over a decade, he was used to occasional gate blockages like this. However, ever since Seching Real Estate had ties with the Black Dragon Society, no one dared to block the gate with a dump truck anymore. Shinjanya, cigarette in hand, silently recalled the last time the gate was blocked, which seemed to be 5 years ago. A group of young troublemakers from the countryside, calling themselves the 12 Luohans, tried to make a name for themselves in the construction industry. They ended up being dealt with by Lu Xiao and his gang from the Black Dragon Society, leaving all 12 Luohans as one-armed men, each losing an arm. Shinjianye extinguished his cigarette and walked past the dump truck. He knew the driver was just delivering goods, the real players were behind. As expected, there was a shabby Wuling light following behind. Seeing the vehicle, Shinjanya's lips twitched with disdain. Who successful would drive such a car? It seemed like another group of ignorant troublemakers. With these thoughts in mind, Shinjanya walked up to the car and glanced at the people inside. The driver was a muscular man in a tight black outfit, with a clean-shaven chin, a crew cut, and a vibrant look. Hanging from his neck was a golden-laid jade guanine pendant, and he wore a jade thumb ring, tapping his fingers rhythmically to the music playing in the car. I am looking up, above the moon. There were 3 people in the car in total, with 2 in the front passenger seat and 1 in the back. What are you guys here for? Shinjanye asked sternly. And what are you here for? Chubo opened his eyes coldly, staring at Shinjanya. Shinjanya felt a chill from the gaze. Despite being well-versed in the ways of the world, he could tell that this person, dressed like a typical underworld figure, was from the lower echelons of society. Yet, the moment he opened his eyes, his aura became fierce and intimidating, more so than a thug wielding a knife. Shinjanya suddenly remembered a saying, Guangdong doesn't open his eyes unless he intends to kill. This man must have seen bloodshed, and not just once. Looking at the other 2 men in the car, similarly dressed in crew cuts and large gold chains, exuding the same cold and menacing aura, Shinjanya decided to take a diplomatic approach, lowering his stance and calmly saying, I am Shinjanya, the manager of this construction site. If you have any business, we can discuss it. Chubo scrutinized him from head to toe, chewing on sunflower seeds, and said, You're the manager? Do you know the rules? A classic thug opening line. Shinjanya had heard it at least 10 times before and asked, What rules are you talking about? Chubo picked his ear, glanced at him sideways, and said, Who allowed you to start work here? Have you completed the procedures? Paid the fees? Shinjanya squinted and asked, Who should I talk to for the procedures? How much are the fees? Chubo raised his head proudly and said, You can deal with me. As for the fees, forget about it. From now on, all sand and soil purchases must go through me. Brother, what's the price for the soil? Since you seem reasonable, the original price is 1,000. But I'll give you a 30% discount, 700. Shinjanya glanced at the dump truck, which could carry 10 cubic meters. With that in mind, the price seemed fair enough. He thought for a moment and said, If it's 700 per car, I can do you a favor and help you sell 100 cars, consider it making a friend. Chubo narrowed his eyes. What the hell are you thinking? Who the hell wants to be friends with you? 700 per unit. Shinjanya was taken aback, thinking he misheard, then sneered, Well, you can wait here, someone will come to deal with you. He returned to the construction site and immediately called Zhang Zili, who managed the project for Shurchang Real Estate. Zhang Zili wasn't from a traditional gang, but Shurchang property had over 100 security guards. Although not all were daring, they managed to gather a dozen who were. Hearing that the other side only had 3 people, Zhang Zili didn't intend to seek help from the Black Dragon Society. So he gathered about 10 security guards and rushed to the construction site. If the cars were blocked at the gate and materials couldn't come in, the progress of the construction site would be affected, and the daily bank loan interest was astronomical, so it had to be resolved immediately. He didn't plan to tell his father about this matter. If he couldn't even handle such a small issue, Zhang Shurchang would inevitably doubt his ability to handle things. Half an hour later, a Land Rover and a Buick business car stopped at the construction site gate. A young man in a suit and 12 security guards wearing Shurchang property uniforms, holding rubber batons, got out of the 2 cars. Across the street in a BMW, Zhu Laolu watched the scene with interest. Boss, do you think those 3 can handle it? Fang Chen smirked. If they can't handle this, what use are they? Just watch. After getting out of the car, Zhang Zili went straight to the Wuling car window to negotiate with Chu Bo. A minute later, it seemed that no agreement was reached, and the 12 security guards surrounded the Wuling car. Sandbag champion Chao Zhang and Scout Guo Wei jumped out of the car, each with an ASP baton, and a fight broke out with the 12 security guards. Fang Chen carefully observed the two men's skills. Chao Zhang had studied Sanda and probably some boxing, his moves were systematic, and his evasions were regular. Guo Wei aimed for a single lethal blow, with great force, targeting vital points. In less than 3 minutes, the ground was littered with security guards, 2 against 12, with Fang Chen's side emerging victorious. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Zhang Zili had long since hidden inside the construction site. Trembling, he took out his phone and hesitated for a second between reporting the incident or requesting support from the Black Dragon Society, ultimately calling the Black Dragon Society's junior leader, Lu Ziqian. In the world of Jianghu, reporting the incident would only solve today's problem. They could come back tomorrow, so they had to be subdued. Zhang Zili has called for help, Fang Chen concluded. Zhu Laolu also took out his phone. We'll call for help too. We're about to take over Haishang Mingyue, and I've recruited over a dozen little brothers. Fang Chen nodded. Let them see the world, and if they're not suitable, we can let them go. Half an hour later, Zhu Lalio's men arrived, driving 3 Qianjiang motorcycles and 4 Southern 125s. Except for 2 slightly older individuals, the rest were teenagers around 18 or 19, totaling 14 people. The 8 people from the Southern 125 all had crew cuts and wore sportswear. The 6 people from the Qianjiang all had dyed blonde hair and wore bell-bottoms. After looking around, they finally saw Zhu Laolu in the front passenger seat and bowed in unison. Hello, big brother. The 2 men got out of the car, and Zhu Laolu pointed at Fang Chen. This is my boss, the big boss of Haishang Mingyue. Hello, big brother. The group of youngsters immediately bent lower, their faces filled with envy and admiration. Not to mention the BMW, owning such a large industry as Haishang Mingyue was no simple feat. There weren't many such figures on Qinghe Road. Their lifelong pursuit was nothing more than reaching this level. The 2 groups stood distinctly apart, with the 2 slightly older crew cut and blonde leaders leading their respective groups. The leader with a crew cut stepped forward and said, Do you remember me, Zhang Gu? I saw you last time at Dihao. I remember, you're Su Hao, and there's another one called Hong Zitao, right? Fang Chen turned his gaze towards the leader with yellow hair. Zhang Gu, I'm Hong Zitao, the leader with yellow hair quickly replied. Do you know why I called you here? Yes, to fight. We've prepared our weapons long ago, both groups answered in unison. The yellow-haired group took out weapons, all 60 centimeters long hollow steel pipes. The crew-cut group all had beyond-the-lookout knives. Good, Fang Chen pointed at a Wuling van and said, We have 3 brothers in the van. If things escalate, you go support them. After speaking, Fang Chen took out 3 soft Zhonghua cigarettes from the van, handing out 2 packs each. Wow, Zhang Gu is so generous. When I helped others fight before, I only had Hontishan, and just 1 pack, a young member discussed with others. Zhang Gu is a big shot, not like those small-time thugs collecting protection fees, someone nearby sneered. An hour later, a convoy approached in the distance. Leading the way was a Bentley Elegant, followed by 14 black Toyota Highlanders. The convoy arrived at the construction site gate, and 60 to 70 burly men with dragon tattoos got off the Highlanders. One of the men walked to the Bentley and respectfully opened the door. A foot in orange bean shoes emerged, followed by black pencil pants, a gold Hermes belt, and a red Versace jacket. Beneath the sunglasses was a young yet indulgent face. The men quickly formed a formation in front of the Bentley, like hotel staff welcoming guests. The security guards from Seching property were dragged up from the ground, standing straight and bowing together, saying, Hello, Master Lu. Lu Ziqian grunted and asked loudly, Who dares to cause trouble at my brother's place? Zhang Zili rushed out from the construction site and pointed at the Wuling van. It's these 3. Lu Ziqian glanced towards Fang Chen and smirked. What about those idiots over there? Zhang Zili hesitated. They seem unrelated, probably just bystanders. Lu Ziqian nodded. Damn, daring to block the door with such a junky car, must be crazy for money. He waved his hand, and the men immediately grabbed their weapons from the cars. The Black Dragon Society's equipment was distinctive, with most wielding metal weapons resembling medieval morning stars, spiked hammers capable of piercing armor with forceful impact. 2 men carried sawed-off shotguns with short barrels. Dozens of men quickly surrounded the Wuling van. Seeing the tension rising, Fang Chen waved his hand towards the back. Let's go, check out the commotion. There was no response for a while. He turned around to see a dozen or so youngsters trembling in fear, their legs weak, unable to move forward. The yellow-haired group had already recognized the Black Dragon Society members on the field, as only they would use such strange weapons. A blow from those weapons to the head would result in a burst skull. Even if the opponents were unarmed, they dared not provoke them. The Black Dragon Society's reputation was well known. They were ruthless characters capable of silencing a crying child.
Only 3 other gangs in Xinghe City could rival them.
Offending them would not only affect oneself but possibly harm one's family as well. While they aimed to make a fortune on the streets, there needed to be a gradual process.
Challenging this hellish scenario from the start required immense courage. Seeing the hesitation and fear in some, Fong Chen didn't force them.
Those with such little courage were unsuitable for the underworld, and he didn't want them either.
The group exchanged glances, some even dropping their weapons, fearing to provoke any misunderstandings.
Perhaps after a long inner struggle, the 3 crew-cut guys and 2 blondies finally gathered their courage and approached Fong Chen.
"Boss Zhang, we're with you."
Fong Chen glanced over. The leaders on both sides were still there. He was quite satisfied with the elimination rate and said to Su Hao and Hong Zitao, "Tell the others, they're not cut out for society, let them go back." The 2 didn't argue, they went into the crowd and said a few words, and soon the crowd dispersed. Su Hao returned to Fong Chen's side and asked, "Boss Zhang, we're all ready, when do we start?" Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, his legs and bell-bottoms trembling slightly, revealing his deep fear, but he was just putting on a brave front.
Hong Zitao and the others weren't in a much better state, even Zhu Laolu seemed a bit frightened.
Fong Chen understood this very well. The difference in strength was too great, and these few not fleeing on the spot was already better than most people. "You don't need to do anything, just watch." He gestured towards the Wuling bread van, "They'll handle it themselves." Lu Ziqian had long noticed Fong Chen's side. Originally, he looked disdainful at the group of ragtag motorcyclists. Later, seeing them disperse, he couldn't help but burst into contemptuous laughter. If he wasn't mistaken, these people were called in by the van crew to help, but before the fight even started, most of them left.
Clownish antics.
Lu Ziqian, with a victorious smile, walked up to the Wuling van's driver's window, lit a cigar, and glanced sideways at Chu Bo and the others.
"You few punks think you can block the door? Do you know whose territory this is?"
Chu Bo looked him up and down, sneered, and said, "I don't care whose territory it is, if you don't need our goods, don't expect to work."
"Then there's nothing to discuss."
Lu Ziqian turned and walked away, approaching a fat man, and smiled, "Haven't seen these kinds of people in years, burn the car for me, each of them loses a hand and a foot."
"Yes."
The young gang leader gave the order, and the Black Dragon Society thugs behind him immediately raised their Morningstar maces and advanced towards the Wuling, their movements coordinated and imposing.
The 2 holding shotguns even cocked their guns, one on each side, adding to the intimidating atmosphere.
Zhang Zili lit a cigarette for Lu Ziqian and leisurely watched the Black Dragon Society's performance, praising, "Lu, in Xinghe City, it's still your Black Dragon Society in terms of strength, even the fiery gang falls short compared to them." Lu Ziqian looked pleased. "If it weren't for the need to maintain balance above, I would have swallowed up the fiery gang and the Brotherhood long ago." Zhang Zili echoed, "That's right, before the rise of the fiery gang, Xin Lai was just a porter carrying loads, the Xiao brothers were just peddlers selling fish and melons, their foundation is too shallow, how can they be compared to you, Brother Lu?" Lu Ziqian was quite pleased with Zhang Zili's flattery. After all, he was the heir to a billionaire, managing a real estate company with a turnover of over $1 billion. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't even be qualified to flatter him. Lu Ziqian blew out a smoke ring and sighed, but Gao Mingyuan of the Dadao men is indeed not to be underestimated. He has a lot of money and people, a strong network in the province, and is very familiar with the heads in the city. Zhang Zili also agreed with this. His old man had always wanted to establish a relationship with Gao Mingyuan, but Gao Mingyuan was only superficially polite. In fact, he didn't care about the real estate industry at all, he was quite arrogant. The Black Dragon Society surrounded the Wuling. The fat man in front raised his weapon to smash the car. Just then, 2 black gun muzzles emerged from the driver's seat and the passenger seat at the same time. "Baiyu! Baiyu! Baiyu!" 2 M16 automatic rifles fired wildly, the dense bullets hitting the ground under the Black Dragon Society thugs' feet, raising clouds of dust. Some bullets hit the stinking ditch nearby, splashing up water columns. Lu Ziqian was stunned, holding the cigar in his hand but forgetting to smoke it. He swallowed hard, looking dazed. Zhang Zili also froze, his pupils suddenly contracting, the words he was about to say stuck in his mouth. Automatic rifle M16. These people actually had such a powerful weapon? This thing's might would surpass the 5-round burst in the hands of the Black Dragon Society's thugs by far. Not to mention those cold weapons. The group of Black Dragon Society thugs dared not move, some clever ones discreetly started to retreat. "Drop your weapons, hands on your head," a voice shouted from the Wuling van. The thugs did not comply, all eyes turning to Lu Ziqian. Lu Ziqian finally snapped out of it, throwing away the cigar in his hand, his eyes glaring as he said, "Damn it, what's so great about holding a broken gun?
Bring it on."
The construction site was secluded, with no pedestrians around, but even so, he didn't believe these three would actually dare to shoot. His men exchanged glances, a few daring thugs who wanted to curry favor cautiously moved forward.
Bubu.
This time the bullets were ruthless, spraying towards the men's thighs. Howls of pain rang out continuously, several burly men in black all had their legs broken, kneeling on the ground. The remaining people retreated one after another, no longer daring to advance. Zhang Zili was so scared that he dropped the cigar in his hand. He had already guessed that these three were not ordinary thugs. You could tell from their demeanor, thugs exuded a ruffian and gangster vibe, not the chilling aura these men had. He had only speculated before, but now he finally had confirmation. Indeed, these people had heavy artillery, and they were not afraid to use it.
Lu Ziqian was instantly caught in a dilemma.
The gangs in Qinghe City generally used cold weapons like machetes and axes, with 2 electric guns and a 5-round burst being the most they could muster. He never expected these three to have an M16, and what was even more terrifying was that they actually dared to shoot in broad daylight. He forced himself to remain calm, but inside he was torn and fearful.
If he just left like this, the Black Dragon Society would surely lose its reputation, and then everyone would dare to imitate them, wielding spray guns and defecating on his head.
But if he stayed, he couldn't possibly match these 2 automatic rifles, and judging by their demeanor, they might actually shoot him. Just then, Shubo, Guowei, and Xiaozheng successively pushed open the car door and got out. The three stood in a row, each holding an M16 aimed at the Black Dragon Society members, their gazes cold, their tone icy. "You have 10 seconds to drop your weapons, hands on your head. Anyone who disobeys will have their legs broken," said Zhang. "Brother Zhang, where did you find these guys? They don't look like the usual gangsters at all, they seem more like bank robbers," Zhu Laolu said in astonishment from the opposite side.
Fang Chen smiled faintly. "They are professional bodyguards from a security company, often carrying out security and rescue missions abroad, equivalent to international mercenaries. They've killed more bandits than you've ever seen."
The remaining Huang Mao and Ping too looked enlightened, realizing why these three guys were so tough, always brandishing rifles.
Mercenaries were legendary figures, only seen on TV.
The two bosses weighed the fire sticks in their hands, a hint of shame and embarrassment in their expressions. The three minors looked admiring. Yesterday they were extorting protection money from honest kids at school. Today they saw legendary mercenaries with rifles confronting the Black Dragon Society. This kind of coolness could be boasted about for at least 10 years. Looking at Fang Chen's calm demeanor, the others suddenly realized that this brother Zhang was the leader of these mercenaries. Thankfully, they didn't run away like those two fools, otherwise they wouldn't have caught brother Zhang's attention, nor witnessed such a spectacular scene.
"Don't be nervous," Fang Chen glanced at them and asked in a friendly tone, "Where are you all from?" Huang Mao Hong Zitao pointed to another yellow-haired person and replied, "We both are from the New Southern Beauty and Hairdressing Training School." Fang Chen nodded. "Oh, I know about New Southern, it's a breeding ground for talents, you two are no exception." "Thank you for the praise, brother Zhang." Hong Zitao's face showed a hint of pride. "Actually, I'm quite skilled with a razor. I can shave your hair without touching the hair follicles." "Impressive, I must see it in action sometime." Su Hao pointed to two crew-cut individuals and said, "We are from Qinghe Sports School." "Good, your courage has been tested. From now on, follow Lao Lu." 5, 4, 3. On this side, Shubo counted down, like a death knell, stimulating the hearts of the Black Dragon Gang's men. The men looked to Lu Ziqian, as if saying, "Just give in, it's not shameful." "Time's up." Shubo raised his gun, the barrel angled at 45 degrees. Expressionless, he pulled the trigger, bullets raining towards the men's thighs, quickly hitting the leg of the man in black next to Lu Ziqian. Blood spurted, splashing Lu Ziqian's pant leg. Lu Ziqian looked up to see Shubo's gun now aimed at him. Faced with the situation, Lu Ziqian dared not resist anymore, and with a thud, knelt down. Since the leader knelt, a group of Black Dragon Gang men and Zhang Zili also threw down their weapons and knelt in unison. Dozens of people knelt, morning star hammers scattered on the ground. The scene was quite spectacular. Shubo stopped shooting, turned to Guowei and said with a smile, "I told them to surrender, and this bunch of cowards just kneeled." Guowei laughed. "What a bunch of useless Black Dragon Gang members, more cowardly than assassins. Let's go, I'll introduce you to your new brothers." Fang Chen waved his hand, and Zhu Laolu picked up a navy blue windbreaker draped over his sleeve to help him put it on. Fang Chen led the way, followed by Zhu Laolu and a group of henchmen, approaching Shubo and the others. "Brother Zhang." The three men greeted Fang Chen respectfully as soon as they saw him, showing exceptional deference.
The main reason these three men chose to join Fang Chen was not because he defeated the giant who practiced bone shrinking technique. It was a rumor circulating among the security team that Mr. Fang caught a bullet barehanded. Initially, the three men didn't believe such an absurd story, but it was widely circulated. Even the captain believed it without a doubt. Coupled with the appearance of the bone shrinking technique, catching a bullet barehanded might not be impossible. Since Fang Chen extended an olive branch, the three men immediately decided to join, first helping their teammates explore the situation and bringing out the weapons supported by Li Chen. It would be foolish not to follow such a strong ally.
Brother Zhang? Lu Ziqian and Zhang Zili looked up at Fang Chen.
Lu Ziqian had thought he was just the leader of a group of weaklings, but now even these three fierce bandits regarded him with reverence.
When did such a formidable person appear in Qinghe City? Why was he unaware of it? Fang Chen walked to Lu Ziqian's side, patted his face, and asked, "Are you the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang?" "Yes, I am Lu Ziqian." Even kneeling, Lu Ziqian's face still carried a hint of arrogance. Fang Chen smiled. "Look at you, still defiant?" Lu Ziqian stiffened his neck. "Today you won with firearms, I have nothing to say." Fang Chen picked up the shotgun from the ground, handed it to him, then patted his own head. "Here, I'll give you a chance, aim and shoot at me." Lu Ziqian's finger rested on the trigger, a drop of cold sweat forming on his forehead, a fierce glint in his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness appearing. Glancing at Chu Bo holding the gun, he reluctantly let go, sighing, "I give up." He wasn't afraid to kill, but he feared those three fierce bandits with M16s. As long as he dared to shoot, he would be riddled with bullets the next second. He didn't have the courage to gamble his life like Fang Chen. Xu Laolu sneered beside him. "Now you know how our boss won, he's braver than you. You can't meddle in this matter, if you don't have the strength, just get lost." Lu Ziqian was burning with anger, but he suppressed it and said, "I will never meddle in this matter again." Xu Laolu received a signal from Fang Chen and waved his hand, "Get lost." Lu Ziqian stood up, turned around without a word, his pace unusually calm, showing his fearless attitude in the face of danger. But his face was contorted in horror. Today, he had lost face and the Black Dragon Society had been humiliated. This situation would be settled sooner or later. Boss Zhang, he remembered this name. "Idiot, why aren't you leaving?" Suddenly, the sound of gunfire came from behind. Bullets sprayed the soil behind him. Lu Ziqian quickened his pace, heading straight for a nearby Hanlanda, not even caring about his own Bentley. Only when he sat in the car did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, wiping his forehead, drenched in cold sweat. His men saw his grim expression and muttered under their breath, "If only we had bought some automatic rifles from abroad, we wouldn't be in such a passive situation today." "Even if you bought them, would you dare to use them?" Lu Ziqian snorted, "We are delicate, there's no need to confront these tiles head-on. Such idiots end up eating bullets in the end." "Boss is wise," the henchman quickly praised. Lu Ziqian handed him a key. "Go and drive my car back." He wouldn't dare to get out of the car now. "It's time to talk about our business next," Chu Bo said to Zhang Zili. While Chu Bo and Zhang Zili were talking, Zhu Laolu asked Fang Chen, "Boss Zhang, these three brothers are making a big fuss. Aren't you afraid that Zhang Zili will call the police?" Fang Chen patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, "The Black Dragon Society won't call the police because it's too shameful, and Zhang Zili won't either. On the contrary, he will help us cover it up." Zhu Laolu was puzzled. "Why?" "You'll see in a moment," Fang Chen smiled mysteriously. "As long as we subdue them first, everything will be easier to handle." After a while, Chu Bo walked over. "The psychological defense line of that bastard has collapsed. Boss, you should go talk to him." Fang Chen nodded and waved to Zhang Zili, who immediately ran over with a respectful attitude. Running up close, he quickly bowed. "Boss Zhang, hello." Glancing at the time, Fang Chen decided to get straight to the point. "I heard that there's a mentally ill person in your family. Such people shouldn't be let out to harm others. You need to take him to the hospital for treatment." Zhang Zili was stunned for a moment, then realized that this guy wanted to deal with Zhang Xiaojie. Was it necessary to make such a big fuss? For a brother who was only a half-brother and was fighting for the family property, he would rather Zhang Xiaojie die. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." After understanding the other party's intentions, Zhang Zili felt that the embarrassment in the morning was nothing, and quickly promised, "I will definitely take him to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible." Fang Chen nodded, his face stern. "I heard that Director Chen Yongxin of the Qingshan Mental Hospital has invented a unique electroshock therapy, which is very effective. Patients who have undergone it all praise it, saying it's much better than being in prison." Zhang Zili assured him, "Boss Zhang, rest assured, I will try my best to persuade Director Chen to let that harmful lunatic experience electroshock therapy every day." Fang Chen sneered, "Try your best? Doesn't Chen Yongxin have 2 children? They wouldn't want to lose their father at a young age, right?" Zhang Zili's legs went weak. I promised to complete the task. How much did the deceased's family pay?
Fang Chen took out a pack of cigarettes, and seeing his cooperative attitude, he handed one to him. Zhang Zili took the cigarette with both hands, lit it for Fang Chen, looking a bit embarrassed. They paid 100,000.
Source text: your younger brother killed someone, why don't you go and settle it with some money? Fang Chen squinted his eyes, his tone a bit unfriendly. I'll take care of it right away.
I'll pay 1 million. It's not easy for a father to raise a child. Seeing Fang Chen satisfied with the amount, Zhang Zili looked a bit hesitant and said, Brother Zhang, I can decide that all the construction projects of Seixing Real Estate will use the earthwork from your company in the future.
But the market price of earthwork in Qinghe is 70 yuan per unit. 700 yuan is indeed a bit expensive. Can you lower it to 200? It's too high for me to explain to the company. Then let's make it 100. Fang Chen stubbed out his cigarette. It's settled. I'll send someone to sign the contract with you right away. Thank you, Brother Zhang.
Zhang Zili looked grateful, waved his hand to signal the mud truck to drive directly into the construction site, and then thoughtfully arranged for a few trusted aides to help Chu Bo clean up the spent shells on the ground. After bidding farewell, Fang Chen pondered silently. Earthwork business brings in quick money and requires no technical expertise, making it a favorite among underworld figures. Now, Seixing Real Estate's earthwork business had been snatched away by himself, a relatively unknown figure in Qinghe. It was inevitable that someone would oppose him. He decided to temporarily keep Chu Bo and the others at the sand and gravel company to suppress those who disagreed. Notified of the decision, they were happy with it.
Expanding the earthwork business would undoubtedly bring in more income than the nightlife.
In this world, everyone is out for a few pieces of silver.
As they got into the car, Zhu Laolu asked him, Brother Zhang, didn't he agree to 200 per unit? Why did you lower the price yourself? He's setting a trap for you. Fang Chen tapped his head, sounding exasperated.
You claim to be like Zhu Liang, but you're more like Zhu Xianzi. Understand the crime of forced trading. For products like sand and gravel with little differentiation, selling something at 100 that's worth 70 can be seen as good quality. But selling it at 200, the price triples. How do you explain that? Big brother is wise. Zhu Laolu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, then asked, Where are we going now? I'll take you to receive the sea moon, and call Lei Ming too. Zhu Laolu was overjoyed. This was the first industry he managed, and such a large one at that. It would be quite prestigious to talk about it. From now on, he would be the big boss, and everyone would have to call him Boss Zhu wherever he went. With an industry, he could recruit followers. He planned to have 10 followers with him every day, to show who's boss. Chonglan Street belonged to the new city district of Qinghe City. As they arrived, Fang Chen's impression was noticeably different. The buildings were neatly arranged, the streets were wide and clean, making it seem like the urbanization process was 10 years ahead of Yinan Street. Fang Chen and his group arrived at the Sea Moon building and saw Xiao Jinshi from a distance. He was waiting in the square outside the door, with 2 rows of welcoming staff behind him. One row consisted of 8 bodyguards in black stand-up collared suits, and the other row had 8 women in black silk dresses. A new red carpet was laid out at the entrance, indicating a high-level reception. Upon seeing Fang Chen, Xiao Jinshi waved his hand immediately, and the 16 people behind him all bowed and greeted in unison. Brother Alliance greets Mr.
Fang.
Sea Moon greets Mr.
Fang.
Fang Chen chuckled, walked up to him, shook his hand, and said, Mr.
Xiao, your welcome ceremony is too grand, I feel embarrassed. Xiao Jinshi smiled and replied, Mr. Fang, you are a distinguished guest. No welcome ceremony can be too grand. As the two stood chatting, the younger followers behind them were stunned, especially the newly joined ones with dyed hair and crew cuts. Oh my, isn't that Xiao Jinshi from the Brother Alliance? Just now, Brother Zhang was dealing with the Black Dragon Society, and now he's calling Xiao Lao-san his brother. How does he know all the big underworld figures in Qinghe?
Xiao Jinshi waved his hand, and a staff member immediately handed the property certificate to Zhu Laolu. The two bosses wouldn't personally deal with this kind of thing. It's all about maintaining their image. Mr. Fang, please, Xiao Jinshi gestured, leading Fang Chen to take the sightseeing elevator up to the 3rd floor of the Moon Over the Sea Club. At the club's entrance, a stunning woman with a cold and regal demeanor, exuding a queenly aura, was waiting. Behind her were some staff members.
Xiao Jinshi introduced, This is the club manager, Han Bing. Fang Chen chuckled, She does seem quite icy.
Many men are into that kind of woman. Xiao Jinshi laughed and then introduced Fang Chen to Han Bing.
Xiao Bing, this is Boss Zhang. He will be your new boss from now on.
Han Bing blinked her peach blossom eyes, cast a flirtatious glance at Fang Chen, then naturally walked up to him, linking her arm with his. Boss Zhang, I will rely on you from now on. Cold on the outside, but quite seductive inside, this kind of woman is a deadly weapon, Fang Chen commented, pointing behind him. This is Manager Zhu, Manager Lei, and the others are their little brothers who will be in charge of security here in the future. Han Bing winked, and a few flirtatious beauties behind her immediately rushed forward to hug everyone's arms. Calling them big brother and little brother, the two blondes and three crew-cut guys were instantly captivated, their gazes wandering, and their steps faltering. Feeling delighted, like a wolf eating meat or a dog eating shit, following this big brother was not in vain. Lei Ming clenched his fists secretly. This is the life a man dreams of. Skewers, damn it, skewers. As Fang Chen entered the club, his eyes lit up. Moon Over the Sea was a newly renovated shop from last year, with a very high-end style. The hall was resplendent, shining with gold and jade, far surpassing the shabby decoration of the Emperor Club. As they walked, Han Bing introduced, Moon Over the Sea covers an area of 3,356 square meters, including 88 themed private rooms, 273 staff members.
There were originally 20 security personnel.
Fang Chen sighed, we still seem to be short on manpower. Even with some adjustments, he could only count on 12 reliable subordinates. Adding the recently recruited 5 junior members, even maintaining Moon Over the Sea seemed understaffed. It was easy to find followers, with the reputation of the club's owner, but finding talent was challenging. He needed people who dared to fight.
Each of the 4 major gangs in Qinghe City had hundreds of followers. How many did he have? Would he have to charge into battle with a machete when competing for territory with other gangs in the future? That would be ridiculous. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chen instructed Lao Lu, we must recruit a group of skilled individuals, mainly ex-servicemen, as soon as possible. Lao Lu pointed to Su Hao in the distance and suggested, there are some young brothers from Qinghe Sports School with good physical fitness. I think they could be useful. Fang Chen nodded, all right, but we need to maintain a balance, understand? Lao San arranged everything thoughtfully, first introducing Fang Chen to the management of Moon Over the Sea, then taking him downstairs to meet other tenants. The second floor housed a clothing and jewelry mall. When Fang Chen reached the southeast corner, he saw an empty room of over 200 square meters and asked, has this room not been rented out? Xiao Jinshi replied, no, it's been divided up. It's in a too remote location, not easy to rent out. Fang Chen's heart stirred, and he turned to Lao Lu, saying, this room will be your training room in the future. We need to recruit skilled individuals and improve our own training. I hope that in the future, you will all be capable individuals. After a busy round, Xiao Jinshi took him to the nearest police station to familiarize himself with the faces there before taking his leave. Fang Chen knew he was busy and didn't insist on him staying. During his free time, Fang Chen decided to go and discuss the tasks of the Axe Gang with Qin Lai. For now, he had not left the Fire Gang. Qin Lai was still his nominal boss. He was not in a hurry to leave for the time being. Keeping this identity had its benefits. When he was doing good deeds outside, he was Fang Chen, the good man helping the needy. When he was up to no good, he was Fang Chen, the thug of the raging Fire Gang. By the time he returned to the moonlit hall at sea, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Han Bing had arranged the most luxurious moonlit hall for Fang Chen and his group, and also called in a group of the most beautiful women in the shop to accompany them. Before all the women had arrived, Fang Chen asked, is there anyone selling drugs here? Han Bing was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized what he meant and nodded, yes. They sell ecstasy, they sell ketamine, they sell cough syrup, and they even sell ice. I've noticed that some customers seem to be smoking a blue ice recently, something I've never seen on the market before. Fang Chen was a bit annoyed. This was his industry after all, and he would have to find someone to complain to if it was disrupted. Immediately, he instructed Zhu Laolu, did you all hear that? Keep a close eye out and call me if anything unusual happens. This matter couldn't be rushed, so Fang Chen just gave a reminder and then called Sang Biao to have everyone else come over for a gathering. When receiving a new industry, it was necessary to show everyone around, and there might even be a feast in the evening. 5 kilometers away from the Imperial Club, on a secluded rooftop, after Sang Biao hung up the phone, he explained to the man in the gray jacket beside him, Zhao, it was a call from Fang Chen. The man in the gray jacket, around 40 years old, looked composed, not one to joke around, exuding a subtle air of authority. Upon hearing Sang Biao's words, he asked in a deep voice, what did the target say? He took over the moonlit hall today and asked me to come over for a gathering. Zhao was greatly surprised. Fang Chen actually took over Xiao Jinshi's industry, which means they must be planning a major case, hence the significant exchange of benefits. Sang Biao opened his mouth to argue but swallowed his words back. Fang Chen knew the process of acquiring the moonlit hall. It was a very strange transaction. There was no major case involved. After a moment of silence, Zhao asked, I asked you to collect evidence of their crimes, how is that going?
Sang Biao remembered Feng Chen instructing Zhu Laolu to disrupt Ding Chang's activities a few days ago and quickly said, "A few days ago, Feng Chen got into a fight with someone."
Zhao asked, "Any other unusual incidents?" "Other unusual incidents?" Sang Biao pondered for a moment and said, "There are indeed two quite unusual things."
Feng Chen had previously set up a small loan company for loan sharking, but for some reason, he ended up forgiving the debts of those female college students. Sang Biao didn't notice Zhao's increasingly grim expression and continued, "There was another unusual thing. Feng Chen even personally funded the distribution of supplies to sanitation workers, several trucks worth, costing 150,000 yuan.
I accompanied Zhu Laolu to make the purchases.
There are retired old ladies who couldn't get any, only the sanitation workers received them." Zhao's face suddenly turned ashen. Furrowing his brows he said, "I asked you to collect evidence of their drug trafficking, murder, or even gun-related crimes. What's the point of telling me these useless pieces of information?"
Sang Biao was taken aback, stammering, But
they really haven't done anything wrong recently. Even if they occasionally get into fights, it's in the name of justice.
Last time Feng Chen stopped a car, it was to prevent someone from reckless driving." All right.
Zhao sighed, speaking with a heavy heart. "Never believe that these criminal forces will do good deeds and accumulate virtue. They only use a small act of kindness to cover up their heinous crimes. Compared to the sins they have committed, these acts of kindness are utterly insignificant."
"Do you know that the era of guaranteed employment is over? Do you know what your classmates are doing after graduation? Auxiliary police, drivers, all temporary workers, some are even working as security guards. I am lucky to have chosen you. You must cherish this rare opportunity and make sure to bring these dark forces to justice as soon as possible. When they face justice, it will be your moment of redemption." Zhao's tone suddenly turned stern. "If you don't handle this well, you can forget about redemption for the rest of your life." "I understand."
Watching Zhao walk away without looking back, Sang Biao squeezed the bank card in his pocket, feeling a bit disheveled by the cold wind on the rooftop. In his pocket was the bonus for this month that Feng Chen had given him, a full 30,000 yuan. An hour later, at the Moonlight Club on the sea, Feng Chen and all his men gathered in the moonroom. Han Bing thoughtfully arranged a young lady for each of the men, while she herself served by Feng Chen's side. She picked up a grape with a plastic fork and offered it to Feng Chen's lips, a fresh and elegant fragrance wafting into his nostrils.
Feng Chen glanced at her with interest.
At the age of 23 or 24, having spent many years in dusty places, she had a look that was devoid of the usual dustiness. Her pretty face was as cold as frost yet as beautiful as a begonia, exuding an aura of aloofness and queenly indifference. Han Bing handed him a cherry, and the full bosom under her black evening gown inadvertently brushed against his arm.
"You're making me quite hot like this," Feng Chen said seriously, looking at the icy beauty beside him.
"When you're hot, you need to cool down," Han Bing replied with equal seriousness.
He. "Let's forget about it." Feng Chen shook his head and smiled.
"I'm very interested," Han Bing whispered seductively in his ear, her demeanor exceptionally enticing under the neon lights. Feng Chen suppressed the desire rising within him, took out several wads of money from his purse, and placed them on the coffee table. "I'll pass, let them take good care of the brothers." He wasn't particularly interested in women who had been through many experiences. "I'm a virgin," Han Bing played her trump card. Feng Chen was a bit dumbfounded at her words, looking at her with a black line on his forehead. "I won't easily give my first time to a man, but you're different," Han Bing explained softly, her demeanor becoming even more cold and glamorous under the neon lights.
After a moment of contemplation, Feng Chen said, "I won't promise you anything."
It was normal for the other party to want a good price, but if it exceeded his limit, he wouldn't accept it. "I'm not greedy, and I won't tell anyone else. I just want someone to rely on." Han Bing's face was radiant and beautiful.
"You guys go ahead and have fun. Han Bing and I have some work matters to discuss." Feng Chen greeted his brothers and left the room first.
In the general manager's office, besides the work area, there was also a lounge, luxuriously decorated. Although she hadn't drunk any alcohol, Han Bing seemed intoxicated. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and a butterfly imprint under her evening gown seemed to want to spread its wings and fly high with the rise and fall of her chest. Their lips touched, and Han Bing's eyes became even more misty, emitting incomprehensible murmurs.
Moments later, clothes fell to the ground.
Hong Zitao felt that the best decision he had ever made in his life was to volunteer to be recognized by Zhu Laolu as the boss, thus getting to know the big brother Feng Chen.
Look at their class, their style. The 4 major gang leaders in Qinghe City probably don't even come close.
Just now, under the boss's arrangement, he had a great time, but he felt a bit inadequate. He surrendered in 3 minutes, while the henchmen next door were still working hard. Hong Zitao felt a bit embarrassed and decided not to wait for his men leaving first. Humming a tune, he staggered out of the hotel, turned into the adjacent alley, and suddenly a machete was placed at his neck. In the dark alley, Hong Zitao saw 3 people on the opposite side under the lamplight. The leader had a round face, prominent brow bones, small eyes, dressed in a white suit, pretending to be a middle-aged man disguised as a Prince Charming. Source text. 8. KTV. Okay. Yang Bao smiled and personally made a cup of tea for him, saying, "Congratulations, your industry is getting bigger and will soon be on par with the 4 major gang leaders." Fang Chen chuckled, "With the industry growing, we'll have to rely on you even more in the future, Mr. Yang." Yang Bao smiled faintly without arguing. Fang Chen felt a bit strange about him, not like someone from the underworld but more like a businessman. Sipping his tea, Fang Chen asked, "By the way, how is my brother's situation?" "It's being finalized. Liang has agreed, and the appointment documents will be released after the meeting next week. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my brother. We'll have to trouble you more in the future, Mr. Yang." Fang Chen handed over a bank card as he spoke. "You don't need to do this with me." Yang Bao waved his hand. "I called you here this time because I need your help with something." Fang Chen didn't insist and took back the bank card, listening attentively. "A new type of ice drug has appeared in Qinghe City, blue in color. Do you know about it?" "Yes, there are people selling it in our territory too." Yang Bao said with concern, "This new type of ice drug is very harmful. It's not just in the city's entertainment venues but has even appeared in schools in the towns below." Curious, Fang Chen asked, "What's the price?" Yang Bao explained, "In the past, the price for drug dealers was around 50 per gram. After breaking it down for distribution, it could increase by 4 to 5 times. It reaches around 400 in the hands of consumers at nightclubs. This batch has higher purity than before, but it only costs around 350 in the end." Fang Chen scoffed. The low purity before was because those unscrupulous merchants deceived consumers by diluting the product. That's not the only reason. Yang Bao didn't want to discuss this topic and went straight to the point. "Nightclubs are an important distribution channel. You are the boss of Hai Shang Mingyu, the manager of Dihao Club, and also in charge of Lai Hua Gang. Your identity is very suitable. So I want you to be the general agent of Qinghe City. Cooperate with us to uncover the drug lords behind the scenes. Only by cutting off the source completely can we restore peace to Qinghe City." Fang Chen pursed his lips. "You won't benefit much from this, and in the end, Liang Qingyuan will take all the credit. Why bother with all this effort?" Yang Bao stood up angrily, "In the face of right and wrong, don't talk about these trivial matters. Even if I have to sacrifice my career, I will do it." Fang Chen glanced at the shining olive branch in the sunlight and remembered that he hadn't checked his morality value yet. -29. The result slightly surprised him. Yang Bao was indeed a righteous person, with a morality value even surpassingly Jijun and Sangbiao. "Besides, I won't get nothing out of it," Yang Bao continued. "Liang Qingyuan is just the overall leader. I am both a leader and a hands-on operator. As long as we succeed, my achievements may even surpass his." Fang Chen fell silent for a moment and shook his head. "Being an undercover agent is like putting your head on the line. I heard that if those undercover agents are discovered, they will be cemented and thrown into the river. I won't do it if there's no benefit." Yang Bao felt a bit embarrassed and said, "There's a special allowance of 100,000. Although not much, it's barely enough to make a down payment on a house in Qinghe." Fang Chen laughed. "My family's business is huge, tens of thousands in a minute. Do you think I would risk it for 100,000? Yang Bao was taken aback and sighed inwardly. Because of the last incident where Fang Chen stopped the car, he had always thought that although Fang Chen was from the underworld, he was not afraid of power and had a sense of justice. That's why he thought of asking him to cooperate, but unexpectedly, he was flatly rejected. But on second thought, this matter was indeed extremely risky, so it was normal for him not to agree. Yang Bao sighed. "I understand your point." Fang Chen took over. "Yes, my point is you need to pay more." "Pay more?" Yang Bao was slightly stunned. "I have 2 conditions." Fang Chen finally got serious. "First, I don't need credit, but you have to give credit to my brother. Second, grant me immunity in political and public security matters." "Immunity in political and public security matters?" Yang Bao looked puzzled. Fang Chen explained, "When my brother and I violate political and public security, like getting into fights, you can't arrest them. Of course, if they commit a crime, you can arrest them without hesitation." After some thought, Yang Bao agreed. Compared to exposing the drug lord behind the scenes, this condition was nothing. Fang Chen added, "Also, you have to provide the funds for the transaction yourselves." Seeing him agree, Yang Bao was in a good mood and teased, "Aren't you making tens of thousands in a minute?" He. Fang Chen ignored him and forced a smile. "There's one more ugly thing I have to say up front. If I work for you, you have to provide me with protection. It would be ridiculous if I were mistaken for a drug lord by your subordinates and arrested later.
Yang Bao asked in confusion, isn't my word enough?
Fang Chen shook his head, no, you have to write a statement yourself.
Yang Bao.
After discussing a plan, Fang Chen continued to guard the Hai Shangmingyu at 9 p.m. The new place might not be well protected by Zhu Laolu and Lei Ming, so Fang Chen decided to help manage it for a while. In addition, Hai Shangmingyu was also an important part of the general agent plan. In the office of Hai Shangmingyu, Fang Chen sat in the boss's chair reading a book, while Zhu Laolu was giving instructions to a few men. You all must remember, Boss Zhang absolutely prohibits any involvement with drugs. Whether it's selling or using, if caught, it will be dealt with according to our rules.
We understand, the newcomers said in unison.
I also want to remind you all, we may engage in shady dealings, but we must always remember to repay kindness.
Understood. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly put down his book and glanced at Hong Zitao standing second to his right.
In his perception, Hong Zitao's heartbeat was abnormally intense, as if it could burst out of his chest at any moment. This was a sign of extreme nervousness. Alright, that's it for today. Fang Chen waved his hand to dismiss everyone, then asked Lei Ming to stay behind and instructed, keep an eye on Hong Zitao.
Lei Ming asked curiously, is there something wrong with him?
Not sure yet, Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, we need to observe these new guys for a while. It doesn't have to be too deliberate, but not too casual either. The two walked out of the office one after the other.
Fang Chen was about to close the door when he had a thought, so he left it slightly ajar and walked out directly.
At the entrance of the club, seeing Zhu Laolu, Hong Zitao, and others, Fang Chen patted Zhu Laolu on the shoulder. Laolu, come with me to take care of something.
All right.
As Fang Chen spoke, he gave Hong Zitao a meaningful look. After all, Hong Zitao had just entered society, and his mental toughness was clearly lacking compared to seasoned adults. Although his gaze was not evasive, there was a hint of timidity.
Fang Chen stood still, deliberately pausing for a few seconds.
The opportunity had been given. If the other party was unwilling to seize it, then so be it. He could roughly guess who was trying to set him up, either Lu Zichen or Han Jun. The methods were nothing new, either assassination or framing.
Counting the time silently, Fang Chen shook his head and turned to leave.
Just as he stepped out the door, a voice suddenly came from behind.
Boss Zhang.
Turning around, he saw Hong Zitao looking at him, hesitantly saying, Boss Zhang, I have something to tell you. Come to my office.
Fang Chen walked into the office first, and Hong Zitao followed hesitantly. After closing the door, Fang Chen took out a packet of blue crystals from his pocket. What is this? Fang Chen asked knowingly. This is a new type of ice drug that has appeared on the market.
Han Jun gave it to me and asked me to find an opportunity to secretly hide it in your office.
Fang Chen weighed the object in his hand. It was about 100 grams.
Once it exceeded 50 grams, catching it meant certain death.
Fang Chen was furious. This damn guy is ruthless.
Just because I embarrassed him, he wants to kill me.
Hong Zitao suddenly bent his legs and knelt down.
Boss Zhang, please save my parents.
Han Jun has people watching my parents.
The sheriff will come at 10 o'clock.
If they don't find meth, he will go after my parents.
Fang Chen gestured for him to get up, checked the time, it was already 9:20. He immediately called Lei Ming, gave instructions, then told Hong Zitao, I've informed Lei Ming, go find him now. After Hong Zitao left, he carefully checked the office, finding nothing unusual. The more he searched, the more uneasy Fang Chen felt. Han Jun was both ruthless and cautious. He wouldn't solely target Hong Zitao. After some thought, Fang Chen called Zhu Laolu, handed him the meth confiscated from Hong Zitao, and gave instructions. Once Laolu left, he took out 3 items from the drawer and installed them in the office, lounge, and restroom, one in each place. He wasn't too worried about the private rooms in the KTV, as long as he was cautious. Since KTV was a public place, framing someone in a private room wouldn't hold much weight. It couldn't be pinned on him for hiding drugs. At most it would be considered harboring, not a serious offense. Since Han Jun wanted to frame him, he would choose a private space, either the office or the car. Fang Chen had a thought, closed the door, walked out straight to check the car. Just as he reached the club's entrance, he ran into Tiger patrolling. Tiger was one of his men, an old member of the 8 Tigers, following him for over 2 years now, currently working under Laolu. Boss. Tiger called out when he saw Fang Chen, admiration in his eyes. Fang Chen nodded, quickly went downstairs to the underground garage in front of his BMW. He checked around the car windows, found no signs of tampering, then opened the door and searched carefully. Still, nothing unusual. He looked up and saw a camera facing their direction. They probably wouldn't choose this spot to act. Fang Chen returned to the club's office, called Han Bing over, and handed her a number. This is the Deputy Director Yang Bao's number from the Public Security Bureau.
If I get taken away later, call this number. Han Bing asked with concern, who's targeting you? Everything will be fine, right? It's nothing. Fong Chen calmly lit a cigarette.
Amidst the smoke, he thought of his past in the business world. Compared to the intrigues of the business sector, these low-level gang tactics were child's play. With everything arranged, suddenly, the sound of police cars echoed from downstairs.
Fong Chen checked the time, it was exactly 10 o'clock, then called Lei Ming. The people have been rescued unharmed. Lei Ming confirmed over the phone. Alright, find a place to settle them for now.
After hanging up, Fong Chen tidied up, calmly went to the door to wait.
Thump, thump, thump. 4 security officers in uniform approached.
Fong Chen greeted them with a smile, and exchanged greetings with the leading officer, Fong Lai.
Fong Lai, why did you come in person?
You could have let me know in advance so I could greet you properly. The visitors were from the Chonglan Street police station, and the moon over the sea belonged to their jurisdiction.
Fong Chen didn't know Fong Lei before, it was Xiao Lao San who introduced them last time.
We received a report of drugs being here.
Fong Lei said expressionlessly, showing a search warrant. Oh, is this really happening? Fong Chen showed a puzzled expression, then said solemnly, I will definitely cooperate with your investigation.
After 4 security officers searched a few private rooms without finding anything, they headed straight to Fong Chen's office.
Fan Lei pointed to the sign of the general manager's office and asked, Is this your office? Fong Chen nodded, Yes, take me in to have a look. No problem. Fong Chen opened the door and said, Feel free to search. I am a law-abiding citizen and will fully cooperate with your investigation.
He then took out a cigarette and handed it to Fan Lei. Fan Lei accepted it without refusal, and noticing people outside watching, he immediately arranged for a security officer to disperse them.
Fong Chen also cooperated inside the room, saying, What are you doing? Su Hao, quickly send them away.
After the people left, 3 security officers put on rubber gloves and meticulously searched along the mattress, sofa crevices, and everywhere else. Fong Chen calmly watched them search and asked with a smile, Fan Sua, it seems like you came prepared, with a very clear target in mind. Fan Lei remained expressionless and silent. Fong Chen flicked the cigarette ash and disdainfully said, Whoever framed me must come up with a better reason.
Do I, with such a large industry, need to hide drugs? Who would believe that? Fan Sua, do you believe it?
Fan Lei glared at him and said impatiently, If there's a report against us, we have to investigate.
Fong Chen laughed it off and chatted with him half-heartedly.
The 3 security officers split up to search 3 areas, the office area, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Soon, one of the security officers in the bedroom shouted, Fan Sua, we found something. Fan Lei dropped his cigarette butt and quickly rushed into the bathroom.
Fong Chen hesitated for a moment, then followed. The security officer pointed at the toilet bowl.
The lid had been removed, revealing a greaseproof paper package slightly larger than a fist hidden in the water tank. Fan Lei quickly placed his hand on the holster at his waist, sternly looking at Fong Chen, then ordered his subordinates, open it. 2 security officers carefully removed the tape from the greaseproof paper package, revealing a crystal emitting a strange blue light. Fan Lei's face turned serious as he waved his hand, cuff him.
Fong Chen shrugged indifferently, extending his hands.
A young security officer handcuffed him. Seeing that the handcuffs only clicked on 2 teeth, it seemed they had no intention of mistreating him. Give me some face, cover it with something, Fong Chen said nonchalantly. Fan Lei nodded, and the young security officer used a towel from the table to cover the handcuffs.
Fong Chen thanked him, Thanks, I'll treat you to a meal after this is over. Fan Lei sneered, Do you think you'll have the chance to treat us? If you do, I'll treat you instead. Fong Chen nodded seriously, then it's settled.
Let's not be extravagant, just go to Ertzi Barbecue. Fan Lei didn't waste any more words and waved his hand, Take him away.
Fong Chen was escorted out by 2 security officers, seeing his worried subordinates and Han Bing.
Without saying a word, he was escorted downstairs like a defeated dog. 10 minutes later, at TMT Bar, Han Jun hung up the phone, revealing a cold and triumphant smile.
One of his men curiously asked, Jun, why are you so happy? Han Jun blew out a smoke ring, I just killed a mangy dog, of course I'm happy. At the Chonglan Street police station, Fong Chen was thoroughly searched and thrown into the interrogation room.
2 security officers then handed him over to 2 plainclothes officers. After completing the handover procedures, the 2 plainclothes officers escorted Fong Chen all the way to the drug enforcement team at the municipal bureau.
The amount of methamphetamine seized from Fong Chen's office was 100 grams.
This weight constituted a serious crime, beyond the jurisdiction of the security office, and required investigation by the drug enforcement team.
After entering the anti-drug brigade of the municipal bureau, Fong Chen was taken to the interrogation room. When everyone else left,
A stern-faced public security officer helped him remove the handcuffs and returned all his belongings to him.
Mr. Fong, please have a seat. Chief Yang will be here soon, the officer said. Fong Chen took out a cigarette, handed one to him, and asked, "Brother, what's your name?" The officer chuckled, "I'm Zhang Yi." Shortly after, Yang Bao pushed open the door and asked, "What's the situation? Why did they bring you in so quickly?" Fong Chen handed him a cigarette and grumbled, "Nonsense, someone is framing me." Yang Bao was slightly taken aback. "Who?"
"I don't know yet, but I will soon." Fong Chen took out his phone, called Zhu Laolu, and after hanging up, he said, "The evidence will be here soon."
Once the three of them were seated, Yang Bao introduced them. "This is Chief Zhang Yi of the Anti-Drug Division of the Municipal Bureau. And this is the Special Agent Fong Chen I mentioned to you yesterday. Only Zhang Yi and I know your identity, he will be your contact from now on." Glancing at his watch, Yang Bao said, "You two talk first, I have a meeting to attend." After Yang Bao left, Fong Chen asked, "How much do you currently know about the source of drugs?" Zhang Yi replied, "This batch of goods should have come from the east side of Guangdong. We don't know yet who is responsible for selling them in Qinghe, what transportation channels are being used, and which major players are involved in Qinghe." Fong Chen inquired, "What do you want me to do, and what is the specific plan?" Zhang Yi explained, "Your identity is perfect for negotiating with the drug dealers in Qinghe as the underworld boss and trading with the drug traffickers in the east side of Guangdong. You can approach them, propose to be their main distributor, offer a higher price than the other competitors, and as long as your price is higher and the quantity is larger, you can secure the main distributorship in Qinghe, which will lead us to the masterminds behind the scenes. During the transaction, we will equip you with a listening device, so we can capture all the contacts in Qinghe and then cooperate with the Public Security Bureau in the east side of Guangdong to uncover their production base." Fong Chen was a bit puzzled and asked, "They already have partners, won't they change their minds just because I offer a slightly higher price? Besides, even if they want to cooperate, wouldn't they approach the four big gang leaders?" Zhang Yi explained, "This batch of new type of crystal meth just arrived in Qinghe recently. The relationship between the drug traffickers and the major players is not stable. If there are greater benefits, they will switch sides. Furthermore, the four big gang leaders have traditional protection and wouldn't engage in such deals, only some low-level thugs would be interested. At this level, you are the most influential in Qinghe, as the owner of a gravel plant and the boss of Haishang Mingyu, which low-level thug in Qinghe can match your assets?" As Fong Chen listened, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. Both sides of the drug trade carrying briefcases with passwords, exchanging cash for drugs. The buyer opened the case, sniffed a bit with their fingernail, then pulled out a gun, saying sternly, "I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent." Simultaneously, 5 or 6 guns were pointed at him from the other side. "We knew you were undercover a long time ago." After a series of gunshots, the undercover agent met his end with regret. Fong Chen smirked and concluded, "This thing is very risky." Zhang Yi looked a bit embarrassed. This mission was crucial to him, but he didn't want to deceive Fong Chen with words like, "We will ensure your safety." He would treat Fong Chen with honesty if Fong Chen reciprocated the same. Fong Chen then shifted the conversation and solemnly said, "However, for the sake of combating crime and upholding justice, I am not afraid of danger." Zhang Yi gazed earnestly at this young man in the underworld but with a righteous demeanor, then suddenly stood up, saluted, and said, "On behalf of the Anti-Drug Division of the Qinghe Municipal Public Security Bureau, I thank Mr. Fong for his selfless contribution to the anti-drug cause. Chief Shang, no need to be polite." Fong Chen waved his hand, pondering silently, "Drug dealers usually have a lot of sins, so this is a good opportunity to enhance our strength. As for danger, they shouldn't have missiles, right?" They chatted for a while, and not long after, Zhu Laolu cautiously brought the camera over. Fong Chen opened it and his face immediately turned ugly. "The one framing himself is the tiger. Should we make the arrest now?" Zhang Yi asked as he watched the video. Fong Chen shook his head, "It's best to wait until tomorrow." Zhang Yi sensed that they had something to discuss, so he nodded and said, "You guys talk, I'll step out for a moment." After he left, Fong Chen asked Zhu Laolu in a low voice, "Is everything in place?" "It's all set." Lei Ming used a rope to unlock the car and placed it in the gap behind the back seat. "No fingerprints left on the items, right?" "None. You go first, I'll stay here for a while." An hour later, Fong Chen's 4 henchmen, Zhu Laolu, Lei Ming, Sang Biao, and Mengzi, gathered in the manager's office at the Emperor Club. The sealed office was filled with smoke, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was very tense. Sang Biao was the first to break the silence, worriedly asking, "Is Boss Zheng really not coming back?" Zhu Laolu shook his head and sighed, "The quantity is too large, he probably got into trouble and won't be back." Sang Biao felt extremely uncomfortable, filled with a sense of frustration. Just as he was starting to have some good feelings towards Fong Chen,
he realized that the man couldn't change his ways. Not only did he not repent, but he became even worse, daring to get involved in drug trafficking. And he didn't even know that he was involved in drug trafficking. The provincial bureau's Zhao Chu had been waiting for his intelligence, only to be intercepted, and he didn't know how he would be reprimanded.
Damn, who let Boss Zhang into drug trafficking? Mengzi was furious, pounding the table. Zhu Laolu said indignantly, who else but Han Jun? Sang Biao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly asked, how do you know? Of course I know. I was with Boss Zhang and Han Jun this afternoon, and I saw him give a package of meth to Boss Zhang. There was even another package hidden in the car. After Zhu Laolu finished, he pounded his chest and cursed, who knew Boss Zhang would get into trouble at night? I don't even know if it was intentional by that damn Han Jun. Sang Biao's eyes lit up, suddenly clutching his stomach and getting up. You guys keep talking, I need to go to the bathroom. Isn't there a restroom in the office? Mengzi asked curiously. Sang Biao waved his hand, I've had stomach issues these past few days, it stinks when I poop, don't want to bother you guys. Zhao Lixiao was the deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau in Handong Province. Due to the rampant black forces in Qinghe City, the provincial bureau suspected the existence of a protective umbrella in the area. 6 months ago, they assigned him a task to secretly investigate and collect evidence of criminal activities by the black forces in Qinghe City, mainly involving drugs and guns. So he carefully selected a graduate named Zhang Biao from the Provincial Police Academy. His primary criterion for selecting people was not excellence, but loyalty. They must be loyal to the cause they were engaged in. Based on his experience of watching Infernal Affairs at least 20 times, he believed that for an undercover mission, being too outstanding had 2 drawbacks. 1. Being too conspicuous would make it easier to be exposed, and 2. Gold shines wherever it is, and the underworld also values talent. The glamorous world is enticing, and if an undercover agent fits in seamlessly with the gang, rises in rank and importance, they might never come back. Not coming back would be one thing, but if there was another Infernal Affairs, turning the tables, that would be a huge joke. However, after nearly half a year of exploration, he realized he was wrong. This graduate nicknamed Sang Biao was indeed very capable. Apart from loyalty, he was practically useless. After all this time, besides some trivial information about fights and women, he hadn't provided anything substantial. Zhao Lixiao was sighing when suddenly his phone rang. He opened it to see that it was a call from Sang Biao. Zhao, I have important information to report to you, the young police officer sounded excited. Oh, what information? Zhao Lixiao asked casually, not holding much hope for this so-called important information. Sang Biao's voice was full of excitement. You've always wanted me to investigate drug-related cases. This time, I've found a big fish. What big fish? Zhao Lixiao's spirit shook, and he sprang up from the sofa in one go. Sang Biao proudly said, you wanted me to get close to the center of power of the Blaze Gang, and after my relentless efforts, I finally found evidence that the leader of the Leopard Hall, Han Jun, is suspected of drug trafficking. Hurry and send someone to arrest him, or it will be too late. Han Jun had been particularly depressed lately. His subordinates daring to challenge him was one thing, but what infuriated him more was that this rebellious punk had recently acquired a huge industry from the Brotherhood, with assets surpassing his own. Who could tolerate that? Fortunately, the rebellious punk had finally been framed by him and was now in prison, awaiting his fate. Thinking about this, Han Jun felt quite pleased with himself. I, Han, am unmatched in strategy. When I make a move, it's sure to be a double blow, a fatal strike. That damn Hong Zitao, taking my money and daring to betray me, I'll wipe out his whole family tomorrow. And that rebellious punk called Tiger, 150 pounds of flesh, 149 pounds of rebellion. Betraying even his own boss, yet still wanting to hang with me, what a stupid idiot. Han Jun had been reveling in debauchery at his TMT bar from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m., drugging and seducing 2 naive female students in a private room, indulging in a wild night. Only when he felt too drowsy did he stagger out to the parking lot. Pressing the key, with a bio, a Mercedes headlights lit up. Han Jun was dissatisfied with his ride. Others drove Bentleys and Ferraris, while he was stuck with a damn C-Class Mercedes. But recently, he had hooked up with a small-time dealer, and as long as he moved some goods for a couple of months, upgrading to an S-Class shouldn't be a problem. Han Jun staggered towards his car, about to get in, when suddenly a group of burly men rushed at him from behind the car, surrounding him. Han Jun glanced at them fearlessly, pointing and spitting, "What the hell are you doing? I'm Han Jun from the Blaze Gang." The leader, a middle-aged man in a jacket, pulled out an ID and waved it. "We're looking for Han Jun. I'm from the Public Security Bureau, and we suspect you of drug trafficking and possession. Please cooperate with the investigation."
Han Jun looked at the ID, breaking out in a cold sweat, the alcohol haze dissipating. Due to Chinlai's prohibition on drugs, he had never been involved with them before. This time, seeing others making a fortune selling new ice drugs, he also got interested, contacting a small-time dealer to try things out on his turf. But they had only been in contact for a week, and with the dealer's limited supply, he had only bought 2 packets to frame Fang Chen. The drug trafficking business hadn't even started officially, he had no stock on hand, so how could he be accused of trafficking in possession? Thinking this, Han Jun suddenly toughened up, spreading his hands. Go ahead, investigate. Zhao Lixia pointed at the Mercedes, asking, is this your car? Han Jun raised his head proudly. Yes, what's the matter? Zhao Lixia waved his hand, and a law enforcement officer suddenly appeared with a drug-sniffing dog, which promptly sniffed its way into the car. Han Jun felt a pang of unease, something seemed off. They had even brought a drug-sniffing dog, clearly prepared for this. The dog entered the car and soon lay down. After a while, the law enforcement officer inside the car suddenly exclaimed a discovery, pulling out a plastic bag containing blue crystals. Zhao Lixia felt a sense of joy in her heart, thinking to herself, finally, this trip was not in vain. Sang Biao, this unreliable guy, finally provided some accurate information. As long as they followed Han Jun's lead and traced it down, they would definitely find the source of the supplies. Several law enforcement officers discreetly placed their hands on their waists. Han Jun hesitated for a second, then suddenly woke up completely, shouting frantically, damn it, you guys are framing me. The law enforcement officer who found the methamphetamine scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? We have body cameras. Zhao Lixia waved her hand, arrest him. Han Jun glanced at the style of the plastic packaging bag, looking very familiar, and instantly understood who was framing him. But that was not the focus now. Being caught with such a large quantity would definitely lead to the death penalty. He would not sit idly by and immediately moved his hands towards his waist. Don't move. Across from him, 5 guns were pointed at him simultaneously. Put your hands away and raise them. Han Jun quickly raised his hands and shouted loudly, it was Fang Chen who framed me, he put the drugs in my car. Zhao Lixia sneered, Fang Chen has already been detained, how could he frame you? If you want to lessen your guilt, reveal your supplier behind you, stop talking nonsense. Arrest him, stop the chatter. After thinking for a while, Han Jun decided to surrender. This matter might be explained, but resisting would surely lead to death. At the corner of the parking lot, a young man of 18 or 19 peeked towards Han Jun, then turned to his younger companion and asked, 5 people, 5 guns, are we doing this? Yes, they are in the light, we are in the dark. The younger companion put on a careless hat, took out a gun from his waist pouch, and menacingly said, as long as we save the boss today, we will be his most trusted men. I'm all in too. The slightly older one also put on a hat to cover his face. When the going gets tough, the tough get going, charge. Han Jun extended his hands, waiting for the law enforcement officers to handcuff him. At that moment, 2 bandits wearing careless hats and carrying spray guns suddenly appeared. Han Jun was puzzled, not knowing who they were with their hats on. Could they be here to save him? Indeed, the leader of the bandits shouted loudly, boss, don't worry, we're here to save you. Han Jun recognized the voice and realized they were the 2 greenhorns he had taken in 3 months ago. Han Jun thought to himself, damn it, idiots, I don't need your help. If it were 2 M16 rifles, maybe they could really save him. But he knew these 2 old shotguns, antiques dug out by the greenhorns from their homes. Outdated stuff. The 5 law enforcement officers who came to arrest Han Jun were also stunned. These drug dealers were truly insane, daring to confront the regular army with a broken shotgun. Just as Han Jun was about to speak up to stop them, and the law enforcement officers were about to aim their guns at the 2 bandits, the 2 greenhorns suddenly fired their guns. Hearing the gunshots, Han Jun knew things were going south, so he made a quick decision to fight back. In a swift move, he drew a .54 pistol from his waist holster. At that moment, 2 bangs rang out simultaneously. Black smoke emerged from the greenhorn's hands, and both guns exploded. In the quiet early morning parking lot, 2 painful cries were heard, and the 2 shotguns fell to the ground. The 2 bandits clutched their bloody hands in agony, screaming in pain. The 5 law enforcement officers were stunned. Han Jun was stunned, holding the gun unsure whether to shoot or not. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out simultaneously, and 2 law enforcement officers decisively fired their guns. One shot aimed at Han Jun's forehead, the other at his heart. Compared to the evidence, human life was more important. The regulations of the Public Security Bureau clearly state that drug traffickers must be decisively shot if they resist arrest with a gun. A shotgun poses little threat, but a Type 54 pistol is no joke. Within a distance of less than 5 meters, 2 bullets accurately hit Han Jun's forehead and heart. Han Jun collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness before he could even remember his hatred towards Fang Chen. His last thought was, damn, never getting involved with these idiots again. Several law enforcement officers rushed forward, removing the masks of the two bandits to reveal two young men under 20. Take them away, Zhao Lixia waved her hand, feeling a bit gloomy. This new type of crystal meth case was supervised by the Public Security Bureau, led by the Narcotics Division but open to participation from the Criminal Investigation Department. Anyone who can expose the drug lord behind the scenes will surely earn great merit. Originally, he had planned to trace back to the mastermind behind Han Jun to find the bigger fish, but it turned out to be a fruitless effort. 4 hours later, Sang Biao called Zhao Lixia, eagerly asking, Zhao, have you found the drugs? Did you catch Han Jun? Yes, Zhao Lixia replied absent-mindedly, not in the best mood. Can I be reinstated now? Sang Biao asked hopefully. Not yet, you need to continue undercover for a while longer, Zhao Lixia refused, then added reassuringly, I know it's been tough for you, but once we find the mastermind behind this batch of crystal meth, I will arrange for your reinstatement and give you due credit. Oh, Sang Biao hung up disappointedly. Sighing, he walked out of the alley near the Emperor Club and bumped into a suspicious figure at the corner. Recognizing the face, Sang Biao rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing a ghost, and exclaimed, Boss, did you escape? Escape my foot, Fang Chen retorted, pointing to the deserted alley. What are you sneaking around here for? Sang Biao panicked. Did he overhear my conversation with Zhao? His mind raced, quickly explaining, I just needed to pee, so I did it in there. He hoped Fang Chen wouldn't check if he actually urinated, knowing his character, it was a possibility. If he managed to escape this time, he vowed to always urinate as a cover before making calls in the future. However, Fang Chen showed no intention of probing further, just shook his head disdainfully, you have no sense of public decency, you might as well have the sanitation workers clean up after you. Sang Biao breathed a sigh of relief, awkwardly smiling, I won't do it again. Let's go, I'll treat you to breakfast as a punishment. The previous night, Fang Chen had rested at a hotel. He knew that if Han Jun discovered he had been released, he would be more cautious, potentially jeopardizing the plan. So he waited until morning to arrive at the Emperor Club, only to find Sang Biao betraying him by leaking information. After breakfast, Fang Chen went straight to the office, gathering Lei Ming, Sang Biao, Mengzi, Lao Lu, Chu Bo, and others for a meeting. Reflecting on the betrayal by Tiger, he realized the importance of seeking everyone's opinions despite being the leader. Tiger betrayed them simply because he had followed Fang Chen for 2 years without being promoted to a position higher than a manager, feeling unfairly treated. Therefore, the balance must be carefully maintained. When everyone was present, except for Zhu Laolu, they were all pleasantly surprised. Chu Bo gave a thumbs up, teasing, Boss Zhang, you have eyes in the back of your head, releasing a drug dealer. Fang Chen glared, what are you thinking? I was framed. Mengzi slammed the table, angrily saying, Boss, who framed you? I'll kill him right now. Fang Chen felt relieved, knowing that although Mengzi was straightforward, his loyalty was unquestionable. It was the tiger acting on Han Jun's orders, framing me. With these words, the atmosphere fell silent abruptly, and everyone's faces turned grim. Since a mole had surfaced, there might as well be a second one. Mengzi remained silent for a while before saying, Boss, I'll go enforce the family rules. I'll accompany Mengzi. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Ming also expressed his intention to participate. Fang Chen shook his head, no need, the tiger has already been taken away by the Public Security Bureau. Since they want me in jail, I'll hand him over to the Public Security Bureau, it's only fair. Alright, let's not discuss this further. Gathering you all here is to ask for your thoughts on the upcoming tasks. Early in the morning, Li Chen transferred the remaining 30 million meters of gold. Now, with several billion in cash, he was bound to expand his industries. Whether in investments or real estate, the current timing was excellent. In a few years, raw material prices and housing costs would rise, and the same amount of money might not achieve even half of what it could now. Expanding industries meant arranging personnel according to their preferences. Except for Zhu Laolu managing the Haishang Mingyue, and Xiaoqi managing the sand and gravel plant, the rest were not formally assigned yet. After some consideration, they all shook their heads, indicating uncertainty. Fang Chen, after a moment of thought, decided to explain in a way they could understand. Do you prefer making money or chasing women? His idea was simple, those more interested in women would be sent to nightlife industries, with lower income but plenty of women. Those more interested in money would be assigned to other industries. The bar below the Haishang Mingyue was about to open, lacking staff, so they needed some managers from among them. Fang Chen began calling names, Chu Bo, you first. After some thought, Chu Bo and his companions said, we choose to make money. Fang Chen nodded and asked Hong Zitao, what about you?
Without hesitation, Huang Mao said, chasing women. Young man with strong vigor, what about you, Mingzi?
Both. Fang Chen looked at him in surprise. Can't tell, you're quite clever.
And you, Lei Ming?
Lei Ming smacked his lips. Money from women.
That settles it. Fang Chen clapped his hands. I'm fortunate to have recruited talents like you.
You'll be in charge of managing the bar behind the scenes.
Lei Ming felt proud and fortunate.
Just a few days ago, he was just a vendor selling skewers, chased around by urban management officers all day.
Who would have thought that a simple invitation would set the wheels of fate in motion? Managing a bar and still needing money from women? The money from women was almost the same.
Fang Chen tapped the table to quiet everyone down and said, the bar is just a small piece, don't be discouraged, everyone has a chance. Those who end up in the dark eventually turn to ashes. We must have legal industries. So we can't rely solely on construction and entertainment venues. I plan to venture into other legitimate industries for diversified development.
What are your thoughts on this?
The kickboxing champion Guo Weiqing cleared his throat and said, how about starting a film company, take down Fan Binbin, Li Binbin, and Gao Yuan Yuan? Oh, there's a newly debuted female star named Lui Fei, she's pretty and innocent.
Fang Chen shook his head speechless. Let's discuss that later. Any other suggestions? Zhu Laolu suggested, start a real estate company, it's profitable.
Chu Bo waved his hand and offered his opinion. Real estate is complex. Without connections, you can't start, and without strength, you can't get land.
Moreover, this industry requires a huge amount of capital. It's not that simple.
After some thought, Fang Chen said, real estate is indeed my intention, connections, capital, none are issues. But I don't plan to start from scratch. I intend to acquire an existing real estate company without spending too much money.
Any suggestions? Zhu Lalio's eyes turned, asking, Shicheng Real Estate? Fang Chen replied, it doesn't matter what company you are, I need advice.
Everyone began to think, some looked up at the sky, some stroked their beards. After a while, Zhu Laolu suddenly showed a fierce expression, kidnap all the shareholders and force them to transfer their shares at a low price.
Fang Chen rolled his eyes, bad idea.
This society has rules. If you do things like this, you'll end up in jail tomorrow after signing the shares today. The group racked their brains, but after scratching their heads for a long time, no one could come up with a suggestion that satisfied Fang Chen.
Fang Chen sighed.
In fact, he had long known how to take down Shicheng Real Estate. The layout had started with blocking the door with a mud truck. He was just testing his subordinates with this question, but the result was disappointing.
They are all reckless men.
Let them fight, charge into battle, but not a single strategist among them.
Talent, I need talent. Fang Chen waved helplessly, meeting adjourned.
Then he left the club and called Li Chen as he walked.
Mr. Fang, hello, Li Chen sounded excited.
In his understanding, Fang calling meant there was more to come. Chiefly, I have a small matter to trouble you with.
Please go ahead, Mr. Fang. I want to register an offshore company. Do you know any agencies that handle such business?
Yes,
I'll arrange it immediately.
After hanging up, a call from Shilin City came shortly after.
The caller claimed to be Shilin City's coastline consulting company, specializing in registering overseas companies. Fang Chen was satisfied with their professionalism and quickly finalized the plan.
The company would be registered in the Cayman Islands and the British Virgin Islands, using a complex equity nesting model and setting up secret accounts to avoid general equity inquiries. By investing in controlling domestic companies through offshore companies, the risk would undoubtedly be minimized.
Fang Chen would then be able to replace his underworld identity with that of an investor. In late autumn, the sun shone on Zhengyang Street, with yellow and green colors on both sides of the road.
The morning light filtered through the plane trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground.
Pedestrians hurried along the road, while sanitation workers labored to clean the streets.
The previous night's rain and wind had scattered leaves everywhere, increasing their workload.
Fang Chen strolled casually.
A sanitation worker, a middle-aged woman, recognized him and greeted him with a smile. Boss, hello.
Fang Chen smiled. Do you know me? Of course, you're a kind person. You even sent me rice and cooking oil. I'll come next month at the same time. Fang Chen waved goodbye to the woman and continued along Zhengyang Street.
At a corner, he saw a cleaning worker girl with a bun hairstyle dumping garbage into the sanitation truck. Li Jijun looked up and saw Fang Chen, hesitated for a moment, then softly called out, Brother Zhang.
Fang Chen nodded and casually asked, aren't you going to class?
I'll go to class later. I'll clean up this area first.
What year are you in and what's your major? Finance and law, second year.
After a pause, Li Jijun whispered, Brother Zhang, thank you for the things you sent last time.
No need to be polite. It's not just for you. Fang Chen thought for a moment and said, if you really want to thank me, answer me a question.
Li Jijun put down the broom, looking puzzled. Seeing his serious expression, she immediately perked up to listen.
Here's a question for you. If you want to acquire a medium-sized real estate company that's not listed, and you don't want to spend too much money, what methods would you use?
Of course, within the limits of the law. Lee Ji-jun felt a bit puzzled but started to think seriously. 10 seconds later, she spoke up. If you don't want to spend too much money, you have to lower the stock price. Real estate is a high debt, high leverage, high turnover project.
The lifeblood of the company is cash flow.
As long as we cut off their cash flow, causing a cash flow crisis for the company, and then spread some rumors, some small shareholders will panic and sell their shares at a low price.
Fang Chen, with interest, asked, how do we cut off the cash flow?
Lee Ji-yun replied without hesitation. First, delay the relocation project and artificially create nail households.
For example, if a certain household has negotiated a demolition compensation price of 1 million, the acquiring party can offer 1.5 million or use other means to turn them into nail households.
This way, the demolition progress can be delayed, dragging the development company into the quagmire of the project. In the long run, they definitely won't be able to bear the bank interest. Second, withdraw loan funds. As long as several banks jointly refuse to renew the loans, few development companies can withstand it. However, without a well-established acquiring party, this is simply impossible. Additionally, blocking pre-sales, encountering issues with construction materials, failing inspections, accidents on site, all have effects, but some are illegal. I won't mention those.
Fang Chen nodded. Very good. You are talented.
Then he pointed to the broom leaning against the wall and said, you are a filial child, but filial piety also requires the right methods.
It's not just about helping your mom sweep the floor.
If you truly want to be filial, you should shoulder the burden at home, so your mom doesn't have to set her alarm for 4 a.m.
anymore.
Lee Ji-yun fell silent and lowered her head. The other party was talking standing up while she was just a student who had to take care of her mother.
How could she make money without the ability? Even if she had the capability, she needed a platform to showcase it.
Apart from selling her looks, there was simply no way to change the family's situation at the moment.
Fang Chen continued, do you have an accounting certificate?
Lee Ji-yun paused, understanding roughly what the other party meant, and replied, yes. Your skills are good. Start as my accountant, 4,000 yuan a month, and will gradually increase it later. Lee Ji-yun was stunned. She thought she would earn at most 700 to 800, never expected such a high salary. However, this made her uneasy. The average salary in Shanghai was just over 1,000. How could an undergraduate like her deserve so much money? It seemed like Fang Chen understood her thoughts and explained, my security guards also earn 4,000 a month.
You have my number. Think it over and give me a call.
After saying that, Fang Chen left, leaving Lee Ji-yun standing in the wind, feeling disheveled. He indeed needed an accountant and a cashier. The accountant at the previous Emperor Club, Lu, was Han Jun's man, and Fang Chen had driven him away a few days ago. The accountant at the Moon Over the Sea was temporarily replaced by Han Laosun's man, and Fang Chen couldn't hand over such an important position to someone else. The financial officer at the sand and gravel plant was also previously hired by the former boss, Hong Sanpao, and he was planning to replace him. With only a few accounts across the three industries, setting up a financial department for now was sufficient. It didn't require highly skilled individuals, but they had to be trustworthy. Thinking about this, Fang Chen took out his phone and called Xiaomei.
Fang Wen and Lee Ji-yun were classmates, both majoring in finance at Tsinghai University, making Fang Wen a suitable candidate for the cashier position. What do you want?
After a moment, Fang Wen's proud voice came through the phone.
Be my cashier. Fang Chen got straight to the point. Humph, not interested. Even over the phone, Fang Chen could sense her disdain.
After a few seconds, he said, 4,000 yuan a month. If you don't come, forget it.
This time, the response came quickly. When do I start? After Fang Chen left, Lee's mother walked up to her daughter, slightly worried, and asked, what did Ajing want from you?
Lee Ji-yun replied, he asked me to be the accountant, offering 4,000 yuan a month. Lee's mother became even more worried when she heard this. Someone who has no relation to you is willing to pay 4,000 yuan a month to hire an undergraduate who hasn't even graduated. Could there be ulterior motives? Lee Ji-jun knew what her mother was worried about and said firmly, no, he absolutely wouldn't. She was very clear in her heart that Fang Chen had the chance to harm her before and there was no need to go to such lengths.
Xinghai City Municipal Hospital.
Zhang Xiaojie, the playboy, dressed in Armani suit and Hermes belt, pleaded with Qin Shunning, who was peeling an orange for him, Mom, I'm not going to any damn mental hospital.
Tell Dad I want to go home. I want to go to the bar.
Knowing that her son had to deceive his way to the mental hospital, Qin Shunning also felt uneasy. Her eyes turned red as she said, Son, your father is doing this for your own good.
If you don't go to the mental hospital, you'll end up in jail. Don't worry, son. Your father has given director Chen 200,000.
You just need to stay there for a month as a show. When the public opinion dies down, your father will definitely bring you back.
Change your clothes now, they will come to pick you up soon. After considering for a while, Zhang Xiaojie remained silent and reluctantly changed into a patient gown.
Not long after, four burly male nurses in white uniforms pushed open the door of the ward. The leading nurse with a stern face said, "Mrs.
Chen, we will take him away now."
Seeing the four strong men, Zhang Xiaojie felt uncomfortable all over and cursed, "Damn it, why are they all male nurses?
I want female nurses. Mrs.
Chen, it seems that the young master is indeed quite ill.
Mental hospitals don't have female nurses." The four male nurses laughed heartily, their electric shock devices dangling from their waists. "Xiaojie, stop it and cooperate."
Chen shunning glared at her son, then handed out 4 prepared red envelopes to them.
"This is a token of appreciation.
Please take care of our Xiaojie in the future." The 4 men took the red envelopes without hesitation.
"Don't worry, we will take good care of the young master. Xiaojie, I'll accompany you to the car."
Chen shunning sighed and reluctantly helped her son onto the stretcher.
She then went downstairs with him, watching as the 4 men lifted Zhang Xiaojie into the specialized ambulance. "Mrs. Chen, rest assured, we will take good care of the young master,"
the leading nurse said politely.
"Thank you."
Chen shunning watched the car drive away, feeling both upset and angry.
If it weren't for that damned Fong Chen and Yang Bao, Xiaojie wouldn't have to suffer like this.
She would deal with Yang Bao later, and she would make sure Fong Chen paid for this. As the car started moving, the black-faced male nurse in the back counted the money from his pocket and grumbled, "Only 2,000 yuan, Zhang Xiaojie is much stingier than I thought." Zhang Xiaojie, tied to the stretcher in blue and white striped patient gown, was puzzled. Who is this Zhang Xiaojie?
Aren't I Zhang Xiaojie? He couldn't help but ask, who is Zhang Xiaojie? What do you mean by stingy? What are you talking about?
The others ignored him, counting the money to themselves and occasionally smirking, looking very disdainful.
Zhang Xiaojie got angry and cursed, "Damn it, I'm talking to you, are you mute?"
The black-faced male nurse exchanged a glance with the swollen-eyed male nurse next to him. The swollen-eyed male nurse said, "Typical paranoid mania, judging by the symptoms, it should be a severe case, very serious."
Zhang Xiaojie couldn't help but laugh at this and cursed, "Your illness is severe, your whole family is severely ill."
The leading black-faced nurse gave him a stern look and said seriously, "You must take medication to suppress the nervous system immediately, and you need electrotherapy right away." The other 3 nurses shook their heads,
"We didn't bring the medication."
The stern-faced nurse stuffed the red envelope back into her pocket.
"Let's start with electrotherapy."
"What electrotherapy? Damn it!" Zhang Xiaojie's eyes were bloodshot, twisting frantically. But the restraints were too tight, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was futile.
The swollen-eyed male nurse pulled out the electric shock device from his waist, turned it on, and discharged some sparks, watching them with satisfaction. Then he thrust it towards Zhang Xiaojie's waist. Crackle! Crackle! After a burst of sparks and lightning, Zhang Xiaojie foamed at the mouth, weakly cursing, "Damn it! I will definitely kill."
The stern-faced nurse frowned and solemnly said, "The patient's condition is very severe, possibly inclining towards harming others and self-harm. We need to increase the intensity of the electric shocks."
Crackle! Crackle!
Suddenly, the air fell silent. Zhang Xiaojie fell silent, like a fish out of water, flapping a few times on the stretcher before completely losing movement.
1 hour later,
an ambulance stopped at a hospital 40 kilometers away from the city center. Zhang Xiaojie groggily opened his eyes and saw a doctor in his 50s. The doctor had a kind face, dressed in a neat white coat, exuding an air of intellectual elegance and the sanctity of a guardian angel. The doctor politely extended his hand. "Welcome to the Green Mountain Mental Hospital. I am Director Chen Yangxin. You can call me Uncle Chen." The division of labor at the Haishang Ming UKTV was clear.
Han Bing was in charge of logistics and operations. Zhu Laolu was responsible for security.
Lei Ming temporarily assisted Laolu, planning to manage the bar when it opened. When Fong Chen arrived at the venue, he saw Laolu and Lei Ming lurking at the back hall training room doorframe, peering inside with interest.
"What are you doing?" Fong Chen approached and patted their shoulders. "Show, attending a class." Lei Ming nodded towards the training room.
Fong Chen glanced inside and saw Sister Wei Wei, who was in charge of training the hostesses, giving a lesson. "Working here is not easy. Personal hygiene must be remembered. Contracting AIDS can be fatal, and parents will be scorned." Sister Wei Wei's teaching was eloquent, emphasizing the importance of safety through a few poetic sentences.
Fong Chen nodded silently, realizing that safety was paramount in any establishment.
"Come here." After listening for a while, Fong Chen called Lei Ming aside and asked, "How many of your former army comrades can you still contact?" Lei Ming thought for a moment and replied, I have good relations with about 7 or 8 of them.
What are they doing now?
Some are working as security guards, driving unlicensed taxis, or running street stalls. 4,000 yuan a month, with social security. Help me gather a group of people, and bring others if possible. They must be brave and willing to fight. Fang Chen's idea was to recruit a group of people to assign to various venues first, then establish a professional security company, leveraging the relationships of these veterans in the security business. Lei Ming pondered and said, with these conditions, I estimate I can bring in 70 to 80 people.
Fang Chen nodded, then do it quickly.
Just then, 2 young women in their 20s walked towards room 073 together. One had a high ponytail, the other had bobbed hair. Both wore tight tank tops and hot pants, their figures alluring but their appearance innocent.
Fang Chen suddenly pointed at the 2 women, asking with a teasing tone, can you tell what these 2 girls have in common?
Lei Ming squinted and observed for a moment, then said, they both have 36D.
Fang Chen rolled his eyes, these 2 are both hostesses.
Lei Ming exclaimed, they look quite innocent, not what I expected.
Fang Chen waved his hand, go to the room and get close to them. Lei Ming glanced at Fang Chen's Rolex Submariner, boss, lend me your watch to show off. Fang Chen pondered for a moment, forget it, I'll go with you later. There were at least 100 ways for Fang Chen to connect with the drug lord behind the scenes based on his current identity. However, he didn't want to get involved with past relationships. Even so, it wasn't too difficult for him. Just find someone skating, follow the line to the small dismantling house behind, then follow the small dismantling house to the big dismantling house behind, and in just 3 levels, you could find the drug lord behind the scenes. The difficulty of this matter lies in trust. At least he had to make people believe he wasn't an undercover agent. Additionally, he needed a certain level of financial strength, or else others wouldn't take him seriously. 10 minutes later, the 2 pushed open room 073. Inside the room, besides the 2 girls from before, there were 2 young men, one with yellow hair and the other with bangs covering his eyes, looking non-mainstream. Each person had an ice pot made from a small mineral water bottle in front of them. Straws were inserted into the ice pots, and the yellow-haired and non-mainstream guy skillfully roasted the blue crystals on the foil with a lighter. Seeing strangers push open the door, the 2 quickly wrapped up the foil and stuffed it into their pockets, muttering, what are you guys doing? Lei Ming spoke up, I am the manager of the Haishang Mingyu nightclub. The yellow-haired guy hesitated, his tone softened a lot, and he asked, may I ask what you guys need? Skating in someone else's territory was a bit nerve-wracking after all. Plus, if the other party was really the club manager, then he was a big shot, and the 2 guys realized they couldn't afford to offend him. Nothing major, just saw these 2 girls outside and wanted to come over and meet them. Lei Ming pointed to the girl with a high ponytail and the one with a bob cut. The 2 girls hesitated for a moment but quickly realized the situation. They looked at Lei Ming and then at Fang Chen, timidly saying, hello, sirs. Fang Chen casually sat between the 2 girls, while Lei Ming sat next to the girl with the bob cut. Fang Chen asked, what are your names? The girl with the bob cut said, I'm Yen Yen. The girl with the high ponytail said, I'm Xiao Xin. The 2 girls looked innocent on the outside but were actually quite cunning, naturally admiring the older brothers in society. In no time, they hit it off with Fang Chen, completely ignoring the yellow-haired and non-mainstream guys. The yellow-haired guy was furious but dared not show it. After chatting with the 2 guys for a while, Fang Chen pressed the call button. Shortly after, a waiter walked in, looked at Fang Chen and Lei Ming in surprise, and asked, Mr. Fang, Mr. Lei, what can I do for you? Fang Chen said, bring them 2 bottles of Chivas Regal, 2 fruit platters, some snacks, and put it all on my tab. Yes, Mr. Fang. The waiter closed the door respectfully. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. After a while, the yellow-haired guy asked in shock, Sir, are you the boss of Haishang Mingyu? Lei Ming nodded, yes, I am the chairman of Haishang Mingyu. Upon confirmation, the 2 girls' eyes lit up, and they started scheming in secret. The girl with the high ponytail suddenly leaned against Fang Chen. The girl with the bob cut poured a glass of liquor and handed it to Fang Chen, whispering, Sir, I toast to you. She was a bit nervous, and as she handed over the glass, she accidentally spilled some amber-colored liquid on Fang Chen's crotch, which startled her, and she quickly grabbed a napkin to help him clean up. Apologizing profusely, I'm sorry, but a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Fang Chen was a bit annoyed by the situation and waved his hand, it's okay. Just then, the yellow-haired guy quietly left the room and stopped the waiter who had served them earlier, asking, is the boss your boss? The waiter sounded a bit strange, yes, don't you know him? The yellow-haired guy chuckled, of course, I know Mr. Fang, but he keeps a low profile, you know. The waiter nodded in agreement, yes, Zheng Gu is indeed low-key. Huang Mao returned to the private room,
whispered with the non-mainstream guy, and their attitudes immediately became respectful. They busied themselves with offering cigarettes and pouring drinks, appearing joyous in their tasks. Through conversation, Fang Chen learned that all four of them were recent graduates from the third year of Tsinghua Vocational and Technical College, still unemployed and drifting in society. After a few drinks, they became more familiar, and Fang Chen asked with a smile, "I saw you guys skating earlier?" "Yes." Huang Mao took out a foil from his pocket and handed the ice pipe to Fang Chen. "Zhen Ge, would you like to try?" Fang Chen shook his head. "I don't play this, you guys go ahead." Changing the subject, he said, "But I am quite interested in this business." Huang Mao immediately replied, "Zhen Ge, leave me your number, I'll contact you later." After saying this, he started thinking about what benefits he could gain by making connections. After some contemplation, he sighed inwardly. The power dynamics between them were too disparate, making any cooperation impossible. It was better to offer himself as a follower to gain favor. Knowing that Fang Chen was a big shot, the others let their guard down and soon started to have fun. Bobo became more daring after inhaling, and he came over to whisper, "Zhen Ge, try this, it works wonders." "I'll pass, I'll help you cool down if you get too high." Fang Chen withdrew his hand. "You guys have fun, I have something to attend to." The two girls looked disappointed, waving goodbye reluctantly, while Huang Mao gestured making a phone call beside his ear. "Zhen Ge, I'll contact you tomorrow." "Okay." Fang Chen left, feeling repulsed by the situation and also because Qin Lai called him to discuss matters in the afternoon. Fang Chen roughly guessed what Qin Lai wanted to talk about. Han Jun had died, leaving the position of the Leopard Hall Master vacant. A replacement had to be found, usually from among the subordinates of the Hall Master. Therefore, the next Leopard Hall Master would likely be chosen from Fang Chen, Jiang Chuan, and Chen Fei, who were all subordinates of Han Jun. Each of the three managed a business under the Lifeone Gang. Fang Chen owned the Emperor Club, Chen Fei managed a nightclub, and Jiang Chuan ran an ice skating rink. Not the kind of skating they were doing, but the legitimate ice skating. Fang Chen found it strange that in the 21st century, such ice rinks were still in business. The relationship between the three was not particularly close but decent, similar to Thunder and Mangzi. Fang Chen would never become a hall master, working for others, taking risks for others. The benefits were few and the disadvantages many. It was not as enjoyable as being a real estate company CEO. There might be a chance to become a representative or a committee member, giving oneself a facade of official status. In the end, most people in the underworld ended up like this. The foolish ones went to jail, while the smart ones whitewashed themselves into real estate, film, or even investment company bosses. The people in the underworld didn't really make money. There were only a few industries that were profitable, and those who did make money eventually turned into unscrupulous businessmen. Even more impressively, they had connections with tens of thousands of employees, making it risky for anyone to touch them. However, just because Fang Chen didn't care didn't mean the other two didn't care. Even if they didn't seek fame, they still wanted to maximize their benefits. Thinking about this, after weighing Chen Fei and Jiang Chuan, Fang Chen decided to give Chen Fei a call. Just as he was about to dial, Fang Chen paused. Chen Fei was a smart guy, he should know what to do. 2 hours later, as expected, the call came through. In a private room of a certain private restaurant, Fang Chen sat facing a man in his late 20s. The man was dressed in a fitted suit, had a slicked-back hairstyle, and exuded a strong aura. Chen Fei spoke. "Zhang, do you know that Jun Go has passed away?" "I do." Fang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down. "I heard he was shot by Lei Zi, right?" "That's right." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Fei got straight to the point. "I hope you will give up the position of hallmaster for me." Fang Chen felt a sense of amusement in his heart, but he remained composed on the surface, secretly calculating the price. Each hallmaster under the Blaze Gang had 2 venues under their command, while the managers had 1 venue each. Han Jun's venues were the TMT bar and a small gambling den. The bar was doing fairly well, but the gambling den had little business, nowhere near the level of Xiao Lao San's venue. Han Jun was not as clever as Xiao Lao San, too eager for quick success, and the gambling den's operations were unsightly. The gamblers lost too much, and after losing twice, they wouldn't return, resulting in no repeat customers. Additionally, Han Jun also acted as a team manager, entitled to a share of the profits from 3 venues managed by his subordinates. However, the profit-sharing ratio was not high, only 3%. If Fang Chen became the hallmaster, it would simply mean adding 1 venue and a 3% profit share. Every month, personnel would need to be dispatched for management, contributions made to the gang, and dues paid to the higher-ups. After deductions, he would only pocket around 100 or 200,000. Therefore, even after a few years, Han Jun could only afford a C-Class Mercedes. However, if any issues arose at the venue, as the primary person in charge, the law enforcement agency would come down on him first.
Fang Chen refocused and said, "What's the use of me giving it to you when Zhang Chuan is still around?" Chen Fei shook his head. "Zhang Chuan won't do. He's physically strong but simple-minded.
You, on the other hand, are the boss of the Bright Moon on the Sea, with deep ties to the Brotherhood Alliance, wealthy and influential.
Things are different now.
Our relationship with the Brotherhood Alliance is both competitive and cooperative. If Lord Qin promotes a Hall Master, he will consider you first."
Fang Chen teased, "Why should I give it to you then?"
Chen Fei smiled, "Because you don't fancy it, and besides, once I become the Hall Master, I will share enough profits with you. If I become the Hall Master, I can probably increase profits by around 230,000 each month. I can give you 150,000, continuously for 3 years, totaling 540,000. Fang Chen pondered silently. This price was quite fair, but whether the Blaze Gang could survive for 3 more years was another matter.
Chen Fei's ambition to take over was simply to tap into the gambling clientele, eyeing the underground gambling business.
Otherwise, it was to have a channel for distributing drugs, aiming to use the TMT bar for that purpose. After some thought, Fang Chen said, "Give me 5 million up front, and I'll agree." 5 million could cover the salaries of 50 security guards for 2 years, making it quite a profitable deal to relinquish a mere title.
"Deal," Chen Fei grinned, extending his hand.
In the Blaze Gang's meeting hall, several high-ranking members gathered.
Qin Lai spoke with a solemn expression. "You've all heard about Han Jun being killed by Lei Zi, right?"
The audience nodded, and Long Hall Master Li Hongbing cursed. Han Jun lost his mind, daring to deal drugs. He deserved to die. Qin Lai coldly stated, "I've always said to stay away from drugs, but some people just won't listen."
"All right, back to the point.
Han Jun is dead, and I've decided to choose one among Fang Chen, Zhang Chuan, and Chen Fei to be the Hall Master."
"Any suggestions?" Li Hongbing said, "I choose Chen Fei." Zhang Hailu said, "Fang Chen." He Bai said, "Fang Chen." Pa Jun said, "Fang Chen."
Zhang Chuan, looking fierce, was stunned, feeling aggrieved that not a single person nominated him. Chen Fei and Fang Chen were both white paper fans in the gang, while he was a red stick.
Did being a red stick mean he was doomed?
Seeing Qin Lai about to make a decision, Fang Chen quickly raised his hand.
If he let the decision be made, rejecting it later would be losing face.
It was better to speak up early. Fang Chen understood this aspect of social etiquette.
"Lord Qin, esteemed Hall Masters, thank you for your approval.
However, I believe Chen Fei is more suitable than me, so I've decided to withdraw from the competition for Hall Master."
This statement did not surprise the high-ranking members. Fang Chen's assets were no secret, far exceeding those of the Hall Masters.
It was normal for him to not be interested in this position.
"Very well, I respect your decision."
Qin Lai nodded in agreement, exchanged a glance with Pa Jun, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed too naive to think that trying to win over a skilled person like Fang Chen with just the position of a Hall Master would work. The next evening, Huang Mao Sukai called Fang Chen, saying that the person behind him wanted to meet with Fang Chen. The three of them arranged to meet at a tea house, and when Fang Chen arrived, he found not only Huang Mao but also a familiar face. A chubby man with meaty neck rolls was sitting comfortably in a chair. Seeing Fang Chen, he waved, "Ah Zhang, you're here." Fang Chen smiled, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "Suero, it's you." Inside the tea house private room, Suero laughed. "With our close relationship, who would dare to meet you so quickly? Yesterday, when Huang Mao told me, I couldn't believe it. I was wondering if it was a namesake boss, but it turned out to be you."
Fang Chen pulled out a chair and sat down.
After exchanging pleasantries, Suero waved to Huang Mao. "I'm talking business with Shang, you can leave."
Huang Mao left feeling despondent.
He had hoped to use this opportunity to get to know the two bosses, but they didn't even spare him a glance. Suero was a laid-off worker from the Xiatai cotton mill, a troublemaker even during his time at the mill, with a dozen or so brothers under him. These guys were bold and ruthless, and after being laid off, they mingled in society, helping out, causing trouble, living a more carefree life than when they were employed. However, compared to the four big gangs, they were just a group of small ants that any Hall Master could easily crush. Suero had dealt with Fang Chen a few times before and knew his background, which was why he dared to come for a trade so quickly. After Huang Mao left, Fang Chen said, "Arrow, I have a few businesses in hand now, you know that, right?" Suero exclaimed, "I found out yesterday." "It's been a while, Zhang, your business has grown so big." Fang Chen whispered, "I thought it's better for me to make this money myself than let others earn it." Suero asked, "Brother, I understand your point. How much are you looking for this time?" Fang Chen inquired, "How much can you provide?" "As much as you need," Suero confidently replied. Fang Chen smiled and held up a finger. 1 million? Suero pondered for a moment. "Give me a few days, I'll gather it for you."
After probing, Fang Chen had a rough idea and scornfully said, "Do you really look down on me like this? Is 1 million worth me doing this business?" Suera was shocked. 10 million? Why do you need so much goods? 1 billion, I want to be the sole agent in Qinghe City, Fang Chen said seriously. Suera laughed, even if you sell the bright moon over the sea, you can't come up with that much money. There are not more than 20 people in Qinghe City who can come up with 1 billion in cash, and you probably don't have any brothers among them. Fang Chen took out his phone and showed Suera the balance message from Construction Bank. Suera looked puzzled for a while and exclaimed, 60 million? Damn, you've made a fortune in these 2 years. Fang Chen corrected, 60 million in meters, converted to Xia currency, it's over 4 billion. Suero carefully looked again, repeatedly amazed, wow, it really is 4 billion. Then reluctantly handed the phone back to Fang Chen. Fang Chen whispered, so you can't afford this deal, let the person behind you come and talk to me. Suero remained silent, poured him another cup of tea, quickly calculating the gains and losses in his mind. Seeing his expression, Fang Chen smiled and said, Arrow, you need to understand one thing. With my status, it's not difficult to establish a relationship with the source. So, you are not indispensable in this process. If you introduce me, I will naturally share the benefits with you. If you are unwilling, when I contact them myself, you won't get anything. Do you understand this principle? Suera said, I understand. Zhang Gu, your status is different now, but I can't just hand over the channels to you based on empty words. You need to show some sincerity first. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, if I'm not mistaken, you probably have about 500,000 worth of goods on your end. Sell it all to me, and after the deal is done, I'll give you another 500,000 in cash as an introduction fee. How does that sound? A hint of surprise appeared on Suera's face. Alright, Zhang Gu, you're generous. When do you need the goods? Tomorrow. Okay. With the matter settled, Suera felt relieved and chatted with Fang Chen again. After a moment, he seemed to remember something and said with a sly smile, Zhang Gu, I remember you always liked young girls. Fang Chen laughed. Who doesn't like them? Hasn't someone said that men are all the same, whether they are 18 or 80, they all like 18-year-old young girls? Suera took out his phone, made some arrangements, and said, since you're taking care of me, I won't be stingy. Wait a moment, I'll arrange a little show for you. Fang Chen asked curiously, what kind of show? Suera smirked, you'll see later. He believed that the other party would be satisfied with his arrangement. He knew very well who Fang Chen was, the leader of the Li-Fire gang, a charming devil. His preferences were quite unique. He didn't like mature women, only young girls, causing trouble for many families and gaining quite a reputation in the circle. Half an hour later, one of Suera's men pushed open the door with a young girl. Fang Chen glanced at her. She was very young, wearing a faded school uniform. She was thin, with no notable figure, but her appearance was delicate, with fair skin, and she kept her head down without saying a word, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Fang Chen looked away and asked softly, where did you find this girl? Suera sneered, bought her. She's still a fledgling, cost me 6,000 bucks. Fang Chen inquired, where did you buy her? Suera shook his head, can't say, I promised someone to keep it confidential. Fang Chen didn't press further, and Suera waved the girl over. When she approached, Suera took out 200 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Pointing at Fang Chen, he said, this money is for you to buy textbooks. Serve this boss well, if the boss is not satisfied, I'll kill your whole family, got it? Suera already looked fierce, and his outburst made the girl tremble in fear, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Fang Chen tapped the table, Arrow, don't scare the girl. Only Zhang Gu knows how to be kind. Suera smiled, grabbed his handbag, and left. Zhang Gu, enjoy yourself, I won't disturb you. After Suera left, Fang Chen pointed at the money on the table, take the money with you. The girl hesitated for a moment, then stuffed the 200 yuan into her crumpled school uniform pocket and timidly said, thank you, uncle. Fang Chen asked, do you know the fat guy from earlier? The girl shook her head. Fang Chen continued, who sold you to him? The girl shook her head vigorously, looking terrified. Everyone has their own secrets, and since she wasn't cooperating, Fang Chen decided not to pursue further. There were too many dirty things in this world, and all he could do was to abide by his own principles. Fang Chen picked up his handbag and pushed open the door of the private room. He heard footsteps behind him, turned around, and saw the girl following him. Fang Chen waved his hand, go back, this is not my thing. The girl hesitantly said, uncle, please don't look down on me. I'm clean, it's my first time today. Fang Chen pondered, have you been threatened by someone? And no. The girl shook her head in fear. At that moment, Fang Chen pretended to ask the girl something while sneakily glancing at a woman in a white suit at the end of the corridor, 30 meters away. In his hearing,
which was several times more acute than that of an average person. He could clearly sense that the woman seemed to be making a phone call in this direction, but there was no sound coming from the receiver.
She was pretending to make a call. Fang Chen remained composed, walking straight down the tea house in the opposite direction of the woman.
The little girl followed hesitantly, and Fang Chen paid no attention to her, walking down the tea house and stopping at a nearby corner. The girl didn't know what he was up to, so she lowered her head and waited silently by his side. Tap, tap, tap. In a moment, there was a faint sound of footsteps coming from around the corner. Fang Chen located the source of the sound, took a step forward after a moment, turned around, and startled a woman who almost collided with him. The woman was the one in the white dress who had been spying on Fang Chen earlier. In her mid-20s, she was beautiful, with a touch of boldness mixed with elegance. The woman was quite startled by Fang Chen's sudden appearance and, after a moment of hesitation, she preemptively said, "What are you doing?"
"You scared me." Fang Chen coldly asked, "Why are you following me?" The woman looked a bit nervous and explained, "Who's following you? The road is so wide, it's only you allowed to walk here." Fang Chen smiled and suddenly reached out to search around her chest area.
The woman was shocked by Fang Chen's actions, and when she reacted, she quickly pulled his arm, her eyes widened, and she shouted loudly, "Help, assault." Unfortunately, it was all in vain. This was the parking lot behind the tea house, and at this hour, most customers were upstairs playing cards, so no one passed by for a while.
Fang Chen was focused and, after a brief search, he unbuttoned the third button of her blouse and asked, "What's this?" The woman quickly covered her clothes and nervously said, "It's none of your business." Fang Chen clicked his tongue, "You had a pinhole camera on you. You pretended to make a call upstairs, but you were actually filming me. And now you're following me. Do you think that's none of my business? Who would film you? Are you handsome?" The woman tried to sound calm but her voice was weak and pale. Fang Chen pointed at the girl, "So you were filming her, right? Let me guess, you must be a human trafficker's lookout." The woman raised her eyebrows, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who sent a human trafficker? If you don't want to talk, forget it." Fang Chen grabbed the girl and turned to leave. "You can't take her with you." The woman suddenly stopped Fang Chen and took out her phone. "If you take her, I'll call the police." Just then, the girl who had been silent spoke up, "Sister, please don't call the police. Uncle is a good person." The woman scoffed, "A good person? Would a good person do such things? Mard, who the hell are you?" Fang Chen suddenly restrained her and searched her all over, pulling out a press card from her back pocket. After a glance, he tossed the press card back to her and sneered, "Oh, you're a journalist. Bai Lu? Do you have a sister named Bai Jie?" Bai Lu had been through a lot, but she didn't have time to deal with Fang Chen at the moment. She walked over to the girl and said, "Xiaofan, go home first." Xiaofan timidly glanced at Fang Chen and said, "I haven't completed the task yet." Fang Chen waved his hand, "You've already completed the task. You can go home now." Xiaofan didn't move, clutching her clothes stubbornly, staying put. "What are you afraid of? Who forced you to come here?" Fang Chen asked again, feeling helpless. Xiaofan shook her head, "Uncle, I can't say." Fang Chen sighed and asked, "How much did they pay you?" Xiaofan timidly replied, 2,000 yuan. Fang Chen almost burst out laughing. 2,000 yuan to buy a girl's first night, the price was unbelievably low. That bastard Su Arrow said he paid 6,000, so the 4,000 yuan difference seemed to have gone to the old madam. Fang Chen felt unfortunate and asked, "Why did you do this?" Xiaofan lowered her head and said, "This is my scholarship. Without these 2,000 yuan, I won't be able to continue my studies." Fang Chen sighed, "Studying is not the only way out." Xiaofan's tone was filled with grievance, "They took my picture. If I don't agree, they will post my picture at the school, at the village committee, and online." Fang Chen fell silent for a moment, took out all the cash from his wallet, weighed it in his hand, probably around 4 to 5,000 yuan, and handed it all to the girl. "Take it." Xiaofan stood still, not accepting it. "Come with me." Fang Chen pulled Xiaofan to the street, hailed a taxi, and forcefully pushed her into the back seat. Then he threw the money from his pocket along with a business card onto the back seat, saying, "My number is on the card. Call me if you need anything." Xiaofan took the card, looked at the name on it, tears glistening like raindrops, falling on the card. Watching the car drive away, Fang Chen shook his head, and turned to see Bai Lu following him. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you," Bai Lu approached and said. "What the hell is going on?" Fang Chen felt a bit frustrated, muttering to himself. Bai Lu shook her head, "Telling you won't help, it will only put you in danger. You can't afford to mess with them." Fang Chen coldly said, "I can't afford it. Can a small journalist like you afford it?" Bai Lu nodded, "I indeed can't afford it. That's why I want to capture their criminal evidence and bring them to justice." Fang Chen asked, "You keep mentioning them, who exactly are they?" Bai Lu raised her head, looking directly at Fang Chen. Can I trust you? Say it or not, it's none of my business. Fang Chen turned to leave. Wait. Bai Lu grabbed his arm and began. This matter goes back to a month ago. On September 25th, a high school sophomore named Chen Xiaoyun from Ning'an Town Ning'an High School jumped off a building and died. The cause of death, as investigated by the local Public Security Bureau, was confirmed as suicide. We cover hot news, so we had to investigate such incidents. However, after our team's investigation, we found that this matter was not so simple. Chen Xiaoyun's mother told me that her daughter was raped and couldn't bear it, leading to her suicide. Fang Chen asked, by whom? Bai Lu slowly said, Zhang Jiecai, the father of Zhang Shichang, the chairman of Seching Real Estate. According to our investigation, over the years, Zhang Jiecai, under the guise of sponsoring education, instructed his subordinates to scout for outstanding-looking female students in various middle schools in Qinghe City, and then used various means such as taking lewd photos, threats, and monetary inducements to force the girls to comply. Originally, these girls were meant for Zhang Jiecai's enjoyment, but the people handling the operation turned it into an entire industry chain. The most beautiful girls were reserved for Zhang Jiecai, while the rest were sold to wealthy individuals, like you. Fang Chen asked, do you have evidence for all this? Bai Lu said, I found a list of female students sponsored by Zhang Jiecai, from high school to college. Through conversations with these girls, I believe some of them have been persecuted by Zhang Jiecai. However, not a single victim dares to come forward to accuse Zhang Jiecai, except for Chen Xiaoyun. The only evidence is the suicide note left by Chen Xiaoyun. Bai Lu took out her phone, showed Fang Chen a photo of Chen Xiaoyun's suicide note. This is the evidence, take a look. Fang Chen waved his hand, I won't look, this thing is useless. Bai Lu frowned slightly, this is all we have, the only evidence I painstakingly gathered over a month of investigation. Fang Chen glanced at her, the woman had a dignified appearance and a righteous heart, possessing the spirit of a media person unafraid of power and not swayed by worldly temptations. But this matter was far from simple. Fang Chen chuckled, is there video evidence for this? Do you have any criminal records of Zhang Jie? This is just the victim girl's unilateral account of the incident, right? Your investigation is useless. Bai Lu was indignant. I believe that as long as we can find the surviving victim to testify against Zhang Jie, we can definitely bring him to justice. Fang Chen smirked. Do you have any relatives above the deputy minister level in your family? Bai Lu was puzzled by his question. No, what do you mean? Fang Chen shrugged. Well, that settles it then. Not to mention whether you can obtain valid criminal evidence against Zhang Jie. With Shichang Real Estate's assets exceeding 10 billion, without solid evidence, do you think you can deal with him? Alright, even if we send him to prison, what's the use? He'll just come out with a mental illness certificate and continue to live freely. What can you do then? This whole family is full of bad people, his descendants are out there doing evil, what can you do about it? Bai Lu helplessly asked, so what do you suggest? Fang Chen grinned, you don't need to worry, just leave it to me. Shichang Real Estate's largest relocation project is located in Wuli, on the outskirts of Qinghe City. Qinghe City has a high population density, so there is not much new land available. Developers who want to acquire land, especially in prime locations in the city center, must carry out demolitions. Wuli is the prime location in Qinghe City, and Shichang Real Estate paid a hefty price to secure this piece of land, aiming to develop Wuli into the commercial CBD of Qinghe City. Wuli is an old residential area with a relatively low plot ratio, totaling 270 acres with a total construction area of 330,000 square meters. Shichang Real Estate negotiated a compensation standard of 1,250 yuan per square meter with the local residents, costing a total of 410 million yuan just for demolition compensation. For this project, Shichang Real Estate has essentially put all its assets on the line. Some residents of Wuli were initially dissatisfied with the 1,250 yuan compensation price. However, Shichang Real Estate brought in members of the Black Dragon Society to assist. They released snakes, threw feces, and even helped pick up children from school. After a few incidents like these, how could the common people endure it? In addition, the street director established a relocation office. Every day, he and his subordinates went to residents' homes to persuade and mobilize them. Is your child in a state-owned enterprise, a civil servant, or a state-owned company? Alright, you can lead by example and sign first, isn't that too much to ask? When Fang Chen and Lei Ming arrived at Wuli, the relocation work was in full swing. Everywhere, members of the relocation unit were measuring with rulers and distance meters, writing large demolition characters on the walls with big brushes. As they walked, Fang Chen asked, when will your comrades arrive? Tomorrow. Lei Ming exclaimed, people brought people, a total of 63 people were found,
and they were willing to come when they heard the conditions.
Fang Chen nodded. All right, all of them will be assigned to the security company.
Those who are not suitable will be screened out, trying to keep it around 50 people, and the suitable ones will stay and be covered by Social Security. Fang Chen's plan was to initially set up a security force of 100 people. Besides Lei Ming, he also entrusted Chu Bo to find dozens of veterans.
It's all about striking a balance. Let's go with this one.
After walking around, Fang Chen, based on the information he had gathered earlier, stopped in front of a self-built house on the 3rd floor in the middle. This house had an excellent location, and Chang Real Estate couldn't avoid it if they wanted to develop the commercial CBD. A woman in her 40s came out after hearing the sound. Squinting at Fang Chen and the others, sensing the social aura emanating from them, she said, "Wasn't the signing scheduled for the day after tomorrow? Why are you here today?" Fang Chen knew she mistook them for employees of a demolition company, and he explained with a smile, "Sister, we are not from the demolition company, we are here to buy a house."
Buy a house? The woman was taken aback for a moment, thinking to herself, buying a house at this time, is this person out of their mind? Do you know how much our compensation price is per square meter?
Fang Chen smiled, "I know, $12.50, no other compensation."
The woman nodded. The price was transparent and open. Even if she wanted to hide it, she couldn't. If the price was higher than the compensation price, she might as well agree. After some thought, she curiously asked, "How much are you willing to pay?" Fang Chen readily replied, "If we proceed immediately, I can offer 1,400 per square meter in cash." The woman's eyes lit up. Her house was 400 square meters, so an extra 150 per square meter meant an additional 60,000 yuan. With that amount, she could even buy another small apartment. These people might be fools, she thought. The woman, with the cunning and shrewdness of a small business owner, didn't forget to ask, "Who will cover the taxes and fees?" Fang Chen patted his chest and said, "Of course, I will cover them. Wait here." After receiving a definite answer, the woman hurried inside, shouting excitedly, "Master, master, there are a few fools outside willing to pay an extra 60,000 yuan for our house." The master was stunned, slapping his thigh. "Who are these fools? Could they be scammers? If it's true, will you sell?" "Of course, if we don't sell, we'll be fools just like those outside, wouldn't we?" The homeowner readily agreed. Fang Chen repeated his tactics, buying 4 more houses in key locations, spending a total of 2.9 million yuan. The transfer procedures were completed in the afternoon. The houses were transferred to a subsidiary wholly owned by an overseas company, namely Qinghe City Dixing Investment Company, Ltd. According to the business registration, the major shareholder was an overseas offshore company named Dixing. As for the actual controller behind the scenes, that belonged to the overseas confidential accounts, beyond the investigation capabilities of the locals. Originally, the transaction procedures for these houses slated for demolition were not easy, but Fang Chen had connections at the transaction center, and the procedures were completed in an afternoon. With these 5 houses in different locations, if World Chang Real Estate wanted to demolish and build a CBD, they would have to contend with the Black Dragon Society and Fang Chen's security team to see who was stronger. After everything was settled, Lei Ming said, "Boss, I feel like this move is a bit unethical." "Unethical?" Fang Chen smiled and told him about the troubles caused by Zhang Jia. Lei Ming was furious after hearing it, cursing, "Such people should be killed, they deserve to be destroyed." Fang Chen smiled, "Killing is not the best solution. Some in the underworld are simply killed off. For some hypocritical pseudo-gentlemen who deceive the world, if you kill them, they might still be seen as benevolent and virtuous in the eyes of the common people. Some corrupt officials, if you kill them, might even be hailed as martyrs. Is that an interesting outcome? Killing is an outcome, but not the truth. We want both the outcome and the truth." Leaving Wooly, Fang Chen received a call from Su Arrow, arranging a meeting for the evening. The transaction with Su Arrow was straightforward. Both naturally had a certain level of trust, neither being undercover. As long as the money and goods were exchanged, it was done. After exchanging 2 aluminum briefcases, the transaction was considered complete. As for the large-scale demolition planned by Su Arrow, he said the other party would contact Fang Chen on their own in due time. After parting ways with Su Arrow, Fang Chen arrived at the meeting place with Zhang Yi carrying the briefcases. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yi couldn't help but praise, "This method is indeed very effective. I didn't expect you to establish a connection so quickly. I will arrange for the funds to be reimbursed to you immediately." Fang Chen nodded, pondered for a moment, and expressed his concerns. Su Arrow, who was behind, said that he would contact me after a while. "I think this is a further probe from the other party, mainly to test whether this batch of goods has entered the market, and to test once again if I am an undercover agent." "You make a good point.
Drug traffickers are very vigilant, but I have made arrangements for this matter. Zhang Yi finished speaking and handed him a pistol and a magazine full of bullets. This is a special weapon specially applied for you by the Bureau. Can you handle it? Yes, Fang Chen hesitated for a moment. He used to watch TV, where it was extremely difficult for special agents to get a weapon, so why was it given to him so readily? Zhang Yi cautioned, this is for your self-defense. The bullets are all registered, so you can't use them recklessly. I understand. Fang Chen pulled out the empty gun barrel and tried it, very satisfied, and said with a smile, this is a Glock 17, specially used by the CID in Hong Kong. This gun is made in Austria, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, and both reliability and portability are much better than the domestic 54 in 92. Many police units in Hong Kong Island are equipped with this type of pistol, and it was unexpected that the Drug Enforcement Police in Qinghai also had them. Zhang Yi explained, this is a confiscated gun. We certainly can't give you our standard issue weapons, that would be too conspicuous. He continued with a self-deprecating tone, but our guys are not bad either. We can choose from a variety of cutting-edge weapons for drug enforcement. Each person can have 2 guns, which makes us more imposing than other police units, but that's the only advantage. In fact, he didn't finish the second half of the sentence. Their lives were also full of tension, always ready to engage in a firefight with drug traffickers, always facing life and death crises. The two discussed the next steps for a few more moments, when suddenly a voice came through Zhang Yi's earpiece. After exchanging a few words with the other party, he quickly opened the car door. Mr. Fang, you go first, I have a capture mission. Capture drug traffickers? Fang Chen asked as he got out of the car. Zhang Yi was extremely anxious. Yes, a large team has already engaged with them. There is a master among them. I need to go support immediately. A master? Fang Chen's foot, which had stepped out of the car, hesitated and asked, how good are your driving skills? They're okay. Fang Chen thought okay meant average, walked to the driver's side, patted his shoulder. My driving skills are good, let me drive. Zhang Yi looked at him unexpectedly, without any pretense, got out of the car and sat directly in the passenger seat. Fang Chen started the engine and asked, the address? Juni Metal Factory Warehouse in the development zone. Okay, I know the address. Fang Chen stepped on the gas, released the handbrake, and the car roared violently, like a wild horse breaking free, weaving through the crowded traffic. Seeing a regular Jetta maneuvering so smoothly under his meticulous control, Zhang Yi realized that his words were not empty. His driving skills were probably not much different from Michael Schumacher's. Zhang Yi started calling for backup as soon as he got in the car, putting on a bulletproof vest and said, you drop me off at the perimeter and then leave. Fang Chen said as he drove, I might be able to help. Since they had encountered this, he decided to lend a hand. In his past and present lives, he respected 3 types of professions the most, those who risked their lives. One was firefighters, the second was border guards, and the third was drug enforcement police. Moreover, the criminal value of these drug traffickers must be over 50, not to mention there was a master among them. This was a legitimate opportunity to enhance his abilities, and Fang Chen didn't want to miss it. Zhang Yi quickly waved his hand, no, it's too dangerous. Fang Chen explained, it's okay, isn't it dangerous to be an undercover agent? I need to adapt in advance. Besides, I'm also a master. Zhang Yi fell silent, knowing through Yang Bao that Fang Chen was indeed a very formidable master. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yi reached for a Kevlar bulletproof vest from the back seat and handed it to the driver's seat, saying, I usually wear 2 bulletproof vests for arrest missions, now I'll give you one. Fang Chen didn't take it, glanced at the helmet in the rearview mirror, and said, just give me that helmet. No, you have to wear both the helmet and the bulletproof vest. I won't allow you to participate without wearing the vest, Zhang Yi said firmly. Fine. The journey that was supposed to take about 20 minutes only took Fang Chen half the time to arrive at Junyi Metal Factory. It was a small abandoned factory covering more than 10 acres, bankrupt and closed a year ago. The main gate was casually open, the factory deserted, overgrown with weeds. They parked the car outside the only warehouse in the factory, quickly put on their bulletproof vests, helmets, and air tube earphones. 3 cars were parked outside the warehouse, 2 Jettas and a Highlander. The Jettas belonged to a large team, the Highlander should be the drug dealers. As soon as Zhang Yi got out of the car, he heard the sound of gunfire coming from inside the warehouse, his expression growing more anxious. After confirming the position with his comrades through the air earphones, Zhang Yi quietly approached the entrance and met up with his teammates hiding behind the old equipment. Fang Chen scanned the warehouse, estimating its size to be 50 meters long and 30 meters wide. Not a large area, but with plenty of cover, making a frontal assault very difficult. Zhang Yi approached a young drug enforcement team member and asked, Xiao Huan, what's the situation inside?
Are those drug dealers from the western region selling powder? Xiao Huang looked up at Zhang Yi, also noticing Fang Chen with his face covered by the helmet, but he didn't ask further and replied, yes, there are 5 drug dealers inside, 4 handguns, a submachine gun, several grenades, and an unknown amount of ammunition. Among them is a skilled free runner, excellent in marksmanship and physical fitness. Damn, he even moves like a snake. We've fired many shots but couldn't hit him. Yang Bin died at his hands. Fang Chen and Zhang Yi followed Xiao Huang's gaze and saw a mutilated body behind cover in front of them, blown up by a grenade. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with anger, and Fang Chen sighed softly. Tonight was the Mid-Autumn Festival, the autumn wind dispersing the haze, stars and moon shining brightly in the sky, autumn insects murmuring on the ground. It should have been a time for family reunion in such a beautiful moment. However, the drug enforcement police in Qinghe City were engaged in a fierce battle with ruthless drug dealers, always prepared to sacrifice. Perhaps not just in Qinghe, but in many places across the Great Xia country. Currently, a large team was in a firefight with the drug dealers. This group of drug dealers had been under surveillance by the large team for a long time, and tonight they seized the opportunity during the festival to capture them. However, these people were very vigilant, noticing something amiss and fleeing immediately, only to be chased and cornered all the way here. The large team consisted of 10 members, with one already down on the ground, and 2 others slightly injured. Moonlight shone through the dilapidated dome into the small abandoned warehouse. Zhang Yi carefully observed the environment of the factory, an electrical cable factory with the small warehouse haphazardly stacked with abandoned large cable coils. The copper cables had been taken, leaving behind about 10 PVC plastic wire coils ranging from 4 meters long and 1.6 to 2.5 meters high. The drug enforcement team members were lurking behind cover at the entrance, while the drug dealers were hiding behind cover on the opposite side. However, there were several covers connected on the opposite side, forming a wall that completely blocked the line of sight, making it impossible to determine their positions if they moved. Zhang Yi felt that launching a frontal assault in this situation would not be wise. With no other exits in the warehouse, the opponents would likely attempt a breakout, so it was better to wait and seize the opportunity. Even if they had to share the credit, it was better than risking the lives of their brothers. In this narrow environment full of cover, if the enemy chooses to break out, the assault team will definitely choose to walk in front of the machine gunner because the assault team's reaction is faster. Zhang Yi silently considered, holding his gun vigilantly while arranging tactics on the communication channel. Fang Chen quietly sensed the sound of the enemy's breathing. 2 people were hidden behind cover 30 meters ahead, and 3 people were hidden behind 2 covers 45 meters away. One of them was a wooden partition cover, and the rest were coil covers. Zhang Yi gestured, preparing to have his men probe with stun grenades. Just then, 2 hands suddenly reached out from above the cover 30 meters away. The hands were holding 2 egg-shaped grenades, poised to throw them towards Zhang Yi's team. Get down, Zhang Yi shouted quickly. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 gunshots rang out. The 2 arms that had reached out from behind the cover were instantly pierced by 2 9mm bullets. The 2 drug dealers felt pain in their arms, unable to throw the grenades before they fell to the ground. There were 2 screams from behind the cover, followed by 2 intense explosions after 3 seconds, leaving the 2 drug dealers mangled and thrown into the air. Zhang Yi looked around and saw Fang Chen standing conspicuously in front, holding a gun without any cover. Smoke was still rising from the barrel of his Glock 17. Zhang Yi was stunned, and Xiao Huang and the other team members were also shocked. This reaction, this speed, this accuracy. Xiao Huang murmured, Captain Zhang, where did you find this expert? This is a skilled person from the provincial bureau, Zhang Yi replied casually after realizing. It's dangerous outside, come back quickly. The drug enforcement team members, also quick-witted, loudly reminded Fang Chen. It's okay, whether one lives or dies. Fang Chen waved his hand, asking. Zhang Yi glanced at his teammate lying on the ground and said coldly, safety first, as long as one survives. Understood. With that, Fang Chen fired 3 shots at a wooden partition cover 45 meters away, achieving a short-range shooting effect. The bullets pierced the wooden partition, followed by a muffled groan from behind it. A thug in a brown Benny Luo jacket fell to the ground with blood splattered on his forehead. Damn, he's even wearing a bulletproof vest, Fang Chen cursed. He fired 3 shots in total, hitting the target location with only 2 shots. 1 bullet hit the center but was blocked by the bulletproof vest, and only the shot to the forehead was fatal. It was his first time using this gun, so the first shot was a test shot, considered ineffective. Handguns are invincible in close combat, but many people can't aim accurately beyond 20 meters. Beyond 35 meters, even some elite marksmen may struggle. 50 meters is the theoretical maximum range for most handguns. Due to air resistance, the point of impact is bound to differ from the target point.
For most shooters, hitting a target at 45 meters is almost impossible. However, this was not a big problem for Fong Chen. In fact, handguns were less useful to him than coins.
Feeling 3 streams of heat in his body, Fong Chen was quite satisfied.
These drug dealers' criminal values were indeed over 50.
Xianzi, Xianzi, speak.
A heart-wrenching scream came from behind another coil cover. In an instant, a man in a black tracksuit suddenly flashed from behind the cover, raised his hand and fired 2 shots at Fong Chen without any cover. The man's movements were extremely agile. After firing the bullets, he performed a beautiful somersault, leaped over a small obstacle on the ground, and flipped towards another large cover.
Be careful. Zhang Yi instantly reacted, counterattacking while warning Fong Chen.
Unfortunately, the man was wearing special sports shoes and didn't follow the usual path, effortlessly flipping over the obstacle. In addition to the fact that the distance was too far, Zhang Yi fired 2 shots, both of which missed. Similarly, the 2 shots fired by the man were futile, as Fong Chen estimated that the distance between them was probably tens of thousands of miles away, posing no threat. Fong Chen moved swiftly, raising his gun to retaliate, firing 2 shots in quick succession, both hitting the head of the athletic suit. The athletic suit fell to the ground headfirst, floundered for a moment, then lay still. Looking at the fallen athletic suit, Xiao Wang said, "That's the parkour expert." Sensing only a slight increase in energy compared to an ordinary person, Fong Chen felt extremely disdainful.
Parkour? Far inferior to practicing martial arts. Fong Chen said, "There's one more left alive, I'll go and capture him."
The last drug dealer has a submachine gun, very dangerous, we'll go with you, Xiao Huang and several anti-drug team members said.
Okay. Fong Chen took the lead, with Zhang Yi and a large group of members assisting from the side.
They were preparing to search gradually when Fong Chen, as if knowing the opponent's position, headed directly towards a shelter. As they approached, he raised a middle finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks, making a gesture to halt, curious about how Fong Chen had discovered the drug dealer's location.
Just as before, and now.
Chang Kuan held the submachine gun, his palms sweating slightly, his eyes fierce. He knew all his brothers were dead, and he knew these bastards were searching for him. They wanted to interrogate him, but he would never surrender. Even in death, he would take a few down with him. He crouched behind cover, with a wall to his right and behind him, and a PVC coil about 8 feet high in front of him. The only point of attack was to his left. He aimed the gun in that direction, listening intently to the footsteps of the anti-drug team. The footsteps sounded somewhat disorganized, as if searching for him, then suddenly stopped after a moment. Chang Kuan remained unfazed, his gun aimed firmly at the only firing point. Suddenly, the coil, weighing over a ton, was suddenly pushed and began rolling. Before Chang Kuan could react, the coil knocked him down, pinning him under the rolling axle, rendering him immobile. Fong Chen approached him, picked up the fallen submachine gun, then pushed the coil aside and lifted him out as if picking up a chick. Xiao Huang and an anti-drug team member immediately followed, handcuffing his hands behind his back. With the capture complete, the anti-drug team members collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
After restraining Chang Kuan, they all looked towards Fong Chen. The process of capture today was truly bizarre and dramatic.
Even though they had been through many battles, they had never experienced such a scene. Not to mention experiencing it, they had never even seen anything like it, except for some anti-Japanese dramas. Even TV wouldn't dare to depict it this way. They couldn't see Fong Chen's face behind his helmet, but that didn't diminish the respect they held for him. After saluting, the team members opened the bags carried by the drug dealers one by one.
The contents even slightly shocked Fong Chen.
Submachine guns, grenades, pistols, a variety of weapons, and several bags of white powder, weighing at least over 5 kilograms. The team prepared to return to the base for overnight interrogation, and after bidding farewell to Fong Chen, Zhang Yi followed, saying, "I'll see you off."
As they walked, Fong Chen asked, "Aren't you going to interrogate them?"
"No rush, let those bastards stew for a while. I have some instructions to give you." Zhang Yi had lost a teammate tonight and was deeply saddened and angry, and was now even more concerned about Fong Chen's safety.
Fong Chen worked undercover for the anti-drug team, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't dodge bullets, making his danger level no different from other undercover agents.
So he continued to tirelessly remind him of safety precautions. Although Fong Chen didn't take it to heart, out of respect, he still kept all the key points in mind. After he finished speaking, he curiously asked, "It seems like these drug dealers are selling cocaine, right?" "Exactly, the drug dealers from Nanyun province are all in the cocaine business," Zheng Yi explained. "Currently, the market in Daxia country is still dominated by plant-based drugs, but synthetic drugs are on the rise. It's estimated that in a few years, they will surpass the share of plant-based drugs.
For non-confidential matters, Zhang Yi was always willing to answer questions. Fang Chen nodded and continued, "It seems like they have quite a strong firepower. They are drug dealers from Pingyuan Street in Nanyun Province. What's the word on the street about them?" Zhang Yi pondered and said, "The drug trafficking business in Pingyuan Street is rampant. In recent years, it has improved a lot. In the 1990s, their weapons were no less inferior to those of the regular army. Submachine guns, hand grenades are just the beginning, they even have rocket launchers, anti-tank mines. There's a kidnapper on Hong Kong Island who specializes in kidnapping tycoons, named Zhang Ziqiang, you know about him, right?" "I do." When he was caught, he confessed that all his firearms and ammunition came from Pingyuan Street. Even the fierce bandits on Hong Kong Island have to source from them, you can imagine the rest. What you see tonight is just the tip of the iceberg. If you really go there, you'll see. Many drug dealers can even wield 2 submachine guns and reload with one hand. The next morning at 9 o'clock, in the office of the general manager of Overseas Bright Moon, Li Ziyun was holding a share table and reporting to Fang Chen. Seixing Real Estate Corporation composition, Zhang Seixing 53%, Zhang Zili 10%, Zhang Xiaojie 10%. The remaining 27% of the shares are held by 6 small shareholders, with most shares ranging from 4% to 6%, all listed here. Fang Chen praised, "Well done, you can go now, call Lao Lu over." "Yes." Li Ziyun walked out of the office, silently sighing at the ever-changing world. Just a few days ago, this person wanted to assault her, but now, after just a few days, he became her boss. What shocked her even more was that Fang Chen, who seemed unremarkable, actually had such a huge asset. He hid it so well. After a while, Zhu Laolu pushed the door open and reported the intelligence he had gathered. Zhang Zili likes gambling in women. He had a record of going abroad to gamble on Aodao a few years ago. He has toned down a lot in recent years, occasionally going to Xiaojinshi's casino, but not playing big. Zhang Xiaojie likes ketamine, drinking, and women. Fang Chen unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. With these 2 pieces of intelligence, the plan for Di Xing Company to seize Seixing Real Estate was basically finalized. "Got it, come with me to the security company, bring everyone else." The security company was registered in the Provincial Industry and Commerce, named Handong Province Di Xing Security Company. Located in the southern outskirts of Qinghe City, it was originally a food company, but the factory was vacant after the food company relocated. Due to its unfavorable location, Fang Chen bought it for 5 million. The location here is very secluded. Although the area is only 13 acres, it has everything. There is not only an employee canteen and a 6-story employee dormitory but also a basketball court for daily training. At 10 o'clock in the morning, all 129 veterans recruited by Lei Ming and Chu Bo were in place. Fang Chen welcomed all his subordinates. On the basketball court, Fang Chen scanned the veterans one by one. These people had various military backgrounds, and now they had various jobs. Some drove black cars, some worked as security guards, some sold insurance, and some, like Lei Ming, set up stalls. They were mostly young men in their 20s, mostly veterans from Qinghe City and its surroundings. There were straightforward ones, smooth ones, and unruly troublemakers. After the lineup was in order, Chu Bo pointed to Fang Chen and said, "This is your boss, you should address him as General Fang from now on." "General Fang, understood," a deafening voice echoed back. Chu Bo continued, "Currently, the average salary in Qinghe City is around 1,200 yuan, and many companies do not provide social security. However, Director Fang is offering you a salary of 4,000 yuan per month, along with social security contributions. Do you understand the value of this job?" "Yes," they replied. Chu Bo's tone shifted, "But let me be clear, Director Fang does not tolerate idlers, wastrels, troublemakers, or those who fear death. Anyone who retreats in battle or disobeys orders will be eliminated. If anyone cannot accept this, you can leave now, and Director Fang will reimburse your travel expenses." After these words, the room fell silent, and soon 6 people expressed their intention to leave. Zhu Laolu handed out the travel expenses, and after they departed, Chu Bo continued, "I must also inform you that working here involves great risks. In the coming days, we will be fighting, and each of you will be required to participate. If anyone is afraid or unwilling to join, you can step forward now." As soon as he finished speaking, another 17 people chose to leave. In a blink of an eye, 23 out of 129 people left, leaving only 106 behind. Chu Bo persisted, "I want to make it clear that fighting means risking injury or even death. Does anyone else want to leave?" This time, no one stepped forward. A young man in his 20s shouted, "I'm not afraid of fighting, I'm afraid of being poor." Others echoed, "Yes, we're not afraid of fighting, we're afraid of poverty."
Chubo concluded his speech, and Fong Chen took over. Earlier, Instructor Lei mentioned penalties, now I will talk about rewards. The 4,000 yuan is just the basic salary, we also have performance bonuses. Those who perform well can earn over 100,000 or even 200,000 in a year. Next, I will develop real estate, and everyone working in the company will have the right to housing. After 10 years of service, a house of no less than 60 square meters will be given to each of you, with the property rights transferred directly. This clause will be included in the company's articles of association. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in joy. Some who had just left stopped in their tracks. Damn, why didn't old Six mention this earlier? If we had known this, we wouldn't have left. Several people stood there, unwilling to leave but unable to swallow their pride and ask Fong Chen for another chance. Finally, a few made up their minds and approached Fong Chen, asking, Director Fong, is it possible for us to change our minds now? Fong Chen, expressionless, replied, I'm sorry, finding a job is a two-way choice, and I don't think you are suitable for my company. Disappointed, they left, and Fong Chen said to Chubo, you will be in charge of this security team from now on. Chubo chuckled, Brother Zhang, do you want to turn them into assassins, special agents, or professional bodyguards? After some thought, Fong Chen said, my goal is to turn them into the Blackwater Company of Daxia Country. Chubo continued, the promotion system at Dixing Security is very fair, the mediocre fall, the capable rise. As long as you have the ability, you can become a team leader, a group leader, or even take my place. I know some of you do not respect me, or even Director Fong's management. I can offer you a chance now. If anyone can defeat me in hand-to-hand combat, they can take my place. The crowd remains silent. Before retiring, Chubo was a top-ranking officer in the most elite unit and then joined the top-notch Golden Shield Defense Company after retirement. People respected him, and no one was confident they could defeat him. Seeing their hesitation, Chubo goaded, What, are you afraid? I'll give you another chance. If anyone can defeat Director Fong in hand-to-hand combat, your salary will increase to 100,000 yuan per month, effective immediately. At these words, all the elite soldiers below lit up with excitement. 100,000 yuan a month, in 2 months you could buy a 3-bedroom house. We can't beat the reconnaissance platoon leader, can't we beat you, a company boss? Immediately, someone raised their hand and asked, Report, General Fong, is what Instructor Chu said true? Fong Chen nodded, of course it's true. No matter how many people, as long as they can defeat me, the salary can be raised to 100,000 a month. After receiving a positive response, everyone excitedly shouted and raised their hands to try. The enthusiasm is high, then you go first. Fong Chen casually pointed to a bald soldier. All right. The bald soldier walked to the center of the basketball court with great enthusiasm, rolled up his sleeves, and assumed a fighting stance. Fong Chen smiled, calmly took off his shoes, and then walked step by step towards the center of the court. Why is he taking off his shoes? The bald soldier looked puzzled, his gaze following Fong Chen's footsteps. Then, the excited expression could no longer be held, the smile suddenly froze on his face, he rubbed his eyes, and his eyes gradually became dull. In his line of sight, he only saw a series of half-inch deep footprints left by General Fong on the concrete ground. The bald soldier looked back. His comrades behind him all had stunned expressions, their mouths open as if they could fit an egg inside. No more, I concede, I concede. The bald soldier realized and waved his hands repeatedly. Fong Chen asked with a smile, does anyone else want to challenge me? No more. The whole crowd unanimously turned their gaze towards the footprints. Dismiss. With Chubo's command, the bald soldiers rushed forward, surrounding the footprints in layers, measuring with their hands and occasionally making amazed sounds. This was decided by Fong Chen and Chubo after discussion. Being a soldier is quite straightforward, relying on strength to speak, respecting the strong. Therefore, it is very necessary to demonstrate strength, let them know who they are following. It will be easier to manage in the future and also deter some with ulterior motives. Early the next morning, 106 veterans were awakened by a loud wake-up call. They were all seasoned soldiers, disciplined without question. The bald soldiers took 5 minutes to dress and wash up, lining up neatly on the basketball court according to height. Chubo distributed equipment to everyone, with 2 sets of clothes, 1 set of Six-style desert camouflage uniform, and 1 set of black suits. In addition, there were standard military boots, Kevlar helmets, leather belts, pepper spray, ASP batons, and more. As for handguns, they definitely couldn't be issued at the moment, but a batch of electric guns could be issued for training later. The Baibo Bay Riverside Villa is one of the top villa areas in Qinghe City. Inside is a 3-story Chinese-style villa, decorated very luxuriously. All the furniture is made of purple sandalwood, with wall paintings of famous artists hanging on the walls, and the bookshelves filled with a variety of ceramics.
Servants in blue uniforms walk around.
Zhang Shichang had been waiting on the first floor for half an hour. From the struggling sounds and the girl's pleading coming from upstairs, he knew his father was busy. Judging from the sounds, the girl upstairs was probably no match for his father. Zhang Shichang felt very relieved. The old man was already 68 years old this year, but his physical strength was very good. Even most young people might not be able to match him. He had lost his mother at a young age and had been raised by his father alone. Their father-son relationship was very deep. The old man liked to play with young girls, and Zhang Shichang had known about it for a long time. But the old man had suffered a lot in his life, so what if he had a hobby? As children, they just had to be filial. Not only could they not stop him, but they also had to cooperate fully. In order to help the old man search for young girls, Zhang Shichang even sponsored a scholarship fund. It didn't cost much money, but the effect was very good. In recent years, the old man had handled at least 300 to 500 young girls, living very comfortably. When a person is happy, their health improves. The old man's complexion had been getting better over the past 2 years, and he could probably live another 30 years. Zhang Shichang was also happy to follow along. Isn't this the pursuit of children for their parents? Half an hour later, a 16 or 17-year-old girl in disarray came running down the stairs, crying as she ran. Zhang Shichang signaled to his confidant beside him, who understood and immediately followed. Zhang Shichang had collected tales for his father dozens of times before, so he was very familiar with the routine. These girls were mostly from poor families. After giving them a few thousand yuan and scaring them a bit, using both soft and hard tactics, they would generally comply obediently. Those with power and influence, no matter how beautiful, neither father nor son would provoke. After so many years in society, they were clear on this point. Before long, the spirited Zhang Jia, with a flush on his face, came down the stairs and greeted, "Shichang, you're here."
Zhang Shichang respectfully asked, "Father, do you need me for something?"
Zhang Jia sighed, Master Wang has predicted that I will face a calamity in the next 2 years and must perform the Zhougong ceremony with a woman born in the year of GC, in the month of Rinchen, under the sign of the earth snake, to avert it.
Zhang Shichang quickly agreed, "Father, I understand."
He knew Master Wang, a renowned master from Xizang province named Wang Lin, rumored to be a reincarnated immortal with extremely accurate predictions, often consulted by high-ranking officials. Zhang Shichang had full faith in him. GC year, Rinchen month. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhang Shichang checked on his computer.
The recent GC years were 1989 and 1929.
At 78 years old, the 1929 woman was too old for his father.
So, it had to be 1989. She would be 18 this year.
Although his father preferred younger women, it would still be acceptable. There weren't many high school students at that age, so he would have to start with university students. With this in mind, Zhang Shichang called his confidant Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao handled the dirty work for the family and managed the scholarship fund. He had a list of students from some schools, making this task familiar to him. There was still a month left, not too urgent, but preparations needed to be made in advance. After instructing Feng Xiao, Zhang Shichang suddenly remembered another matter. He had been busy with the Woolly project these days and almost forgot about this issue. A thug named Fong Chen and a public security officer named Yang Bo had broken several ribs of his son and forced him to go to a mental hospital. This grudge had to be settled.
Yang Bao couldn't be killed, as it might lead to counter-terrorism exercises in Xinhua.
However, dealing with a thug like Fong Chen was no problem.
Thinking about this, Zhang Shichang asked, "Do you know any hitmen in the underworld?" Despite his wealth, Zhang Shichang's underworld connections were somewhat weak. He didn't want to involve Lu Qiqian from the Black Dragon Society in this matter. Such things were like a double-edged sword, and a shrewd person like him wouldn't let others hold the handle. Feng Xiao, the security department manager of Shicheng Company, had strong personal abilities and intricate underworld connections. Consulting him was the right choice. After pondering for a while, Feng Xiao asked, "Mr. Zhang, what level of hitman are you looking for?"
Considering Feng Chan's underworld status, Zhang Shichang replied, "The best." Feng Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I know a 5-star hitman, very skilled, with no survivors under his command, but his price is also very high."
A 5-star hitman?
Zhang Shichang was well aware of the character of this subordinate. The old man had asked him to manage the scholarship fund for his own benefit, but it had turned into human trafficking. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences, and no waves could be stirred up by the lower class.
Moreover, this industry chain might help him accumulate some connections.
Since Feng Xiao was handling the dirty work, it had nothing to do with Zhang Shichang, so he just let it be. After considering for a while, Zhang Shichang instructed, "I'll give you 2 million.
Make sure the job is done."
Understood. After Feng Xiao hung up the phone, he secretly calculated his network of contacts. He knew some people in the underworld, but his interactions with them were all based on his identity as the security department minister of Yicheng Real Estate. Most of these people were just small-time thugs who only dared to collect protection fees. Not many were willing to kill. After pondering for a while and not coming up with a suitable candidate, Feng Xiao decided to call his friend Zhang Bin. He had known Zhang Bin for a long time, and Zhang Bin had mentioned that he had a brother named Lao Dao, who worked at the slaughterhouse killing pigs and had always wanted to make a big deal. Despite being just a butcher, this guy was a tough character. His skill with the boning knife was extraordinary. He could slaughter pigs without blinking an eye, and killing people was no different. When the blood of his enemies splattered on his face, he would even lick it off, otherwise, he wouldn't feel satisfied. After killing tens of thousands of pigs over the years at the slaughterhouse, Lao Dao's heart had long turned as cold as the boning knife in his hand. The most important thing for a killer is their mental toughness, and he had it. After making up his mind, Feng Xiao called Zhang Bin and asked, "I heard your brother Lao Dao is someone who can kill without blinking an eye?" Zhang Bin, puzzled, replied, "Yes, what's the matter?" Feng Xiao got straight to the point, "I want to hire him to assassinate someone." Zhang Bin hinted at the cost. Lao Dao is a 5-star killer, his services don't come cheap. After some thought, Feng Xiao said, "I'll pay 100 million. Deal." With that settled, Zhang Bin immediately made a call to Lao Dao. That night, Fang Chen left the Haishang Mingyu Club at 2 in the morning. As he descended the stairs, he noticed a cold gaze fixed on him from 50 meters away. Fang Chen remained composed, turned in a direction without surveillance, and slipped into a dark alley. Moments later, a disheveled 40-year-old man with stubble entered the alley holding a photo. He wore a blue work uniform, and under the moonlight, Fang Chen saw the words Donghe Livestock Slaughterhouse on his chest. The man carefully examined the photo, then lit it with a lighter as he walked closer, asking, "You're Fang Chen from the Fire Gang, right?" Fang Chen nodded, "That's me." Quite composed, the man chuckled, "People on the streets call me Lao Dao, some call me the pig butcher, but I prefer Lao Dao." Fang Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Lao Dao, with a look of indignation, said, "Someone offered 200,000 to buy your life. I know these middlemen must be making a profit, those damn bastards. How could killing someone from the underworld cost only 200,000? After venting, Lao Dao added with anticipation, "If you can pay double the price, I can spare your life." Fang Chen shrugged, "I don't have the money." "Then there's nothing to discuss." Lao Dao pulled out a boning knife from behind, slowly approaching like a tiger toying with its prey, his eyes filled with ferocity and mockery. As he walked, he raised the boning knife. "This is my knife, used for slaughtering pigs and people, made of tungsten steel alloy, 1 foot 3 inches long. I've used it to bone thousands of pigs. If you regret now, I'll settle for 400,000, which shouldn't be difficult for you." Fang Chen, expressionless, pulled out a gun from his pocket and said slowly, "This is my gun, a Beretta 92F, also known as M9. It's loaded with 9mm handgun bullets, 217mm in length, muzzle velocity of 333 meters per second, effective range of 50 meters, magazine capacity of 15 rounds, currently 13 rounds left. Give me 10 million, and I can spare your life." Lao Dao's expression shifted from mockery to astonishment, then to fear, and he knelt down directly. Fang Chen held the gun against his temple, taunting, "Old man, times have changed. Now, tell me, who sent you to assassinate me?" Old Knife felt the dark barrel against his forehead, cold sweat dripping down. He trembled and pleaded, "Brother, can you spare me if I talk? Then go to hell." Bang, one shot, one life taken. Fang Chen muttered to himself, "Looking at you, I doubt you have 10 million to buy your life." He picked up the half-burned photo from the ground, put it in his pocket, then wearing gloves, he searched Old Knife's pockets thoroughly. Satisfied that nothing was missed, he disappeared from the scene with a few leaps. This gun was given to him by Chubo, not the one from Zhang Yi, so there were no issues with firing it. No heat flow. Several kilometers away, monitoring the lack of bodily changes, Fang Chen looked disdainful. "Bah, not even 50 points of sin, and you dare to come out for an assassination?" Fang Chen couldn't be bothered to find out who paid to have his life taken. This guy had been played a few times, probably unaware of his employer. But Fang Chen could roughly guess, there were only 1 or 2 enemies who would go to such lengths. The development company Shichang Real Estate in Wooly was a top player in Qinghe City, but they had competitors. Zhang Shichang had paid a hefty price to secure this piece of land. Despite the cost, as long as development went smoothly, Shichang Real Estate's future was promising for going public. In the Wooly shantytown, the relocation office was set up in a residential building at the alley entrance, with relocation notices on the walls stamped with the City Planning Bureau seal. The relocation office consisted of staff from the District Demolition Office and Street Office, with the director being Hao Qinglian from Woolly Street Office. The office was mainly responsible for mobilizing residents and coordinating work, while Shurchang Real Estate had hired a specialized demolition company for the actual work. As the weather grew colder, Hao Qinglian had a simple meal of pickled vegetables and tofu for lunch, preparing to go door to door with his subordinates and Shurchang Real Estate staff to sign compensation agreements in the afternoon. According to regulations, all preliminary relocation work had been completed, and compensation prices had been agreed upon.
Most residents proved to be very kind.
The few troublemakers resorted to various means of resistance, but eventually compromised. The relocation work progressed smoothly, leaving Hao Qinglian feeling content. Chairman Zhang was generous, and as long as things were done well, benefits were sure to follow.
As Hao Qinglian and his team stepped out, they saw the neighboring Angelai Relocation Company. A group of tough-looking men, the demolition aces of Shurchang Real Estate, were gambling and smoking at the entrance. Hao Qinglian knew they weren't Shurchang Real Estate employees but seemed to have a cooperative relationship with them. Led by an old thug named Li Daba, who had served time in prison twice, they specialized in debt collection and demolition work. Li Daba, known for his success in dealing with troublemakers, had collaborations with some real estate companies in the city. Seeing Hao Qinglian, Li Daba waved and greeted, "Director Hao, going to sign agreements?"
"Yes." Hao Qinglian smiled reservedly. As a street office director, he preferred not to get involved with these underworld figures too much. Still, being respected by the underworld boss was quite satisfying, giving him a sense of pride.
Li Daba added, "If there are any troublemakers you can't handle, just call me. I understand."
Hao Qinglian instructed his subordinates to display their work IDs around their necks, then together with Shurchang Real Estate staff they went door to door, smoothly obtaining signatures under the influence of the earlier efforts of the Angelai Relocation Company.
Smoothly enough that Hao Qinglian felt there shouldn't be any surprises, until he arrived in front of a 3-story building.
Hao Qinglian looked at the dozen or so burly men in black suits exercising in the yard, then glanced at the doorplate, feeling puzzled.
"No. 36 Woolly, this is indeed Pan Lao Air's home. Why don't I recognize anyone inside?" Hao Qinglian looked at the burly men exercising in the yard and decided to take a gentle approach. He knocked on the iron gate and politely asked, "Excuse me, is this Pan Jinya's home?"
No one paid him any attention. The people in the yard continued doing push-ups on their own. A crew-cut man who seemed to be the leader was counting beside them.
488, 489, 490. Hao Qinglian felt annoyed and had to ask again, "Is Mr. Pan Jinya at home?" Still, no one responded. 493, 494. When he reached 500, the crew-cut man finally spoke in a deep voice, "What do you want with him?" Suppressing his anger, Hao Qinglian said, "Can you open the door? We are from the Woolly Street Office and Shurchang Real Estate Company, here to have him sign a demolition compensation agreement."
"Pan Jinya's house has been sold," the crew-cut man said.
Hao Qinglian's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly asked, "Do you know who it was sold to?"
"Of course, it was sold to us."
"Oh no."
Hao Qinglian's mind raced. These people bought Pan Jinya's house at this critical moment, then gathered this group of men, their intentions clear, to extort a hefty compensation.
The street office was just assisting on the side, the actual negotiations would be handled by Shurchang Real Estate.
Thinking this, Hao Qinglian turned his gaze to Lu, the assistant in charge of the woolly demolition work at Shurchang Real Estate. Lu was a black-haired beauty resembling a snake demon from a Chinese folklore, dressed in an office lady uniform, the standard secretary or assistant attire, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, exuding a cold and distant demeanor. As a senior executive in the real estate company, Hao Qinglian understood what Lu, the assistant, knew as well. The burly men in front of them were clearly prepared, not as easy to handle as the ordinary folks. After a moment of contemplation, Lu forced a smile and asked, "Can you open the door? Who is the homeowner?" "I'd like to discuss the demolition compensation with him." The crew-cut man opened the iron gate, saying, "You can talk to me, but I must make it clear in advance, if the price is not right, we won't move." Lu walked into the yard and asked softly, "How much compensation do you want?" For such a tough situation, she expected a price increase of no more than 50% to be negotiable. The original compensation for this house was 500,000 yuan, as long as it didn't exceed 750,000 yuan, she could make the decision. Compared to the overall situation in Qinghe City CBD, this was just a drop in the bucket. The crew-cut man smiled, "Sure, we'll sign for 1 billion in compensation." Lu stood frozen in place, doubting she had misheard. She turned to look at the others, all wearing expressions as if they had eaten flies, realizing she hadn't misheard. They did indeed say 1 billion. After Lu regained her composure, she trembled with anger. These people had no sincerity at all. Even if they made a bold demand, it wasn't this outrageous.
Suppressing her anger, she said, "Your price is way off. Who bids like this? We can offer you a maximum of 50% increase.
Get lost, not a penny less than 1 billion.
The crewcut man sneered and gestured as if to show them out. Lu's eyes reddened with anger as she scolded, "This is extortion, it's a criminal act." The crewcut man rolled his eyes, "Who's extorting?
I didn't ask you to demolish. I can set the price for my own house however I want.
If you can't afford it, then don't demolish it." Fine, someone will negotiate with you."
Assistant Lu dropped a harsh remark, turned around, and Ha Qinglian immediately followed, returning to the Anjali Demolition Company.
Li Daba put down the poker in his hand, glanced at Assistant Lu who was in a rage, and asked, "Assistant Lu, Director Hao, who made you angry?"
Assistant Lu said impatiently, "Encountered a nail household demanding 1 billion in compensation."
Li Daba was stunned. A nail household? After working with his men for so long, there were still short-sighted nail households? Demanding 1 billion?
Wow, even when he was a nail household, he didn't dare to be so ruthless. Li Daba's family had also been demolished before, so as a troublemaker, he naturally demanded sky-high compensation, but in the end, he settled for double compensation. Because of his experience as a nail household, he was experienced in dealing with them and quickly underwent a magnificent transformation.
What did 1 billion mean?
It was estimated that no more than 10 people in Qinghe City could come up with 1 billion in cash.
Qinghe would never allow such a powerful person to exist. "Brothers, get your weapons." Li Daba entered the house first, taking out a large wrench. Before he went to jail, he was a car mechanic, always carrying a wrench to fight with people, and he had gotten used to it over time and never changed his weapon. Dozens of men also entered the house to get weapons, and soon, each of them was holding batons, seamless steel pipes, threaded steel, and more. No one had a machete. That was regulated.
They were a legal demolition company and didn't engage in illegal activities.
"Which house?" Li Daba, holding a wrench, asked Assistant Lu calmly, feeling very masculine.
However, Assistant Lu apparently didn't notice or perhaps was very repulsed by Li Daba's desire to take advantage of the situation, and just coldly said, "Number 36.
Li Daba nodded and waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go." Wu Zhibin was Thunder's comrade in arms, a former instructor in the car battalion before retiring. He heard that driving a taxi could make money, so after retiring, he started driving a taxi. But after starting, he realized that this industry was not easy. Every day, he had to pay 120 yuan just to start, and occasionally endure some unreasonable demands from brainless customers. He was fed up with this kind of life a long time ago. A few days ago, his old comrade in arms Thunder called him, saying he was no longer selling grilled skewers. He was now helping a charity organization that helped the needy and did righteous deeds. He said the organization was currently short of people and asked if he was interested in helping out. The work was easy, the income was high, 4,000 was just the basic salary. They also paid social security and bonuses. Making 200 to 300,000 a year was no problem. Wu Zhibin was dumbfounded. Could there really be such a good opportunity in the world? Considering his daily toil driving a taxi for 12 hours, after deducting the starting fee and vehicle wear and tear, he only made around 100 yuan, and he didn't even have social security. Out of loyalty to Thunder, he believed in this matter without a doubt. Wu Zhibin immediately rented out his taxi to someone else, packed his bags, and headed straight to Qinghe. Later, he learned that the so-called charity organization was a legitimate security company, and the boss's strength was unfathomable. This suited him just fine, he respected such a boss. The structure of Dixing Security was very simple, with 20 to 25 people in a group, and above them were the instructors. Because he won in yesterday's competition, he was appointed as a group leader. Wu Zhibin, as a group leader, was currently tasked with guarding the residential building at 36 Woolly River and preventing forced demolitions by others. Wu Zhibin knew that the group from earlier must have called for reinforcements, leaving only 3 people behind, instructing the others to return indoors. Sure enough, in no time, a group of burly men with tattoos and weapons arrived in front of the house. Several young men knocked on the iron gate loudly, and Li Daba, looking at the 3 men in the courtyard, asked, "Which one of you is in charge here?" Wu Zhibin opened the iron gate, glanced at Li Daba, and said, "I am." "What's the matter?" Hearing his accent from a neighboring city, Li Daba showed a defiant expression. "Brother, you're not from Qinghe Road, are you? Have you heard of my name, Li Daba?" Wu Zhibin realized, so it's Daba. "My apologies, I was ignorant." Li Daba was taken aback for a moment. He may not be educated, but he could tell when someone was mocking him. Since the other party was not giving face, Li Daba decided to use force, saying sternly,
we are from the Unju Lei Company, here to discuss demolition compensation with you.
If you're smart, sign obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. The three men remained silent, just smirked disdainfully, revealing ASP batons under their clothes. You want to play tough? Let's take them down, Li Daba ordered. Immediately, his henchmen grabbed seamless steel pipes and aimed to strike Wu Jibin's shoulder. Why the shoulder? Zhang Shicheng had instructed them. They were not street thugs but a legitimate demolition company. Injuring or maiming was acceptable, even turning someone into a vegetable, but avoiding fatalities was preferred. They're attacking, let's go, said a team member inside the house, where a camera was set up. Wu Jibin dodged the steel pipe aimed at his shoulder, drew out his baton from his waist, and swiftly struck the arm of the young man attacking him. The blow was swift and forceful, shattering the young man's humerus bone. You little brat dares to resist, Li Daba chuckled angrily. Everyone, arm yourselves. The henchmen rushed forward, but suddenly, about 10 burly men emerged from the house, surrounding Li Daba's men from the outside. Each held a baton, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Damn, it's an ambush, Li Daba exclaimed, but before he could react, the other side struck first. The two groups quickly engaged in a melee. Though the numbers were equal, the security company's individual combat prowess was clearly superior. In less than 3 minutes, Li Daba's henchmen were beaten to near death, lying on the ground unable to get up. Li Daba himself was left bruised and battered, with several teeth knocked out, and his eyebrow and nasal bones broken. In contrast, only 2 of the opposing side had minor arm injuries, partly due to the cramped space hindering their movements. Get lost, Wu Jibin waved his hand. Li Daba and his men suffered a heavy loss, supporting each other as they left. On the way, one of his men asked, Boss, what should we do? Call for reinforcements, rally the troops. Li Daba gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. His henchmen were all incapacitated, and he needed more help. In the hierarchy of the underworld, he was a mid-level figure in the Qinghe society, with a dozen or so underlings, a demolition company, and a domineering Toyota, not comparable to the top leaders of the 4 major gangs but not someone a few unknown outsiders could easily handle. Li Daba returned to the demolition company in a rage, feeling embarrassed when he saw Assistant Liu and Hao Qinglian. He muttered, Damn, we fell into an ambush. Assistant Liu, seeing his disheveled appearance, was equally furious and coldly asked, How do you plan to handle this? Should we report it and have them all arrested? Hao Qinglian suggested. As the street office director, he always upheld the law and justice, determined to protect their rights through legal means. Report a case? Li Daba shook his head repeatedly. He was a big shot in the underworld after all. If he couldn't handle a fight, asking the cops for help would be a laughing matter among his brothers in the gang. No need to report a case, I will handle this, Li Daba said with a grim expression. Over the years of dealing with demolitions, he had encountered countless troublesome characters but had never reported a case himself. He remembered a previous project where he forcefully demolished a property for Shicheng Real Estate. There was a family of squatters with 4 sons, all in their 20s. One night, as they were splashing paint, the 4 brothers rushed out of the house with knives to fight them. In the end, despite their efforts, the brothers were beaten down with sticks, and one of them died on the way to the hospital. Shicheng Real Estate paid 50,000 yuan to settle the matter, as it was the other party who had drawn first blood. Ironically, this incident turned out to be a good thing as it served as a warning to others, making the demolition work smoother for other households. This time, there were over a dozen people on the other side, making it a bit tricky, but Li Daba had some good brothers too. Some were loan sharks, some looked after their territories, and some ran small gambling dens. He had a group of loyal followers. With just a call from him, 70 to 80 people would gather. Clenching his fist with a fierce expression, this time he decided to play hardball, even if it meant sacrificing a couple of lives. Assistant Liu also disagreed with reporting the case, as it would surely alert Chairman Zhang Shicheng. Zhang would definitely doubt her ability to handle things. After hesitating for a second, she instructed her subordinates, Assistant Hao and I will go to sign agreements with other households. You go to the housing bureau and find out who bought number 36. Meanwhile, Chairman Zhang Shicheng, undisturbed by the ongoing events, was unaware of what was happening. After a busy afternoon, he finally had some free time. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he went with his wife Chen Shuang and eldest son Zhang Zili to visit Zhang Xiaojie at the Qingshan Mental Hospital. The car drove more than 30 kilometers from the city and finally stopped in front of a desolate hospital. The 3 got out of the car, communicated with the gatekeeper, pushed open the rusty iron gate, and entered the renowned Qingshan Mental Hospital. Under the moonlight, the overgrown ivy spread across the walls of the inpatient department. In the sky, several owls emitted eerie cries, circling low in the air.
The eerie atmosphere made Chen Shuang shiver. Just as she was about to react, a friendly old doctor in a white coat approached them. Director Chen, Zhang Shicheng shook hands with the old doctor and said, "I'm here to visit Zhang Xiaojie." Chen Yongxin nodded. Zhang Xiaojie is in room 306 of the inpatient department.
Follow me.
As they walked along the corridor into the inpatient department, Chen Shuang heard a heart-wrenching cry as soon as she stepped onto the third-floor landing. The voice was both pitiful and childlike. Chen Shuang felt strange and, passing room 301, she turned her head and her face changed instantly. It was a ward, but unlike a regular hospital ward. The room was fitted with wire mesh and iron bars, resembling more of a cell than a ward. On the hospital bed, a young boy dressed in Snoopy clothing had his hands and feet bound with leather straps. Beside him, a burly male nurse was holding an electric shock device, poking it at the boy's waist.
The boy convulsed in pain, pleading desperately, until he foamed at the mouth and fell silent. Shocked, Chen Shuang asked, "Director Chen, what is happening here?"
Chen Yongxing glanced inside and casually replied, "Oh, this is a form of electric shock therapy that I invented."
In addition to being a mental hospital, we also have an internet addiction treatment center to help severe internet-addicted youths aged 6 to 20.
These children were all specially sent by their parents, and the electric shock therapy was also requested by the parents. Chen Yongxin didn't notice that Chen Shuning's expression was getting worse and worse, still saying to himself, "I am currently writing a paper titled The Positive Role of Electric Shock Therapy in Reshaping the Addictive Personality in Online Addiction. I have found that in treating this type of psychological addiction, the effect of electrotherapy is better than traditional medication." After Chen Yongxin finished speaking, he sighed, "But some people don't understand my good intentions and gave me titles like Magnetic Storm Infantry and Thunder Shaman." Zhang Shicheng agreed, "A jade must be cut and polished to become a gem, a person must be disciplined to become successful. Dean Chen has devoted himself to the education cause of Daya country, yet these internet trolls still slander you like this, it's truly chilling." Zhang Shicheng, with a traditional and conservative personality, always believed in the concept of a filial son is raised under the rod. If it weren't for his father Zhang Jia's strict upbringing since childhood, he would never have achieved such a huge career. If it weren't for Chen Shuning's excessive indulgence, Zhang Xiaojie would not have become a despised and detested playboy.
"Let's go."
Chen Shuning didn't want to continue discussing this topic, so she pulled her husband's sleeve and walked towards Ward 306. Ward 306 had no windows, only a small peephole next to the door.
Seeing this scene, Chen Shuning's heart tightened. Was her son living in such an environment?
The male nurse inserted the key into the lock, and Chen Shuning impatiently pushed open the door, only to see Zhang Xiaojie curled up helplessly on the hospital bed.
What kind of look was that? Fear, confusion, blankness, and exhaustion. Like a young girl just tortured by a group of men. Hearing the door opening, Zhang Xiaojie jumped up from the bed, stood straight at the bedside, making Chen Shuning's heart ache with his skilled movements. Chen Shuning hurried to her son's side, carefully examining him, her eyes turning red in an instant. The once famous playboy of Qinghe, the Hermes clothes on his body were long gone.
Now he was only wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, pale-faced, blank-eyed, with hair in a mess like a bird's nest, and even a part of his hair had turned white. There was a faint smell of burning coming from him.
"Xiaojie, what's wrong with you?"
Chen Shuning caressed his face, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. In just a few days, her son had been tortured into this state by them. "Xiaojie, what's happening to you? Who bullied you? Tell mom, mom will avenge you." Zhang Xiaojie looked at Chen Yongxin with a distracted gaze and murmured, "Report, no one bullied me, everything was voluntary, Uncle Chen gave me electrotherapy for my own good." Chen Shuning glared at the culprit, Dean Chen, "You better explain yourself to me." Chen Yongxin smiled bitterly and remained silent, just looking kindly at Zhang Xiaojie. Zhang Xiaojie trembled in fear, and nervously said, "Report, this lady, please don't blame Uncle Chen, I thank Uncle Chen, he saved me, I will actively cooperate with the treatment, I want to be a model student, I want to be a positive influence." Chen Shuning felt even more heartbroken, looking coldly at Chen Yongxin, "Please leave, I have something to say to Xiaojie." Chen Yongxin ignored her and turned to Zhang Shicheng.
Zhang Shicheng nodded, "Dean Chen, you should leave first." As the door of the ward closed, Chen Shuning hurriedly asked, "Xiaojie, what's really going on?" Zhang Xiaojie ignored her, glanced at the peephole. Chen Shuning slammed the peephole shut. "Xiaojie, you can speak now." Bang! Just as Chen Shuning finished speaking, Zhang Xiaojie suddenly punched Zhang Zili's face, causing him to stagger. His eyes were blazing with anger as he cursed, "Damn you, Zhang Zili, you bastard bribed Chen Yongxin to have me tortured with electric shocks, I'll kill you, you bastard." Chen Shuning finally realized that she had indeed given Chen Yongxin a bribe to take care of her son. Why would he treat Xiaojie like this? The reasoning just didn't make sense.
It turned out that it was Zhang Zili, that scoundrel, causing trouble behind the scenes. You, Zhang Zili, you were born to a mother, but raised without one, truly a rotten apple. How could you lay a hand on your own brother, Xiaojie? Chen Shunning rolled up her sleeves and joined the fray, scratching at Zhang Zili's face with fury.
Stop! Zhang Shicheng stepped forward to separate the two, shouting, "What are you two doing? Zili's actions were approved by me.
This prodigal son needs to be disciplined properly, or he will continue to stir up trouble outside," he continued. Like a bucket of cold water poured over them, Chen Shunning was stunned, and Zhang Xiaojie was frozen. They had the courage to beat up Zhang Zili but not to defy their benefactor father, so they immediately stopped. "Apologize to Zili," Zhang Shicheng ordered sternly. "Dad, I'm fine," Zhang Zili said, despite the horrifying blood marks on his face from the scratches. He waved his hand. "Dad, don't blame Mom, she just cares too much for Xiaojie, and care leads to misunderstandings. Don't blame Xiaojie either. I believe he will understand our good intentions in the future," he added. At these words, Zhang Shicheng pointed at Zhang Xiaojie's nose, coldly snorting, "Look at Zili, then look at yourself. If you were half as sensible as your older brother, I wouldn't have to work so hard." Looking at Zhang Zili, Zhang Shicheng felt a sense of contentment, his mind drifting back to his first wife, Li Fang. She was his first love, a pain that could never be erased from his life. Li Fang was educated, virtuous, and gentle, a great support in his career, unlike Chen Shunning, who, despite being younger and prettier, lacked the grace and character of Li Fang. Seeing his father angry, Zhang Xiaojie didn't want to argue with his older brother and pleaded, "Dad, take me away. I'd rather go to jail than stay in this hellish place. These people are worse than animals, even worse than prison guards. They use electric shock devices on people every day." "No," Zhang Shicheng refused sternly. "From your behavior just now, you have improved somewhat. At least you report before speaking now," he acknowledged. "But you still laid hands on your brother, proving you haven't fully repented. You need more time for reform." Then, turning to Chen Shunning, he said, "Don't worry, I've already talked to Director Chen. Xiaojie hasn't been given any medication, just electrotherapy." "No, I absolutely disagree," Chen Shunning said firmly to her husband. Her son was her heart and soul, she couldn't bear to see him suffer in this living hell. Disagreeing is not an option. Look at other children receiving electrotherapy. If their parents can do it, so can we, Zhang Shicheng said, pulling out his trump card. "If you disagree, don't expect a penny for Xiaojie in the future. I'll give everything to Zili." Defeated, Chen Shunning fell silent. They had the relationship of husband and wife but no official status. Zhang Shicheng was too shrewd to marry her legally and divide his assets. That's why she clung to him so tightly, afraid to have any thoughts of her own. After hesitating for a second, Chen Shunning made a decision, reluctantly saying, "Xiaojie, you must listen to Dad and cooperate actively with the treatment." "Mom!" Xiaojie's desperate cries echoed from the hospital room. "I don't want the money, I don't want anything. Let me go, I promise to behave." "What nonsense are you talking about, silly child?" Chen Shunning ruffled his hair. "Behave, Mom will come to see you again later." With that, she pushed open the door, ignoring her son's pleas on the floor. Stepping outside, Chen Shunning quickly apologized to the smiling Chen Yangxin. "Director Chen, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you." "It's okay," Chen Yangxin generously replied. "When people slander me or befriend me, I let them be." Chen Shunning couldn't help but praise, "The virtue of the director is worthy of great respect." Chen Yangxin smiled kindly. "Madam Chen is too kind. What about the young master?" Chen Shunning quickly bowed. "Please increase the treatment intensity, I beg you." The three dispersed back to the city area, and Zhang Zili touched the scars on his face, a cold smile gradually forming on his lips. The plan of feigning distress only fueled his father's further disdain for the prodigal son. Worth it. All thanks to Fang Chen's remote control behind the scenes. Fang Chen's words still echoed in his ears. "Zhang Xiaojie is driven mad, thus lacks legal capacity. Aren't your brother's shares and your father's property all yours?" Zhang Zili and Fang Chen didn't have a close relationship, even had a minor conflict, but Fang Chen was targeting Zhang Xiaojie, not him. In this matter, their alliance was solid. He didn't know much about Fang Chen, only found out he was from the Li Fire gang, commanding a group of fierce bandits with significant influence. Even Lu Xiao from the Black Dragon Society feared him. This man was clearly a big shot in the underworld, one to befriend, not offend. Thinking this, Zhang Zili saw it was still early, so he called Fang Chen, speaking with great respect. "Brother Zhang, hello." "Mr. Zhang, hello," Fang Chen's humble voice came through the phone. "Your method is excellent. I visited Zhang Xiaojie at the hospital today. I reckon he's close to losing his mind." I'm just eliminating harm for the people." "Brother Zhang, your righteousness is truly admirable. Zhang Zili praised outwardly but felt disdain inside. This man was obviously from the underworld, yet spoke like an official, all smooth talk. Surely Zhang Xiaojie offended this person, probably quite severely, or why would he be so ruthless? After some mutual flattery, Zhang Zili invited, "Tonight, I've arranged to meet some girls from the art academy, all quite attractive.
Brother Zhang, would you be interested in guiding them? The best way to win over a man is through women, a tactic Zhang Zili often used successfully. He believed this would hook Fong Chen. Not possible tonight, maybe another day." Zhang Zili was slightly surprised. "Oh, Brother Zhang, do you have plans tonight?" "Yes, feeling itchy tonight, planning to find a place for some gambling." Zhang Zili chuckled inwardly, realizing they shared common interests. Besides women, his biggest hobbies were gambling, even more so. However, due to his busy career in recent years, he rarely visited Macau, only playing in some local places in Qinghe, nothing too extravagant. Zhang Zili had a plan in mind. "Brother Zhang, where do you plan to go?" "Not decided yet, looking for a good environment in a big place." After a moment of thought, Zhang Zili suggested, "Xiaolao-san recently opened the largest venue in Qinghe, luxurious decor, stunning dealers, even more beautiful than online live dealers." There was a hint of interest on the other end of the line. After a brief silence, "Alright, I know Xiaolao-san too, let's go there." Zhang Zili was excited. "Brother Zhang, I'll join you, wait for me." Gambling triggers dopamine, already exhilarating, but with a companion, it's even more thrilling. Zhang Zili felt an itch all over, eager to head to the casino. Not even the university girls at home seemed appealing anymore. Fong Chen hung up the phone, chuckling. Everyone has weaknesses, those fond of gambling and women undoubtedly have greater vulnerabilities. He hung up on Xiaolao-san, repeated the previous instructions, and then drove to his newly operated casino. The new casino was transformed from an underground disco, with a larger space and more luxurious decoration than the Ocean Moon Club. Xiao Zhenqi arranged for one of his men to greet him at the door and led Fong Chen straight into the office. "Is everything arranged?" Fong Chen asked straight to the point as soon as he entered. "Everything is set," Xiao Zhenqi said, taking out a colorless and tasteless liquid from the drawer. "This is a potent drug from the States, specially designed to stimulate the brain cortex, increase central nervous system excitement, even the strongest willpower won't resist. Later, I will have someone injected into his drink." He finished with a clap of his hands. A chubby man in a designer suit emerged from a private room, accompanied by a pair of twin beauties. He wore a golden-laid jade guanine necklace, a seemingly expensive emerald pinky ring, an Hermes belt, and carried a LV handbag, exuding a nouveau riche aura. His speech was laced with a hint of jealousy. Fong Chen asked knowingly, "Who is this?" Xiao Zhenqi introduced with a smile, "This is Boss Huang from Xishan province, owning several coal and metal mines, assets worth billions, engaged in international trade with products exported to dozens of countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. He's here to explore investment opportunities in Qinghe." Fong Chen chuckled, in plain language. Boss Huang scratched his head, looking simple. "I'm a drama actor from the Xishan art troupe." "Indeed, your performance is quite vivid, you deserve an Oscar," Fong Chen praised, then received 5 million chips from Xiao Zhenqi and strolled around the hall. He found a baccarat table and casually placed a bet. Shortly after, Zhang Zili rushed in, finally spotting Fong Chen at the baccarat table after searching the hall. Zhang Zili greeted, "Bro Zhang, I see you also enjoy baccarat." "I play occasionally, it's simple," Fong Chen replied, losing 50,000 in this round but unfazed. He bet another 50,000 on the side. The dealer dealt 2 cards to Fong Chen. He revealed a 4 of clubs and slowly counted the points by combining the 2 cards. Blow, blow, blow. Both sides. Both sides. Zhang Zili seemed even more excited than Fong Chen at the baccarat table, staring intently at the cards, shouting hoarsely behind him. At this moment, his gambling nature was laid bare. Either 4 or 5 on both sides. Fong Chen already had a 4, so it would be either 8 or 9. In baccarat, 9 was the highest, and 8 was also a good number. Fong Chen pushed the cards, revealing a 5 of hearts. 4 plus 5 is equal to 9 points. The dealer announced, "Player 9, banker 6, player wins." At that moment, a charming girl approached with 2 unopened drinks. Fong Chen took one and handed the other to Zhang Zili, slipping some chips into the girl's neckline and teasing her. She blushed but allowed it. Zhang Zili took a sip of the drink, then gestured to the girl, "Go, have Xiao prepare 5 million chips for me." The girl was stunned. His request for 5 million chips was audacious. Not only that, it seemed like he wanted credit too. Zhang Zili waved, "Curry, I'm Zhang Zili from Seixing Real Estate, just tell Xiao and he'll know." He smiled at Fong Chen, "Xiao, and I go way back. I usually just get chips directly and settle the bill together after gambling." Fong Chen thought disdainfully, "We're so close, I've won 40 million from them, and you don't even know who won."
But he still praised, General Zhang is indeed amazing, with a credit limit of 5 million just by opening his mouth.
What's that?
Young Master Zhang is a VIP in our place, he can get credit lines up to 50 million without a problem. Watching the floor manager Lu Jiang personally bring over the chips and greet Zhang Zili, who he was familiar with, Zhang Zili looked pleased as he took the chips and said, Zhang Go, with your status, it's not quite suitable to play in the main hall.
How about coming to the VIP room with me?
Sure. The two entered the VIP room upstairs, where the atmosphere was completely different from outside. While the exterior was grand and magnificent, the VIP room was decorated with solemn elegance. There were already 3 people sitting at the gambling table. A young woman in her 30s, a middle-aged man in his 50s, and a man with a big belly hugging 2 twin beauties, looking very pretentious, which immediately put Zhang Zili off. Listening to Xiao Jinqi introduce everyone, Zhang Zili realized that this was a high-stakes game.
The young woman was called Sister Ruan, a wealthy merchant in international trade.
The old man was Uncle Hong, also a big boss in financial investments. The richest person in the room was the man with the big belly, whom Xiao Jinqi referred to as Boss Huang. He said he was a coal mine owner from Xishan province visiting Qinghe for tourism. His net worth was in the tens of billions. Among them, he was the most arrogant, hugging a pair of stunning twin beauties on each side, constantly making lewd jokes and exuding a nouveau riche aura. Zhang Zili was also considered a nouveau riche son, but as a highly educated person who had studied abroad, he despised these low-quality nouveau riches. Apart from being wealthy, they were nothing. Since it was a high-stakes game, the 3 would not be playing the downstairs games of exploding flowers and bankrupting joy. In the VIP room, there were only 2 types of poker games, Texas Hold'em and stud poker. The 3 were playing stud poker, a gambling method with 5 cards. This type of gambling required high skills and mindset. However, Zhang Zili was an old gambler and was familiar with the game. The 3 had been playing for a while, with Uncle Hong winning a little. When he saw a newcomer, he gave up his seat, saying he had something to attend to and left. The room was left with Sister Ruan, Boss Huang, Fang Chen, and Zhang Zili as the 4 gamblers. Boss Huang glanced at Fang Chen and Zhang Zili, hugging the twins, looking arrogant. Here come 2 more to give away their money.
Who's giving money to whom is not certain yet, Fang Chen retorted immediately, looking disdainful.
Zhang Zili glanced at Boss Huang, noticing a Richard Mille luxury watch on the fat man's wrist. He knew that model, priced at over 7 million. In contrast, he was wearing a Vacheron Constantin worth just over 1 million, showing a stark difference. Nouveau riche, I'll win 20 million from you later, let's see if you're still so arrogant. Zhang Zili sat down, half disdainful and half jealous. The 4 of them took their seats in turn, and the gambling began. The rules of stud poker were to deal 2 cards in the first round, 1 face up and 1 face down. The gambling in the VIP room had a base of 100,000 each. The dealer dealt 4 cards in turn. In the first round, Sister Ruan got a spade K, Boss Huang got a heart Q, Fang Chen got an 8 of diamonds, and Zhang Zili got a J of clubs. The dealer signaled to Sister Ruan, spade K speaks. 200,000, Sister Ruan said after looking at her cards. Betting counterclockwise, it was now Boss Huang's turn. Boss Huang looked at his cards, picked up 2 100,000 chips and 2 of the largest 1 million chips, pushed them into the pot, saying, call 200,000, raise you 200,000 more. The fat man's first move stunned Zhang Zili. Apart from the high-stakes rooms in Macau, he had never seen such a raise before. Even though he was unwilling, Zhang Zili had to admit that Boss Huang was indeed wealthy and generous. Zhang Zili carefully lifted a corner of his cards. A heart J. With the face-up card being a J as well, he had a pair of jacks. The opponent's face-up card was a heart Q, so since he raised so boldly, the face-down card was likely another Q. When J met Q, the next 3 cards were still unknown. Zhang Zili considered for a moment and decided to fold, losing 100,000 yuan in the process. Fang Chen and Ruan Jia looked at their cards and also chose to fold. Boss Huang chuckled, scooped up the 500,000 chips he had won and tucked them into his chest. Then he revealed his cards, laughing out loud. I never thought a little 3 could win money. Zhang Zili focused and saw that Boss Huang's cards were just a black 3 of spades, which couldn't form a straight or a flush, a very weak hand. Damn, he tricked us, Zhang Zili said, his face turning pale with anger. Glancing at Fang Chen and Ruan Jia, he saw that they too looked frustrated, realizing they had fallen for Boss Huang's trick. Zhang Zili angrily took a sip of his drink. After drinking 2 more sips, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence, his state of mind instantly soaring. He liked this feeling. This was the state of mind one should have in a high-stakes game. In the second round, Boss Huang revealed a clover A, speaking first and throwing 3 1 million chips into the pot, his arrogance palpable. 3 million. Everyone was stunned by his dominance, and one by one, they folded. After Fong Chen folded, his face pale, he said, I don't believe you really have a pair of aces.
Sorry, you guessed wrong. Boss Huang revealed a hidden card, a hard ace, sneering, do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I cheat every hand?
Boss Huang raked back the chips, slipped 100,000 chips into the neckline of the twins, teasing them until they blushed and each kissed his cheek.
Damn, he's too arrogant. Seeing Fong Chen slam the table in frustration, Boss Huang looked even more pleased with himself. In the following rounds, Boss Huang was both real and fake, but in the fifth round, Ruan Jia saw through his act, causing him to fold and lose over 2 million. In the seventh round, Zheng Zili had a visible spade ace, the highest card, and spoke first. He looked at his hidden ace, then glanced at everyone else's cards. Boss Huang had a visible 9 of diamonds, Fong Chen had a visible jack of hearts, and Ruan Jia had a visible 4 of spades. All their cards were lower than his. Without hesitation, Zheng Zili threw 1 million chips into the pot, chuckling, Boss Huang may be a dragon from the other side of the river, but we folks from Qinghe won't back down. Right, brother Zhang? Fong Chen looked at his cards, neck stiff, and said, I'll also bet 2 million. Ruan Jia looked at her cards and chose to fold. It was now Boss Huang's turn to speak. He sneered, you think you can scare me with 200 million? I'll raise you 600 million. With that, he disdainfully pushed 800 million chips into the pot. Same old trick? Zhang Zili was stunned, he couldn't tell if Boss Huang was bluffing or not. But from the current cards, his hand was the strongest. He took a sip of his drink, the extreme excitement stimulating his central nervous system. Looking at over 10 million chips on the table, he felt lightheaded. Zhang Zili took a deep breath and said to Xiao Zhenxi, Xiao, get me 20 million in chips. Trying to scare me into folding with money? Not that easy. Sure thing, Xiao Zhenxi gestured to Lu Jiang. Xiao, get me 20 million in chips too, Fong Chen chimed in. Another 20 million.
After receiving the chips, both of them called. In the third round, which was also visible cards, Zheng Zili received a heart ace.
Boss Huang had a spade 9, Fong Chen had a clover 4.
At the moment, Zheng Zili had the strongest hand on the table. He had a pair of aces, with one more ace in his hand. Even if the next cards were random, his hand was already very strong. Only a straight, a flush, a full house, 4 of a kind, or a straight flush could beat him. From the current situation on the table, Fong Chen has at most 3 jacks, Boss Huang has at most 3 nines, definitely smaller than his 3 aces. Straight, flush, and straight flush hands are no longer possible. The dealer said, talking to aces. It was Zheng Zili who spoke, still having over 16 million chips on his side. Without batting an eye, he threw 10 million into the pot. Next was Fong Chen's turn. Hesitating for a while, he ultimately chose to fold reluctantly. Well done, another one forced out. Zheng Zili breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the tens of millions of chips in the pot, feeling the heat inside. Even though Shichang Real Estate's assets were worth over $1 billion, he only had a little over 10 million in cash on his card and had never had this much cash on hand before. 10 million, Boss Huang laughed, mocking, 10 million might be your entire net worth, but to me, it's just pocket change. I'll match your 10 million and raise you 20 million more.
Boss Huang unhesitatingly pushed his chips into the pot.
There were a lot of chips on Boss Huang's table, and Zhang Zili estimated, apart from the 38 million thrown into the pot, there were probably another 40 to 50 million. Immediately, he said to Xiao Zhenxi, Xiao, get me another 50 million in chips.
Xiao Zhenxi looked hesitant. Zhang, maybe we should play it safe. Zhang Zili's face turned ugly. Xiao, are you afraid I can't cover the losses with just 50 million?
In this round alone, he had already put down 18 million, and if he folded, that money would go down the drain.
How could he possibly give up?
Zhang, you've already taken 25 million in chips before, adding another 50 million makes it 75 million, which is just too much. Xiao Zhenxi shook his head, even though I'm in charge of this game, my older and second brothers also have stakes. I have to answer to them, I can't just lend you this much cash out of thin air. Losing face in public, Zhang Zili's face turned green and white with anger. But he knew Xiao Zhenxi was speaking the truth, no one would be so generous.
After a moment of consideration, Zhang Zili said, I'll give you an IOU, okay?
No, there needs to be collateral, Xiao Zhenxi refused.
Collateral?
Zhang Zili's greedy mind suddenly cleared up. His biggest reliance was nothing but his identity as the young master of Shichang Real Estate, with his biggest asset being a 10% stake in the company. The only thing he could pledge for 75 million was this stake. But if things went south in this round, and he had to hand over this stake, his father would definitely not spare him. Thinking of this, Zhang Zili suddenly felt a bit anxious and took a sip of his drink. After finishing his drink, he looked at the mountain of chips in the pot, and his subconscious mind leaned a bit towards going all in. His chances of winning were at least over 90%, and by going all in, he could win 70 to 80 million in cash. But if he gave up, the previous 18 million would go down the drain. There was really no need to hesitate about this matter. It was difficult for him to lose. There were only two possibilities for him to lose. One was that Boss Huang was a master of tricks, to a degree that even Xiao Zhenxi, a seasoned gambler, couldn't see through. But Xiao Zhenxi clearly knew Boss Huang and his identity as a coal boss. So, this possibility was slim. The other possibility was that Xiao Zhenxi was setting him up. But Xiao Zhenxi didn't know he was coming, so he couldn't have prepared in advance. Therefore, this possibility was even smaller. While Zhang Zili was still contemplating, Boss Huang across from him suddenly sneered, "Are you in or out? If you're out, then I've won." He added mockingly, "Beggars trying to gamble like the big boys." Zhang Zili was furious. How could a wealthy inheritor of a billion-dollar fortune like himself be mocked as a pauper? "I'll make you cry in a moment," he vowed. Finally determined, he turned to Xiao Zhenxi and said, "Can I pledge 10% of my shares in Shicheng Real Estate with you?" Xiao Zhenxi pondered for a moment and nodded, "All right, but if you lose, we'll go to the notary office and the Industry and Commerce Bureau at dawn." Zhang Zili took a sip of his drink, masking his nervousness but feeling more excited. "No problem." After reaching an agreement, Xiao Zhenxi instructed his staff to print the pledge contract and seal the cards of both parties. Zhang Zili carefully reviewed the contract and found nothing suspicious except that the pledgee was not Xiao Zhenxi but a company called Qinghe Dixin Investment. He didn't dwell on it, assuming it was a money laundering company for the casino. He signed and stamped the contract, returning to the table. First, he covered the 20 million shortfall, then looked at the remaining chips, saying, "Mr. Huang, at this point, no matter what cards come next, neither of us will fold. I have 31 million here, I'm all in. What do you say? Let's do it." Mr. Huang boldly declared, "I have 46 million left, I'm all in too. If you want to see the cards, add another 15 million. Zhang Zili was furious, realizing Mr. Huang's intentions. His hand is probably not strong, just bullying me because he has more money. It's a tactic in the casino, like in the game of Fight the Landlord. Even if you have 3 aces, if you don't have enough money, you can't beat the opponent's pair of 2s. Zhang Zili checked his balance on his phone, finding he had 13 million left. "Damn, I'm short 2 million. He looked at Xiao Zhenxi, "Mr. Xiao, I have 13 million left, owe you 2 million, can you give me 15 million in chips?" "Sure." Xiao Zhenxi pointed to the chips on Fang Chen's table, "Mr. Fang, why don't you give him 13 million, and I'll cover the rest." "No need, I'll go all in, and if you win, just pay me back the 2 million. Fang Chen said to Zhang Zili. Fang Chen still had over 17 million in chips on his table, handing Zhang Zili 15 chips of a million face value. "Thanks, brother Zhang." The cards were sealed again, and Zhang Zili immediately transferred 13 million to Fang Chen through the casino computer. As a super VIP of the bank, transferring up to $1 billion was no problem. After the transfer, Zhang Zili felt touched. He didn't have a deep relationship with Fang Chen, even bringing him into the VIP room and losing 8 million. Yet, Fang Chen readily lent him 2 million. Although he was in the underworld, he was still loyal. With the borrowed chips, Zhang Zili pushed all the chips into the pot, grimacing, "All in." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense. This gambling match could possibly be the biggest in the history of Qinghe City. The stakes on both sides had exceeded $1 billion. Everyone present was holding their breath, waiting for the last 2 cards. The dealer began dealing. When the 4th card was a 6 of diamonds, Zhang Zili clenched his fist. If it had been an ace, he would have had 4 aces, securing victory early in the round. However, he was relieved to see that Mr. Huang's 4th card was a 3 of diamonds. The final round would determine the outcome. Zhang Zili breathed a sigh of relief, holding 3 aces, while the opponent's best hand was likely 3 nines. Judging from the 4th round, his chances of winning were at least 95%. The dealer placed the final card in front of Zhang Zili. He lifted it and couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't an ace or a 6, just a 10 of spades. Not a 4 of a kind or a full house, just 3 aces with a 10 and a 6. It was Huang Boss's turn, and he finally lost his composure, his face serious as he slowly revealed the last card. It was a surprising 3 of hearts. Zhang Zili was shocked, suddenly tense, his heart leaping to his throat. The opponent's 4 visible cards were 2 pairs of 9s and 3s. If the hidden card was a 9 or a 3 from the start, it would be a full house. The likelihood of it being a 9 was higher, or else he wouldn't have the confidence to go all in. "Am I going to lose today?" Zhang Zili aggressively revealed his whole card, a fierce look on his face. 3 aces, I don't believe you have a full house. Huang Boss smiled and revealed his card. "Sorry, it is indeed a full house, just enough to beat your 3 aces." Zhang Zili's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 9 of clubs in Huang Boss's hand, his mind blank, feeling like the sky was falling. Moments later, he looked defeated, slumping in his chair, sweat beading on his forehead. I lost, I actually lost. I even pledged my shares. How am I going to explain this to my father? Take Shang Xiao downstairs to rest and take good care of him,
Xiao San and Lu Jiang ordered, and a few burly men immediately rushed into the room, escorting him out quickly.
The people present exchanged knowing smiles.
After a while, Fang Chen stood up and praised, "You all did very well tonight.
Especially Huang Boss, your acting skills were exceptional."
Ruan Jie smiled, "Mr. Fong, you're too kind. Dealing with someone so inexperienced and reckless is too easy.
If he didn't die at our hands today, he would be taken down by someone else later." Fang Chen opened his computer and transferred 5 million to Xiao Zhenxi's account, saying, "Mr.
Xiao, this is your reward, you distribute it, I won't interfere."
Xiao Zhenxi nodded, looking puzzled. "Mr.
Fong, why not just have him transfer the shares directly to you? Why go through the trouble of pledging them?" Fang Chen explained, "Transferring shares requires the consent of over half of the shareholders, pledging doesn't have that restriction."
Xiao Zhenxi thought for a moment and said, "Zhang Zili may go borrow money to repay after daybreak, I can't stop him from borrowing."
Fang Chen shook his head, "It's not easy to borrow 75 million. He didn't say the rest.
With such a large amount, even if someone agreed to lend to Zhang Zili, they would definitely investigate his financial situation thoroughly. Normally, Zhang Zili might be able to borrow this money.
But for a developer tied up by 5 loan sharks, who would dare to lend him money?
Moreover, the repayment period for the pledge was only 2 days. In 2 days, besides confessing to his father, Zhang Zili couldn't possibly raise such a large sum of money. Even if he confessed to his father, Zhang Shicheng might not have that much cash.
Zhang Zili had acquired 10% of the shares, and the next step was Zhang Shicheng's 53% stake. Securing the shares of Seco Real Estate, a non-publicly traded company, wasn't that complicated.
Once he had Zhang Shicheng's shares, by delaying the demolition progress and spreading panic, he could acquire the shares held by other small shareholders at a low price. He would then completely control a real estate company with a land reserve of over 4,000 acres, valued at over 1.2 billion. By the following year, land prices would skyrocket, turning this asset into 5 billion or even 10 billion. In this parallel world, there were no bitcoins or stocks like baiting to pick up. In the underworld, one had to be cunning to get rich. With the matter settled and Zhang Zili detained, Fang Chen returned home. He slept until dawn, awakened by a hurried phone call. It was Su Arrow calling, informing him that the masterminds behind the demolition in Hannan province would meet with the drug lord from Dongguan province for the first time. The meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock at Tingyu Tower. At the same time, in the provincial capital of Shilin City, hundreds of kilometers away, Zhao Lixia, the deputy director of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau in Hannan province, also received a phone call. "Zhao, tomorrow the Silver Ring Snake will accompany the Dongguan drug lord to meet the agent at Xinghe." Zhao Lixia immediately became excited and asked, "Is the information reliable?"
"It is."
"Great.
"Where and when is the meeting point?"
"I don't know." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lixia felt a chill as if cold water had been poured over him, instantly feeling a chill in his heart and trembling with cold.
With only one piece of intelligence and no specific time or location, what good was this information?
After a pause of 2 seconds, Zhao Lixia couldn't help but reprimand, "I asked you to implant listening devices in the Silver Ring Snake's phone earlier. Why haven't you done it yet?" A voice of grievance came from the other end of the phone. "The Silver Ring Snake never leaves his phone. I haven't found an opportunity."
After a moment of silence, the other party said with resentment, "Zhao, do you know how risky this is for me? What task doesn't come with risks?"
Zhao Lixia said sternly, "Lu Wei, you must remember that you are a probationary public security officer, and you are engaged in a great cause."
With a heavy tone, Zhao Lixia continued, "The police academy no longer guarantees placements. Do you know how difficult it is to become a public security officer now? Do you want to end up like your classmates, becoming auxiliary police, security guards, or street vendors? As soon as this case is solved, I will confirm your position and give you a commendation. But if you fail, you will never be confirmed." After a moment of silence, the other party finally agreed. "I understand, I will do my best to complete the task." "Not just your best, you must do it." After considering for a moment, Zhao Lixia said, "Even if you can't implant the listening device in the Silver Ring Snake's phone, find a way to hide a bug on his body or in his personal belongings." "I understand, Zhao."
Lu Wei, the police academy student, gritted his teeth and agreed. Zhao Lixia hung up the phone, looking displeased. Half a year ago, he had selected 2 police academy students to go undercover in 2 gangs. One was cowardly, the other as foolish as a pig. None of them were reliable. It seemed that Lu Wei was no longer dependable, and he would have to get involved in the special task force himself. Zhao Lixia hung up the phone and immediately left the parking lot, driving to his father-in-law's house to report on his work.
In a residential compound in Shilin City.
Whether it was the solemn atmosphere inside the compound or the armed police on duty outside the gate, it was evident that the residents here were not ordinary. In a villa on the second floor of the compound, Zhao Lixia stood respectfully beside an elderly man with half-white hair, reporting on his work.
Dad, I want to participate in the fox hunting operation in Qinghe City. Zhao Lixia was pressed for time and got straight to the point as soon as he entered his father-in-law's house. The old man looked up at him and said, "Anti-drug work does yield results. This case in Qinghe is of extraordinary nature, supervised by the Public Security Bureau and Interpol.
If you can solve this case, it will greatly benefit your career."
That's right.
Zhao Lixia sighed, "But I am too low in the informant hierarchy within the snake gang to eavesdrop on their movements.
So I must go to Qinghe and join the special task force." The old man nodded and asked, "How far along is the case?"
"The snake gang will introduce the Dongguang drug lord to the Qinghe agent tomorrow, but I don't know who the agent in Qinghe is, nor the time and place of the meeting."
Zhao Lixia asked with some concern, "The time is too tight, is there enough time to arrange everything now?" After some thought, the old man said, "The first meeting will not involve substantial transactions, the focus is on the subsequent layout.
I will communicate with Qi Ting later and arrange for you to lead the special task force as soon as possible."
"Thank you, Dad."
Zhao Lixia breathed a sigh of relief.
With his father-in-law's high status and influence, once he intervened, the Fox Hunt Task Force would no longer be under the jurisdiction of Qinghe City, but a joint task force of Handong Province and Qinghe City.
And without a doubt, he would be the leader of this task force. He knew this matter would definitely cause dissatisfaction within the Qinghe City authorities, and there might even be rumors and slander against him. But what did a few words matter compared to his career? At 8:30 in the morning, when government offices had just started working, Xiao Laosan's men took Zhang Zili to the Qinghe City notary office. After completing the notarization procedures, they took the notarized documents to the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau to handle the equity pledge procedures. After completing the whole process, they forced a turnover of 75 million into Zhang Zili's account, then circulated the 75 million through several downstream material suppliers, and finally returned it to Xiao Laosan's account. The material suppliers conducted a fake delivery procedure with the goods, creating a perfect closed loop. Even if the Public Security Bureau investigated, they would believe that Zhang Zili couldn't pay the suppliers, hence pledging the equity. A perfectly legitimate business transaction with no leaks. With everything done, Zhang Zili was finally released. Realizing what had happened, even though Zhang Zili was foolish, he knew he had fallen into Xiao Laosan's trap. Unfortunately, despite knowing he had been tricked, he lacked the courage to retaliate against Xiao Laosan. The Brotherhood Alliance was a gang leader on par with the Black Dragon Society, and Zhang Zili's power was not enough to resist them. This matter must not be told to Zhang Shichang. After thinking for a while, Zhang Zili made a call to Lu Ziqian of the Black Dragon Society. Lu Ziqian answered the call, surprised, 75 million, why do you need so much money? Just a small matter, Zhang Zili didn't want to mention being set up. I don't have that much myself, Lu Ziqian considered for a moment and said, but I can introduce you to a lender. What's the interest rate? Zhang Zili asked eagerly. 8% per month. Thank you, Lu Xiaolu, I'll think about it first. After hanging up, Zhang Zili's face twisted in anger. That damn Lu Ziqian, despite all the beautiful women I arranged for him. He refuses to help when I need it and now wants to take advantage of me. 75 million, 8% interest, that's 6 million in interest every month. Harsher than the high-interest loans in Qinghe City, which are only at 5%. Zhang Zili was certain that the lender behind the scenes was none other than Lu Ziqian himself. This money couldn't be borrowed, not even if he gave up his shares. After the call, Zhang Zili dialed Fong Chen, feeling embarrassed. Brother Zhang, I'm a bit tight on cash these days. I might need some time to repay the 2 million. No problem, I'm not in urgent need of money right now, Fong Chen readily agreed. Zhang Zili was touched by his words and sighed. My shares were tricked away by Xiao Laosan, I probably won't get them back for a while. That's easy, just take your brother's shares. After all, he's mentally ill and legally incapacitated. Zhang Zili's heart stirred, pleading, Brother Zhang, can you help me with this? Sure, I also can't stand Zhang Xiaojie. I'll help you. Fong Chen readily agreed. With the promise, Zhang Zili breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes slightly red. True colors show in times of adversity. Fong Chen's character was much stronger than Lu Ziqian's. He realized he had been blind before, misjudging people. Instead of befriending courageous and righteous individuals like Fang Chen, he had been following scoundrels like Lu Ziqian.
I was truly foolish. 36 Woolly Shantytown.
The team leader of Dixing Security Company, Wu Jibin, was training with his team when a bruised and swollen blonde suddenly knocked on the iron gate.
Kid, what are you knocking for? Wu Jibin stopped the training, walked to the gate, pulled out his ASP baton from his waist, and glared at the blonde.
The blonde had bandages on his head and a cast on his arm. He was one of Li Daba's men who had been injured by the security team a few days ago. With just one glance from Wu Jibin and a look at the baton in his hand, the blonde trembled in fear and cautiously handed over a letter.
Wu Jibin took it and burst into laughter instantly.
It was a printed A4 paper with a challenge letter scribbled on it.
Tonight at 8 o'clock, Pier 7, Xinjiang Beach. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Signed by, Li Daba.
Oh,
can't win so blowing the whistle for backup? Wu Jibin shook the letter mockingly. The blonde nervously asked, are you going?
Of course, tell Li Daba to clean up and wait, Wu Jibin replied. After the blonde left, Wu Jibin called Fang Chen to report, boss, Li Daba just sent a challenge letter, a fight at Pier 7, Xinjiang Beach, tonight at 8 o'clock.
I got it, I'll handle it, Fang Chen replied. After the call, Shubo asked, should I go with Guo Wei and Chao Zheng to support? Fang Chen shook his head, no need, Li Daba is just a minor character, they can handle it.
Besides, Zheng Zili recognized you from the last time you blocked the door.
It's better to send some fresh faces.
I'll have Lei Ming bring a gun just in case.
Meanwhile, the blonde went back and informed Li Daba about Wu Jibin's agreement to the showdown. Li Daba sneered and immediately called his 3 brothers to confirm again. With their positive response, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His own men were useless now, they wouldn't be of any help in this fight. In the underworld, only the top bosses or powerful big shots could make a difference. Mid-level thugs like him couldn't afford to keep so many men. In the underworld, fights were usually settled through connections. Ultimately, it was about one's status in the underworld.
Fortunately, Li Daba had a few good brothers. The 3 brothers were in charge of nightclubs, loan sharking, and small gambling dens. Although they weren't top bosses, they had a group of followers. The 3 brothers were resourceful. With just one phone call, they gathered nearly 100 men. Most of the time, these showdowns were just for show, the fights never really happened. Since they all mingled in the same circles, there might be acquaintances on both sides. However, tonight's fight was inevitable, a blatant clash of interests that couldn't be resolved through acquaintances.
Unless those stubborn folks backed down. Tonight, Li Daba was determined to uproot those stubborn folks. A dozen men, what's the use even if they can fight? With 100 men, he could crush them easily. The fight was set for 8 o'clock, and by 6 o'clock, Li Daba had set up 10 tables at Mingyue Pavilion. Hosting a fight required money. As Li Daba's men arrived one by one, he was astonished. They managed to gather nearly 100 men, but half of them were just kids. Besides the middle schoolers in uniforms, there were even a few girls with messy hair trying to look tough. Can these guys fight? Li Daba asked his trusted friend Ermo.
Ermo, who usually managed a small club, had put in a lot of effort this time, bringing over 50 men alone. He patted Li Daba on the shoulder and whispered, don't underestimate them, these kids can be ruthless. They have no inhibitions due to their young age, you know? I know.
Li Daba swallowed and asked, where did you find these kids?
They are all students from the school next to my club, both high school and middle school students. These kids like to come to my club when they have nothing to do, and they have become familiar with it over time. Whenever they come to play, I give them discounts, and sometimes even free entry. After a few times, they all want to acknowledge me as their leader.
Ermo smirked towards a few girls, saying proudly, did you see those few? I've been with all of them. Impressive, praised Li Daba.
Snakes have their paths, and turtles have theirs.
Demolishing buildings for a living might earn a bit more money, but there are no other benefits.
Those who used to look down on club owners may not be as carefree as they seem. Li Daba gestured for his men to sit down because they had a fight scheduled for the night, so nobody drank.
After eating, they set off.
On a deserted Qing River bank on a late autumn night, the autumn moon shimmered like water, casting a faint light on the river. The autumn wind was chilly, causing the reeds on the bank to sway gently. Dew soaked the grass, and water birds glided across the river. Wu Jibin lit a cigarette and waited silently on the embankment filled with mud and weeds. Behind him stood 20 fully armed security guards, with another 80 hidden not far away. Wu Jibin checked his watch, it was exactly 8 p.m. Just as he was getting impatient, the distant roar of vehicles and motorcycles suddenly approached. Soon, bright xenon headlights shone in their direction. A long line of vehicles drove over, led by 4 mid-range cars, a Highlander, a BJ off-road vehicle, a Touareg, and the most expensive, a Jeep Wrangler. Behind them were dozens of Zhongshan and Jialing motorcycles. Dozens of men, some burly, some young, rode motorcycles, roaring madly against the cold wind. Some motorcycles carried burly men on the pillion, some carried middle school students in uniforms, and some carried girls with colorful hair. The convoy stopped 20 meters away from Wu Jibin, and people started getting off the vehicles. Li Daba stepped out of the leading Highlander, looked at the sparse group of 20 men on the opposite side with disdain, and then turned off the headlights to retrieve weapons from the trunk. The other 3 cars followed suit, opening their trunks simultaneously. Water pipes, small axes, large machetes, and hollow steel pipes were distributed. After the weapons were distributed, Li Daba waved his hand, and 100 men armed with weapons marched towards them. Li Daba walked 5 meters in front of Wu Jibin, took out a cigarette, and glared at him. The blonde beside him immediately lit it for him. Although Li Daba's elite troops were not meant for combat, he had sent them to boost morale. The blonde took out a disposable lighter and tried to light the cigarette under the boss's nose. Unfortunately, the strong river wind prevented the flame from catching, making the blonde sweat profusely. It would have been fine if he couldn't light the cigarette on a normal night, but tonight he was igniting the boss's aura. If the fire didn't catch, the aura would be lost. Damn it, can't you buy a windproof lighter? It's just an extra $1. Li Daba, who had prepared himself but ended up embarrassed, knocked the henchman on the head in frustration. He decided not to smoke, threw the cigarette on the ground, stomped on it, faced Wu Jibin, and sneered, "You dare to fight me with so few people? Compare numbers with me?" Wu Jibin laughed and said something into his earpiece. In less than a minute, 10 Buick commercial vehicles with xenon lights drove over one by one. 80 to 90 men in desert camouflage suits, fully armed, got off the cars. They all wore tactical boots, held fire axes in their hands, and carried batons and pepper spray on their belts. In an instant, they surrounded Li Daba and his men. Damn it, it's an ambush. Too cunning. Li Daba was furious after being tricked into a trap. If he had known the other side had so many people lying in wait, he wouldn't have gotten off the car. Calming down, Li Daba quickly assessed the balance of power between the two sides in his mind. The numbers were similar, but the combat effectiveness was vastly different. The opposing camp consisted of young people in their 20s, all tall and sturdy, around 6 feet tall. Uniformed, holding standard weapons, they clearly belonged to a professional security company. Either that or they were professional thugs under a big gang. On his side, there were over 40 people, mostly teenagers. Half of them should be over 16, while the other half were barely out of middle school. But this might not be a bad thing. Li Daba thought quickly, if his side consisted of adults, they might not be able to beat the opponents. But with kids who didn't hold back, as long as they dared to act, taking down 1 or 2 opponents might turn the tide of the battle. After all, it was the kids who would be doing the killing, not him, Li Daba. He was just the organizer, he could always have Chairman Zhang handle things later. Thinking this, Li Daba shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, fight like hell for me, those who charge first will be rewarded handsomely." Hearing no response, he glanced back at the half-grown kids in his formation. At that moment, they were all huddled at the back, nervously watching the big men on the other side brandishing their axes. Their legs and arms trembled, their weapons shook in their hands, and they couldn't hold them steady. Several girls were pale with fear, some even starting to retreat towards the motorcycles, showing signs of wanting to run away. These middle schoolers' bravest act was usually bullying the quiet students. They thought that with a ratio of 100 against 20, they could just stand by and cheer, but they never expected to face adults attacking children. And they were the children being attacked. The boasting they did at the drinking table was now blown away by the harsh reality, and they just wanted to go back home to their mothers. "We can't go on like this, thank goodness I was prepared." Li Daba shook his head helplessly, then took out a few boxes of liquor from the car's trunk and started distributing it to the kids. Wu Jibin and the other security team members didn't intervene, just stood there, watching Li Daba's performance with interest. There wasn't much liquor, only about 40 to 50 bottles of 250 milliliters baijiu, which Li Daba only gave to the kids, 1 bottle each. As he handed out the liquor, Li Daba said fiercely, "Don't drink too much, just take a few sips. Later, fight fiercely for me, take down 1 and you'll be handsomely rewarded." The kids hesitantly unscrewed the bottle caps, tilted their heads back, and gulped down the baijiu, finishing half a caddy in 3 or 4 mouthfuls. Then they smashed the bottles on the ground, full of bravado. Later. "Damn it, don't drink so fast." Li Daba stared, watching the empty bottles littering the ground, too late to stop them. "Damn, a bunch of idiots, I said don't drink too much." The liquor was meant to bolster their courage for killing, not to be chugged like that. If they drank like that, they wouldn't be able to stand steady, let alone wield a knife. Downing half a caddy of 53% baijiu in one go, even some seasoned drinkers might struggle.
Let alone these just puberty middle schoolers. As expected, the aftermath of drinking quickly showed.
The kids on the field were all flushed, eyes vacant, legs unsteady, and tongues tied when they spoke.
A middle schooler with bell-bottoms and a bowl haircut saw this scene, shook the empty bottle in his hand, and proudly said to his companion, aiming, "I told you I can hold my liquor, do you believe me now? Down half a caddy in one go, no big deal, impressive, right?"
He finished speaking and pointed to the other companions. "Look at these idiots, they have such poor alcohol tolerance but still want to show off."
Ah Ming sneered and whispered, "Would I tell you that I can handle 3 caddies of alcohol? You are the idiot here. I'll pretend to be drunk first. If you don't want to get hurt, hurry up and act drunk."
With that, Ah Ming tilted his head and fell flat on the river bank, snoring within moments. Ah Ming was a third-year student at Tsinghano.
For middle school,
he didn't like studying, often forming cliques with a few buddies to bully other students at school. The most impressive thing he had done was collecting protection fees from obedient students, earning around 40 to 50 yuan a week. When the group of friends gathered enough money for a month, they would go to a cheap karaoke bar, get the cheapest private room, order a few bottles of the cheapest beer, and watch the elder sisters dance. After a few visits, they became familiar with the owner, Irmo, calling him boss with familiarity. When they heard about a fight between the outnumbered and the armed forces, they didn't hesitate to roll up their sleeves and come to help. Little did they know they were being tricked into fighting against a group armed with axes and batons. This was a setup. Just because they were young didn't mean they were foolish. Previously, owing a favor to Irmo and having dinner with Li Daba, Ah Ming couldn't refuse the offer to drink for courage. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to play drunk. Getting dirty clothes and a scolding from his mother for pretending to be drunk was better than getting beaten to death or maimed by the other side.
Drunkenness is contagious.
As Ah Ming fell first, his proud companions beside him quickly followed suit.
After a few seconds of hesitation, they all collapsed.
Soon, even the tough guys who had been drinking baijiu rolled their eyes and prepared to lie down and play dead. In no time, almost all the kids were on the ground, and even a few girls who hadn't drunk joined in. Only 3 honest kids remained, holding steel pipes, looking at each other.
Damn it!
Seeing this scene, Li Daba was furious. These kids had boasted at the dinner table about being ready to face any challenge. Now, they were all playing dead together, which was despicable and disloyal. Wu Zhibin chuckled and said, "Those who know the times are heroes. These kids have potential." He then waved his hand. "Let's go, try not to hurt the children too much." The fight began. The security guards quickly sheathed their axes and pulled out their batons to face the opponents. They had planned a formation for this brawl, but facing this unruly mob, it was unnecessary. They just charged in. At this point, Li Daba had only 50 to 60 henchmen left. Seeing the security guards rushing in, wearing Kevlar helmets, camouflage clothes, and wielding batons, the henchmen were intimidated. The batons of the security guards swung loudly, forming a V-shaped assault, hitting wrists and thighs with precision. With one strike, wrists were fractured, and the henchmen couldn't hold onto their weapons, dropping them on the ground. Some clever henchmen began tactically retreating, diving under the cars.
After a chaotic scuffle, the henchmen were left bruised and swollen, all crouching in pain.
The security guards stood by with their batons, not continuing the beating. Unlike one-on-one fights, many had joined in just for the excitement, without deep-seated grudges.
2 local security guards from Qinghe even knew some of the henchmen and were chatting casually. However, Li Daba and his 3 brothers were not as lucky.
They were the main targets, with swollen eyes, broken teeth, and fractured noses. The little brats who played dead, on the other hand, were unscathed.
These kids are really cunning.
They were originally positioned at the back, afraid of being trampled. They had already started retreating on the ground when the melee began. The security team had not targeted them all along. At this moment, these young rascals were staring straight at this side, their eyes shining with admiration.
What is the underworld? This is the underworld. These people are too awesome.
Compared to them, Li Daba and Irmo are just insignificant small-time thugs.
It would be great to hang out with their boss, but who is their boss?
Just then, the team members suddenly split apart like a tide. A tall man walked slowly towards them, his face stern, his eyes sharp, a slight smile playing on his lips, but there was no warmth in it, only endless dignity and cruelty. He was dressed in a black long coat, the hem swaying slightly in the wind, each step carrying an invisible pressure, as if stepping on the hearts of these young rascals.
So handsome.
Seeing this scene, a few young girls felt that Thunder at this moment was like the Godfather in a TV drama, radiating brilliance. The little brats were even more dazzled, admiring the imposing manner of his entrance. This was the boss, this was the hero.
However, an untimely murmur suddenly arose in the crowd. Ming muttered, "Why does this boss look so familiar to me? Do you know him? Asked his excited companion.
Ming uncertainly said, he seems to be the one selling skewers at the gate of No.
4 middle school. I've eaten there several times. How is that possible? How can a skewer seller be so impressive?
You must be mistaken, his companion said incredulously.
Thunder is great.
The security team on the field made way, shouting in unison, their voices soaring. Thunder is the legal representative and general manager of the security company, while Kubo is the vice general manager and instructor.
Fong Chen is the sole shareholder, who does not show his face and only stays behind the scenes. Everyday affairs are usually handled by Thunder and Kubo. Currently, Fong Chen has not given them any shares yet.
The plan for the future is to send several trusted aides to different industries, each receiving 2% to 3% of the shares. Thunder glanced at the half-sized kids, feeling a refreshing sensation all over his body. He recognized a few of the little brats on the field. When he used to sell skewers himself, they used to boss him around, never with such admiring eyes. Thunder walked up to Li Daba, looking down at him and sneered, "With just this little strength, you dare challenge me?" Li Daba had been in Xingha Alley for decades. Knowing that this man was the big shot behind the scenes, although he was beaten to a pulp, he still put on a tough front.
His sinister eyes fixed on Thunder, still arrogant.
"You little bastard, if you have the guts, just kill me." Thunder chuckled, patted his face. "When you're in this game, you have to own up to your mistakes and take a beating with dignity.
Hold him down for me."
As two team members restrained his arms and legs, Li Daba's pretense of toughness could no longer hold. He begged incessantly, promising not to cause trouble again and to cut ties with Zhang Shicheng. Thunder ignored him. He knew that Fong Chen had given him status and power, and there were some things he had to bear. Since he had chosen this path, he had to move forward without hesitation. Thunder wouldn't kill Li Daba, but giving him an unforgettable lesson was essential. Thunder took out a sharp dagger from his military boots and said to the two security team members, "Hold his hand down." "Thunder, please spare me," Li Daba begged, tears streaming down his face. Ignoring him, Thunder's eyes turned cold, and he inserted the dagger diagonally into Li Daba's wrist, pressing down hard. With a sound of metal and bone friction, Li Daba's left palm was cut off at the wrist. A piercing scream echoed through the riverbank, startling the water birds nesting in the reeds into flight. The thugs next to Jing trembled with fear. Jing ordered a security guard to scoop some river water to wake up Li Daba, who had fainted from pain.
Lei Ming said ominously, "Consider losing a hand a lesson. I know where your family lives. If you dare to call the police, I will kill your whole family." After wiping his blood-stained hands with a tissue, Lei Ming waved and said, "Let's go. Big brother, can you take us in?" At that moment, a few young hoodlums spoke up. "You guys are not cut out for the underworld. Go back and study well." Lei Ming knew very well that even if these young hoodlums were old enough, Fong Chen would not accept them. He needed people who were brave and daring, not cunning underlings. Watching Lei Ming walk away, Mao said helplessly, "These are regular troops. Only the 4 major gangs can probably stand up to them. Hurry and save Daba. I don't know if his hand can be reattached." The next day, the battle at Qingtan River spread throughout the underworld of Qinghe City. Those in the know on the streets were aware of a new unknown force emerging in the city. Some participants said they seemed like a security company formed by ex-soldiers. Others claimed they were part of the underworld, fond of cutting off people's hands. Meanwhile, Assistant Liu received 2 pieces of information. The first was that the holdout households in Woolly River project were not 1 but 5 families, each representing a cardinal direction. If these 5 holdouts couldn't be dealt with, the project couldn't proceed. The second was that the Business Bureau found out that the owners of these holdout households were all part of a company called Di Xing Investment. The ownership structure of Di Xing Investment was very simple, with a 100% stake held by an overseas offshore company. As for who invested in the offshore company, that remained unknown. The news quickly reached Zhang Shicheng and his son. Zhang Shicheng was already troubled by Fong Chen's affairs. He had spent 2 million to hire a top-notch hitman, but instead of killing Fong Chen, the hitman ended up with a bullet in his head. He knew Fong Chen was the culprit but dared not inform the Public Security Bureau. What troubled him even more was that Fong Chen might have figured out that he had hired the hitman. Someone who dared to kill in the city area and possessed a gun was not just a small-time thug but a fierce bandit. Zhang Shicheng suddenly regretted provoking Fong Chen. He might end up getting shot at any moment. Just as he was feeling distressed, his assistant brought even more troubling news. The sudden appearance of 5 holdout households wasn't a big deal, but all 5 were part of a company called Di Xing Investment. They had over 100 ex-soldiers under their command, even cutting off Li Daba's hand. This was a major problem. Who was behind this Di Xing Investment company? Why were they targeting him?
Zhang Shiqing's mind was in chaos. At that moment, Zhang Zili suddenly said, "Father, I know who's behind Dixing investment."
"Oh, who is it?" Zhang Shiqing asked eagerly.
"The Brotherhood Alliance, the Shao brothers."
Zhang Shiqing's heart skipped a beat. If it was the Brotherhood Alliance, things were going to get complicated. He relied on the Black Dragon Society, and his relationship with the Shao brothers wasn't very deep. He needed someone to go and gather information from them first.
Early in the morning, Fang Chen informed Zheng Yi about the meeting with the drug lord at Tingyu Tower. Zheng Yi immediately arranged for plainclothes officers to monitor the area near Tingyu Tower.
It was surveillance, not a capture.
Zheng Yi knew that there wouldn't be any substantial deal during their first meeting. The other party was just testing the waters.
As a big shot in the underworld, Fang Chen would definitely bring a few henchmen along for such meetings.
However, this matter was quite secretive, so he only brought Zhu Laolu and Chu Bo with him.
As Fang Chen descended the stairs, the two were already waiting by the Bentley. Fang Chen bought several Buick business cars for the security company.
Originally, he wanted to get a Night 15 for himself, but it was hard to find even with money. He had to rely on Li Chen's connections and spent over 6 million to buy a Bentley Azure, which was delivered overnight without the license plate. In 2007, there were not even 10 cars of this class in Qinghe, so it was quite fitting for Fang Chen's status.
Chu Bo acted as the driver, parking the car at the Tingyu building parking lot.
The three of them went up to the second-floor private room, pushed open the door, and found two people already waiting inside.
Seeing Fang Chen, a man in his 30s immediately approached, extending his hand. "You must be General Fang? Are you General Zhou Zikai?" Fang Chen also extended his hand, smiling as he addressed the other by his alias.
This General Zhou was Su Era's superior, a big player in Handong province, playing the role of an intermediary today. Zhou Zikai was dressed in a coffee-colored suit, with a bit of stubble on his chin and lips, a faint scar above his eyebrow, sharp eyebrows, and very sharp eyes. The other man sitting in a chair should be the drug lord from Dongguanglai. Around 35 or 36 years old, he looked refined, wearing an Armani business casual suit, black trousers, and holding a crocodile handbag. The two men shook hands warmly, and Zhou Zikai led Fang Chen to the table, introducing him to another man.
"General Fang, let me introduce you. This is Boss Hu from Dongguanglai."
Boss Hu stood up, shook hands with Fang Chen, then glanced at Zhu Laolu and Chu Bo, saying, "These two must be General Fang's brothers. Come, have a seat."
Chu Bo and Zhu Laolu shook their heads, were fine standing.
Boss Hu didn't insist, glancing at the bulging waists of the two. They must be carrying guns. The three of them took their seats, and Boss Hu looked out the window, praising Tingyu Pavilion, such an elegant name.
"You folks in Qinghe City are truly talented and blessed," he continued. He can't compare to Dongguan.
You folks in Dongguan are at the forefront of development, while we in Qinghe only have a bit of cultural heritage left," Fang Chen chuckled. The three chatted casually, and since the two men didn't bring up sensitive matters, Fang Chen didn't either. After a while, the waiter started serving dishes, and Boss Hu invited Chu Bo and Zhu Laolu to join them. The two hesitated until Fang Chen nodded, then cautiously took their seats. Seeing this, Zhou Zikai couldn't help but praise, "General Fang runs a tight ship here."
Fang Chen replied, "Rules are necessary for order."
After the meal, Zhou Zikai suggested visiting Fang Chen's industries.
Fang Chen understood this was a test of his strength. He settled the bill and went downstairs, instructing Zhu Laolu to drive. The latest Bentley Azure, Boss Hu circled the car and exclaimed, "This car must cost over 6 million. Fang Chen smiled, "Yes, it cost me over 8 million in total. A car is just a means of transportation.
I originally wanted to buy a Night 15, but that thing is impossible to find." Boss Hu looked surprised. "Oh, the Night 15, I know that car, very imposing. But it's also not cheap, seems to cost over 15 million, and it's hard to come by."
Fang Chen opened the back door, inviting the two to sit in the back.
His peripheral vision caught sight of Zheng Yi pretending to pick a newspaper 50 meters away. Chu Bo drove, and soon they arrived at the Sea and Moon. Fang Chen first took the two around the basement level, saying, "I plan to open a bar here, it should be operational in a few days."
Zhou Zikai asked, "Is this your industry, General Fang?"
"This is just a part of it," Fang Chen smiled, "this whole building is my property.
Besides this, I also have an entertainment club and a construction company."
The two exchanged glances, and Boss Hu suggested, "Let's go upstairs."
Okay. First, Fang Chen took them around the supermarket on the first floor, then led them to the second floor.
There was a vacant hall of over 300 square meters on the second floor, which Fang Chen had turned into a training room, equipped with some training equipment. At that moment, over 40 burly men in training gear were actively training. As soon as they saw Fang Chen, they stopped training and shouted in unison, "Boss Fang, hello."
Fang Chen nodded and said, "Continue your training, I'll show our guests around." Witnessing this scene, the two exchanged a glance.
Fang Chen remained composed and guided the two around the entire building before finally taking them to the Sea Moon Pavilion, arranging the most luxurious private room for them.
Boss Fang is indeed powerful.
Not only in Qinghe, but there are few bosses in Dongguan who can match Boss Fang, the two praised as they sat on the sofa.
"Do you dare to be the general agent without strength?" Fang Chen chuckled.
He was about to ask Han Bing to call some girls over for company when Mr. Hu suddenly stopped him. "Let's talk business first." Fang Chen had the same intention, so he dismissed the others and waited for the two to speak first.
"Boss Fang, I can hand over the agency rights of Qinghe City to you. What price can you offer?" Mr.
Hu was the supplier's representative, so the price negotiation was up to him.
After some consideration, Fang Chen extended 5 fingers.
50 per gram is definitely not possible, Mr. Hu quickly shook his head. "Our wholesale price is 70.
As the general agent, you should offer me the wholesale price, not the retail price, right?"
70 is the wholesale price. The retail price goes up to 400.
Fang Chen lightly shook his head and said, "Even the wholesale price should have different levels, as I am the general agent." After some thought, Mr. Hu asked, "How much are you planning to take?" "For the first time, a bit less. Let's start with 200 kilograms. With that quantity, I can offer you 65. 55. After some bargaining, they finally reached an agreement and set the price at a flat 60.
Both parties were pleased with the deal.
Fang Chen wanted to invite the two to have some fun, but they mentioned urgent matters and suggested they could play next time. After the two left, Fang Chen briefed Yang Bao on the meeting. Meanwhile, Mr.
Hu was discussing the meeting with Zhou Zikai.
"Silver Ring Snake, do you think Fang Chen might be an undercover cop?" Mr. Hu asked.
Zhou Zikai shook his head. "Not an undercover, but Fang Chen is probably just a pawn."
"There must be someone behind him."
"Oh, how so?"
Mr. Hu inquired.
Zhou Zikai explained, "The Sea Moon Pavilion belongs to the Shao brothers of the Brotherhood Alliance.
Fang Chen is likely just their public representative.
The Shao brothers have a big family business, they wouldn't personally deal drugs. By pushing a spokesperson out, they have a scapegoat if things go wrong.
Furthermore, Fang Chen is from the Blaze Gang.
Through this incident, it's evident that the Brotherhood Alliance and the Blaze Gang have united, probably preparing to join forces against the Black Dragon Society and the Great Sword Gate." Zhou Zikai remained calm on the surface, but inside, he was seething with anger. He knew about the recent night attack by the Snake Gang on Fang Chen, resulting in the death of the White Viper and the loss of several peripheral brothers.
However, he didn't believe Fang Chen was behind it, as he didn't have the capability.
He had been puzzled about this for days, considering it could be the work of the Blaze Gang or other possibilities. Today, upon meeting Fang Chen, everything became clear to him. Fang Chen had the backing of the Brotherhood Alliance, and they must have killed their own brother, explaining everything.
Mr. Hu wasn't interested in the gang disputes in Qinghe.
He said, "I don't care who's behind them.
I'm just a businessman, and for a businessman, business comes first.
As long as the other party is not an undercover and has money, the deal can be done." Zhao Lixia spent 2 days finally getting the procedures done through her father-in-law's connections, and her personnel matters were transferred to the provincial anti-drug office. As soon as the procedures were completed, she hurried to Qinghe City. In the conference room of the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau, it had been 2 days since Li Fangchen and the drug trafficker had met. At this moment, Yang Bao was organizing a meeting with the members of the fox hunting task force. Among the attendees were Zhang Yi, the director of the city drug enforcement team, Huang Wenjie, the captain of the drug enforcement team's 1st Brigade, Fang Ping, the captain of the City South Sub-Bureau's serious crime team who had been seconded to the task force at Li Fangchen's request, and several other members of the drug enforcement team. Engaged in drug enforcement work, often working day and night without rest, many team members relied on cigarettes and energy drinks to stay alert, so many of them were heavy smokers. Several heavy smokers gathered together, filling the small conference room with smoke. Yang Bao shook his head, opened the window, and said, "Today, in this meeting, I have 2 things to announce. The first thing is that the drug dealers from Dongguan have established contact with our undercover agent, and the communication is going well. A transaction will take place in Qinghe in the coming days, and our operation to capture them is not far off." "Well done," Zhang Yi said excitedly. He knew that this success was largely due to Li Fangchen. Yang Bao indeed had a keen eye for talent, finding an undercover agent somewhere who appeared to be on the wrong side but had a heart for justice. With strong personal abilities, wealth, power, and a very suitable identity, such a suitable candidate was probably hard to find in the entire Daxia country, yet Yang Bao had discovered this major oversight. The others in the room were also excited, But apart from Yang Bao and Zhang Yi, no one knew who the undercover agent was. Even Fong Ping was unaware that his younger brother was working as an undercover agent. There is another matter, Yang Bao said somewhat helplessly. Starting today, I will step down as the head of the task force. The provincial office will assign a comrade to take over my position, with no changes to the other personnel, and Zhang Yi will remain as the deputy head. As soon as he said this, the whole room erupted in noise, with the team members feeling indignant. Yang Bao had found the undercover agent, and he had overseen the preliminary work. With the undercover agent about to make a breakthrough with the drug traffickers, what did it mean to change the head of the task force at this critical moment? Damn, what does it mean to change personnel at this time? It's clearly plucking peaches. Zhang Yi stood up, banging the table in anger. True to his name, he had a strong sense of justice and never got involved in any shady dealings. So even though Liang Qingyuan ran the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau like a tight ship, Zhang Yi did not align himself with him. The nature of this job also meant that he didn't have to align with anyone. Since Yang Bao had arrived at the city bureau and taken charge of drug enforcement, Zhang Yi had learned about Yang Bao's experience in drug enforcement and his character, and they had become closer. Now, hearing that Yang Bao was stepping down as the head of the task force, he was the most unwilling to accept it. Yang Bao also felt helpless. His family background was no less than Zhao Lixia's, but the Zhao family had more influence within the public security system. So, in this game, he had lost. He waved his hand and said, "Zhang, calm down first. Crystal meth is increasingly rampant in Qinghe City, with a large quantity circulating, likely serving as a transit point for the Jiangnan region. This case has attracted high attention from Interpol and the General Administration of Public Security. The provincial office has appointed Deputy Director Zhao Lixia from the Anti-Drug Office as the new head of the task force to better carry out the work, so please do not bring personal emotions into this." Zhao Lixia? Upon hearing the name, Zhang Yi was even more disdainful. What else can Zhao Lixia do besides writing papers? He has never worked in criminal investigation, let alone drug enforcement, with no frontline experience. He's all talk and no action. If the task force is led by him, it will be a complete waste. Someone interjected, Zhao Lixia has indeed worked in criminal investigation before, although not in drug enforcement. He was transferred from the political office to the criminal investigation department in March this year and has worked there for 7 to 8 months. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd grew even angrier. Seeing everyone talking at once, Yang Bao slammed the table and shouted, "This is an order. You are all law enforcement officers. Obeying orders is your duty." After everyone calmed down, Yang Bao continued, "Director Zhao is not familiar with anti-drug work. You must cooperate with him wholeheartedly and focus on the specific tasks." Meeting adjourned. Fong Ping remained silent. Too much had happened in these past few days, and he hadn't fully processed it yet. First, Qian Gang inexplicably disappeared, and evidence of bribery was left at the city bureau's gate. Then, he inexplicably got promoted from deputy section chief to section chief, taking Qian Gang's position. Fong Ping was straightforward but not rigid. He knew his younger brother was behind this, finding evidence of Qian Gang's corruption to exchange for his own promotion. He didn't resent this. Scoundrels like Qian Gang needed to be brought to justice. Qian Gang was currently wanted, and his appointment letter had just been issued 2 days ago, only to be inexplicably transferred to the special task force by Yang Bao. It was clear that this was a deal between his younger brother and Yang Bao. Why did Yang Bao agree? Fong Ping couldn't help but suspect that his younger brother might be the informant. He was conflicted about this. He hoped Fong Chen would mend his ways, but now he seemed too righteous. Assisting in anti-drug operations was a good thing, but he was unwilling to let his younger brother risk his life. Thinking of this, Fong Ping suddenly felt his nose tingling, looking up at the sky, murmuring in his heart, "Dad, can you see this from up there?" Little Zhang has finally turned over a new leaf. After the meeting, Yang Bao went to another office where Zhao Lixia was waiting. "Director Zhao, I have explained everything to the team members. They will fully cooperate with you in your work." Zhao Lixia warmly shook hands with Yang Bao, thanking him. "Thank you, Director Yang." Yang Bao solemnly said, "There is one more thing. We have planted an undercover agent to trade with the drug dealers. The intelligence for this operation was provided by this undercover agent, and the follow-up transactions will depend on him to complete. I hope that in your future actions, you will ensure his safety at all costs." Of course, Zhao Lixia nodded, asking, "What is the name of this undercover agent?" "Fong Chen." Zhao Lixia smiled and said, "Please inform him that I want to see him now." Early in the morning, Fong Chen received a call from Yang Bao and promptly rushed to the City Public Security Bureau without delay. Walking into the office building, Yang Bao had been waiting in the lobby on the first floor for some time. Seeing him, he said helplessly, "I will take you to meet the new team leader." I hope you can consider the bigger picture, avoid any resistance, and fully cooperate with Director Zhao. Fang Chen already had a rough idea of the situation from the phone call and nodded, I understand.
Following Yang Bao into an office, Fang Chen met a man in his 30s.
The man was wearing a gray jacket, had a rectangular face, fair skin, and a somewhat gentle appearance.
This is the undercover agent Fang Chen. Director Zhao, please talk to him.
Yang Bao introduced Fang Chen to Zhao Lixia and then left, giving the two space. Take a seat. Zhao Lixia sat on a chair, carefully observing Fang Chen. Through Sang Biao's channels, he knew everything about Fang Chen, but this was the first time they had met in person. His first impression was that this person was rebellious yet restrained, exuding a very calm demeanor, with a subtle air of authority. Seeing how Fang Chen, the undercover agent, didn't show any signs of subservience to him, it seemed like he had some backing. But how much support could someone from the underworld really have? It was probably just Yang Bao and Qin Lai, which was quite laughable. Fang Chen sat down expressionlessly, waiting for the other to speak first. Zhao Lixia took a sip of tea and said, "Let me introduce myself.
I'm Zhao Lixia from the Provincial Anti-Drug Department.
Starting now, I will be the head of the Fox Hunt Special Task Force and will be fully in charge of this case." Seeing Fang Chen silent, Zhao Lixia glanced at him and continued, "From now on, I am your direct superior.
You must report to me immediately about your work, understood?"
This time, Fang Chen finally responded, saying, "Understood, please continue." Zhao Lixia went on, "I heard you were negotiating for 200 kilograms with the other party, totaling a whopping 12 million. I want to make it clear that we do not have that much cash to provide you."
"And then? We can give you real money on the surface, but underneath, we can only use fake money." Fang Chen nodded, "I understand. Is there anything else you want to say?"
Zhao Lixia reached out her hand, "Hand over your phone now.
I need to collect data and then install a monitoring software for you."
Fang Chen shook his head, "I'm sorry, I can cooperate with you on other matters, and I can provide you with details after the meeting, but I can't comply with this one."
This phone was his only personal phone.
To avoid arousing suspicion from the drug dealers, he had been using his personal number to contact them.
It contained many secrets, so there was no way he would let Zhao Lixia inspect it. "Are you defying orders?"
Zhao Lixia stood up, looking down at Fang Chen with a stern tone.
Fang Chen smiled, "I'm not a sheriff, so there's no question of defying orders. You better understand one thing. I'm willing to cooperate with Yang Bao because of our personal relationship. As for you, I don't even know you.
You may not know me, but I know you," Zhao Lixia said coldly.
Fang Chen of the Fire Gang, a notorious troublemaker, has suddenly turned into Yang Bao's special informant. It's quite a transformation.
"Since Fang Ping from the task force is your elder brother, based on your special relationship, I don't think he's suitable to remain in the task force."
Fang Chen shrugged, looking indifferent, "It's up to you.
You can send him home now if you want."
"Fang Chen, I warn you."
Zhao Lixia was infuriated by his attitude and slammed the table, saying, "What you did before deserves years in prison. If you cooperate with me, I can overlook the past, but if you refuse, I will arrest you now."
"Go ahead.
Let's talk when you have evidence." Fang Chen knew the history of the original body very well.
Small crimes were continuous, but there were no major crimes.
The biggest offense was kidnapping Li Jiyun, but he released her later, which could be considered a cessation of the crime. Zhao Lixia coldly stated, "As long as I want to deal with you, I can find evidence."
"Then go ahead and find it." "I'm done," Fang Chen said decisively, getting up and leaving without hesitation.
The conversation ended on a sour note, leaving Zhao Lixia with a grim expression. She wanted to go after Fang Chen but stopped after a few steps. Fang Chen was not a criminal, and she had no legitimate reason to detain him. Moreover, he had already made contact with the drug dealers, and she would need his help to solve the case. At this critical juncture, it was impossible to find another informant to replace him. There was not enough time, and there was no one more suitable than him. Zhao Lixia felt a bit frustrated, thinking she could easily manipulate him, but Fang Chen was not falling for it. Just then, Yang Bao pushed open the door and asked, "I saw Fang Chen leaving.
How did your conversation go?"
Zhao Lixia replied irritably, "Don't mention it. This guy is undisciplined, lacks organization, and doesn't consider the bigger picture. He just walks away after a few words."
"Walked away?" Yang Bao asked in surprise. "Why did he leave? What did you talk about?"
Zhao Lixia recounted the whole process. Yang Bao sighed, "Zhao, you didn't handle these two matters properly.
You're risking everything by using counterfeit money.
If the drug dealers find out, it could be a life and death situation for Fang Chen.
And about the phone, since Fang Chen has agreed to have a listening device installed on him, why do you need to monitor his phone?
Even if you monitor it, why collect his past privacy?"
Everyone has secrets, you wouldn't want your privacy to be monitored, right? In the end, you still don't trust him. Zhao Lixia remained silent. Indeed, he didn't trust Feng Chen. While Yang Bao had a foundation of trust with him, Zhao Lixia did not. For some uncontrollable factors, Zhao Lixia had to firmly hold them in his own hands. Yang Bao emphasized, remember, Feng Chen and us are in an equal partnership. To put it bluntly, we still rely on him. He responds better to kindness than force. Speak to him nicely, be gentle, and he shouldn't make a fuss. After saying this, Yang Bao left the office, sighing softly. The cooperation between the two parties had been very harmonious before. Feng Chen even helped them capture several drug dealers. Why did things change as soon as Zhao Lixia got involved? Am I supposed to beg a small-time thug? Zhao Lixia caught onto Yang Bao's implication and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Begging was out of the question. Dealing with someone like Feng Chen, he had at least 100 ways. He needed to make Feng Chen actively seek their cooperation. Tsinghua University, Class 5 of the Finance Department. Li Jiyun and Feng Wen were quietly listening to the old teacher's lecture on monetary banking at the back of the classroom. Both girls were quite attractive, and together they formed a beautiful scenery, drawing frequent glances from the male students in the front rows. The two best friends had been working on the Haishang Mingyu project for several days, with a manageable workload of entering project data into the computer daily, awaiting month-end accounting. Despite the light workload, their salaries were high, more than 2 to 3 times the average wage in Tsinghua. On her first day at work, shameless Feng Wen had already asked her second brother for an advance on her monthly salary, even arranging for an advance for Li Jiyun. With 4,000 yuan in her pocket, she felt like a wealthy woman. However, Li Jiyun handed her salary over to her mother, keeping only 300 yuan for living expenses, which only slightly improved her life. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Feng Wen glanced at Liu Yuxian, who had been looking back at them throughout the class, and asked, Jiyun, is Liu Yuxian still pursuing you? Let's not talk about him. Li Jiyun said indifferently, her expression tinged with disgust. Since the incident last time, she had seen through Liu Yuxian's true nature. Petty, extremely jealous, controlling, disrespectful towards women, lacking in capability, and even lacking in manly qualities. So, no matter how much Liu Yuxian apologized later, she ignored him. She would rather remain single for life than marry such a man. Yeah, Liu Yuxian is indeed not good enough. Feng Wen nodded in agreement. He's not even as good as my second brother. Although Feng Chen is involved in the underworld, at least he's capable and wealthy. Liu Yuxian just keeps asking for money from his family every day. Apart from being tall, he's nothing. Let's go, forget about him. Let's go eat. Feng Wen suggested, let's not go to the cafeteria for lunch. There's a new spicy hot pot place near the south gate. The taste seems good. Okay. After considering for a moment, Li Jiyun agreed. With slightly improved conditions at home, they could afford to have a meal at a spicy hot pot place. The two best friends walked hand in hand out of the back door. Just as they stepped out, a man in a gray jacket stopped them. You're Li Jiyun, right? The man glanced at Li Jiyun and asked. Yes, that's me. Who are you? Li Jiyun asked, puzzled. I'm from the Public Security Bureau. There's something I'd like you to come back and assist with in the investigation. What's going on? Li Jiyun was stunned, not understanding why the Public Security Bureau would approach her. Come back with me, and you'll find out. The man pulled out his identification and flashed it. Feng Wen glanced at the ID, quickly capturing the name on it. However, as the third princess of the Feng family, she was well-traveled and immediately memorized the name without a change in expression, saying, since you have something to attend to, I won't wait for you to have lunch together. Okay. Li Jijun nodded, sensing the curious gazes of their classmates around them, feeling uncomfortable all over. She then said, alright, I'll go with you. Watching Li Jijun being taken away by the law enforcement officer, Liu Yuxuan's lips curled into a cold smile. This despicable person must have been implicated because of Feng Chen, serves her right. It's best to arrest this pair of scoundrels and throw them in jail. Feng Wen walked to a secluded place, quickly took out her phone from her pocket, and made a call to Feng Ping. Big brother, Jijun was taken away by a law enforcement officer named Zhou Lixia, Tsinghua City Public Security Bureau. Zhou Lixia brought Li Jijun to the office specially arranged for her at the bureau, placed a notebook on the table, and began, don't be nervous, I just want to understand a few things with you today. Please go ahead. Li Jijun's tone was a bit tense. Although she had never done anything illegal, being in such a place still made her somewhat uneasy. On the 11th of this month, at 8 p.m., where were you? Zhao Lixia asked, looking very serious. Li Jijun's heart skipped a beat. She clearly remembered that on the 11th, Feng Chen had kidnapped her. So this person was here to investigate Feng Chen. Should I tell him? Since he found me, he must know the situation, I can't hide it. After hesitating for a few seconds, Li Jijun whispered, at the half-season hotel. Who were you with? Zhao Lixia continued. Fong Chen. What did he do to you? Zhao Lixia looked up at Li Jijun, his gaze cold and his tone more severe. Li Jijun shook her head. He didn't do anything, we just talked for a while. Just talked? Zhao Lixia was stunned, put down his pen, and said, don't be afraid. Since I asked you to assist in the investigation, I have evidence of Fong Chen's crime. Just tell me what happened that day truthfully. Li Jijun pursed her lips and said, indeed, we just talked, nothing else happened. Zhao Lixia's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as he stared at Li Jijun. I warn you, shielding is a serious crime. You are a university student, you should know the consequences of shielding a criminal. I advise you to think back carefully, make sure before you tell me. Indeed, nothing happened, he didn't mistreat me. Li Jijun said helplessly. She didn't understand why these people were forcing her to falsely accuse Fong Chen, both Lu Yuxuan and this law enforcement officer named Zhao Lixia. But the truth was the truth. Even if Fong Chen had introduced her to a job, she couldn't falsely accuse someone with a clear conscience. Bang! Zhao Lixia suddenly slammed the table, shouting, didn't you understand what I just said? I have records of you two booking a room, I know exactly what happened that day. Li Jijun lowered her head in distress, her eyes red, shaking her head repeatedly. There was nothing to begin with, how can I admit to something that didn't happen? Zhao Lixia stood up with a strong sense of oppression, speaking slowly and emphatically, there are only two possibilities, either Fong Chen raped you, or you are suspected of selling drugs. Think it over, will you expose Fong Chen, or will I lock you up for a while? By then, this matter will be known to everyone in your school, you will be expelled, you will never hold your head up high again, think carefully about the consequences. I'll give you one last chance, think it over before you answer. Li Jijun looked at him in disbelief, tears filling her eyes, trembling violently all over, biting her teeth hard until her gums bled, and said with humiliation, Fong Chen did not rape me, I did not do that kind of thing, I have evidence, I want to go for a medical examination. Zhao Lixia was stunned, never expecting Li Jijun to respond like this. Today's events completely caught him off guard. Since he took Yang Bao's position, he had anticipated that Fong Chen would not cooperate with him. But with his status, he would never lower himself to beg Fong Chen, because he had means to make Fong Chen obedient, and Li Jijun was his trump card. However, what he did not expect was this girl to be so resolute. Zhao Lixia understood her meaning and coldly said, a medical examination. Including hands and other parts, I have dealt with such cases before. At these words, Li Jijun felt her mind go blank, almost stumbling and falling to the ground. Bang! 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 Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yang Bao and Fong Ping pushed open the door without waiting for a response from inside. Seeing them, Zhao Lixia was surprised. He had kept this matter very discreet. How did Yang Bao find out so quickly? Who was leaking information? Thinking of Li Jijun's best friend, Zhao Lixia instantly realized. That cunning girl. She pretended to cooperate with the investigation, but then reported him. The two entered the office, and Yang Bao glanced at Li Jijun, who had tears in her eyes but a stubborn look, and asked, Miss Li, what heinous crime did you commit to warrant such a big show from Zhao? Nothing, I just wanted to understand some things from her. Zhao Lixia squinted at Li Jijun, a clear warning in his eyes. Understand what significant matters? Is it necessary to bully a young girl? Yang Bao half-jokingly asked, handing a tissue to Li Jijun. Do you understand now? Fong Ping shielded Li Jijun behind him, staring coldly at Zhao Lixia. Having rented a house from her family for 3 years, Fong Ping knew her very well. This child was pure-hearted, filial, and obedient, incapable of committing any illegal acts. Zhao Lixia summoned her only to coerce his younger brother. Coercing his brother was one thing, but bullying a young girl like this was despicable. I understand part of it. Zhao Lixia looked down at Fong Ping, his eyes indifferent and disdainful, as if watching an ant scurrying up and down. Fong Ping asked, can I take her away now? Ignoring Fong Ping, Zhao Lixia said to Li Jijun, you can leave now, if needed, I will ask for your assistance in the investigation later, I hope you will cooperate. Li Jijun did not reply, she turned and left. She loathed the person in front of her. Zhao Lixia's malicious actions today even changed her inherent image of law enforcement officers. Worse than Fong Chen. Good and evil truly have no relation to one's profession. Fong Ping hurried to catch up, Xiaoli, I'll walk you out. The two walked out of the Public Security Bureau together, and Fong Ping asked, what happened just now? Fong Go, why can people be so evil? Li Jijun took a deep breath and recounted the events in detail. Unbelievable. After hearing the story, Fong Ping was furious. But he could only be furious.
When he calmed down, he realized he had no way to deal with the situation.
Even if this was just Lee Ji-jun's account, even with audiovisual evidence, escalating the matter would not lead to significant punishment for Zhao Lixia. At Zhao Lixia's level, the cost of his misconduct was much lower than that of an ordinary person. Reluctantly, Fang Ping had to admit that this was the reality of society. As they walked and talked, they could see Fang Wen waiting at the gate from a distance. Her face was tense, anxiously looking around. When she saw her best friend, her face immediately brightened, and she excitedly waved her hands. Li Jijun hurried to Fang Wen's side, unable to contain the humiliation she had suffered, tears falling to the ground. "What's wrong? Did he bully you?" Fang Wen asked urgently.
Li Jijun recounted what had happened.
How could he be so cruel?
Miss Fang was also furious, quickly thinking of how to retaliate against Zhao Lixia.
Unlike her eldest brother, she was not one to let things slide.
After some thought, Fang Ping said, "Li, I hope you don't tell Fang Chen about today's incident for now. He knew his younger brother's temperament, and he might do something illegal in a fit of anger."
Li Jijun fell silent for a moment, reluctantly nodding. "I won't say anything."
"Xiaowen, take care of Xiaoli who's been frightened. I have something to attend to," Fang Ping instructed before hurrying to the office. He wanted to question Zhao Lixia about his actions. After some contemplation, Fang Wen couldn't make up her mind and muttered, "I'll tell second brother and let him avenge you." Li Jijun waved her hands repeatedly, "No need, I promised brother Fang."
"You promised, but I didn't." Fang Ping returned to the office and found Yang Bao arguing with Zhao Lixia. "Zhao, Xinghe is under my jurisdiction. Don't you need to inform me when investigating Fang Chen's friends?"
"Sorry, the situation was urgent,
and I didn't have time to notify you."
Seeing Zhao Lixia still trying to justify himself, Fang Ping stepped forward and confronted them.
"Yang, do you know what Director Zhao just did to an innocent girl?" He recounted Zhao Lixia's actions in full.
Fang Ping acted according to his conscience, unreservedly, determined to publicly confront Zhao Lixia. He didn't care if he got kicked out of the task force, his integrity was more important. This was also why he hadn't been promoted for so many years, his character was too straightforward. Yang Bao's face turned pale as he listened, and he coldly said, "Zhao, what you did today was too much." Zhao Lixia tried to defend himself. "Fang Chen refused to cooperate with my investigation, so I had no choice but to resort to such measures."
"I didn't actually intend to detain Li Jijun. So you wanted to find fault with Fang Chen, and when you couldn't, you fabricated one? Oh Zhao, how should I put this to you?
One should not be too hasty for success, there should always be a bottom line." Yang Bao's tone grew heavier. "You're not involved in anti-drug work, so you don't understand the situation. Every member of our anti-drug team has their personal information, including ID numbers, home addresses, family members, car details, all in the hands of drug dealers. I won't mention the sacrifices of our comrades, but take Zheng Yi, for example. To avoid retaliation from drug dealers, he had to send his son and wife to live in a rented house in a remote place for study. He couldn't live in his own house or be with his family, living apart for a long time. We have an undercover agent who was forced to become addicted to drugs to infiltrate the drug dealers. He lost his job, his wife left him, his son doesn't recognize him, and he's currently undergoing forced treatment in a drug rehabilitation center. But even in such difficult circumstances, they have never resorted to such despicable means to coerce an ordinary citizen." Yang Bao spoke with a heavy heart, but Zhao Lixia remained unmoved. He could only helplessly say, "This team is the purest and most upright within our legal system. I don't want it to be tainted by some people's hasty actions." "Humph, then you can report to the provincial office and have me removed as the head of this task force." Zhao Lixia left with these words, leaving the two others looking at each other in silence.
After a long pause, Fang Ping asked helplessly, "What should we do about Fang Chen? Work still needs to be done."
"We can't stop everything just because of Zhao Lixia," replied the other person. "I hope you can take care of Fang Chen's work, make him consider the overall situation, and try to cooperate with the task force."
"Cooperate? Cooperate my foot.
You old-fashioned fool, let Zhao Lixia clean up his mess and wait to die."
Fang Chen showed no respect for his elder brother, hung up the phone after venting.
Just as his younger sister finished complaining to herself, the elder brother called back.
The damn guy actually acted as a mediator, asking him to consider the bigger picture. "Without me, the gang won't thrive, and without me, who will handle the undercover work? Ridiculous." "Boss, what's the situation?" Zhu Lao Lu and Sang Biao asked nearby.
Fang Chen was almost amused by today's events and sneered, "A damn public security officer is trying to frame me by accusing a virgin of selling drugs and sending her to jail.
Can you believe such a bizarre story in this world? Which officer is worse than us?" Sang Biao's sense of justice was ignited, asking indignantly. Fang Chen sneered, he's from the provincial department, called Zhao Lixia. Sang Biao was shocked, wasn't that his superior? How could Zhao Lixia have such poor character? Boss, what's next? Should we arrange for 2 hitmen to take care of him? Zhu Laolu squinted, suggesting coldly. Fang Chen shook his head, no, that's too simple and crude. If we kill him, he becomes a martyr, and we become murderers, which is too easy for him. I want to ruin his reputation and make him rot in jail. How about setting up a lady to seduce him, then accuse him of rape? Shao Qi suggested. That plan won't work. With Zhao Lixia's background, the lady's identity can easily be investigated, and the success rate is low. How about planting $1 million in his house and then framing him for bribery? Lei Ming proposed. Fang Chen chuckled, a guy like him doesn't need us to spend money to frame him. His family probably has tens of millions. I have a plan for this. Lei Ming, Zhu Laolu, you 2 head to Shilin City in the province now and wait for my instructions when you arrive. Yes, the 2 obeyed and left. Boss, what's your decision? Sang Biao asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes, Fang Chen smiled mysteriously. After Sang Biao left, Fang Chen called Li Chen on his phone. His current power in the provincial capital was very weak, and without the cooperation of local big shots like Li Chen, everything would be difficult. The Li family's power far exceeded that of Yang Bao and Zhao Lixia. The highest-ranking uncle in the family was ranked 3rd in the provincial leadership. The business side of the family controlled 2 listed companies with billions in assets. In contrast, the second generation of the Yang family only had a deputy ministerial-level official, but he was not a regular member. This was also why Li Chen was so highly rewarded on the dark web. Chen, do you know Zhao Lixia? Fang Chen asked directly. I know him, but we don't have much of a relationship. Li Chen quickly distanced himself from Zhao Lixia upon sensing Fang Chen's hostility. What's his family background? He's just a grassroots guy, a phoenix man. But his father-in-law has some power. He's the deputy secretary of the Provincial Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Li Chen pondered and said, Brother Zhang, if you want to deal with him, I can help a little. He had no intention of making an enemy of Zhao Lixia, but since the big shot had approached him, he had to stand by the big shot's side. No need for a big favor. Just provide me with an Audi S6 with a specific license plate, then help me investigate Zhao Lixia's wife's movements, and preferably find out about Zhao Lixia's mistress, Fang Chen requested. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. These 3 requests were too simple for him. The movements of the Audi S6 and Zhao Lixia's wife were insignificant. The slightly more troublesome part was Zhao Lixia's mistress's information, but it was not particularly secretive. With determination and the intelligence capabilities of the Axe Gang, it could be uncovered within a day. Zhao Lixia walked to a secluded place, his face as dark as water. Being humiliated by Yang today was something he couldn't swallow. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed Sang Biao's number. According to the rules, for the safety of the undercover operation, he and Sang Biao had to communicate directly. Only Sang Biao could contact him, not the other way around. But at this moment, whether for revenge against Fang Chen or to handle the case, he no longer cared about the rules. Zhao Lixia began by scolding loudly, It's been 6 months, I've run out of patience. I want you to find Fang Chen's criminal evidence immediately. Sang Biao answered the call in a secluded place, listening to the thunderous roar on the other end, feeling a bit dazed. Why is he calling me directly? Doesn't he care about my safety? Suppressing his anger, Sang Biao cautiously replied, He hasn't committed any crimes. How can I find evidence against him? Zhao Lixia urged, What about the previous evidence? Give it all to me, right now. Sang Biao weakly responded, I don't have any previous evidence. Since I arrived, I've only followed his lead in the loan schemes, but he waived all the interest. Those female college students are still grateful to him. By the way, didn't I report to you about Li Jijun? Not mentioning Li Jijun would have been better, as bringing it up only fueled Zhao Lixia's anger, leaving no room for explanation. I don't care about that. I'm giving you a week. If you can't find Fang Chen's criminal evidence, don't even think about getting promoted. You'll spend your life following him in the underworld. Sang Biao had endured Zhao Lixia's insults for half a year and was already discontented with him. If it weren't for the promotion, he wouldn't bother serving him. Hearing about Zhao Lixia's misdeeds today, coupled with his long-standing anger, he couldn't hold back any longer and disdainfully said, I don't care about the promotion. I'm not interested. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Zhao Lixia stood there, stunned by the busy tone on the other end, taking a while to react. How could his usually foolproof methods fail today? How dare he betray him? Once Zhao Lixia regained his composure, his face twisted with anger. Daring to betray me, I'll make sure to throw you in with Fang Chen when I handle him.
Only he knew Sang Biao's identity, and as long as he didn't admit it, Sang Biao was a nailed-on member of the underworld. That's why he dared to manipulate Sang Biao without restraint. Gasping for breath, Zhao Lixia stood still for a moment before the phone rang again. Seeing the number, he glanced around cautiously, answered the call, and waited for the other person to speak first. "The button tracker has been installed," the undercover agent Lu Wei said over the phone. "Very good. Once the case is solved, I'll make sure you receive a great commendation." Zhao Lixia hung up, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The poison snake gang had finally taken care of it. From now on, he wouldn't need to beg Fang Chen for cooperation. Once this case was closed, he would have enough time to deal with this underworld figure. The night passed without a word, and the next evening, Fang Chen browsed his phone, checking the information sent by Li Chen. Zhao Lixia, born in 1970, married to Wang Manli, born in 1965. Wang Manli was the only daughter of Wang Huashan, the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee of Handong Province. They lived in room 505, building 9, Huarong Garden, Shilin City. Currently, Zhao Lixia held the position of deputy director of the Economic Construction Department at the Handong Province Finance Bureau. Information on Zhao Lixia's mistress is as follows. 1. Shang Tongxian, Handong University, first-year graduate student, residing in room 1002, Suihu Mansion, Shilin City. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Xiaoqi leaned over and asked, "Is keeping a lover just a matter of style? Without evidence of corruption and bribery between the two, is this thing useful?" Fang Chen turned off his phone and smiled. "Of course it's useful. With this, I can make the couple turn against each other, make Zhao Lixia voluntarily surrender, and maybe even make Wang Manli hire someone to kill her husband, keeping Wang Huashan under my control to do things for me." Xiao Qi was puzzled, feeling like the boss was talking nonsense. But out of respect for the boss, he still gave a thumbs up and praised, "Boss Jing is brilliant." Wang Manli is 42 years old this year, the same age as Li Jijun's mother. Originally, her appearance was much worse than Li's mother. 20 years ago, compared to Li's mother, she was like the ugly Dongshi. However, as time passed, now the two of them look like mother and daughter, with Wang Manli looking much younger than Li's mother. Even the most beautiful woman cannot withstand the dual erosion of time and poverty. An ugly woman can grow and reverse under the power of money. The reason is nothing but different backgrounds. After finishing the meeting, having dinner, and checking the time, it was already 7:30 in the evening. Impatiently, she walked into the underground garage, started the Volkswagen Polo she bought specifically to keep a low profile, and drove all the way to the supermarket near the hotel where she was meeting the young man. Just as she stepped into the hotel, she suddenly paused, realizing that she had forgotten an important prop. She quickly returned to the nearby supermarket and bought an unopened steel wire ball. Tucking the steel wire ball into her bag, a smile of anticipation and curiosity involuntarily appeared on Wang Manli's lips. The young man she was meeting that night was named Xiao Chu, a sports student at Handong Sports College. He had a good appearance and a very fit body, with a slim waist, six-pack abs, much stronger than that dead ghost Zhao Lixia. It is no longer like 10 years ago when university graduates were assigned jobs. Xiao Chu had a heart to serve the people but struggled because he lacked a platform to showcase his talents, which Wang Manli could provide him. The two quickly reached an agreement, each getting what they needed. Contemporary university students in Daxia are not only smarter than their parents but also more focused. Their job prospects reflect this. Their first choice is always two words: the system. In order to achieve this goal, these ordinary people display their talents in various ways. Some work and study at the same time, struggling with only 4 to 5 hours of sleep a day. There are also parents who face the earth and study full-time with air conditioning, relying on their parents for support. Furthermore, some would sign up for exams in every province, taking exams all over Daxia. For these ordinary people, Wang Manli, an experienced person, could only say that they are still too young and naive. Wearing large sunglasses and a sun hat to conceal her face, Wang Manli lightly knocked on the door of the hotel suite, and a slightly young-looking boy timidly opened the door. Seeing the boy, Wang Manli's mind conjured up the youthful face of Zhao Lixia. Over a decade ago, Zhao Lixia was also so young and full of energy. But everything has changed with time. She knew that Zhao Lixia had a lover. At first, the two argued about it, and Wang Manli even hired a private detective to investigate. But Zhao Lixia kept repeating the same mistakes, and Wang Manli couldn't watch him 24 hours a day. Later, Wang Manli gradually came to terms with it. Women can hold up half the sky, everyone minds their own business, men can keep mistresses, and so can she. On the other hand, Zhao Lixia was staying at the guesthouse arranged by the Qinghao Public Security Bureau, contemplating his next move. He didn't plan to cause trouble for Li Jijun for the time being. Yang Bao had made it clear that he wanted to protect Li Jijun, and he didn't want to stir up trouble before the case was resolved. After watching TV for a while, it was already 10:30 in the evening, and Zhao Lixia decided to freshen up. He was different from the frontline law enforcement officers, always engaged in clerical work, and had to go to bed on time before 11 o'clock. Staying up past 11 o'clock would affect liver detoxification, lower immunity. Zhao Lixia paid great attention to his health and was very particular about these lifestyle details. He kicked off his slippers, got into bed fully clothed, feeling a bit tired due to the recent busy schedule. The benefits of a regular biological clock soon became evident as Zhao Lixia started snoring shortly after, entering a sweet dreamland. Moments later, a figure emerged from the shadows and approached Zhao Lixia's phone. On the other side, Wang Manli had finished her battle, lit a lady's cigarette, and gently pinched the pitiful face of the male student who had been ravaged by the storm, saying, "Sister will come to pamper you again tomorrow." Feeling refreshed, with a rosy complexion, she walked downstairs to her car. Just as she arrived at her doorstep, her phone suddenly received a text message from her husband, Zhao Lixia. "Disciplinary committee, save me." Wang Manli froze, her hand trembling, and the keys fell to the ground. "Oh no, my husband has been taken away by the disciplinary committee." Although Wang Manli knew it was not convenient to contact him at this time, after hesitating for a second, she couldn't help but make a call. Hearing the shutdown prompt on the phone, Wang Manli's face became increasingly grim. Her husband was indeed taken away by the disciplinary committee. She was very clear about the process. It was questioning now, followed by disciplinary measures, and then referral to the supervisory and judicial authorities. Over the years, the couple had anticipated that such a day might come, but they never expected it to arrive so soon. As for Zhao Lixia asking her to save him, Wang Manli knew very well that he meant for her to seek help from her father. However, someone taken away by the disciplinary committee was not easy to save. It might even implicate her father. But not saving him was not an option either. Although the couple's relationship was not great, they shared many secrets. If she didn't save him, she might be implicated as well. Glancing at the time, Wang Manli realized it was close to dawn, and it was not appropriate to disturb her father or ask him to inquire about the situation. She decided to wait until tomorrow to find out more. Just then, Wang Manli suddenly remembered another important matter: the overseas secret account. She quickly opened the door, rushed into the living room, and eagerly turned on the computer. Due to her anxiety, she even forgot to close the front door. Opening the computer, she accessed a hidden web page, made 2 jumps, entered the password, and looked at the string of zeros in the account, finally feeling a sense of relief. This money was the joint asset accumulated by the couple over the years, meant for their son's tuition in the Eagle country and future investments abroad. With Zhao Lixia being arrested, this account was no longer safe and needed to be transferred as soon as possible. Wang Manli was about to proceed when suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Startled, she turned to see several men in uniforms standing outside, the front door left open. It was too late to make the transfer. Wang Manli quickly shut down the computer, unaware that several hidden cameras in the room had just recorded her account password clearly. Who is it at this late hour? Wang Manli walked to the door, puzzled, and saw 3 men outside dressed in black suits, sporting bright red ties with a national flag emblem pinned to their collars. Wang Manli was all too familiar with this uniform, instilling fear in those within the system, the disciplinary committee. Her husband was under investigation, and now they had come for her. It seemed like a serious problem. She scrutinized the 3 men, not recognizing any of them, feeling a hint of suspicion. But then she realized that she didn't interact with everyone in this mysterious department on a daily basis. She only knew a few people from the provincial disciplinary committee, so not recognizing these 3 was normal. In addition, with her husband just taken away by the disciplinary committee for investigation, it was only normal for the committee to come looking for her now. The middle-aged man in charge, with a calm demeanor that exuded authority, glanced at Wang Manli and said, "Wang Manli, please come with us." Upon hearing this, Wang Manli's hands trembled in fear, her legs shook, but her father's earnest teachings still echoed in her mind. The first rule of survival in the system: do not confront the disciplinary committee. "Comrade, may I ask what this is about?" Wang Manli trembled at the sight of the glaring credentials. "What do you think we would want with you?" The young man behind the middle-aged man coldly retorted. "Do I need to ask you 3 or 4 times?" The middle-aged man impatiently remarked, his tone growing colder. "I'd like to make a phone call." The situation unfolded too suddenly, and Wang Manli hadn't had the chance to seek help from her father. "No, until the matter is investigated thoroughly, you cannot contact anyone. Please turn off your phone now," the middle-aged man asserted firmly. Wang Manli was escorted into the back seat of an Audi, with 2 staff members flanking her on either side. She looked at the provincial committee's official pass under the windshield and recalled the special Audi license plate she had seen before getting in, any lingering doubts in her mind dissipating. She sighed inwardly, realizing that everything was now over. The car pulled into a hotel on the outskirts of Shilin City. The stern-faced middle-aged man led Wang Monli through the corridor, and as they passed through a partially open door, she saw a familiar woman sitting uneasily in a chair in a room.
Shang Tongxian? Wang Monli's figure froze. Why was this woman brought here too?
Shang Tongxian was Zhao Lixia's mistress, who had thoroughly investigated their affair through a private detective before. For this woman, the couple had had numerous violent altercations, almost leading to divorce if not for their career prospects. Even if she turned to ashes, Wang Monli would recognize her.
How come? Do you know her? The middle-aged man asked with a meaningful look.
I don't know her. Wang Monli shook her head repeatedly. The middle-aged man took Wang Monli to the next room, confiscated her phone and other personal belongings, then handed her a stack of white paper and a pen, gazing intently as he said, Wang Monli, we are well aware of the illegal and disciplinary matters involving you and Zhao Lixia. Now, you have the opportunity to confess voluntarily about all the illegal activities you and your husband have been involved in over the years.
You can confess or not, but you only have an hour.
My colleague has taken Zhao Lixia away for investigation.
If you don't confess, we can still get him to talk. You are a smart person, you should understand the principle of leniency for confession and strictness for resistance, right? I understand, Wang Monli said shakily.
The middle-aged man went to the next room and immediately changed his expression, nodding and bowing to a young man in his late 20s. Lei, how was my performance? Not bad, I'll make sure you get a bonus later. Lei Ming nodded in approval. Shortly after, a young man pushed open the door with a video. Lei Ming took the video and exclaimed in amazement, wow, despite not being high-ranking officials, this couple has a secret stash of 15 million in cash. They are like damn parasites. Lei Ming didn't know how to handle so much money, so he stepped outside and called Fang Chen for instructions.
Following the instructions, Lei Ming returned to the room and played on the computer for a while. Seeing that the time was almost up, he and the middle-aged man opened Wang Monli's door again, asking with a friendly tone, how is the confession going?
Wang Monli shakily handed over the white paper. Lei Ming took it and frowned deeper as he read. Suddenly, he put down the paper and slammed the table.
What is this you've written? These are just trivial matters. What's the use of confessing these? Your husband is supporting a female college student?
You're not writing about the male college student from Handong Sports College that you've been keeping, Chu genius, why is that?
Wang Monli was taken aback.
They had only kept this little Chu for a few days. How could they have found out about such a discreet matter? Lei Ming continued, and in terms of finances, receiving cigarettes, alcohol, shopping cards, and holiday gifts.
Tell me, how did you manage to deposit 15 million US dollars in your overseas account just by receiving gifts?
With these words, Wang Monli was horrified beyond measure, her heart pounding violently. This was the deepest secret hidden in the hearts of the couple, impossible for anyone else to know. Overseas accounts are very secure, and client information is strictly confidential. How could they uncover such discreet information? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But they were spot on about the amount. Where did the problem lie? At this moment, Lei Ming spoke sternly again. Do you find it strange how we found out?
If you don't speak, someone else will. Shang Tongxian next door has already confessed everything.
You, Zhao Lixia.
Wang Monli couldn't fathom how the Discipline Inspection Commission knew about the amount in her overseas account.
It turned out that Zhao Lixia had told the mistress about it. This fool was truly foolish to dare disclose such a secretive matter to outsiders.
Do you find it strange how Shang Tongxian knew about this? Lei Ming added.
Shang Tongxian gave birth to a son for your husband, so Zhao Lixia told her that you had 15 million US dollars saved overseas, intending to split half for their illegitimate child.
Do you understand now? Upon hearing this, Wang Monli felt as if struck by lightning, her anger reaching its peak.
You, Zhao Lixia, a phoenix man, climbing the ladder of success through your mother's connections, yet backstabbing her behind her back, truly despicable. Lei Ming continued, Wang Monli, I'll tell you the truth. Our staff are interrogating Zhao Lixia by surprise, and he's almost spilled everything. He shifted all the blame onto you, claiming that all his bribery was done with the consent of you and your father. He said he's just a farmer's son, and if it weren't for you and your father's instructions, he wouldn't have dared to embezzle and take bribes.
Enough. I confess everything. Wang Monli exclaimed hoarsely, all that money was embezzled by Zhao Lixia, I have nothing to do with it.
Lei Ming smiled satisfactorily, gesturing for the staff to turn on the camera, and said to Wang Monli, don't rush, take your time to explain everything step by step. As Wang Monli confessed to the camera while jotting down notes on paper, she suddenly stopped after detailing two transactions.
What's wrong? Lei Ming squinted, his expression turning grim. I forgot, Wang Manli stammered.
Seeing signs of Lei Ming getting angry, Wang Manli hurriedly said, I really forgot, but I have a notebook at home that records the evidence of our embezzlement and bribery over the years.
Where is the notebook? Lei Ming asked. It's in the drawer in my bedroom, a black leather-covered notebook.
Lei Ming walked out and whispered a few words to Zhu Laolu in the next room.
Zhu Laolu smiled. It's normal to forget.
These corrupt officials have received money from too many people, so they might not remember.
That's why they need to write it down in a notebook. But they will definitely remember clearly if they haven't received any money. Half an hour later, Zhu Laolu returned with the black leather notebook.
Lei Ming opened it and saw a bunch of symbols, chaotic words, and a string of Arabic numerals after each item. This stuff was incomprehensible to outsiders. Only Wang Manli and her husband could understand the meaning clearly. Indeed, this accounting book, like a cryptic text to outsiders, was no big deal for Wang Manli. She flipped through the book, narrating in front of the camera with a clear mind.
Half an hour later, Wang Manli finished her confession, filling up a whole A4 paper.
Lei Ming picked it up and frowned slightly, amounting to 7.
4 million meters of gold. Why are all these Zhao Lixia's criminal records? And what about the 6 million meters of gold? What about your own bribery records? Wang Manli hesitated and hesitated, refusing to speak.
She possessed the shrewdness and cunning of a middle-aged woman, coming from a privileged background, a successful woman who had received a higher education. She had no qualms about selling out her husband, but when it came to betraying herself and her father,
Lei Ming threw the paper in her face. Are you still hoping for your father to save you?
Let me make it clear, Wang Huashan is also in deep trouble now.
Since we are here to investigate, we must have solid evidence. We have uncovered all your secret accounts.
Just one charge of unexplained wealth can land you a life sentence. If you don't talk, Zhao Lixia will confess.
Are you trying to let Zhao Lixia take the credit? I confess. After much hesitation, Wang Manli finally confessed to the remaining amount, all of which were her doings.
Lei Ming had her sign and fingerprint the confession letter, then walked out contentedly, making a call to Feng Chen to report.
Should we transfer the money, let it be used for public welfare? Lei Ming suggested. No, these accounts can be traced.
We must not touch them. Besides, we don't need that money.
Feng Chen instructed, plant a bug on Wang Manli's belongings,
make sure it's discreet. I still have use for it. Remember, our target is Zhao Lixia for now, not Wang Manli.
Wang Manli's father was still useful to Feng Chen.
Building relationships with both good and bad people was essential.
Dealing with upright officials like Feng Ping and Yang Bao was inconvenient.
Yang Bao was tolerable, but Feng Ping was too rigid, only following the rules.
If he wasn't his own brother, Feng Chen wouldn't bother with him.
In this world, flexibility was key, and Feng Chen needed people like Wang Huashan.
Wang Manli was left alone in the room, tears streaming down her face.
Her past glory had become history, and from now on, she would wear shackles, face legal judgment, and spend the rest of her life in a dark prison. Life was so beautiful, but her future was.
Just then, the door opened again.
Lei Ming returned to the room, handed the camera and confession book to the person behind him, then returned Wang Manli's phone and bag, waving her off disdainfully. You can go home now.
Go home?
Wang Manli was stunned, looking at Lei Ming in confusion.
Wasn't the next step to restrict her freedom and hand her over to the judicial authorities? Why was she allowed to go home? Do I have to treat you to supper? I don't have time for that, I have to go for a spa.
Lei Ming lit a cigarette, looking at her with a smirk.
Aren't you from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Wang Manli asked in bewilderment. Are you nuts? When did I say I was from the Discipline Inspection Commission?
Lei Ming replied, then ignored her, walked downstairs, got into a disguised Audi, and drove off.
Not from the Discipline Inspection Commission?
Wang Manli stood still for a while, her mind in a whirl, then cautiously walked out and pushed open the adjacent room. The room next door was empty. Shang Tongxian was gone. Wang Manli carefully recalled the events of the evening. These people were very forceful from the start, insisting she go with them, flashing some credentials she didn't even get a good look at before they put them away. Then they took her to a hotel, forcing her to confess, but they never mentioned they were from the Discipline Inspection Commission.
Feeling guilty, Wang Manli flinched at the sight of law enforcement officers, mistaking them for disciplinary inspectors. With this realization, she felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, these people were all imposters. She wouldn't have to go to prison, and countless small favors were still waiting for her, along with numerous designer bags and clothes waiting for their owner. These bastards were despicable, daring to impersonate national staff to deceive others. If she didn't take action, they wouldn't know the power of a mid-level state cadre. She angrily unlocked her phone but then hesitated. Whether they were disciplinary inspectors didn't seem important anymore.
The confession she signed, along with audio-visual materials and account trails, were all in their hands. Every amount confessed in every briber, every project, all matched up. As long as they handed over the evidence to the disciplinary committee, both she and Zhao Lixia were as good as dead.
I'm such a fool, really. Wang Manli's eyes blazed with anger, smoke practically coming out of her ears.
She wanted to call her husband, but when she dialed, she hesitated. After a moment of thought, she called her father, Wang Huashan, instead.
It was already 2 a.m.
when Wang Huashan was awakened by the call from his daughter. Seeing her number, he immediately realized something serious had happened. Listening to his daughter's accusations over the phone, Wang Huashan grasped the severity of the situation and urged, "Come to my place right away."
20 minutes later, Wang Manli took a taxi to her father's house. Wang Huashan led his daughter inside, glanced around outside, and asked, "You weren't followed, were you?" "Followed?" Wang Manli was taken aback, not having considered that. Wang Huashan sighed, "I might be overthinking it.
They have both yours and Lixia's handles, there's no need for them to continue tracking you. Tell me in detail about what happened tonight, leave nothing out," Wang Huashan instructed.
Mechanically, Wang Manli recalled the details of the night.
From her encounter with Xiao Chu to going to a hotel room, receiving a text from Zhao Lixia, being taken by the fake disciplinary staff, meeting Shang Tongxian, and confessing every detail about the amounts and projects to her father. Wang Huashan, disregarding his daughter's revelry outside, rubbed his temples after hearing everything and said, "This is a trap set for Zhao Lixia. Call him now to find out more, but don't say anything else."
Wang Manli nodded, took out her phone, and called her husband.
This time the call went through, and Zhao Lixia's voice came through, slightly groggy and with a hint of complaint. "Why are you calling me at 3 a.m.?
Nothing, no one bothered you tonight, right?" Wang Manli pretended to ask. "No one bothered me."
Zhao Lixia's voice suddenly became more alert, filled with caution.
"Is something happening on your end?" "Nothing, just checking in on you. Making sure no vixens are sneaking into your bed at night," Wang Manli casually joked. "What are you thinking?"
"I'm in Qinghe to work on a case, not to have fun," Zhao Lixia said, relaxing his guard and yawning.
"That's good then." Wang Manli hung up, looking serious. "Dad, what do we do next?"
"It depends on whether they decide to expose the evidence.
If they do, even I won't be able to save you."
After a moment of contemplation, Wang Huashan pondered, "But the likelihood of that happening is slim.
The reason these people admitted they weren't disciplinary staff is clear.
They are telling you openly that they have your handle and want us to do their bidding, or perhaps they want to use us to bring down Zhao Lixia."
"What about Lixia?" Wang Manli asked.
Wang Huashan squinted and said, "A hero must make sacrifices, Zhao Lixia can no longer stay."
Wang Manli's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like her father was implying to silence someone permanently.
Although she was corrupt, she had never committed murder or arson, let alone against her own husband.
Is there no other way?
Wang Manli's relationship with her husband was not deep, but they had shared a bed for over a decade. Wang Huashan exhaled heavily, changed to an unregistered phone card, made a call, and said, "Take 2 people and head to Qinghe now, monitor Zhao Lixia for me.
Report to me promptly if anything unusual happens."
After hanging up, Wang Huashan sighed, "Manli, we can only proceed cautiously, wait for them to negotiate with us. But Zhao Lixia is an uncontrollable factor.
If it comes to that moment, you need to be prepared."
Wang Huashan, 63 years old this year, with 2 years left until retirement, had no ambitions in his career, focusing all his thoughts on his only daughter. He was willing to sacrifice everything for her. "Don't go home tonight, rest here with Dad." Wang Huashan waved weakly, looking suddenly much older. At dawn, Zhao Lixia groggily opened his eyes, feeling a bit dizzy. The old woman inexplicably disturbed his sleep with a late-night call, leaving him unrest. He lifted the covers and noticed a USB drive on the bedside table. He was sure it wasn't there before.
Someone must have put it there at night. Who put it there? What was on it?
After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhao Lixia quickly plugged the USB into the computer. As he watched the contents, his frown deepened. It contained a video confession where his wife, Wang Manli, detailed all his bribery records over the years. Every detail was accurate. However, the video only showed his criminal records, with no mention of Wang Manli's involvement. The video ended with his wife signing a confession. After watching the video, Zhao Lixia, feeling like he had aged decades, slumped in his chair, his eyes filled with rage. No wonder Wang Manli called last night, no wonder she hesitated on the phone, asking if he was okay but not revealing anything, claiming it was a late-night check-in. She was being blackmailed, sacrificing herself to save them both. The minimum penalty for this was life imprisonment, even the death penalty was possible. Trembling, he dialed Wang Monli's number. When she answered, Zhao Lixia angrily asked, "Why didn't you tell me about this huge matter last night? What happened?" She feigned ignorance. "Humph, if you want me to be the scapegoat, you and your father won't have it easy either." He hung up, consumed by hatred, wishing to take them down with him. But the thought of his elderly father at home made him hesitate, knowing Wang Huashuan's methods. Shortly after, an unknown number called. Zhao Lixia answered, furious, nails digging into his palm. Was he protecting himself from a thief or his longtime spouse? The voice on the other end said, "Daxia, you can't stay here anymore, you must leave the country immediately." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Lixia demanded, "I want 5 million in gold, and I won't go to Southeast Asia, I want to go to Europe." The call ended, and after a while, another call came in. "Agreed, Pier 7, see you in an hour." Zhao Lixia hung up, gradually calming down. Currently, for him, going abroad was indeed the best solution, a perfect opportunity to relax and accompany his son in the Eagle country. Taking advantage of the time available, Zhao Lixia opened his computer and sent an email to someone he trusted the most. The email contained the bribery records of Wang Monli and himself, ensuring that if something happened to him, Wang Monli wouldn't have it easy either. Closing the computer, Zhao Lixia lit a cigarette and left the hotel. Memories gradually surfaced in his mind. Once upon a time, he graduated from a prestigious school and smoothly entered the system. Back then, he was so passionate and pure, full of aspirations, wanting to contribute to the country and serve the people. However, when he actually started working, he realized how difficult it was for a child from a farmer's family to achieve their ideals. Constantly hitting walls, battered by reality, he finally gave in. He abandoned his longtime girlfriend and knelt under Wang Monli's influence, solely because she had a father who could help his career. Later, influenced by the Wang family, perhaps starting from a meal, a shopping cart, he gradually fell into corruption. Seeking quick success, being ambitious, corrupt, the once dragon-slaying youth eventually turned into a villain. Zhao Lixia started the car and headed towards the riverside dock. Always leave yourself a way out. Although Wang Huashan agreed to send him abroad, it might be a delaying tactic. Or perhaps he was already planning to silence him by killing. But I'm not that easy to mess with. Zhao Lixia touched the pistol at his waist, loaded with 15 bullets, feeling relieved. The car was getting closer to the riverbank, on a suburban 2-lane road without barriers, not very crowded with pedestrians or vehicles. Zhao Lixia drove calmly, imagining his life in the Eagle country. Although he had to leave his hometown, this could be considered the best outcome. Once in the Eagle country, he planned to buy a small villa with 1,000,000 meters of gold, and slowly spend the rest. As long as he didn't waste it, it should be enough for the next life. At that moment, a mud truck suddenly swerved towards him at over 120 miles per hour. Zhao Lixia died. When the traffic police arrived at the scene, Zhao Lixia's Volkswagen had been severely deformed by the collision, its broken parts scattered on the ground. Zhao Lixia himself was torn apart, his body in pieces. It was estimated that not even an undertaker with over 20 years of experience would dare to handle this. After on-site investigation, the traffic police determined it was not a traffic accident but a deliberate murder. The driver of the mud truck at the scene calmly admitted to this. After the accident, he didn't flee. When questioned by the traffic police, he was leisurely smoking in the car, with a cold and indifferent expression. Upon receiving the news, Liang Qingyuan, the director of the Public Security Bureau in Qinghe City, was deeply saddened. He immediately issued instructions: "We must quickly get the suspect to confess and give Secretary Wang an explanation." After giving the instructions, Liang Qingyuan leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, contemplating the consequences of this incident for himself. The head of the special task force dispatched by the provincial bureau had been murdered in his jurisdiction, and to make matters worse, this head was Secretary Wang's son-in-law. What a headache! The case must be solved before Secretary Wang arrives in Qinghe. Shortly after, Kuzhin, in charge of the interrogation, pushed open the door with a pleased expression to report the results. It was much faster than Liang Qingyuan had anticipated. Director Liang, the suspect confessed, spilled everything. Kuzhin handed the suspect's statement to Liang Qingyuan, then detailed the suspect's motive and actions. The suspect's name is Wu Taichung, from Shilin City in the provincial capital. Originally a construction worker, he got into a dispute with a contractor due to unpaid wages, leading to a fight. The initial case was handled by Zhao Lixia, but he used some tricks on Wu Taichung, added a charge of provocation and troublemaking, and sentenced him to 3 years. Shortly after Wu Taichung went to prison, he was diagnosed with liver cancer. Upon his release, he was determined to seek revenge on Zhao Lixia. Stealing a mud truck this time, he traced Zhao Lixia's movements. Kuzhin concluded. So, this is a typical case of revenge killing.
Liang Qingyuan rubbed his forehead, pondering silently.
The killer's motive was somewhat understandable. In the late stage of liver cancer, with only 3 months to live, seeking revenge on an enemy before death was considered normal.
Even a rabbit will bite when cornered.
However, closing the case this way would undoubtedly tarnish Zhao Lixiao's reputation, something Secretary Wang could not accept.
And this Wu Taichung, if you want revenge in Shilin, what's the point of seeking it in Qinghe? Did I offend you? Revenge now or later, why choose to do it just as Zhao Lixia took over as the head of the special task force? Liang Qingyuan suddenly realized that this matter might not be so simple. With this in mind, Liang Qingyuan called Wang Huashun. After a few words of sympathy, he shared the interrogation results and his own speculations with him. Secretary Wang, I suspect this matter may not be so simple.
There might be a possibility of hiring someone to commit murder behind Wu Taichung. Liang Qingyuan thought the other party would agree with his viewpoint, but Wang Huashun simply said in a deep voice, Director Liang, based on your description, the motive for murder is established, the facts of the crime are clear. I don't think it's necessary to complicate a simple matter.
However, if you feel there are doubts in the case and want to continue investigating, I fully support it. Liang Qingyuan directly ignored the content after, however.
Having been a director for so many years, he was well versed in the art of conversation between leaders.
The content before, however, was crucial, while the content after could be disregarded. Hanging up the phone, Liang Qingyuan shook his head. Alright, since the family is willing to accept this outcome, why should I meddle unnecessarily?
Both sides were pleased, and Liang Qingyuan saw that Wang Huashun had no intention of delving deeper, so he instructed Kujin to close the case quickly. A vicious revenge-killing case that was supposed to shake the entire public security sector of Hanong province was soon downplayed and closed hastily due to the reasonable attitude of the victim's family. As for Zhao Lixia's 70-year-old father coming to the Qinghe City Public Security Bureau to plead, Liang Qingyuan paid him no attention. When Zhao Lixia was alive, he would show some mercy to Zhao's father, but now that Zhao Lixia was dead, who the hell are you to him? After Zhao Lixia's body was properly arranged and sent back to his hometown in a grand manner, Yang Bao, Feng Ping, Feng Chen, and others here also learned of Zhao Lixia's murder. The brothers knew, which meant Feng Wen knew, and she immediately told Li Jijun.
Feng Wen did indeed want to seek revenge on Zhao Lixia for her friend, but the extent of her revenge was merely to put a sack over Zhao Lixia's head and give him a beating.
She never expected things to escalate to this extent. Just a few days ago, Zhao Lixia was still arrogant and domineering, but today, why couldn't he even protect himself? The two friends were doing bookkeeping in the office when Feng Wen suddenly asked mysteriously, Jiyun, do you think my second brother did this? Li Jijun widened her eyes at the words and whispered, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't say such things outside. Think about it. Your second brother is wealthy and influential. How could he possibly do such a risky thing? You're right, I was just kidding with you, Feng Wen said with a sheepish smile.
The most confused person about Zhao Lixia's death was undoubtedly Sang Biao. The contact person was dead, so what should he do next? Did he really have to join the underworld? But then he thought again, it seemed that Feng Chen's place was not really a part of the underworld, and the income was quite high. Apart from not contributing to social security and housing funds, it didn't seem worse than being a regular employee. Why not just work for him directly? Anyway, he was just an undocumented person in the Public Security Bureau. Sang Biao was completely lost, unsure of how to make a decision at the crossroads of life. Feng Chen ignored these matters. He distributed a bonus of 50,000 to each person involved in the Shilin mission, then gathered a few trusted aides together in the bright sunshine. I have a task for you. Immediately spread the news that the progress of the Seching real estate project is being delayed by 5 nail households. Make sure that all banks and underground money shops in Qinghe City know about it. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Feng Chen continued, next, we have 2 main focuses. First, to quickly merge with Seching real estate. Second, we cannot always rely on the Lai Fire Gang. Starting today, I will establish the Death Society. Death Society? There was a commotion among the crowd, each with a happy expression. Finally, everyone had their own organization. Although the name didn't sound too good, no one said anything. At the moment, the Death Society consists only of a few of us core members. Security personnel are temporarily not included. Feng Chen said domineeringly, since I have established the Death Society, it means that it is time for the underworld forces in Qinghe City to be unified. Next, I will choose one of the 4 major gangs to take action. Do you have any targets in mind? The Black Dragon Society. Everyone said in unison. Good, let's start with the Black Dragon Society. Feng Chen gave orders, Lei Ming, Shu Bo, Lao Lu, I want you to find out the composition of the Black Dragon Society's personnel, the distribution of their industries, and their combat strength within 3 days. If we make a move, we must uproot the Black Dragon Society completely.
Fang Chen continued, the Death Society is temporarily composed of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise halls. Each hall will have a hall master and a protector. As more members join, new halls may be established. The positions of the hall masters are not fixed for now. Rewards will be given based on merit after Qinghe is unified.
Meeting adjourned.
The Death Society was just a front for Fang Chen to manage the underground world. He would only control from behind the scenes.
On the surface, he would definitely maintain his position as the CEO of a real estate company and other legitimate identities.
After the meeting, Fang Chen kept Xiao Qi and Zhu Laolu behind.
I asked you two to investigate the 3 bank presidents. How did it go? We have taken photos of them.
Zhu Laolu handed over a stack of photos and said with a smirk, these bastards have moved on from their low-level interests in prostitution. Each of them has a kept woman. In addition, I found a few business owners and collected evidence of them making interest by bridging loans.
Well done. Fang Chen instructed, now go visit Chairman AI, Xiao Qi take the lead, Lao Lu, assist. Fang Chen lent them his Bentley, Zhu Lao Lu drove, all the way to the Qinghe City Commercial Bank Limited.
The old man at the reception saw the Bentley and without asking, let them through.
Xiao Qi got out of the car and stopped a man in a bank uniform, asking, excuse me, where is Chairman AI Wenhong's office? The man glanced at the Bentley and asked, may I ask what business you have with the chairman?
Xiao Qi smiled faintly, I have a large deposit and would like to discuss interest rates with Chairman AI. The man was pleased and quickly extended his hand in a welcoming gesture.
Let me take you there. In Daxia, the full name of a local commercial bank is usually Commercial Bank Limited. The chairman is the highest position, followed by the bank president. Generally, the chairman of a local commercial bank holds immense power, surpassing the bank president by far. The man led the two to the chairman's office on the 3rd floor, knocked on the door, received a response, and ushered Xiao Qi and Zhu Laolu in. The man whispered by the ear of AI Wenhong, who was sitting in the boss's chair wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and then turned and left. After the others left, AI Wenhong invited Xiao Qi and the other person to sit down, personally brewed 2 cups of tea, and asked, may I ask how to address you two esteemed guests? My surname is Qi, and this is my assistant, surnamed Zhu, replied Xiao Qi. AI Wenhong smiled and said, Mr. Qi, I just heard from Xiaomei that you have a deposit you want to keep in our bank. May I know the amount? The larger the amount, the more discounts we can offer on interest. Xiao Qi held up a finger, 1 billion.
AI Wenhong was delighted in his heart, indeed a big shot driving a Bentley. His actions were extraordinary. A deposit of 1 billion was not a small amount. AI Wenhong could not attract it even if he drank 10 rounds of wine, even if he drank blood. Xiao Qi continued, but I have a condition.
AI Wenhong gestured, please go on.
Xiao Qi slowly said, as far as I know, Shicheng Real Estate Company will have a loan of 87 million due in a week. According to the regulations of the Daxia National Bank, the working capital loan must be repaid first before the bank can renew the loan. According to past practice, Shicheng Real Estate will entrust Chairman AI to raise this bridge loan for them. And the interest on the bridge loan led by you is 0.3% per day. You handle this business quickly, the renewal funds can be obtained in a day or two, but you have to calculate the interest for a minimum of 3 days, which is 780,000 for 87 million. You take half of the interest, which is 390,000, and the lender takes the other half. After repaying the loan with the bridge funds, you will renew the loan for Shicheng Real Estate, and then use the renewal funds to repay this bridge loan.
Chairman AI, I wonder if what I said is correct.
As Xiao Qi spoke, AI Wenhong's face turned pale and then red. When he finished speaking, he immediately stood up and rebuked, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you want a deposit in my bank, I welcome it, but if you want to spread rumors, don't blame me for calling security.
This kind of income is a secret that the banking industry cannot disclose. Every financial practitioner knows the tricks inside, but they cannot be put on the table.
Snakes have their paths, turtles have their paths.
Every industry that controls resources has its means of making money.
The revenue-generating ability of a bank president is no worse than that of a public security bureau chief, and sometimes even better. After all, they are the god of wealth who deals directly with money. Compared to direct bribery through loan projects, this method has less risk but also earns a lot. AI Wenhong has accumulated tens of millions by using this method. Xiao Qi coldly smiled, not only do I know about this, I also know that you have several mistresses outside.
He signaled Zhu Laolu to show the photos to AI Wenhong. AI Wenhong took the photos and looked slightly panicked, and said in a deep voice, what are your demands? Xiao Qi said, I have 2 demands. First, the lender of the bridge loan for Shicheng Real Estate must be handed over to us. Second, after the funds are repaid, you cannot renew the loan for Shurchang Real Estate unless you receive my notification.
Ai Wenhong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that these two were only targeting Shurchang Real Estate. He thought they were going to extort him and was thinking of spending 1 or 2 million to avoid disaster. But Zhang Shurchang was not someone to mess with, offending him would surely lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a metallic object suddenly fell from Zhu's waist and made a crisp metallic sound as it hit the ground. Ai Wenhong looked closely and was immediately shocked. A dark black gun-like object was lying quietly on the ground, emitting a dark and murderous luster. It's a toy I bought for my son, sorry about that. Zhu Laolu quickly stuffed the gun into his pocket, scratched his head, and awkwardly smiled.
Is it a toy? Ai Wenhong was dumbfounded.
These two bastards were talking nonsense with their eyes wide open.
Did they think he was a fool?
The metallic texture, the chilling aura, Ai Wenhong couldn't believe it was a toy even if he was beaten to death. He stiffened in his seat, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. He finally understood the identity of these two people. They were from the underworld. It was simply outrageous, daring to threaten a bank president of a major country like Dacia with a handgun. Ai Wenhong was furious for 3 seconds, then decided to yield. It's not wise to fight against the underworld. Xiaoqi then reassured him, Zhang Shurchang is like a locust after autumn, he won't be jumping around for long. You don't need to worry, and I will also send my men to protect your safety.
Thank you, General Qi. Ai Wenhong wiped the sweat off his forehead and poured some tea for the two. Also, the amount of the deposit remains unchanged. We will deposit 1 billion in your bank.
Give a sweet date after a harsh scolding. This was what Fong Chen instructed before the trip.
Xiaoqi continued, I heard that Shurchang Real Estate used to raise funds through you by pledging Zhang Shurchang's shares?
Ai Wenhong nodded, that's right. We have been cooperating for many years. Pledging shares is faster, while using real estate as collateral requires evaluation at the assessment center and handling procedures at the Land Bureau, which is very troublesome. Xiaoqi smiled satisfactorily at his words. Alright, we can also accept share pledges. Ai Wenhong, who had been in the financial industry for decades, understood Xiaoqi's intentions at this point. He wanted to seize Zhang Shurchang's company by clever means. As long as Zhang Shurchang pledged his shares and couldn't repay the loan later, the shares would unconditionally belong to General Qi. Although General Qi paid 87 million, it was actually repaying the company's debt, reducing the company's liabilities. Once the company became General Qi's industry, it was just a matter of moving assets from one hand to the other for him.
General Qi could take over Zhang Shurchang's hard-earned company without spending a penny.
General Qi had a truly malicious heart and ruthless methods. Since he had decided to support General Qi, Chairman Ai took the initiative to say, Zhang Shurchang holds 53% of the shares in Shurchang Real Estate. In the past, when borrowing this 87 million loan, he was only willing to pledge a maximum of 30% of the shares.
I have other arrangements for this. Xiaoqi stood up to bid farewell. Thank you for the reminder, Chairman Ai, we will meet again.
The loans due at the same time for Shurchang Real Estate had already been thoroughly investigated by Fong Chen. There were 2 in total. Besides the 87 million from Qinghe Commercial Bank, there was also 52 million from Construction Bank, so Xiaoqi went to Construction Bank next in the same manner. There was another bank providing new loans, and Zhang Shurchang was planning to use the company's land certificate as collateral for a loan of 120 million. This loan was in the process of being arranged, and Fong Chen also intended to intervene and cut off his source of funds. Xiaoqi visited 3 banks in a row, and in the evening, he had to treat a bank president to dinner and hadn't returned yet.
Fong Chen gave remote instructions midway, while the rest of the time he was playing games with Han Bing in the office of Haishang Minjiu. After 2 hours of intimacy, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening when they finished. He put on his clothes, just lit a post-coital cigarette, when his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the incoming number, Fong Chen paused for a second before answering it casually. It was a call from his former childhood friend Gong Xiaofei. Even the worst of bad guys usually have at least 2 friends. Fong Chen had 2 childhood friends, one named Gong Xiaofei and the other named Qingyu. The 3 of them had a very good relationship. However, it's often brothers rather than parents who understand you the most.
Fong Chen was afraid of being exposed by them, and also didn't know how to interact with them, so he had crossed over for nearly 10 days without contacting them. Gong Xiaofei sounded a bit anxious. Lao Fong, something happened at Lao Chen's house. Old Chen said you couldn't help, told me not to talk to you. I thought you were from the Live Fire gang. Can you help out? Can you come to Old Chen's house now? It's best to bring a few brothers.
Got it, I'll be right over.
The Bentley was given to Xiaoqi, and Fong Chen didn't call anyone else. He drove straight to Qinyu's villa in his BMW 520. Gong Xiaofei, Qinyu, and Fong Chen were classmates from junior high to high school. The three of them were restless, dropping out of high school to hang out together in society. Qian, with a quick mind and good looks, caught the attention of Han Jun by flirting with girls, and entered the Li-Fire gang.
Gong Xiaofei wasn't so lucky, with a less fortunate family background.
After graduating, he studied cooking for 2 years and now runs a small restaurant to make ends meet. Due to this relationship, Chen couldn't let Gong Xiaofei work under him, so he often went to his restaurant to show support.
Among the three, Chen Yu came from the best family.
His father owned a small clothing factory, with several million in assets, and he was the only son.
He did nothing productive, spending his days indulging in pleasure outside. Fang Chen reminisced all the way and soon arrived at Chen Yu's villa. He parked the car outside, and as soon as he got out of the car, his brow furrowed. The gates of the villa's courtyard were wide open. The potted plants and flowers in the courtyard were smashed to pieces, and the walls were painted with bright red paint saying "Pay your debts." The living room door was slightly ajar, with lights on inside, shadows moving around. Downstairs, there was the sound of card games and laughter, while upstairs, there were loud curses and pleas for mercy. Fang Chen walked into the courtyard and pushed open the living room door.
Several burly men smoking cigarettes were playing cards around a square table, with 5 or 6 others watching. Seeing a stranger, a man around 30, dressed in a black windbreaker with a stubbled beard, put down his cards, squinted at Fang Chen, and asked, "What are you doing here?"
Fang Chen showed a startled expression and stammered, "I'm a friend of Chen Yu's."
"He's upstairs," the man said and resumed playing cards.
Fang Chen surveyed the living room, a mess like a garbage dump.
Cigarette butts, drink bottles, and tissues were strewn around, spit and excrement visible everywhere. The card players casually spat on the floor, and those watching the game didn't bother to use the bathroom, instead unzipping their pants and urinating on the sofa.
Fang Chen remained silent and walked straight to the second floor.
He had been to Chen Yu's house many times and was very familiar with the layout. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms, and from the middle master bedroom came a shrill, piercing voice. "Old man, you have to transfer this house, even if you have to force it. Sign the transfer contract, and I'll have my brothers leave immediately.
Then you can live a good life, right?
Today, after the transfer, our accounts will be settled. If you drag your feet, even if you sell the house, it won't be enough to pay off the debt. By then, I'll take the organs of your family of 3 to settle the debt. It's my debt, nothing to do with my dad. Let him go, come at me if you have any issues."
Fang Chen recognized the voice as Chen Yu's.
"Oh, quite filial, ever heard of children paying off parents' debts?" the shrill voice mocked. Chen's father roared from the bedroom, "We agreed on settling for 500,000, you have no integrity. I'd rather die than sign, even if the house is burned, I won't give it to you. Go ahead, kill me if you dare." Gong Xiaofei also pleaded, "Brother Bao, please, Chen Yu only borrowed 50,000, he has already repaid you 500,000, please let him go." Ignoring Gong Xiaofei, the shrill voice ordered the people around, "Hold the old man down for me, bring a spoon, I'm going to teach this old man a lesson today." Fang Chen hurried to the door of the master bedroom and glanced inside. The chaotic 50 square meter master bedroom was a mess. Chen Yu and Gong Xiaofei lay on the floor with bruised and swollen faces, their clothes torn to shreds, struggling desperately but being held down by several burly men. Chen's mother also had bruises all over her face, with patches of her scalp torn off, wailing incessantly on the floor. The old lady's clothes and face were covered in yellow urine, and the smell of urine filled the air. On the sofa, Chen's father was held down by 2 men, restraining his arms and legs. A middle-aged man in a black leather jacket with a rough face was using his left hand to hold Chen's father's eyelids open, while his right hand held a metal spoon against Chen's father's lower eyelid. Despite the man's rough appearance, his voice was surprisingly soft as he coldly said, "Debts must be repaid, it's only right. How dare you, old man, try to dodge your debts? You have 1 minute to consider. If you don't agree to transfer ownership, I'll gouge out one of your eyeballs. If you still refuse, I'll gouge out your wife's eyeball." The scene before Fang Chen made him furious. He had seen some thugs' methods in his past life, and in this life, he was part of the underworld, but never had he witnessed such ruthless individuals in both lifetimes. "Stop!" With Fang Chen's angry shout, everyone in the room turned to look at the stranger at the door.
"Lao Fang!"
Gong Xiaofei and Chen Yu exclaimed in surprise, as if grasping at a lifeline, their faces lighting up with joy as they turned to look at Fang Chen at the door. However, when they realized he was alone, their expressions turned sour again. If Fang Chen had brought a few of his brothers, maybe they could have dealt with Leopard Brother. But with just one person, even if he was in charge of the Lifeng gang, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Because Leopard Brother's status was not low. Chen's father also saw Fang Chen, opened his mouth to speak, sighed, and then swallowed his words. At this point, Chen's mother had been tortured beyond recognition, looking dazed and staring blankly at the ceiling, unresponsive.
Leopard brother in the black jacket glanced at Fong Chen and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Chen Yu." Fong Chen walked into the room and said, "It is indeed right to repay debts. How much does Chen Yu owe you?" Leopard brother put down the spoon and chuckled. "Oh, a righteous one has arrived. So, are you planning to repay their debts for them?" "I can," Fong Chen nodded. "Well, that's nice. I always abide by the rules and only resort to violence as a last resort." Leopard brother ordered his men to release Chen's family and Gong Xiufei, then beckoned to a young man with a crew cut. "Come, calculate how much this brother still owes." The young man picked up a calculator and after a few taps, said, "He still owes 2 million. "You're talking nonsense. It was 1 million yesterday, why is it suddenly 200,000 more today?" Shen Yu roared, "Lao Fang, don't bother with me, this debt will never be paid off." "It's okay, 2 million it is, a small matter." Fang Chen took out his phone, sent a text message to Chu Bo, then closed his phone and said, "The money will be delivered shortly." "Oh, indeed a righteous brother." Leopard brother took out a cigarette and handed it to Fang Chen, smiling and asking, "I'm Huang Bao. People on the streets call me Brother Bao. Which gang are you from?" "I'm not affiliated with any gang, just doing some small business," Fang Chen explained casually, declining the cigarette, then turned to Chen Yu. "Old Chen, tell me what happened." Chen Yu angrily recounted the events. He had borrowed 50,000 yuan from Huang Bao a week ago. They had agreed on a 1-month loan term with 5% interest per month, which amounted to 2,500. Initially, this interest rate was not considered high in society. However, Huang Bao tampered with the contract, changing the monthly interest to daily. Now, the interest was 2,500 per day. After just one day, Huang Bao sent people to demand payment. If the debt was not settled within a day, a penalty of 20,000 would be added, along with a daily late fee of 10,000. The next day, the contract had to be revised again, and 50,000 turned into 82,500. Chen Yu couldn't bear it and had to tell his parents about the situation. By this time, his debt had accumulated to 500,000. 2 days ago, Chen's father prepared 500,000 in cash and reached an agreement with Huang Bao to use this money to settle the debt. Unexpectedly, after receiving the money, Huang Bao immediately changed his tune, claiming there were additional expenses like transportation and labor costs that had not been included. Shen Yu said it was impossible for them to repay the loan. Even if they managed to gather the money and were capable of repaying, they would intentionally avoid you and not pay back on the same day. The next day, new penalties and late fees were added. Huang Bao remained unfazed, listening with interest as Chen Yu accused him of his methods. When he heard the satisfaction in Chen Yu's voice, he and his men burst into laughter, displaying arrogance. Fang Chen instantly understood the intentions of Huang Bao and his group. Their goal was similar to his own. They had set their sights on Chen Yu's family property and would not rest until they seized it all. However, Fang Chen's methods in dealing with Chang real estate were much more sophisticated, operating in a gray area. The procedures for bridge loans and pledges were completely legitimate and reasonable, not to mention setting a trap for Zhang Zi at the casino to swallow his 10% stake and creating false financial records. Even if Zhang Chang reported the matter to the Public Security Bureau, he couldn't catch Fang Chen. At most, he could be accused of seizing property by trickery, while Huang Bao's actions were clearly criminal. If the matter was exposed, he would end up in jail. The fact that nothing had happened for so long indicated that Huang Bao had powerful backers. After a while, Chu Bo entered the bedroom carrying a large suitcase, smiling as he pushed open the door. Fang Chen took the suitcase, opened it, and counted out 12 bundles of 100,000 in cash, placing them on the coffee table. "Generous as brother," Huang Bao praised, taking the bag from the sofa to stuff the cash inside. "Hold on," Fang Chen interjected, "where's the promissory note?" Huang Bao pulled out a crumpled promissory note from his pocket. Just as he was about to hand it to Fang Chen, he glanced at his watch and then at Fang Chen's briefcase, saying, "Sorry, it's past midnight, a new day has begun, and 2 million is no longer enough. If you want the promissory note, you'll need to add another 300,000. No problem." Fang Chen placed the additional 300,000 on the table and asked, "Can I have the promissory note now?" Earlier, he had instructed Chu Bo to bring 5 million in cash from the Haishan Mingyu, and Huang Bao had just finished speaking based on his money. Huang Bao looked at Fang Chen with a smirk. "Sure, but there's one more thing to settle. I have so many brothers, and you need to compensate me for their transportation and labor costs. I don't want much, just give me 500,000. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, this money also needs to be compensated. Hearing this, Huang Bao was taken aback. Things were going too smoothly, beyond his expectations. Was there really such a naive wealthy person on Qingha Road? He suddenly realized that this person remained calm throughout, clearly displaying a fearless attitude. Fang Chen glanced at the suitcase and said, "But I don't have enough cash here, you'll have to come with me to get it." Huang Bao narrowed his eyes, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and placed it on the table, coldly saying, "Don't play tricks with me." "What's wrong? You don't dare take the money?" Fang Chen smirked mockingly. "Either have someone bring the money here, or get lost." Huang Bao acted cautiously, anticipating possible ambushes. "Then give us back the money," Shubo chimed in. "Once the money goes into my pocket, it never comes out. You can't take the money, and you can't take the promissory note. If you don't leave now, you'll leave your lives here." Shubo was amused by his words and sneered, "You never take out the money in your pocket? If you're so capable, try not paying the water and electricity bills, or refuse to pay for hospitalization. Go ahead, try not paying and see how tough you are." Fang Chen stood up, smiled, and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen such a fresh idiot. This idiot can still survive to this age, it's really strange." He originally didn't want to make a move at Chun Yu's house. What if someone died at home later? But this guy Huang Bao was quite cautious and didn't go out. Now he had no choice but to act here. Fang Chen waved his hand helplessly, and Shubo took out the walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "Mad, encountered an idiot that can't be helped, all of you come in." The conversation between the two clearly reached the ears of Huang Bao and his 4 little brothers. Just as Huang Bao was puzzled and ready to take the initiative, there were suddenly urgent footsteps coming from the living room downstairs. Then came the dense shouting and the sound of smashing and breaking, and soon it returned to calm. Thump thump thump. After a while, more than 10 burly men in desert camouflage uniforms, standard military boots, wearing Kevlar helmets on their heads, with pepper sprays and ASP batons hanging from their waists, pushed open the master bedroom door one after another and entered the room. Chun Yu and Gong Xiaofei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Lao Feng had left a backup plan. Chen's father was also overjoyed, but just as he was about to step aside, Huang Bao suddenly pulled out a dagger to hold him hostage. Unfortunately, Shu Bo was prepared early on. He grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it fiercely on Huang Bao's head, knocking him unconscious and bleeding on the ground in just a few hits. The security team members pulled out their batons as soon as they entered the room and greeted the heads of Huang Bao's 4 little brothers. Soon, they had the group of gangsters under control, each one tied up with plastic ties on their hands and feet. Fang Chen waved his hand, "Take them all away." With that command, the security team members, 2 by 2, escorted Huang Bao and his group downstairs like they were escorting dead dogs. They joined the thugs who were already under control downstairs and were taken care of in a Buick commercial vehicle. "Uncle, I'll handle this matter, don't spread it outside," Fang Chen whispered to Chen's father before leaving. "Xiao Zhang, thank you. Thank you." Chen's father burst into tears, supporting his wife and thanking endlessly. Fang Chen walked downstairs, followed by Gong Xiaofei and Chen Yu. "We'll go with you." Fang Chen squinted and asked, "Do you know how I plan to deal with Huang Bao?" Chen Yu said calmly, "I'll go no matter how you plan to deal with it, even if it means killing someone, I'm not afraid." Fang Chen nodded, "Are you willing to do it yourself?" "I am," Chen Yu said firmly. "I am too, leave one for me," Gong Xiaofei chimed in. "Good, follow me." Fang Chen took the 2 of them in his BMW and headed towards the riverbank. The security team's commercial vehicle followed from a distance. As Fang Chen drove, he asked, "Lao Chen, do you know the background of this Huang Bao?" Chen Yu pondered and said, "His brother-in-law is the hall master of the Dadao men, Xin Sihai." Dadao men? Fang Chen's eyes narrowed, recalling memories from the past. Dadao men occupied the most prosperous west city of Qinghe City. Their influence was the leader among the 4 major gangs, completely different from the other 3 gangs. Their strength was at least equivalent to the sum of the Li-Fire Gang and the Brotherhood Alliance. Li-Fire Gang only had 4 branches, while the Dao men had 8. Each hall master was capable on their own. The public leader of the gang was the second elder, Gao Minghua, but the actual controller was the eldest, Gao Mingyuan. Gao Mingyuan was the helm of Green Sword Capital, managing tens of billions in cash assets. He was the true leader, with a complex network of relationships, not only dominating Qinghe but also having deep connections in the province. Unlike the grassroots-born Xiao brothers and Xin Lai, Gao Mingyuan's grandfather was a major capitalist before the founding of Daxia, with a very deep family background. Fang Chen's original plan was to deal with the Black Dragon Society first. But now that they were going after Yellow Leopard, perhaps the strategy needed to change, starting with the toughest challenge. Just then, seizing the opportunity with Chen Yu's situation would make a notable entrance. Fang Chen refocused and asked, "Tell me everything that happened from beginning to end, don't leave anything out." Chen Yu sighed and said, "A month ago, I met a girl who owns a flower shop, named Zhang Yinan. She is very beautiful and sexy, and it was love at first sight for us. Some time ago, her mother was hospitalized and she asked me for 50,000 yuan.
You know how strict my father is with me after I graduated, he doesn't give me much pocket money.
I didn't have 50,000 yuan. Fang Chen sneered, so you lent money to her mother at a high interest rate, and then Leopard Brother was introduced to you by her, right?
Chen Yu sighed. Yes, I later found out it was a carefully designed trap. Yellow Leopard and his brother-in-law Qin Sihai specifically target some small bosses in Qinghe City, and anyone they get involved with ends up in ruin.
Fang Chen scolded, this is pure dog-like behavior. Have you been with Jiang Nan?
No, Chen Yu shook his head embarrassedly.
Do you hate her now?
Of course, I hate her. I wish to devour her flesh and drink her blood. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred.
Do you know where her family lives?
I do.
Good. Fang Chen nodded, I will arrange for someone to bring her here.
You have two choices, either you force yourself on her, or I'll have a few brothers take turns with her.
Chen Yu fell silent for a moment and shook his head. I choose neither. Aren't you eager to devour her flesh and drink her blood? Fang Chen teased.
It's too dirty, I want her to pay a different price, Chen Yu said expressionlessly.
Fang Chen gave him a meaningful look. This was the typical warm baby plus dog-like character setting. The so-called too dirty was just an excuse.
Chen Yu appeared to be a wealthy playboy on the surface, but deep down, he was a man of integrity with principles. Even if betrayed by a loved one, he was unwilling to resort to force, let alone the second option.
Fang Chen said meaningfully, after the spring breeze, weeds must be eradicated from the roots. I'm waiting for your alternative price.
Brother Zhang, I know what to do, Chen Yu said decisively after some contemplation.
Alright, I'll accompany you. Fang Chen turned around and arrived at a residential area based on the address provided by Qin Yu.
Surveillance in Daxia country was not yet widespread, so residential areas like this one had no monitoring. Chen Yu and Gong Xiufei went upstairs to handle the matter while he waited downstairs. He helped Qin Yu out of goodwill, based on their past and emotional connection, but the other party would surely demand an explanation.
Yellow Leopard would kill, but not tonight, so this explanation would have to come from Jiang Yinan. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu and Gong Xiufei surreptitiously carried a young woman who appeared innocent and alluring down the stairs. Fang Chen glanced at Jiang Yinan through the system and a dark row of numbers appeared above her head. Sin value 63.
The two opened the back door and swiftly placed the unconscious woman in the back seat.
Sensing Chen Yu's rapid heartbeat and Gong Xiaofei's calm breathing, Fang Chen smiled, started the car, and headed towards the riverbank.
When they reached a desolate riverbank, Fang Chen stopped the car, opened the trunk, and pointed to the plastic restraints inside the car. Chen Yu immediately understood, bound Jiang Yinan's hands and feet with the plastic restraints, then hesitated and stood still.
Fang Chen didn't rush him, just waited quietly by the side. It's hard for an ordinary person to confront their inner self the first time they commit murder, it's understandable.
Chen Yu was continuously trying to hypnotize himself at that moment. The mother was humiliated by being urinated on, the father almost had his eyes gouged out, all because of this woman.
The enmity between the two families was irreconcilable.
After a moment, Chen Yu finally made up his mind and exchanged a glance with Gong Xiufei. Gong Xiufei was carefree, feeling like he had a cursed life after his parents' divorce, daring to do anything his brothers did. They carried Jiang Yinan to the riverbank, tossing her into the river like a sandbag. With a loud splash, the wicked woman sank deeper into the water. I hope you will repent in your next life and become a good person, Chen Yu murmured by the river. When he turned back, tears were streaming down his face. After a moment, Fang Chen felt a barely perceptible warmth inside him. Given the vast age difference, it was almost futile for an adult woman's physique to compare with hers. He knew deep down that Qin Yu never intended to kill Jiang Yinan. It was his interference that led to her death, and the system attributed her demise to him. Fang Chen, being experienced, understood the psychology of a young man in his 20s very well. Despite Qin Yu looking devastated as if he had lost his mother, he would eventually meet a more suitable and kind girl and realize how foolish he had been. Out with the old, in with the new, let's go, Fang Chen comforted, driving the two brothers towards the location of Huang Bao. While driving, he called Lei Ming, get some people to move my mother to a safe house, and send a team to protect my sister and brother. In the coming days, Fang Chen would have to battle the degangmen and ensure there were no loose ends. Although family should be spared, there was no room for morality in the criminal underworld. Pushed to the brink, one could do anything. The cold winds swept the riverbank in the early morning as Huang Bao and his 12 men were bound with plastic restraints, kneeling on the muddy ground.
Fang Chen stopped the car, took back the
1.5 million in cash from Chu Bo, and stashed it in his trunk.
Huang Bao, once arrogant, was now in agony on the ground.
His eyes were nearly swollen shut, with two large bumps on his forehead, resembling the headlights of a car. Seeing Fang Chen, Huang Bao finally guessed his identity and asked hesitantly,
you are the leader of the live fire gang, right? In his line of work, when targeting a potential victim, it was essential to investigate their background, including family and friends. Therefore, before targeting the Chen family, he had looked into Chen Yu's connections and knew about his childhood friend, Fang Chen, who was in charge of the live fire gang. However, he didn't care. While the gang leader might give him pause, a mere manager like Fang Chen had at most a dozen close subordinates. He was the brother-in-law of Qin Sihai, the leader of the Degangmen. That's right, I'm Fang Chen said, lighting a cigarette with the help of his men. Blowing a smoke ring, he said slowly, my brother fell into your trap. Our family was mistreated like this. How do you suggest we settle this matter? After considering for a moment, Huang Bao said, Chen Yu's debt is forgiven, I will return the IOU and the previous 500,000 to him, and additionally compensate with another 500,000. How about that? Sink him. Fang Chen waved his hand with waning interest. Following instructions, the security team immediately brought out prepared large gasoline drums and concrete mortar from the Buick car. Then, in pairs, they began mixing the concrete mortar with shovels. Huang Bao's eyes widened in fury. He was all too familiar with this setup. Putting someone in a gasoline drum, filling it with mixed cement, sealing it shut, and just pushing it into the river. In the criminal underworld, there were rules to follow, and the size of the grudge determined the retaliation. Huang Bao believed that he and Fang Chen did not have an irreconcilable enmity, yet Fang Chen was ready to resort to such a brutal method at the drop of a hat. Is there still justice? Is there still righteousness? It's been many years since the Qinghe underworld has seen such a fierce individual. Thinking of this, Huang Leopard could no longer hold back and nervously said, Zhenggu, I admit defeat. How do you want to resolve this? Name your price. Fang Chen smiled faintly, since you are so aware of the situation, I'll give you a friendly price. You have 12 brothers, 300,000 for a life, and your life is definitely worth more, let's say 30 million. In total, 66 million, rounding up, you bring out 70 million to buy your life, isn't that fair? 70 million, quite a bold request. Not to mention that Huang Leopard's entire fortune doesn't add up to 70 million, even if it did, he couldn't agree to such an outrageous demand. Huang Leopard was itching with anger, but he remained composed on the surface and said, I agree. Let me make a phone call, and I'll have the money sent over. Fang Chen knew what Huang Leopard was up to, so he instructed Wu Jibin to untie his restraints and return his phone to him. Huang Leopard made a few ambiguous remarks on the phone, then hung up and said, the money will be sent over shortly. Fang Chen immediately saw through his ploy and mocked, do you think Qin Sihai's arrival will help? Without 70 million, not even the God of heaven can save you. Huang Leopard smiled coldly but didn't retort. He was a smart man, and smart men don't suffer losses. The professionalism, teamwork, and combat effectiveness displayed by the security team tonight truly surprised him. A mere manager from the Liehua gang actually had the financial capacity to support 20 elite ex-soldiers, which truly puzzled him. But that was as far as it went. The Daemon's strength far exceeded what was shown on the surface. Soon, he would make Fang Chen understand the level of the Lord of Dada Omen. Fang Chen also recalled the memories of the original owner regarding Dada Omen. Unlike the gangs like the Qinghe 4 major gangs and the Snake Gang that dealt in drug trafficking and were always on edge, these 4 were traditional criminal organizations with protection and legitimate businesses. Among them, the most mysterious was Dada Omen. Dada Omen was controlled by the 2 brothers, Gao Mingyuan and Gao Minghua. The head of the sect was the second brother, Gao Minghua, but the actual controller was Gao Mingyuan, the chairman of Green Tech Capital. Gao Mingyuan, in his early 40s, was one of the top 3 richest men in Qinghe City and a representative of the XX province. He had studied accounting and finance at Stanford University when he was young, much like Ni Yongxiao in Hong Kong movies, with both cultural knowledge and innovative ideas. He applied the advanced management concepts he learned abroad to gang management. So, unlike the other 3 major gangs that focused on gambling and prostitution, although Dada Omen also operated a dozen clubs and bars, it was not their main business. Daemon's main business was Green Tech Capital. Green Tech Capital had a registered capital of 1 billion, with net assets of 70 to 80 billion, engaged in financial investment. Gao Mingyuan had stakes or controlling interests in a number of medium and small-sized enterprises through Green Tech Capital. This was Gao Mingyuan's foundation. Even if all of Daemon's establishments were shut down, the Gao brothers could still live comfortably. Through Huang Leopard's actions towards Chen Yu, Fang Chen could roughly guess Gao Mingyuan's method of amassing wealth. It was nothing more than using more sophisticated means to manipulate these business owners and then bring their industries under his control. Fang Chen instructed Chu Bo to inform the other security teams to gather, then quietly waited for Qin Sihai to arrive with the others. They waited for over an hour, and suddenly, the quiet riverside was filled with the roar of cars. Bright xenon headlights shone through.
After a moment, a Mercedes S600 led the way, followed by 5 large trucks, stopping 100 meters away in succession. Then, they turned off their headlights and began to disembark.
Burly men jumped down from the trucks one by one.
In the moonlight, they were dressed in matching black Nike sportswear and Nike sneakers. In his hand, he held a strange, bright big chopping knife.
The chopping knife was similar to the golden silk ring knife seen on TV.
There were 9 large iron rings on the back of the knife, a blood groove on the blade, and countless uneven saw teeth. As the saying goes, cutting wounds and stabbing to death, describing that using a chopping knife to cut someone is definitely not as effective as stabbing someone with a dagger. However, Fong Chen had no doubt about the killing power of these chopping knives.
With one chop, the blood groove could empty half a tube of blood.
The iron rings on the back of the knife could also make noise to disrupt the opponent.
Big Knife Gate, so that's what it means. Fong Chen suddenly realized that this was how the name Big Knife Gate came about. He never expected that Gao Mingyuan also liked watching the TD series White-Browed Hero. In an instant, 5 large trucks unloaded their passengers. Fong Chen estimated that each truck had over 20 people.
Over 100 big men with chopping knives quickly assembled into a square formation under the leadership of a man in a black suit, waiting for the people in the Mercedes-Benz to get out of the car. After the formation was complete, a younger brother immediately jogged to the side of the Mercedes-Benz and carefully opened the door. The door opened, and a big foot wearing Iron Lion Tony shoes stretched from the back seat to the muddy ground. Then a tall man of 1.9 meters emerged from the car. Qin Sihai had a large flat-top haircut, wearing a brown Italian handmade suit, and a Versace white silk shirt. He boldly opened his collar, revealing strong muscles, with an emperor green 8-faced Buddha pendant hanging from his neck, wearing a jade green thumb ring on his hand, giving off a completely sinister vibe.
"Master, hello."
The younger brothers bowed in unison to welcome Qin Sihai, their voices thunderous, scaring away the water birds lurking in the bushes. Qin Sihai ignored the younger brothers and looked into the car. Following his gaze, a burly, muscular Tibetan Mastiff jumped out of the car with Qin Sihai. The Tibetan Mastiff's broad head shimmered with bloodthirsty eyes like copper bells. Its thick lips curled slightly, revealing sharp and sturdy fangs, with limbs as strong as pillars, dense long fur as dark as ink cascading like a cloak. Judging from its mane and physique, it was definitely a purebred Mastiff from Tibet, majestic and extremely ferocious. Quite impressive. Seeing this scene, Shubo couldn't help but sneer. He appeared relaxed on the surface, but inwardly, he became cautious, tightening his grip on the baton. The people today were in a completely different league from Li Daba's group before. Li Daba's men were just hired thugs for show, and half of them were still kids. But today, they were all well-trained, uniformed troops. Looking at their Nike tracksuits, dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies, muscular figures, uniform golden silk ring knives in their hands, and that unruly Jianghu vibe, it was clear that today was going to be a tough battle. Of course, for the boss who could catch bullets bare-handed, this was just child's play. However, the boss had just said that tonight's focus was on training, and he wouldn't personally intervene unless necessary. Fong Chen also felt strange about Qin Sihai's lineup. Was there such a big difference between a master and his subordinates? Han Jun's men were only about 20 younger brothers, usually driving a C-Class Mercedes. Compared to Qin Sihai, in terms of financial resources and manpower, they were not even in the same league. Seeing Qin Sihai, Huang Leopard seemed to have found a life-saving straw, waving his hands frantically and shouting, brother-in-law, I'm here."
"Shut up, you're annoying." Wu Zhibin behind him swung his baton and hit Huang Leopard on the head, silencing him instantly. Meanwhile, Qin Sihai also saw his nephew-in-law being hit. He waved his hand indifferently and then walked towards Fong Chen's direction. Leading the way, the Tibetan Mastiff bared its bloodthirsty fangs and followed closely behind. Over 100 younger brothers holding golden silk big chopping knives formed a shaped battle formation, following fiercely behind the Tibetan Mastiff. The battle was about to begin. Fong Chen originally had no grudge against Qin Sihai, he was only acting for his own benefit, but now he had an additional reason. This person was too arrogant, and arrogant people deserved a beating. In the deep autumn early morning by the riverbank, the river wind was chilling, the cold dew condensed, the withered grass frosted, and waterfowl chirped softly. Pier 7 was far from the highway, with vast and flat terrain, rare pedestrians, and no interference from law enforcement officers. It was an excellent place for the underground forces of Qinghe City to engage in a fierce battle. After the fight, they could just dump the bodies in the river, saving on transportation costs. For the fishing enthusiast who was well-versed in feng shui and meteorology, it was an excellent spot, not to be underestimated. Over 100 burly men wielding large golden hoop knives undoubtedly overwhelmed the 20 security guards on the other side in terms of momentum.
However, before the fight began, negotiations were inevitable. Probing backgrounds was both a rule of the Jianghu and a way of survival. Who are you people, and who's in charge? Shin Sihai spoke, squinting to carefully assess the people in front of him. He was familiar with the black market of Qinghe City, but he had never seen such a disciplined and fiercely armed regular army before. They were fully equipped, from Kevlar riot helmets to desert camouflage suits, likely wearing stab-proof vests underneath. Chubo stepped forward and said, "Kill the Body Society, I am in charge." He was the overall commander of this battle, representing the Kill the Body Society. Shin Sihai frowned, pondering for a while but couldn't recall where he had heard this name before. Since he hadn't heard of it, it must be a new force that had recently emerged. The henchmen of the Dedeo men laughed heartily, starting to taunt, "Kill the Body Society? What a ridiculous name, is there also a Kill the Acquaintance Society? Ignorant fools, you don't even understand the meaning of kill the body to benefit others," Sang Biao muttered quietly beside Fang Chen. As a top student in elementary school, he felt intellectually superior to these underworld figures. Fang Chen nodded, "Exactly, killing others' bodies for our benefit is our creed in the Kill the Body Society." Sang Biao was inspired by these words, still echoing in his ears from when Fang Chen established the gang. Behind the tall buildings lurk shadows, under neon lights flow tears of blood. Even with laws and law enforcement officers working hard, there are corners they can't reach. Those who abide by the law worry every day, while the strong revel every night, harming others for personal gain, while the righteous suffer hunger. Some villains excel at exploiting legal loopholes, committing all kinds of evil yet evading justice. Are you willing to accept this, Abayo? The purpose of our Kill the Body Society is to uphold justice, eliminate these villains, and cover the blind spots of the law. Are you willing to join us? I am willing. Abandoned by their leader and becoming a rogue cop, the former student police officer was once filled with fervor and tears, making the choice without hesitation. He was willing to take risks, acting as an undercover agent for Zhao Liexia. One reason was for the benefits and security, the other was to uphold the justice in his heart. It was just a shift from white to gray, changing identities but keeping the same goal. He could handle the benefits and security on his own. On the other side, Shubo cut to the chase, asking, "Did you bring the money?" Shin Sihai was slightly surprised. Despite being at a disadvantage, the other party remained calm and even made bold demands. They must have some backing. However, the difference in numbers was not easily bridged. Shin Sihai adjusted his collar, smiling faintly as he said, "Every few years, some tough guys emerge on Qinghe Road. In my eyes, these people are all reckless youngsters. The more arrogant they are at the beginning, the more tragic their end. I often remind young people with a sentence, don't touch what doesn't belong to you, be it a woman or money." Suddenly, the Tibetan Mastiff by Shin Sihai's side arched its back, muscles tensed, eyes flashing with a fierce light, emitting a low, muffled growl from its throat, ready to attack. Shin Sihai's gaze passed over Chubo's shoulder, then he turned back and his expression gradually became serious. A group of burly men, dressed similarly, appeared from the right and behind, closing in on the protagonist. To the left, there was no one, as the Qinghuai River lay in that direction. They held shields in their left hands and sharp iron spears, each one 8 meters long, in their right hands. The spearheads gleamed coldly, exuding a murderous aura. They advanced in a long snake formation, then swiftly shifted into a hedgehog formation as they closed in, surrounding the men of the Dedeo gang. Chubo squinted at Shin Sihai and asked, "I'll ask again, did you bring the money?" Shin Sihai remained silent, quickly assessing the strengths of both sides in his mind. Their side had over 100 men, while the opponents had 20 men each to the east, west, and north, totaling 60. Despite the numerical difference, the opponent's equipment was more suitable for group combat, and the outcome remained uncertain until the battle unfolded. Since the forces were evenly matched, Shin Sihai's tone softened slightly as he coldly said, 70 million, it's difficult for me to handle. Difficult? Then don't handle it, Chubo ordered, and the security team members gripped their spears, preparing to attack. Unable to reach an agreement, Shin Sihai decisively issued the order to engage in combat. Prepare for battle, crush them for me. The security team members were organized into groups, each with a commander. At the commander's command, attack. Dozens of team members simultaneously thrust their spears towards the thugs' thighs. The thugs retreated to avoid the strikes. The reach of the golden silk ring knives was far less than that of the spears, and no one was willing to engage in a direct confrontation at that moment. However, a few thugs were unable to dodge and were struck in the thighs, lying on the ground in pain. Similarly, 2 Dedeo gang members managed to evade the spears and, with eyes wide, swung their large cleavers towards the security team members' shoulders. Due to the opponents wearing riot helmets, the strikes were not fatal. Although the security team members aimed their stabs at the thighs, hitting a blood vessel could still be lethal. With a single strike, 5 Dadao gang members immediately lost their fighting ability. One security team member was also injured in the shoulder, blood flowing profusely. The team members took a step forward, gradually closing the encirclement. At that moment, Shin Si-hai's Tibetan Mastiff, stimulated by the scent of blood, became more aggressive. Its fur bristled as it suddenly lunged towards a team member. In an instant, 3 iron spears were thrust into the leaping Mastiff. 2 spears hit the Mastiff, nearly piercing it through. As the spears were retracted, 2 blood streams shot out from the Mastiff, which weakly lay on the ground, limbs twitching, emitting incomprehensible whimpers, its breath gradually weakening, nearing death. Shin Si-hai's eyes burned with fury. He had spent over $1 million buying this purebred Mastiff, raising it for over a year, holding deep affection for it, more precious to him than the lives of his subordinates. He glared fiercely at the culprit, then suddenly bent his leg and thrust his knee towards the security team member who had wounded the Mastiff. 2 team members quickly reacted, raising their spears to strike. Shin Si-hai moved swiftly, dodging the spears underfoot and closing in rapidly. With a fierce shout, he twisted his waist, delivering a punch towards a security team member's face. Witnessing this, Fong Chen made a judgment. Muay Thai, close combat, elbows and knees for injury. Shin Si-hai's strength is comparable to Li Hongbing's. He's also a skilled fighter. Shin Si-hai's punch approached the security team member's face with overwhelming force, seemingly about to strike him down. In the blink of an eye, an arm extended from the side, aiming to grab Shin Si-hai's arm. Shin Si-hai reacted swiftly, retracting his fist, briefly gathering strength in his leg, then delivering a brutal roundhouse kick to the shin of the person reaching for him. With a similar intent, the opponent launched a forceful kick towards Shin Si-hai's knee. Bang! Both sides changed their moves simultaneously, a muffled sound echoing in the crowd. Shin Si-hai took a couple of steps back, his shin bone feeling like it was cracking, sending a sharp, piercing pain through him. On the other side, his opponent winced in pain too, clearly not feeling any better. "I'll take care of this old man." The champion of Sanda, Chao Zhang, massaged his leg while keeping his eyes fixed on Shin Si-hai, his fighting spirit rising. Fong Chen stood by silently observing the fight. Since witnessing the 8 extremities fist and eagle claw techniques, he had also studied the martial arts of the Wasteland Star. Muay Thai was tough and brutal, fierce and unmatched, ruthless to others and to oneself. Shin Si-hai's knuckles were covered in thick calluses, with visible marks on his wrists, signs of prolonged bandaging. He must have been practicing Muay Thai for at least 20 years. Chao Zhang could match him blow for blow, showing his considerable strength. Chao Zhang engaged Shin Si-hai in combat, while other team members continued to surround and subdue the thugs of the Big Knife Gang with their spears. Xu Bo and Lei Ming were itching to join in, wielding their batons. The security team members were all veterans, trained in targeted group combat tactics, with a clear strategy in mind. It could be summarized as, when the enemy disperses, we concentrate, when the enemy concentrates, we evade. When the enemy defends, we encircle. When the enemy attacks head-on, we engage in guerrilla warfare. In no time, most of the thugs from the Big Knife Gang were subdued. Half of them had their thighs pierced, while the other half lay on the ground, trampled by the crowd, wailing incessantly. Only 7 or 8 of them remained defiant. Their fighting spirit was much stronger than the ragtag group under Li Daba. Through this battle, Fong Chen further confirmed his tactical philosophy, quality over quantity, as sometimes more people only lead to more chaos. Just then, as the remaining few thugs resisted, the steward in a black suit suddenly pulled out a handgun from his waist. "Damn it, I'll fight you all to the end." He quickly released the safety and aimed to shoot at Xu Bo. Smack! A huge slap landed on the steward's face. He staggered and fell to the ground. Lei Ming picked up the gun from the steward's hand, grumbling, "Others are playing with cold weapons, and you dare to use a gun?" Meanwhile, the Sanda champion continued to grapple with Shin Si-hai. The two were evenly matched, making it hard to determine a clear winner. But seeing their side losing ground, Shin Si-hai, in his frustration, soon lost his composure. A moment of distraction and Chao Zhang had him under control. The brawl quickly came to an end. The Big Knife Gang suffered heavy casualties, with 5 security team members injured. This exercise was for training purposes. Without going through the crucible of bloodshed, an excellent team could not be forged. Therefore, Fong Chen had only been overseeing the operation from the sidelines. It was about honing real combat experience and coordination. Overall, he was satisfied. Shin Si-hai was bound hand and foot, glaring angrily at Xu Bo. Unfazed, Xu Bo patted his face, teasing, "Anger without strength is meaningless." Glancing at the time, which showed 2:30 in the morning, Fong Chen waved his hand. "Forget the rest, take Huang Bao and Shin Si-hai away." "So, you're the leader." Shin Si-hai realized instantly, his gaze piercing at Fong Chen. You rely on weapons instead of martial skills.
If you're capable, let's have a one-on-one fight. You want to challenge Tyson in boxing? Chubo mocked, seeing the opponent's desperation.
No more nonsense, take them away.
Fong Chen ordered, and 4 security team members escorted the two onto a business vehicle.
The convoy headed towards the security base converted from a suburban food factory.
Huang Bao sat in the car in silence.
He had risen from the depths to the heights, only to fall from the clouds. In just 2 hours, he had experienced a roller coaster of emotions, putting a heavy strain on his heart. His greatest reliance, Qin Sihai, had already lost. He didn't know who could save him now, or what fate awaited him at the hands of these people. In the BMW, Fong Chen drove and said to Chenyu, "After this is over, I'll hand Huang Bao over to you, and you'll take care of it yourself." Chenyu nodded, looking at his childhood friend whom he knew so well, yet felt so distant from at the moment.
Fong Chen had converted a closed room into a temporary detention center.
After chaining Lang and Uncle Jiang, Fong Chen began to interrogate, pointing at Chenyu, "How do you plan to resolve the issue of my brother being scammed with a loan fraud?" Obviously, Qin Sihai was also aware of Chenyu's situation and coldly stated, "Today, I admit defeat, but 70 million in compensation is absolutely impossible."
Fong Chen shook his head. 70 million is Huang Bao's share. Yours hasn't been calculated yet. The two of you together need at least 1 billion. That's even more impossible.
Qin Sihai remained defiant, threatening, "Loan fraud is financial innovation. If you dare, go tell Master Gao." Still talking tough, "Show them some methods." Fong Chen gestured to Lei Ming.
"Got it."
Lei Ming picked up the small iron nails and hammer from the table and walked over to Huang Bao.
Huang Bao looked at him with eyes full of fear and asked, What are you going to do? Haven't you seen spy movies?" Lei Ming sneered, inserted the nail into the gap of Huang Bao's fingernail, and then hammered away. In an instant, accompanied by Huang Bao's cries of pain and Lei Ming's sinister laughter, the fingernail of Huang Bao's right middle finger was ripped off.
After the execution, Lei Ming walked over to Qin Sihai, lifting his right hand.
Qin Sihai's face changed instantly. "What are you going to do? 1 billion is absolutely impossible, even if you kill me. How much cash do you have?" Fong Chen asked with narrowed eyes.
"Just over 10 million, if you agree. I can have someone bring it over." Qin Sihai sighed.
"That won't do. 10 million in cash is definitely not enough."
"You also need to transfer all your businesses to me," Fong Chen insisted.
Qin Sihai stiffened his neck. "If you do that, you'll be at war with the Great Blade Sect." "Exactly, I am going to war with the Great Blade Sect," Fong Chen nodded.
Qin Sihai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled darkly. Every year, there were people who wanted to replace the 4 great gangs, but none succeeded.
These people would end up dying miserably.
Although Fong Chen was very powerful, he believed the other party would be no exception.
Lei Ming repeated his actions, inserting the small iron nails into Qin Sihai's fingernail gap.
Dealing with these gangsters, Fong Chen felt that there was no need for complicated methods like dealing with Zhao Lixia.
Just take direct action.
Just as Qin Sihai's industries were originally obtained through forceful means, it wouldn't be a big problem to take them from him. In the end, it was still about their own strength and background in the righteous path.
Fong Chen was certain that this matter would reach Gao Mingyuan's ears by tomorrow.
The Great Blade Sect was a tough nut to crack, but once they were taken down, the Black Dragon Society would not be a concern, even if the Qinghe underworld was taken over. Fong Chen left the space for Lei Ming to unleash his skills to the fullest, believing that no matter how tough Qin Sihai's bones were, he couldn't withstand the pain of his fingers being ripped off. Money was just an external thing. He believed the other party would know how to choose.
Fong Chen walked out and saw Chenyu and Gong Xiufei leaning on the railing, gazing up at the stars, chatting happily.
"Your parents have been picked up by my people and should be here soon." Fong Chen walked over and patted Chenyu's shoulder. Chenyu nodded. "Lao Fong, I won't say thank you for your great kindness." Gong Xiufei looked at his childhood friend with admiration. "I feel like you guys are like heroes in a novel, punishing evil and using violence to counter violence, so cool."
Fong Chen was amused by him and laughed. "The greatest heroes act for the country and the people.
I don't have that level of enlightenment, but I can still do it for friends and neighbors." Then he said to Chenyu, "I'll leave Huang Bao and Qin Sihai to you to handle, but not now, and not here."
They were different from Jiang Yinan.
Jiang Yinan was secretly executed. With no direct evidence, the Public Security Bureau could only suspect at most. Based on Fong Chen's current background, there is no direct evidence to incriminate him. Ordinary people can't touch him.
However, he had taken away Qin Sihai and another person in broad daylight.
If he were to kill them directly, it would be a reckless act. This meant that there were only 2 possibilities next: either go to jail or confront the Public Security Bureau head-on.
Perhaps even Fong Ping would turn against his brother.
Chenyu understood this and nodded in agreement. Gong Xiaofei spoke up, I just discussed with old Chen. We want to join the society with you.
Joining the society doesn't end well.
You either die on the streets or rot in jail. In a city, only a few people can successfully transition, whether in business or politics. It's better than joining the underworld. Fang Chen waved his hand, speaking with emphasis. Xiaofei, you continue running your restaurant.
I will arrange for someone to take care of your business. Chen Yu, you take over your father's clothing factory with peace of mind. I will help you. That's the right path for you.
Apart from not wanting them to join the underworld, Fang Chen had another idea. It's best for brothers not to work together. It's hard to manage. The next morning, when Fang Chen pushed open the door to the interrogation room, Huang Bao had already surrendered, agreeing to pay 8 million in cash and transfer ownership of a large internet cafe under his name to save his life. This was all his assets, worth around 12 million. Qin Sihai remained silent. Even though all 10 fingernails had been removed, he still stood firm. Lei Ming stayed up all night, his spirits high, and whispered to Fang Chen, I found out that Qin Sihai owns a bathhouse and a concrete mixing station.
Qin Sihai glanced at Fang Chen weakly and said, Forgive and forget. We don't have deep enmity. Why go this far? We indeed have no enmity.
This money is compensation for the medical expenses and mental damages to my brother's family.
When you make mistakes in this world, you have to pay for them.
But you're asking for too much in compensation. Your methods are too domineering, you won't have a good ending.
Fang Chen knew Qin Sihai was right.
Take the incident with the cement truck blocking the door last time. Not many people on the streets had the guts to do that. If he didn't have a system, he wouldn't dare to act like that. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world.
Fang Chen ignored him and smiled at Lei Ming. After the fingernails, there are toenails.
Go rest, bring Lao Lu in, give him a glucose drip while interrogating him. After the battle last night, all the horsemen of Dedeo men were injured and reported to the main gatekeeper, Gao Minghua, overnight.
Killing Society is the head of the Life Fire gang, Fang Chen?
Gao Minghua's tone was icy, filled with murderous intent. Dedeo men was the leader of the underworld in Qinghe City, and the fact that their hall master was kidnapped by a mere head of the Life Fire gang was a great humiliation.
Gao Minghua quickly made arrangements.
Send a team to Chen Yu's house to bring his parents here.
Each of those 2 old folks will lose a hand as punishment. Another team to kidnap Fang Chen's relatives.
His subordinate reported, Fang Chen has 3 relatives. His mother is a landlady, his brother is a public security officer and the captain of the heavy crimes unit in the South City Sub-Bureau, and his sister is a sophomore in the finance department at Tsinghua University.
Which one should we kidnap?
After some thought, Gao Minghua said, kidnap his mother and sister. 2 hours later, his subordinate came to report. Chen Yu's family had disappeared, and there was no one to be found at Fang Chen's house. Gao Minghua was furious. Damn it seems like they had planned this in advance. I'll call Qin Lai immediately for help.
Fang Chen's phone rang, not Qin Lai's number, but an unfamiliar number from Shilin City.
He stepped outside to answer. It was Zhou Zikai, Mr.
Fang, we are ready. Are you prepared on your end? I'm ready. Can we meet today? I'm available anytime, you choose the time and place. Fang Chen hung up and immediately called Yang Bao back.
Zhao Lixia was dead, and Yang Bao was back as the head of the task force, with the rest of the team unchanged.
Yang Bao also had a faint suspicion that Fang Chen might be involved in Zhao Lixia's death,
but upon second thought, he found it unlikely. Time was too tight. Fang Chen didn't know Zhao Lixia before, so it was impossible to uncover the grudge between Wu Taicheng and Zhao Lixia in just 1 or 2 days. Even if it was a hired killer, that person must have been an acquaintance of Zhao Lixia. This acquaintance could be a relative or a friend, or perhaps a longtime rival of Zhao Lixia. Otherwise, they wouldn't know his background so well. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Bao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't Fang Chen's doing, he didn't want to see a promising young man with a sense of justice go astray.
Fang Chen quickly drove to the anti-drug brigade. Yang Bao handed him a briefcase and said solemnly, "This is all the assets of Tsinghua Public Security Bureau approved by Liang Shu. Please be extremely cautious." Fang Chen opened the briefcase and saw it was filled with brand new Meijin. A cash transaction of 12 million couldn't be done with Dasha coins. The exchange rate between Meijin and Dasha coins was 7.5 to 1, so there were 1.6 million Meijin in the briefcase. No funny business with the briefcase, right? Fang Chen asked with a smile. He always felt a bit uneasy about Liang Qingyuan's approved money.
No, everything is in order. Yang Bao smiled and handed him a bulletproof vest and a mini camera disguised as a button. The camera could transmit real-time video, with Yang Bao monitoring on his end, but the distance couldn't exceed the range of the transmitter. Yang Bao reminded him, "Call me when the transaction is happening, we will be nearby for surveillance."
Got it, I'm off. Fang Chen picked up the briefcase and left.
Stay safe,
Your life comes first, Yang Bao shouted after him. At 7 p.m., Josuke sent a message using another anonymous phone card. Mr. Phone, come out for a meeting. Fong Chen immediately replied, is the goods ready? I have the money prepared. I'm ready too. Meet at the West Mountain Hotel on Siping Street, downstairs, hurry. After ending the call, Fong Chen decided not to inform Yang Bao and went to the meeting alone. He took off the bulletproof vest, placed the briefcase filled with Meijin on the passenger seat, and drove his BMW to the West Mountain Hotel. 500 meters away from the hotel, Fong Chen parked his car in the parking lot. He removed the mini camera disguised as a button from his body, threw it into a nearby trash can, changed into different clothes, and went to meet Josuke. Yang Bao and the anti-drug team immediately detected something unusual. In their view, the video feed suddenly stopped moving. All they could see was a black garbage bag, indicating that the camera was likely thrown into the trash can. Zheng Yi exclaimed, something must have happened on Fong Chen's end. Could it be that the drug dealers found out? Yang Bao was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events and shook his head repeatedly. It's impossible. I communicated with him, and we agreed that he would inform me of the meeting place immediately. Zhang Yi speculated, is it possible that the drug dealers discovered Fong Chen's identity and preemptively took control of him? That's unlikely too. With his skills, he should have had time to send a signal. Yang Bao was in turmoil, as the unexpected situation completely exceeded his expectations. After ruling out all impossibilities, only one possibility remained. This kid must be acting on his own, Yang Bao asserted, then immediately made contingency plans. At that time, there was no facial recognition system in place. Fong Chen's phone was unreachable, so Yang Bao had no choice but to track Fong Chen's car. On this side, Fong Chen arrived at the bottom of the West Mountain Hotel carrying a suitcase and saw a black Jetta parked by the roadside from a distance. A stranger with a crew cut rolled down the car window and waved, Mr. Fong, over here. Fong Chen walked to the car and opened the back door. Josuke was sitting in the front passenger seat eating potato chips, and there was a tough young man in the back seat. Did you bring the money? Josuke turned his head and asked. Fong Chen opened the suitcase and smirked, the 1.6 million in cash is all here. Did you bring the goods? The goods are not to be traded here. With a wave from Josuke, the young man in the back began to search Fong Chen. He took out the money clip, keys, clock, handgun, and phone from Fong Chen. The young man checked the money clip, then returned it along with the keys to Fong Chen, handing the handgun and phone to Josuke. Josuke picked up the handgun, admired it for a moment, then pocketed it and said, I'll hold on to this for you, no problem, right? Go ahead. Fong Chen raised his hand nonchalantly. Josuke quickly finished his chips, then stuffed Fong Chen's switched-off phone into the chip bag, rolled it up twice, and sealed it with a clip. Mr. Joe, you seem to know a lot, Fong Chen said with a wry smile. Josuke looked pleased. Better safe than sorry. Don't underestimate this chip bag. It's made of mop materials, can block signals, prevent illegal recordings on phones, and even prevent tracking and eavesdropping. Fong Chen smirked. Mr. Joe should have been a chemistry professor. It's a bit of a waste doing this. Ha, I don't have that talent, mister. Who does? The young man in the back used a metal detector to scan Fong Chen all over. Josuke continued to explain, I bought this new device in the U.S. It has wireless signal detection, infrared scanning, and specific frequency detection functions. It can detect any trackers, micro cameras, and such. The young man carefully scanned Fong Chen and then his suitcase. After a thorough check, no anomalies were found. The detector remained green, with no red warning lights. Josuke was quite satisfied and reassured, Mr. Fong, please understand. These undercover agents from the Public Security Bureau are really everywhere. Recently we found one on my side, Mr. Who also found one, so I had to resort to this. I understand. Let's go. I'll take you to get the goods. The car headed towards the outskirts where there were no cameras, driving for half an hour until it stopped at a desolate place. The young man removed the license plate, replaced it with a new one, and drove the car away. Josuke then led Fong Chen into another Buick with a fake license plate. They didn't take the highway, but drove along the national road. Fong Chen asked, puzzled, where are we going? To get the goods, you'll know when we get there. Josuke handed Fong Chen a pitch-black mask and chuckled, Mr. Fong, I'll have to inconvenience you again, please put this on. Meanwhile, Yang Bao quickly located Fong Chen's BMW parked at Huama Supermarket's parking lot. Surveillance footage showed no signs of coercion. The camera was discarded by Fong Chen himself. Yang Bao, fuming, followed the camera's trail to Fong Chen getting into a black Jetta. Upon checking the Jetta's license plate, it was a fake one. Following the fake plate's movements led to a dead end.
The car jolted for over an hour before finally coming to a stop. The young man helped Fong Chen remove the mask. In sight was a flat courtyard with blue bricks and red tiles, indicating its rural location from the surrounding yellow earth. The courtyard gate was tightly closed, with broken glass shards inserted on top of the high walls. Josukai opened the gate to reveal a large building occupying the area, and in the brightly lit courtyard, 7 or 8 fierce large dogs were locked up. The dogs had sinister blood-red eyes, drool dripping from their mouths, and terrifyingly white fangs, barking wildly and trying to break free from their chains upon seeing a stranger entering. "This dog farm looks good," Fong Chen remarked calmly, scanning the surroundings with interest. Josukai led the way, pushing open the large iron door of the living room and gesturing with his hand to invite Fong Chen in.
Following closely behind, Fong Chen entered the room.
The room was very spacious, about 300 to 400 square meters. Inside, there were a dozen neatly arranged large wooden boxes, illuminated by bright lights, with Hu, the boss from Dongguan province, and a middle-aged man in a dark suit sitting on wooden chairs. Standing next to them were dozens of armed drug traffickers holding submachine guns and pistols. Not far from them, 2 young men and women had their hands tied with hemp ropes and were hanging from the beam in the room. The man's face was swollen and bruised, with split lips and eyes almost swollen shut. The woman, on the other hand, seemed to be in better condition, with just a slap mark on her right cheek and no other visible injuries. Both of them had their shoes and socks removed, standing on a floor covered with broken glass shards. Stepping on the sharp glass pieces barefoot looked excruciatingly painful. Fong Chen pondered silently that these 2 must be the undercover agents Josukai had mentioned. The only question was which one was the undercover agent by Josukai's side and which one was the undercover agent by Hu from Dongguang's side.